Historical fiction female lead reincarnates, male lead reborn, dual lives, pure love. She initially believed that fate had granted her a second chance at life. Even in the impoverished and backward times of her youth, she diligently worked to forge her own path. But who could explain why a villain always seemed to stand against her? Was her rebirth merely a ruse, designed to ensnare her as a vessel for the antagonist's wrath? Why must she bear the burdens of the original's misdeeds? I am aghast. Excerpt. In her childhood, a friend pointed to the radiant Wang Tiantian in the distance and remarked, "This girl is quite beautiful, and her character seems commendable." Hao scoffed and warned his friend earnestly, "She is not a good person. If you desire a peaceful and prosperous life, keep your distance." His friend, skeptical, looked at Hao quizzically. "Are you perhaps enamored with her and worried I might pursue her?" Hao darkened his expression and retorted, "I would rather remain single for life than marry such a woman." Later his friend, somewhat embarrassed, gazed at the man before him, who now wore a blissful smile. "Do you recall what you once said? You'd rather be a lifelong bachelor than marry her. Is this not a slap in the face?"
Hao
subdued his grin and replied earnestly, "No slap in the face. I shall not marry her." His friend was taken aback, utterly confounded by his friend's apparent infatuation. "Yet, you refuse to marry? Is this some sort of jest?" In the next moment Hao smiled even more tenderly. "I could be adopted into her family. One rebirth?" The resounding crow of a rooster pierced through the remnants of darkness, heralding the dawn's light upon this unadorned land. Wang Tiantian was roused from her slumber by this jarring sound. Upon awakening, her first sensation was a dull ache at the back of her head, quickly followed by a wave of dizziness. She gingerly touched her head, her hazy consciousness registering a prominent bump at the back. Was this severe a car accident merely responsible for such minor injuries? This was Wang Tiantian's initial bewilderment. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes and opened them, only to be stunned by the sight before her. Where was her luxurious yet understated vehicle? The same cramped environment, yet inside her car was a comfortable leather seat infused with the delicate fragrance of jasmine. Here, however, stood 4 wooden posts and a canopy, a thin veil enveloping the space, with a faint musty odor lingering in the air. Wang Tiantian furrowed her brows and began to assess her surroundings, a place both familiar and foreign.
"This
is a wooden bed?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She flung aside the canopy and peered out, revealing a rugged, uneven earthen floor, the kind that could trip a bull. This was a sight she had not encountered in 20 years, such a backward landscape. The walls bore traces of dirty, white lime plaster. Her heart raced as she pondered her whereabouts. Even if she were not in a hospital, she should at least be in her car, yet a sense of foreboding settled over Wang Tiantian. She distinctly remembered heading to her medicinal cuisine restaurant when she encountered a series of car accidents, of which she was the most unfortunate participant. Perhaps it was the result of her past misdeeds, as she had been driving along when a car careened into her lane, with vehicles tightly packed on both sides, leaving her no escape. From the impending collision, logically, she should have perished, yet here she was, undeniably alive, albeit in a state of confusion regarding her current location. As she prepared to rise, extending her foot to don her shoes, Wang Tiantian froze, her gaze fixated on her small, plump, pale feet. In the next instant, as if awakening to a realization, she extended her hand before her, only to discover that her hands were also remarkably delicate and soft. Indeed, she had perished in that catastrophic accident. Nevertheless, she had inexplicably found herself in the body of a 10-year-old girl. As for the original owner, Wang Tiantian couldn't help but sigh. This willful and headstrong girl had chased away a suitor who had come to propose a betrothal, hurling insults at both him and the notion of marriage. Well, to call it insults would be an understatement. It was outright abuse. Wang Tiantian mused that if she were that young boy, she would likely have been tempted to shove something foul into the original's mouth, as it was simply too repugnant. Perhaps the heavens also disapproved of her petty triumphs and foul tongue, for in the midst of her tirade, she had stepped on a smooth stone. Then, a cloud of dust enveloped her, and she fell to the ground, striking the back of her head. It was likely at that moment, in her ignorance, that she unwittingly entered this body. Strangely, she felt a sense of relief. Had the original perished beside that child, the boy would not have lived much longer either. But alas, now it was she who occupied this body, What could she do? Hurt herself. With no other options, she at least had gained a new lease on life and ought to express gratitude to the original, shouldn't she? With this thought, Wang Tiantian eagerly descended from the bed and approached the door. The door was secured with a simple latch, reminiscent of an ancient iron clasp, unlike the smart locks of her past. Two metal plates were fixed to the door frame, and the door, with a bent iron rod securing it in place, easily slid open with a pull and locked with a push. Wang Tiantian opened the door and stepped outside, greeted by the dim light of dawn, shrouded in a haze. However, wisps of smoke were already rising from the rooftops in every household. Her home was no exception. Relying on her memory, Wang Tiantian traversed a few tightly shut doors until she reached a corner, where faint light and a wafting aroma of rice soup beckoned. Taking a deep breath and feeling her stomach rumble, she pushed open the door and entered. The kitchen was sparsely furnished, with a washstand by the door, atop which rested a porcelain basin adorned with peonies, filled with a shallow pool of warm water. In the corner against the wall was a simple cabinet, serving as a countertop, with bowls and chopsticks stored underneath. A rudimentary water tank, fashioned from 3 stone slabs and a wall, completed the setup. Then there was the rather basic stove. Standing before the stove was a middle-aged man with graying hair, currently ladling semi-cooked rice into a sieve. The sound of rice water being filtered reached Wang Tiantian's ears. The busy man turned at the sound of the door opening and inquired mildly, "Awake?" Wang Tiantian offered no response, merely nodding. Seeing her demeanor, Wang Xingpei furrowed his brow and stepped closer, extending his hand toward her. Wang Tiantian felt no apprehension, yet her body instinctively shrank back, a wave of fear washing over her. This was the original's fear of her father. Wang Xingpei was taken aback by her reaction. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantian felt a hand resting on the back of her head, precisely where the bump was located. 2. Acknowledging mistakes requires proactivity. As he touched the bulging mass, Wang Xingpei furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Wang Tiantian suppressed the flicker of fear within her and gently shook her head. "Aside from a bit of dizziness, I feel fine." Seeing that she was indeed not in serious trouble, Wang Xingpei's expression darkened. He exuded an aura of authority, embodying the dignified presence of a father. "Since you are well, let us discuss your actions from yesterday." Wang Tiantian felt her body tremble slightly, and confusion washed over her. Had the original owner truly passed away, or did she merely coexist within this body? Why did the past seem to influence her so? This question remained unanswered, and Wang Tiantian genuinely believed that the original owner was suffering the consequences of her own actions. Wang Xingpei was a stern father, imposing numerous restrictions on his children. If they behaved, he could be a kind father, but if they erred, they would inevitably face a strict reprimand, regardless of gender. Knowing well what kind of man her father was, engaging in such behavior was tantamount to inviting trouble upon herself. Of course, had she been merely a bystander, Wang Tiantian would have relished the spectacle. Yet, it was the original owner who had stirred the trouble, and she, the newcomer, would bear the burden of responsibility. If punishment were to ensue, it would fall squarely on her shoulders. As a soul hailing from a future world, how could Wang Tiantian possibly commit such folly? Thus, before her father could unleash his wrath, she dutifully and sincerely acknowledged her mistakes. No matter how hardened her resolve, before her parents, she was but a soft noodle. With that, Wang Tiantian wisely knelt upon the uneven, muddy ground, the thud echoing enough to make Wang Xingpei's heart tremble slightly. "Father, I was wrong. You may scold me or even strike me, but please do not harbor anger towards your daughter. It is not worth damaging your health over her transgressions." Her voice was soft, and with tears welling in her eyes, she first admitted her faults and then expressed concern for her father's well-being. This attitude of remorse was commendable. At the very least, Wang Xingpei felt his anger dissipate by half. "Do you truly understand your mistakes?" he asked, still irritable. Wang Tiantian nodded vigorously. "Yes, I truly recognize my errors and deeply regret my actions from yesterday. They were utterly unjustifiable." Humph. The memory of Wang Tiantian's behavior from the previous day reignited Wang Xingpei's ire, but seeing his daughter's earnest demeanor, he could only huff in dissatisfaction. "What have I taught you? How could you speak such words to others? You have brought shame upon our family, tarnishing my reputation. Had she not taken such a tumble yesterday, he would have ensured she could not rise from her bed for 3 days. Wang Tiantian pouted, cautiously tugging at his sleeve, as if lamenting her previous self. I am equally furious with my behavior. Yesterday the words I uttered were utterly inexcusable and disregarded the teachings you and my teachers instilled in me. However, Father, you must believe me. It was not intentional. It was as if my mouth spoke without my control. You know I never utter such harsh words. Wang Xingpei frowned, seemingly skeptical, yet he was aware that what Wang Tiantian claimed was true. He had never heard her speak so harshly before. For Wang Tiantian, I would never dare to speak such words in your presence. Seeing he was still not appeased, Wang Tiantian resorted to diverting his attention. Father, are we having the oil-braised rice this morning? Wang Xingpei assumed she was merely asking a rhetorical question and replied curtly, Did you not see me filtering the rice? Noticing he still had not recalled the details, Wang Tiantian bravely pointed towards the iron pot. But father, did you put water in the pot? With the immediate crisis averted, Wang Tiantian felt emboldened and cheerfully declared, Father, let me tend to the fire. She eagerly hopped up to the stove, diligently adding firewood to the pot. Wang Xingpei quickly poured a ladle of water into the now red-hot pot, enduring the rising steam while reprimanding Wang Tiantian. Lower the fire, I need to control the rice. Why are you keeping such a large flame? Wang Tiantian stuck out her tongue and promptly pulled out some of the firewood, leaving only a few glowing embers. Go wake your mother, I need to finish eating, and then head out to work. Wang Xingpei poured the filtered rice into the hot oil, poked a small hole with his chopsticks, covered it with a lid, and summoned Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian thought to herself. She was certain her father was doing this on purpose. However, she was not deterred. Instead, she nodded with a smile and dashed out of the kitchen towards her parents' bedroom. Running so fast this early in the morning, are you being chased by a ghost? As Wang Tiantian hurried to her parents' room, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the air behind her. Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes before stopping to turn around and cheerfully responded, as expected of second aunt, your guess is spot on. Liang Jufeng seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in Wang Tiantian's words and disdainfully shot her a glance, adding sarcastically, A young lady should not run around like a madwoman. Wang Tiantian ignored her, having no time to engage in banter with this woman. The Wang family had 5 siblings in total. Wang grandfather had 4 sons and 1 daughter. Wang Xingpei was the eldest, followed by 3 uncles and 1 aunt. The Wang family was not affluent. The 4 sons lived together in one courtyard, splitting 2 or 3 rooms, thus necessitating daily interactions among the in-laws. Among the 4 sons, 2 worked in other regions, while Wang Tiantian's father and the second uncle found jobs at home. The primary reason for this was that Wang Tiantian's mother, Tang Wanxin, suffered from mental illness, rendering her unable to leave the house, and she required care at home. Of course, while Wang Tiantian referred to it as mental illness, to the local villagers, she was simply a madwoman. Nevertheless, their assessments were not entirely incorrect. When Tang Wanxin's condition flared, she indeed behaved like a wild person, rampaging and shouting. 3. Escaping father but not mother. In the past, Wang Tiantian often endured fierce beatings from Tang Wanxian, particularly during her episodes. More frequently, however, it was when she would call her mother for breakfast. Sometimes, upon waking, her mother would be in a state of confusion. Any sound could ignite her fury, leading her to lash out indiscriminately at whoever disturbed her. Previously, Wang Tiantian would hesitate to call her mother the deranged woman. But now she had transformed and boldly entered the room. The back of the house faced a road elevated above it, preventing any light from streaming into the dimly lit bedroom, especially since dawn had only just begun to break. Nonetheless, Wang Tiantian's gaze fell upon the lump of blankets on the bed. Instead of waking the woman, she approached quietly. The woman lay peacefully asleep, her serene visage contrasting sharply with the terrifying, unstable figure Wang Tiantian remembered. Choosing not to rouse her, Wang Tiantian gently reached for her pulse. Upon feeling it, her brow furrowed in concern. The signs of turmoil within her mother were apparent: an imbalance of the spirit, stagnation of liver qi, and a general depletion of vitality. This was a manifestation of both depression and anxiety. Although the author acknowledges that this depiction is not to be taken too seriously, it was merely a reflection of personal thoughts and research. Seeing her mother in such a state indicated a progression that could lead to severe consequences if left untreated. However, treating such mental disorders was notoriously challenging. At this stage, medication and acupuncture would be necessary. For now, she could assist in alleviating some symptoms to prevent her mother's frequent outbursts. Yet, she would have to wait, as she needed to gather herbs from the mountain. And with school beckoning after breakfast, she resolved to venture out the following day. With her decision made, she took a few steps back, preparing to flee, and gently shook Tang Yuan's arm. "Mom, it's time to get up for breakfast." Just as she finished her call, she was met with Tang Yuan's piercing gaze, wide awake and staring directly at her, causing her heart to leap. In the next moment, Tang Yuan sprang up with alarming agility, lunging towards her and reaching for her hair.
"Mom!"
Wang Tiantian screamed, sprinting out of the room, with her mother, still barefoot, hot on her heels. Her heart raced as she narrowly escaped the grasp of those clawing hands, which finally seized her frail, unkempt hair. A sharp pain pierced her scalp, radiating through to her chest. But the torment didn't end there. As she struggled to free herself, she felt an unsettling weightlessness, followed by being yanked up and down by her frenzied mother. Wang Tiantian felt a surge of indignation. This world bore too much malice towards her. 4. A clash of parents, yet this was not the end. Just as she was grappling with her physical and emotional anguish, the meddlesome Liang Jufang appeared, brandishing a ladle. With a gleeful smirk, she burst into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Oh dear, already getting beaten this early? Your mother hitting you is as routine as eating. What's all the fuss about? You nearly made me drop my ladle." Wang Tiantian silently raised a middle finger at Liang Jufang, too exhausted to engage in a verbal spar. Her priority was to extricate herself from her mother's clutches. In a tearful plea, she cried, "Mom, it's me. It hurts. Please don't hit me." The sound of her sobs momentarily stunned Tang Yuan, granting Wang Tiantian the chance to extricate herself and dash into the safety of Wang Xingpei's presence, as if fleeing from a ghost. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuan paused, her demeanor shifting to one of eerie calm. She ceased her pursuit, slowly entering the kitchen and gazing at her husband and daughter. Wang Tiantian, filled with resentment, looked at her father and pouted. "Dad, admit it, I must not be your biological child." Wang Xingpei's face darkened as he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Wang Tiantian's head. The force of his strike, coupled with her unpreparedness, left her with a throbbing bump and tears streaming down her face. What had she done to deserve this? She was merely a child. "Stop talking back. You'll see what happens if you keep it up." Wang Xingpei remained unmoved by her distress, his expression as dark as coal. Tang Yuan, witnessing this, was incited into action. "Let her go," she shrieked, lunging at Wang Xingpei. The ensuing struggle saw Wang Xingpei delivering several harsh slaps to Tang Yuan before managing to restrain her. Wang Tiantian, observing the scene, was taken aback. According to her memories, she neither loathed her mother nor felt affection. Rather, she regarded her with indifference, having often been mocked by other children due to her mother's erratic behavior. Her father, on the other hand, inspired both respect and dependence, being the provider for her education. Yet now, she witnessed a starkly contrasting reality. Her mother may strike her, but she would fiercely defend her father against Tang Yuan's aggression. And her father, fully aware of his wife's propensity for violence, still urged her to wake her mother. This situation only reinforced her belief that her father loved her, being his biological daughter. However, the notion that her mother did not care for her began to waver. The scene she had just witnessed revealed a profound maternal affection she had not recognized before. Wang Tiantian hesitated, unsure of how to express her feelings. Ultimately, she stepped between her quarreling parents, using her small frame to separate them. This chaos had begun with her, and guilt gnawed at her conscience. 5. Troublesome relatives. As she attempted to quell the conflict, there were those who thrived on chaos. "Tiantian, look at you, so small yet so bold. You dare to talk back to your father, stirring up a fight between him and your crazy mother? You really lack understanding." Liang Jufang's sharp words pierced the air. Wang Tiantian shot her a piercing glance, her intensity causing Liang Jufang to instinctively retreat. Realizing her misstep, Liang Jufeng's expression darkened as she glared at Wang Tiantian. Brother, this lunatic dares to retaliate against you. You ought to teach her a proper lesson. If you don't give her a few good hits, she'll think she can ascend to the heavens. Wang Tiantian's heart sank. As anticipated, the very next moment, Wang Xingpei's previously subdued anger erupted like a wildfire. His subordinates showed no mercy, forcefully pushing Wang Tiantian aside and pinning Tang Wan Xian to the ground, unleashing a flurry of blows upon her. One cannot help but acknowledge that Liang Jufeng's fervent attempts to stoke the flames were not without reason. She understood this man well. His temper igniting at the slightest provocation, capable of striking with precision. Why not take advantage of it? At that moment, Wang Tiantian could not scold Liang Jufeng, for her intuition warned her that if she dared to reprimand Liang in front of Wang Xingpei, disregarding her seniority, she would certainly suffer the same fate. Not only for her mother, but for herself as well. Wang Tiantian committed this matter to memory, biding her time for a reckoning. She approached the two men, urgently attempting to mediate. Father, please stop. This is Mother. Also, dinner is ready. Aren't you supposed to eat before heading out to work? Bring the bowls over. As she lifted the silent Tang Wan Xian, brushing the dirt off her, Wang Xingpei's voice resonated behind her. Wang Tiantian walked over silently to wash her hands, then retrieved 3 enamel bowls, handing them to Wang Xingpei without uttering a word. Though her lips remained sealed, a heavy weight settled in her heart. This father. In her past life, she had heard tales of men who struck their wives, but she had never witnessed it herself. Today, however, she was not merely a bystander. This was happening directly to her. In an instant, the respect she once held for her father dissipated, replaced by a tinge of sorrow and a creeping fear for what lay ahead. Yet, no one paid heed to Wang Tiantian's emotional turmoil. As a bowl of oily rice filled their stomachs, they returned to their respective tasks. Wang Tiantian carried no backpack, only a red plastic bag containing her homework and a couple of pens. Wang Xingpei placed a bowl of rice in the pot to warm it before heading out to work. As for Tang Wan Xian, she was now confined to the bedroom. Wang Tiantian harbored no objections to this arrangement, given Tang Wan Xian's confused state. Allowing her to wander freely could lead to peril. Usually, it was Wang Xingpei who had the younger siblings deliver her lunch. However, Wang Tiantian was not alone in her journey to school. She had a cousin accompanying her. With time still on her side, she refrained from entering her second uncle Wang Xingbao's room, instead leaning against the edge of a dilapidated stone vat in the yard, feeling utterly bored. Suddenly, she could no longer contain herself, finding the words of this person reminiscent of the original host's sentiments, realizing that many of the profanities she had learned were most likely from her second aunt. You speak as if I am a burden to the Wang family. Am I not a child? What does that make you, an adult? A welfare case? You insufferable wretch, daring to challenge me. Skip school today. I'm curious to see how your father has raised you. Liang Jufeng was incensed by Wang Tiantian's retort, hands on her hips, unleashing a torrent of insults. Wang Tiantian felt utterly disheartened. From dawn until now, she had faced either blows or scorn. Had life not held such value, she might have recklessly thrown herself into the fray, indifferent to the consequences. A chill flickered in her eyes as she regarded Liang Jufeng, a vivid memory surfacing in her mind, prompting her to speak. What do you want with my father? Planning to have him witness me being thrown into the latrine once more? This recollection came from the original host's childhood, a time when she was too young to comprehend the gravity of her actions and had accidentally wet the bed. In a fit of cruelty, this heartless woman had dragged her by the hand into a latrine during a torrential downpour, leaving only her head above the filth. In this era, latrines had no septic systems. They were merely large pits at the back of houses, where human and animal waste alike was disposed. Half of the pit was exposed, and with the rain, it had overflowed. Yet, this woman callously thrust the child's hand into the muck and even swung her around a few times. One could say her stepmother was equally despicable. As soon as Wang Tiantian's words escaped her lips, Liang Jufeng's expression froze. Her face contorting into shades of blue and purple, her mouth seemingly sealed shut, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, her cousin Wang Chunyi stood silently by. neither defending his mother nor rebuking his cousin, as though all of this were none of his concern. Noting his silence, Wang Tiantian dismissed him from her thoughts and turned to leave. In truth, she felt a pang of confusion. A flood of unpleasant memories from the original host's early years had surged within her. Curiously, a child, once battered by life, would typically become resolute and independent. Yet the original host had not. In the presence of these relatives, she was like a doughy bun, meek and submissive on the surface, yet harboring deep resentment within. In contrast, when outside, she transformed into a rebellious troublemaker, engaging in theft, deceit, and insults. The more she pondered, the more she wished to slap herself. Was the original host truly a victim of long-term oppression, leading to her corruption and decay? No, she refused to become like the original host. She would not allow herself to be subjugated by these individuals, nor would she permit herself to oppress others. She believed that no matter how bitter life might be, there would always be moments of beauty. No matter how arduous the days became, there would eventually come a time of respite. What mattered was to live with a clear conscience. Do you harbor resentment toward my mother? Suddenly, Wang Chengye's voice interrupted her contemplations. Wang Tiantian turned at his words, her expression calm as she inquired, "Am I not entitled to such feelings?" Wang Chengye, being a year older than Wang Tiantian, found himself at a loss for words as he met his cousin's serious gaze. He acknowledged that his mother's behavior was indeed excessive, yet the discipline of elders upon their children was a customary practice, was it not? Seemingly aware of Wang Chengye's internal conflict, Wang Tiantian offered a gentle smile, devoid of sarcasm, yet her words struck him with profound discomfort. "Chengye, in your memory, has my father ever struck you? Or treated you harshly?" At her question, Wang Chengye's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him as he grappled with his feelings. Indeed, their uncle had never been unkind to him, even in tough times. He would bestow red envelopes during the new year, encouraging him to study diligently. Yet, what had his mother done? Wang Chengye closed his eyes. Taking a moment before reopening them, his voice subdued yet sincere as he uttered an apology. "I'm sorry." Wang Tiantian accepted this gracefully. "You are indeed sorry. She is your mother, and I am your cousin. Whether as a son or a brother, you have a duty to prevent such disgraceful occurrences, yet you remained silent." Wang Chengye's ears burned with shame, rendered speechless, while he recognized the profound transformation in his cousin. Previously, she had only shyly smiled at him, her voice soft and cautious. Now, however, she evoked a sense of standing before a teacher, being reprimanded. "Apologies," but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Tiantian. "You've already apologized, but today is our last journey together. I shall not wait for you any longer." With that, Wang Tiantian turned and descended the mountain. Her cousin, soft-hearted and lacking in resolve, had always been under the thumb of his mother. Although he had committed no transgressions, their bond was not particularly close. Their village lacked a primary school, which was situated in the neighboring village. Furthermore, their village was perched atop a mountain, aptly named Poor Mountain, as the inhabitants were predominantly impoverished. Thus, children from the mountain had to travel down to attend school at a modest institution at the foot of the hill. Following her words, the two children lapsed into silence, not uttering another word. Urine child, Hao Qian, you are the urine child. Even at night you can't hold it in, leaving a trail of urine stench wherever you go." The laughter echoed around them. Hao Qian regarded the 5 children before him with cold disdain, his fists clenched tightly. Enough. His menacing demeanor frightened some of the children into silence, yet the self-proclaimed leader, Chao June, spat derisively at Hao Qian. "Look at this urine child, daring to be insolent before your grandfather. Did we speak amiss? You, a mere urine child, still have the audacity to let your deadbeat father propose a match with that lunatic's daughter. And what happened? Even the lunatic's daughter looks down on you. How amusing." Chao Jun laughed uproariously. Upon seeing Hao Qian, Wang Tiantian felt a flicker of familiarity, and only after hearing Chao Jun's remarks did she realize. "Oh, this is the poor soul I scolded so harshly." With that thought, she involuntarily scrutinized the boy's appearance. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and his gaze was icy and piercing, sending a shiver down her spine. Wang Tiantian found it peculiar that a child could possess such a terrifying glare. Yet his gaze soon diverted, leaving her with unanswered questions. Hao Qian had almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and a well-defined tip. But the contours of his face were not yet pronounced, marred by long-term malnutrition that dulled his innate handsomeness. Given time, he would undoubtedly grow into the most striking figure in the village, perhaps even the entire town. In that moment, the future handsome youth stared coldly at Hao Jue, his aura darkening. Suddenly, he smirked and spoke clearly. Do you enjoy being someone's subordinate? I, however, have no desire to play the role of your elder. Hao Jue, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, shouted, I said I am your elder, and you are my younger. Yet, Hao Qian merely curled his lips in a derisive smile, thinking, he is but a child of no consequence. Why waste my time with them? He ceased what he deemed a foolish endeavor and turned to push past a small child. Are you still planning to go to school? No one supports your education, and you think you can just run to school? Do you have the money for tuition? Initially furious, Hao June's anger reignited as he saw Hao Qian's departing figure, prompting more taunts. Indeed, Hao Qian had been favored by fate, granted a second chance. Possessing memories of a past life, he had much to accomplish, leaving no time for schooling or squabbling with these children. However, his indifference severely bruised Hao June's pride. How dare you ignore me repeatedly? Do you think my reputation as the local bully is mere bluster? You think you can walk away without consequence? Hao Jue cursed under his breath, rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach this victim he often bullied a lesson. Hao Qian observed the approaching group with a faint smile, gathering his strength. In his previous life, he had meekly endured their torment, but in this life, he would no longer tolerate it. If a fight were to ensue, he would not shy away. Yet, before any confrontation could commence, a sweet and melodious voice rang out, Stop. The gazes of the children turned towards a boy and girl striding towards them through the wind. Hao Jue glanced at Wang Tiantian before fixing his gaze on Wang Tiantian. Hey, the lunatic's daughter has arrived. This should be entertaining. He clapped his hands, resembling a foolish child, though indeed, he lacked maturity. Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes, but continued forward. The potential beauty before her was merely a pitiful child whom she had previously bullied. Having scolded him harshly just the day before, she could not bring herself to apologize, so she decided to make amends today. However, this notion was purely Wang Tiantian's self-delusion, as no one, save for Wang Qingye, would believe her intentions. In her attempts to fit into their circle and avoid being bullied, she had often joined in the torment of Hao Qian. Thus, to the other children and Hao Qian, her arrival was not one of rescue but rather an attempt to share in the chaos. Are you here to discipline this urine child who seeks to associate with you? You arrived just in time. Rest assured, I will help you beat him, Hao Jue jeered. Wang Qingye was taken aback. Discipline? My cousin, who trembles like a quail at home, dares to discipline anyone. Did I mishear? Indeed, Wang Tiantian was annoyed by Hao June's words and rolled her eyes again. What are you doing, bullying the weak? Wang Qingye felt a wave of relief. This was still the spirited girl he knew, albeit changed, yet not one to bully others. The remaining children were stunned, including the beleaguered Hao Qian. Hao Jue, unhappy, resumed his mockery. I heard you scolded him mercilessly yesterday. Why the sudden change of heart today? Have you developed feelings for him overnight? Wang Tiantian dismissed him, ignoring his taunts. The teacher has said that fighting is not allowed. If you engage in a brawl, I will inform the teacher, and he will discipline you. The era when children could easily report to teachers, a time when discipline bore weight. Unlike later times when teachers were cautious and hesitant to enforce rules, fearing backlash even in instances of bullying. Clearly, the children of this era held their teachers in high regard, and upon hearing Wang Tiantian's words, they began to retreat. Suddenly, Hao Jue spat on the ground, pointing at Hao Qian. Don't try to fool me. This urine child has dropped out and is no longer a student. The teacher won't take care. Wang Tiantian had to quickly alter her argument. You will be late. If you show up with injuries, do you think the teacher will punish you? Hao Jue furrowed his brow as he approached Wang Tiantian, regarding her with suspicion. Surely, you cannot truly have feelings for that little brat, can you? Such a child. Do you even understand what it means to be infatuated? Wang Tiantian retorted with irritation. In contrast, Hao Jue adopted an air of feigned wisdom, responding, "How could I possibly be unaware? My mother once remarked that it's akin to a turtle pairing with a mung bean. It simply fits." "Indeed. Your mother is quite eccentric. He is merely a little brat. Both of you are objects of disdain within the village. You seem perfectly matched." Ha ha ha. Wang Tiantian took a deep breath. She did not wish to stoop to the level of squabbling with children. Although she bore the form of a child, her soul was that of an adult, and it would be beneath her dignity to engage in petty disputes with those still in their formative years. However, the recollection of her mother's delirious state that morning, embroiled in a quarrel with her father on her behalf, ignited a fire within her that could not tolerate repeated disrespect from outsiders. Thus, she strode up to Hao Jue and delivered a sharp slap. This slap was intended to impart a lesson in respect. If his mother had failed to teach him, then she would take it upon herself. No thanks necessary. Hao Jue was momentarily stunned, as were the onlookers present. One of Hao June's lackeys whispered, "Could this person be as mad as her mother? She once cowered before us. Yet now she dares to strike our leader?" Wang Tiantian observed, "Indeed, my cousin has changed." Hao Jue questioned, "Why has her transformation been so profound? Could it be that she has also been reborn like me?" Hao Jue scrutinized her for a considerable time, but found nothing beyond a slight increase in her imposing aura, failing to identify any other similarities. "Dare to strike me? I shall make you pay." And Wang Tiantian contemplated feigning a fall to extort a compensation from him when her plan was abruptly interrupted. Wang Tiantian, with a somber expression, positioned himself in front of her, gripping Hao June's fist tightly, and admonished, "Try to hit her, and see what happens." Wang Tiantian felt a surge of mixed emotions as she looked at Wang Tiantian, who had just moments ago been embroiled in a quarrel with her mother. And their relationship had been strained. Yet here he stood, protecting her. Nevertheless, she would not allow his assistance to soften her stance toward her second aunt. Still, she acknowledged his defense. A year older than Wang Tiantian, Wang Tiantian had always been the cherished son of his uncle and aunt, never wanting for sustenance. Thus he was of considerable stature. His frequent outdoor escapades had given him a sun-kissed complexion, and his fierce demeanor commanded respect. Once the altercation was resolved, time had slipped away, and the two needed to make their way to school. Wang Tiantian lifted her gaze, only to find that the previously adversarial Hao Jue had vanished, likely slipping away unnoticed amidst the commotion. She felt no anger. She remembered Hao June's timid nature, a boy burdened by physical shortcomings, who had grown up bullied and lacking in confidence. It was understandable that he would choose to discreetly withdraw from confrontation. Of course, Hao Jue was unaware of the excuses Wang Tiantian crafted on his behalf. Even if he were, he would likely dismiss them with scorn. He was no longer the same as before. When it came to a fight, he knew those few children posed no threat to him. Currently, he was hastily making his way down the mountain, but his destination was not the school. He was headed towards the town, 10 miles away. With no money to spare, the two hurriedly arrived at the classroom just minutes before the lesson began. In the sparsely populated village, each grade of the elementary school had only one class, and Wang Tiantian was in the 5th grade, with a classroom adjacent to Wang Tiantian's.
Plotting herad plastic bag. Wang Tiantian sitter the her desk.
Shortly after she sat down, a disturbance arose from the back, and it was none other than Hao Jue. They were in the same grade, one being the class bully, and the other a struggling student. "The homework needs to be submitted soon. I'll take it to the teacher's office," announced the diligent class monitor, the top student in the class. A pang of anxiety struck Wang Tiantian as she hastily opened her red plastic bag, revealing 2 notebooks, one for Chinese and one for math. Without needing to open them, she was certain that both were utterly blank. As classmates began to hand in their assignments one by one, she had little time for lamentation and quickly retrieved her notebook. However, when she pulled out her sole pen, she was dismayed to discover that it was devoid of blue ink. Just when misfortune struck, the desk offered no ink either. With no other option, Wang Tiantian resorted to using her diminutive piece of Chinese brand pencil, hurriedly scribbling in her notebook. For a 4th grade assignment, she felt no pressure and effortlessly completed it while glancing at the text. In 3 minutes, her frantic writing yielded a finished task. Sighing in relief, she tossed her notebook onto the monitor's desk, indifferent to whether the teacher could decipher her handwriting. Class monitor Li Qin gave her a fleeting glance, neatly stacking the homework before rising to carry the pile of 50 or 60 notebooks to the office. Seizing the moment, Wang Tiantian turned to her deskmate. Ahem. Do you have any blue ink? Could you spare a little? Her deskmate, smiling, looked at her with surprise but eventually retrieved an ink bottle from her desk and placed it on Wang Tiantian's table. Wang Tiantian flashed her a sweet smile, expressing her gratitude. Smiling, however, gazed at her with an even more startled expression, as if she were possessed by a ghost. Ink now costs a yuan a bottle. Yet Wang Tiantian had not even 2 cents to her name. What was she to do? She realized it was time to embark on a money-making venture. Fortunately, it was Friday, allowing her the weekend to forage for herbs on the mountain to sell. For Wang Tiantian, this was the swiftest means of earning money. The first class was Chinese. As the bell rang, a middle-aged teacher of average height and a friendly demeanor entered the room. Class, please turn to page 80 of your Chinese book, he instructed. Wang Tiantian quickly rummaged through her desk to find her well-worn Chinese book, its corners curled and battered, resembling a book that could be used to fry oil residue, as the villagers would say. Upon seeing the book's condition, her eyes twitched, and she shielded them from sight. Scrawled across the front were the words Wang Tiantian, written in an uneven hand, accompanied by various scribbles that undoubtedly upheld her reputation as a poor student. Wang Tiantian, please read the text aloud, called out the Chinese teacher, Zhou Zheng, interrupting her thoughts about her predecessor. With a playful demeanor, Wang Tiantian stood up, cleared her throat, and began to read in a composed manner. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed her classmates staring at her in astonishment, which made her secretly chuckle. Unlike the children raised in rural areas who often spoke with a dialect, she was the complete opposite. Her essence was not local. She spoke Mandarin fluently, enunciating each word clearly and melodiously. Even teacher Zhou at the podium gazed at her, captivated, nodding along to her reading. The elementary school text was brief, and within half a minute, she had completed it. It turned out that she was the only student in the classroom engrossed in a book, which was why her name had been called. Wang Tiantian politely bowed and responded with a bright smile. Certainly, teacher. After sitting down, her deskmate, smiling, leaned in with one hand and whispered, Your reading is so delightful. I've never heard such beautiful recitations before. Wang Tiantian beamed at her, but before she could respond, she overheard her front desk mate speaking derisively to her deskmate. What's the big deal? Just because she can read a few passages well doesn't change the fact that she's a poor student. Wang Tiantian cast a sidelong glance at her and chose not to engage. This girl, surnamed Chao and named Jinhua, was from the same impoverished village, but came from a family considerably better off than Wang Tiantian's. She had always been at odds with Wang Tiantian and frequently sought to trouble her. The saying sour grapes came to mind, and Wang Tiantian could hardly be bothered to respond. However, this girl, evidently addicted to her own sharp tongue, recounted events that had transpired at Wang Tiantian's home yesterday to her deskmate, concluding with a disdainful remark, the daughter of a madwoman, and that Haoyan, a child who can't even hold her own. They truly are a match made in heaven, yet she has the audacity to look down on others. They're both just as wretched. Her deskmate glanced at her with obvious revulsion, as if she were a plague. Wang Tiantian thought to herself, if I don't retaliate, she might genuinely believe she can get away with this. Thus, she raised her hand, calling out cheerfully, Teacher. The two in front of her jolted, uncertain of why she had suddenly called for the teacher, but a sense of foreboding filled the air. As anticipated, Wang Tiantian looked at them with a smile and reported with a righteous expression, They are disturbing my studies. The two widened their eyes, incredulous. Disturb her studies? With her dismal grades, did she really need to be disturbed? Chao Jinhua was infamous in class for her sharp tongue, so teacher Zhou had no doubts about the situation. He did not scold the two girls but observed them calmly as he delivered his verdict. Those who do not strive in youth will find only regret in old age. You must study diligently, and those who are disinterested should not disrupt others' learning, understood? After school, you will both clean the restroom. Upon hearing that she was to clean the restroom, Chao Jinhua's face turned pale, and she shot a resentful glare at Wang Tiantian before turning away to wipe her tears. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of class, Zhou Zheng had just exited the classroom when Chao Jinhua abruptly stood up, her chair toppling backward in the process. With an aggressive demeanor, she turned around, her eyes fixed fiercely on Wang Tiantian. Yet, Wang Tiantian regarded her with indifference, seated languidly in her chair. Her eyes closed as she pondered over alternative means of earning a livelihood beyond herbal remedies. It was the year 1990, a time ripe with burgeoning business opportunities. In her era, it was too late to emulate the trendsetters and amass great wealth. Nevertheless, there was a universal truth. As long as viable business ideas existed, it was never too late to seize them. In their relatively remote locale, compared to the bustling metropolises, the path to financial success was fraught with challenges, yet also held its own simplicity. Suddenly, a sharp crack disrupted Wang Tiantian's reverie. She looked up to discover her beleaguered pen had plummeted to the ground, shattered into two pieces, its innards spilling out. Slowly raising her gaze, she found Chao Jinhua watching her triumphantly, her eyes brimming with provocation. How dare she ruin her pen? Forcing her to clean the toilets after school? Wang Tiantian quickly comprehended the situation, her demeanor shifting to one of simmering intensity, reminiscent of a poised cheetah ready to pounce. She locked eyes with Chao Jinhua, her lips parting slightly to utter a command. Pick it up.
Cao Jinhu's cop dirty CV.
Dismissing the girl from a destitute household who lacked even a proper maternal figure. Clearly, Wang Tiantian's recent lack of discipline had emboldened her. With a casual flick of her tongue against her cheek, Wang Tiantian nodded, her resolve solidifying. At that moment, as Chao Jinhua reveled in her perceived superiority. Surrounded by onlooking classmates, Wang Tiantian sprang to her feet, seizing her by the hair and forcefully slamming her head down onto the desk with a resounding thud. Since your mother has failed to teach you proper behavior, I shall take it upon myself to do so, she declared, yanking Chao Jinhua's head back to force her to look up. I had no intention of engaging with you, but your incessant attempts to draw attention to yourself have become irksome. With that, she yanked Chao Jinhua out from behind the desk, pinning her to the ground, straddling her as she delivered two sharp slaps. I hope you remember this beating today and learn whom you can provoke and whom you cannot, lest your life become increasingly difficult. Chao Jinhua, both enraged and terrified, began to sob, her face streaked with tears and snot, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, the fierce gaze of Wang Tiantian made her shudder, compelling her to reluctantly retrieve the fallen pen and mathematics book, which she placed gingerly on Wang Tiantian's desk. 14 was still too mild. Wang Tiantian reached out to grab her already battered pen, attempting to tighten it. However, the pen was of poor quality, and after the fall, its casing had cracked and could not be tightened at all. She then made a couple of strokes on her math book, but the ink flowed unevenly, ruining the paper. Wang Tiantian lifted the pen to inspect it, noticing a chip on the nib. In short, the pen had become utterly useless. She felt a pang of sorrow. Such a shoddy pen cost 3 yuan, and now it was broken because of someone else. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, slamming the pen down on her desk. Chao Jinhua flinched at her action, shrinking her neck in fear, worried that Wang Tiantian would hit her again. Not only would it hurt, but she would also lose all face. Wang Tiantian coldly regarded the instigator before her, contemplating whether it was time for another lesson. Although it was somewhat challenging for her to confront boys physically, dealing with these troublemakers posed no difficulty at all. Chao Jinhua seemed to sense Wang Tiantian's thoughts and shuddered internally, hastily declaring, "I'll pay for your pen." Indeed, at that moment, the word compensate held a certain charm for Wang Tiantian. With this word, her irritation towards Chao Jinhua dissipated, and she extended her small, chubby hand, the meaning abundantly clear. Reluctantly, Chao Jinhua surrendered her own pen, then turned and sat down at her desk, sobbing as if she had suffered a great injustice. Wang Tiantian paid her no mind, her gaze shifting back to the pen. She began to draw in her book, the strokes smooth and the feel delightful. Clearly, Chao Jinhua's pen was of much better quality than her own. This realization brightened Wang Tiantian's mood. However, she underestimated the capacity for drama. Chao Jinhua continued to cry until the bell rang, and even as the math teacher entered the room, she was still sobbing despondently. If Wang Tiantian were to choose which teacher left a lasting impression on her, it would undoubtedly be teacher Du. He taught math exceptionally well. But his sharp tongue was hard to endure. If anyone provoked him or caught his disapproval, his words could leave them utterly humiliated, often extending his remarks to insult their entire family lineage until he was satisfied. Chao Jinhua, still weeping, was silenced by teacher Du's remarks, suddenly feeling too embarrassed to continue. She raised her head, her face marked with two distinct handprints, looking utterly aggrieved as she stammered, "It's not like I wanted to cry. She just bullies me too much." Wang Tiantian's expression darkened. She could hardly believe that Chao Jinhua had the audacity to tattle and slander her. It seemed she had indeed been too lenient. "Are you from a wealthy family or in a position of authority?" Teacher Du despised interruptions during his lectures, yet he took a peculiar interest in meddling in others' affairs, particularly disliking students who stirred up trouble. Upon hearing Chao Jinhua's words and observing her disheveled appearance, Teacher Du's brow furrowed even more as he inquired with displeasure, "Who has bullied you?" Chao Jinhua immediately rose from her seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Tiantian, presenting herself as a victim of relentless torment. "It was her. Not only did she snatch my pen, but she also struck me." Teacher Du cast an irritable glance towards Wang Tiantian. If he had to name the student he despised most in the class, aside from the disruptive Chao June, it would undoubtedly be Wang Tiantian. Though she often appeared docile, she mingled with the troublemaker Chao June outside of class, never shying away from mischief. Thus, upon hearing Chao Jinhua's accusation, Teacher Du felt no doubt and bellowed, "Wang Tiantian, stand up." Wang Tiantian cast a fleeting glance at Chao Jinhua before slowly rising under Teacher Du's disdainful gaze. "May I inquire, teacher, what is the matter?" Her voice was soft and unbothered, seemingly indifferent to the teacher's outburst. Regarding his displeasure, she felt no obligation to be universally liked. Evidently, her nonchalant demeanor only served to stoke the flames of Teacher Du's fury. "Go stand by the door," he shouted, pointing in that direction. However, Wang Tiantian remained unmoved, fixing her clear, round eyes on him and confidently asking, "I do not understand what I have done to provoke such anger from you, teacher. I apologize in advance." Upon noticing the teacher's dismissive glare, she added, "However, to correct a mistake, one must first understand what the mistake is." Teacher Du's expression turned icy, and he lashed out, "Are those ears of yours merely decorative, perched atop that balloon of a head? Your family struggles to make ends meet, yet here you are, wasting time in school. What purpose do you serve? Instead of applying yourself, you engage in constant mischief. With that audacity, you dare to snatch someone's pen and strike them? Are you from a wealthy family or in a position of authority? You are wasting my time in class. If I were your ancestor, I would rise from the grave in shame. If you have no desire to learn, then go stand outside. You are shameless enough to be cast out." Wang Tiantian stood resolutely at her desk, her gaze growing colder. The surrounding classmates could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, anyone would find amusement in the teacher's rebuke. Chao Jinhua, laughing, provocatively looked at her. "What now? Aren't you so capable? Yet here you are, being scolded without daring to utter a word." Wang Tiantian disregarded her taunts and the laughter of her peers, maintaining her fearless gaze on Teacher Du. Many expected her to cry or cause a scene, but instead, they were met with her light laughter. She then addressed Teacher Du, "I have endured many unpleasant words, but it is indeed the first time I have heard a teacher speak so derogatorily to a student. May I ask, teacher, with such vehement words, do you not fear that a student might despair and consider taking their own life? Very well, then please do so, teacher."
Du's expression shifted dramatically.
And upon realizing the situation, his reprimands grew even more fervent. One hand pressed firmly against the desk, while the other pointed accusatorily at Wang Tiantian. His teeth bared as he began, "You, an uneducated wastrel. What of it if I scold you? A troublemaker like you deserves reproach from any teacher. And now you've crossed the line, daring to retort, this is how your parents raised you? Clearly, there's no semblance of proper upbringing. You speak of suicide. If you dare to take that step, I shall spend a bit to burn incense in your memory. A worthless creature flaunting itself here. Who are you trying to impress? Wang Tiantian found herself amused, believing that her original self-s foul tongue had been inherited from Liang Jufang. But now it appeared that this teacher had played a part as well. Teacher, do you harbor a grudge against my father? The abruptness of her comment left Du momentarily speechless, his furious tirade interrupted as he gazed at her in bewilderment. She continued otherwise. Why do you hold such animosity towards me? Your insults are so harsh that I thought you had a vendetta against my father. After all, I am but a child. Surely, I wouldn't have any reason to disturb your family's ancestral tomb. Wang Tiantian articulated her thoughts fluently, and despite her desk-mate's desperate attempts to restrain her, she remained undeterred. Ing Shimi felt hopeless, burying her face in her arms atop the desk. The other students stared at her in shock, their expressions mirroring that of witnesses to madness. Du, having taught for nearly a decade, had reprimanded countless students, yet none had ever retorted so audaciously. How could he not be astonished? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Have you lost your mind? Come here. Let me see whether your face is thicker than your backside. With that, he retrieved a slender wooden stick from beneath his desk, clearly intent on administering corporal punishment. However, Wang Tiantian was no fool. She would not willingly approach him for a beating. You have only heard one side of the story and have not even grasped the truth before hurling insults at me. Tell me, if this were to happen to you, would you allow others to berate you so? Du's ire was clearly directed at Wang Tiantian alone. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Do you think you are a flower that no one would accuse? I know it's you without question. Among this entire class, there is no one else capable of such a despicable act. Wang Tiantian nodded. All right, if that is the case, then please do so. Teacher, Du shouted. I am the teacher. What other teacher do you wish for? Yet, upon reflection, he reconsidered. In this era, it was commonplace for children to be disciplined under the rod, not only by their parents but also by their teachers. Zhou Zheng's patience seemed futile at that moment. He composed himself and slowly spoke. Teacher, you have already formed a preconceived notion that I instigated this situation. No matter what I say, you will not believe me. Hence, I believe it would be more prudent for our homeroom teacher to assess the matter. At that moment, Zhou Zheng was seated in his office, diligently grading the assignments he had assigned the previous day. He was currently scrutinizing Wang Tiantian's workbook, his brow furrowed in disbelief. What on earth is this child writing? Is it a foreign script? Moreover, despite having instructed the use of fountain pens, why is the entire page filled with pencil marks? Just then, a knock sounded on the office door. Zhou Zheng responded and, upon realizing he could not decipher the writing any longer, sighed and closed the workbook, contemplating calling a certain individual to his office after class. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Cao Cao standing before him. A look of indignation etched across his face. Little did he know, this remark had stirred a hornet's nest. Wang Tiantian's round, expressive eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Zhou Zheng, taken aback, inquired, "What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Who has wronged you?" The mention of Teacher Du immediately clarified Wang Tiantian's distress for Zhou Zheng. Teacher Du is notorious for his sharp tongue throughout the school, and many students had been reduced to tears by his scolding. However, for a student to be scolded and then allowed to leave the classroom suggested that the situation was far from simple. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Zhou Zheng glared at her and said, "Wipe those tears away quickly. Teacher, Du does not scold without reason. Now, tell me what transpired." After hearing the full account, Zhou Zheng sighed and said, "Come with me." The two then proceeded to the classroom in tandem. In the 5th grade classroom, Wang Qingye observed the two figures passing by the window with a sense of curiosity. He had just seen his cousin walk by during the break, and now she was following the teacher into the classroom. Her red eyes suggested she had been crying. Could it be that she had gotten into some trouble? In the 4th grade classroom, Teacher Du was also absent from teaching today, sitting casually in his chair with a mocking gaze directed at Wang Tiantian as she entered behind Zhou Zheng. What difference did it make that Zhou Zheng had been summoned? A mere puppet. How much could he truly influence? Initially indifferent to who instigated the conflict, today, given Wang Tiantian's defiance, he was determined to place the blame squarely on her shoulders. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Tiantian was met with Teacher Du's disdainful glare and the gleeful expressions of her classmates, particularly Hao Jue and Hao Jinhua. Only her deskmate, smiling, looked at her with concern, murmuring something in reassurance. In the year 18, Teacher Zhou was not one to mince words. Smiling was genuinely concerned for Wang Tiantian, for during her brief visit to seek Teacher Zhou's guidance, Teacher Du had already sternly warned the entire class to refrain from interfering in Wang Tiantian's affairs. Even when questioned by Teacher Zhou, they could only assert that Wang Tiantian had instigated the situation. In her eyes, Wang Tiantian was certainly destined for punishment today. After all, she was merely a child, a student, and how could she possibly contend with a teacher? Wang Tiantian did not fully comprehend Smirling's words, but upon observing the expressions of her classmates, she could surmise the gist of the matter. Initially, she thought this teacher merely had a sharp tongue, but it now seemed that her lack of professionalism extended beyond mere words. Teacher Du, positioning herself at the moral high ground, portrayed herself as a victim, declaring, "I truly did not wish to trouble you, but the students in your class are exceptionally unruly and impossible to manage. Thus, I have no choice but to seek your intervention." With a disdainful snort, Teacher Du added, "That is well and good, but this matter is also pertinent to me. I must be here to ensure that I am not unjustly implicated by those troublesome individuals." Teacher Zhou smiled awkwardly, replying, "Oh, Teacher Du, that is hardly the case. The students hold you in great esteem. They would never dare sully your reputation." Teacher Du, tossing her disheveled hair with a sarcastic air, retorted, "You simply do not understand your students well enough. They are audacious, even threatening to disturb my ancestors' graves. How could they possibly respect me as their teacher?" Wang Tiantian remained unfazed by Teacher Du's accusations, yet Teacher Zhou shot her a fierce glare. He had just begun to appreciate this child, and now, within the span of an hour, she had embroiled him in a significant dilemma. Nevertheless, as her teacher, he felt compelled to defend her. And knowing the full context of the situation, he placed his trust in Wang Tiantian. Thus, he boldly defended his student, stating, "No, I believe Teacher Du must have misheard. What student would dare utter such rebellious words? I know my students well. While they may be mischievous, such language is absolutely out of character. It seems you may have mistakenly attributed your own words to them." Indeed, Teacher Zhou appeared soft-spoken and gentle, but when it came to resolving issues, he was resolute. In this instance, he knew that the words in question were likely spoken by Wang Tiantian, yet he could not openly acknowledge this.
To do so would jeopardize her well-being.
Teacher Du, with her sharp tongue, had a reputation that made most steer clear of her, and though he wished to avoid confrontation, he had no choice but to face it now. Wang Tiantian, feeling wronged, pouted. By all that was good, whether in this life or the last, she had always held her teachers in high regard. However, Teacher Du's behavior was simply excessive. People often claimed that women were gossipy. Yet this man's words surpassed those of most women. Having been insulted so openly, how could she refrain from retaliating? Wouldn't that make her seem too easy to bully? In a moment of insidiousness, the usually reticent Du, who had never been one to raise his voice, found himself at a loss as Zhou, with a disarming smile, twisted the truth, nearly causing him to choke on his disbelief.
"Zhou,
Are you implying that I am becoming senile? Or do you think I am the sort of person who would malign a student?" Zhou maintained his cheerful demeanor, dismissively waving his hands as if to ward off the accusation. "Not at all. Your mathematical prowess is unparalleled in our school. How could you be losing your faculties, much less slandering students? It's merely that everyone experiences such delusions, like myself, having grown accustomed to the news broadcast. I mistook a reading by Wang Tiantian for an actual news segment." Du, incredulous, retorted, "What on earth do these two scenarios have in common? Are you underestimating my mathematical acumen by suggesting I lack understanding in language arts?" Zhou, unfazed, replied, No, do not miss the point. My advice is simply this. Refrain from incessantly cursing others or threatening their ancestors, for excessive verbal aggression may lead to backlash." Amused yet frustrated, Du gestured toward the students in the classroom, asserting, "You don't believe me, but surely you trust your own students. Ask them if I have ever uttered such a curse." Zhou, still smiling, turned to the students and said, "Classmates, I have faith that you are all good children who would not lie. Speak the truth without fear. However, if anyone stirs the pot unnecessarily, the teacher will be displeased. Those in the know, please raise your hands and speak up." After delivering this admonition, he playfully patted his waist, musing aloud about the need for a home visit, much to the students' chagrin. They collectively pondered why they, mere children, were embroiled in adult conflicts, grappling with societal adversities far beyond their years. Despite Zhou's encouragement for honesty, the glint in his eyes conveyed a silent threat, effectively silencing any potential dissent. Who would dare to voice their thoughts when both the mathematics teacher and the homeroom teacher loomed over them?
Du site cowardly.
Aware that Zhou was audaciously intimidating the students right in front of him, when no one dared to speak, Du's frustration boiled over, and he directly called upon Chao Jinhua, the very student whose complaint had triggered this entire debacle. "Chao Jinhua, your turn." Despite her internal distress, she realized that had she known the situation would escalate to this, she would have chosen to remain silent rather than risk the wrath of the teachers. Alas, the spotlight was now upon her, and with both teachers fixated on her, she had no choice but to stand up, knowing she could not offend either. "Teacher, I heard Wang Tiantian say that," she declared, summoning her courage. Du shot a challenging glance at Zhou and Wang, but their calm demeanor revealed no signs of panic. Wang remained composed, while Zhou maintained his benign smile. "You claim to have heard Wang Tiantian say this?" Zhou asked, his smile unwavering, startled by his gaze. Chao Jinhua stammered but gained resolve, exclaiming yes. She then distorted the truth without hesitation, claiming, "I was writing with my pen when Wang Tiantian suddenly approached and snatched it away." Zhou's eyes glimmered with interest as he probed further. "Is that so?" With newfound confidence, Chao pointed to the pen on Wang's desk, insisting, "If you don't believe me, you can check. My pen is still with her." Seizing the moment, Du interjected, "Zhou, did you hear that? The student you defend is bold enough to steal and even insult teachers. What else might she do?" His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Chao Jinhua. "Your account differs significantly from what I have heard. Are you certain you are not lying? If you made a mistake, acknowledging it will spare you further consequences. But if you are maliciously slandering a classmate, that is a grave matter, and I will have to involve your parents." Chao's face fell, and indignantly she retorted, "Teacher, do you believe I am deceiving you? Have you been led to believe that I instigated this incident by breaking her pen?" Zhou paused, quickly grasping the situation, but masked his realization with a shake of his head. "Not at all. What I heard was that you two had a dispute yesterday, during which you not only broke her pen but also ruined her book. Because of your actions, she could not complete her homework and had to resort to writing with a pencil." He continued, "Initially, I thought she was being disruptive, but I now understand that she used a pencil because she lacked a pen." Zhou's tone turned serious. "Chao Jinhua, your behavior is unacceptable. You have willfully damaged someone else's property. While your age may shield you from punishment, it will undoubtedly affect your relationships, especially with textbooks, which are invaluable. You have rendered hers unrecognizable." He gestured toward Wang's battered math book. Chao Jinhua's jaw dropped in disbelief. How had an incident from recess today transformed into an accusation from yesterday? Furthermore, she did not ruin Wang Tiantian's book. It had become tattered due to Wang's negligence. She had merely tossed it aside. Yet Zhou remained unfazed, his expression stoic as he regarded her. Unwilling to accept this injustice, Chao fervently defended herself. "No, that is not true." Wang seized the opportunity to counter. "How can that be? If you had not broken my pen, I would not have had to resort to using a pencil for my homework." Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, her language homework was written in pencil. If Du does not believe it, he can inspect her math assignment, which is likely the same. Wang's innocent demeanor transformed into one of pitiful pleading. "Alas, my family is not well off. While a pen may seem trivial to some, it is a significant loss for us. Without it, I am at a loss as to how I shall complete my assignments." With her cherubic features and doe-like eyes, Wang masterfully evoked sympathy. Though such feelings were absent among Du and Chao Jinhua, who harbored nothing but resentment toward her. Chao Jinhua, observing her demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to tear her face apart and vehemently retorted, "You are lying. I left early from school yesterday and did not damage your pen. Her expression, filled with disgust, indicated that Chao Jinhua had committed some heinous act against her. Under the disapproving gaze of Zhou Zheng, Chao Jinhua's face flushed crimson with anger and urgency. Disregarding everything, she pointed at Wang Tiantian and exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense. Your book was already in that condition. I merely tossed it to the ground. I did not step on it. If you don't believe me, take out the book and see if there are any shoe prints." The classmates in the room were rendered speechless. While they remained silent, she was the first to inadvertently confess. Wang Tiantian did not allow her the chance to react. Continuing to manipulate the situation, "I wonder what about my book and pen offended you so much that you treated them so poorly. Furthermore, I fail to comprehend why you accuse me of stealing your pen. Just look at you, tall and strong. How could I possibly steal from you? It was you who stole from me. Not only did you take my pen, but you struck me as well." Wang Tiantian feigned innocence, slowly picking up the pen and stating, "This pen was clearly picked up by me from the ground, and before I could even warm it up, you snatched it away. I cannot simply stand by and watch you take what belongs to me. You are talking nonsense." Chao Jinhua was infuriated, cursing outright. In her fury, she turned to her desk mate, Kai Huahua, and asked, "Kai Huahua, tell me, wasn't he my pen stolen by her?" Sure. Kaihua glanced at Teacher Du before nodding affirmatively. Pointing at Wang Tiantian and asserting, she tried to steal Chao Jinhua's pen, and when Chao Jinhua refused, she hit her. It was quite vicious. This incited the ire of the class. Sure. Kaihua did not stop there. She turned to the other classmates, seeking corroboration, right? The others hesitated momentarily, before slowly nodding. Except for the class monitor, Li Qing, and Wang Tiantian's desk mate, smiling. Wang Tiantian, however, did not appear dismayed. Instead, she adopted a tone of contrition. Lowering her head and apologizing to Chao Jinhua, "I'm sorry. I should not have taken your pen." Seeing this, Chao Jinhua lifted her head triumphantly, thinking, "Look, the entire class is on my side. Even if this little wretch calls for Teacher Zhou, what difference does it make? She will still be embarrassed." She was determined not to forgive her so easily. Thus, Chao Jinhua maintained her haughty demeanor, entirely oblivious to the sardonic smirk at the corner of Wang Tiantian's mouth. She failed to recognize what she had previously admitted, nor did she grasp the distinction between stealing and taking. Wang Tiantian, not waiting for Chao Jinhua to speak, straightened up, a cunning smile gracing her lips. "I have apologized, so now it is your turn to compensate." As she extended her hand towards Chao Jinhua, the latter, still basking in her moment of pride, was taken aback. "Compensate for what?" Wang Tiantian pointed at the books on her desk. "Of course, you must compensate for my book. You have ruined it to the point that it is no longer readable. Do I not deserve recompense?" Chao Jinhua erupted in anger once more. "You are ridiculous. Your book was in that condition to begin with. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Tiantian countered, "Clearly. You are the one who threw my book into such disarray, and now you wish to deny responsibility?" Chao Jinhua had initially envisioned Wang Tiantian sobbing and pleading for her forgiveness, but to her astonishment, she found herself once again being accused. Her grip on the pen tightening in fury. "The book was already like that. I did not ruin it. You cannot pin this on me." Wang Tiantian's eyes glimmered, and she swiftly inquired, "Who can decide?" Chao Jinhua waved her hand dismissively. "The whole class can decide. Classmates, before I tossed her book, it was already in this state. Was it not?" The classmates, taken aback, pondered her words, realizing the precarious pit she had dug for herself. "This is dragging us all down." The students suddenly regretted their decision to assist such a foolish person. Studying was already exhausting. Why must they endure such tribulations? Just as Chao Jinhua was about to continue her taunts against Wang Tiantian, she was interrupted by Wang Tiantian's rapid questioning, which left her flabbergasted. "Then, why did you throw my book?" "Because you yelled at me. Throughout my life, my parents have never raised their voices at me. Where do you get the audacity to shout at me?" Wang Tiantian smiled at her, asking, "And why should I yell at you? It was merely a pen that was broken. It was you who caused me to be punished by the teacher to clean the restroom." At this moment, Chao Jinhua suddenly realized the gravity of her words, her face turning pale. She recognized that she had made a grave mistake. Initially, she had held confidence, believing that with Teacher Du's warning, no student in the class would dare expose her. Yet, unexpectedly, the one to reveal her was none other than herself. Teacher Du was exceedingly furious. Instinctively, she glanced at him, only to find him glaring at her in disappointment, turning to leave. The classmates, especially those who had provided false testimony, regarded her with disdain, their gazes filled with reproach. Amid her bewilderment, a sweet, clear voice suddenly rang out, "Teacher Du, please wait." Instantly, all attention shifted from Chao Jinhua to Wang Tiantian, and even the frowning teacher, Du, diverted some of his focus. Observing the stiff and immobile Teacher Du, Teacher Zhou shot a disapproving look at Wang Tiantian. Enough of this. The classmates exchanged glances, thinking, "You truly have a knack for fabricating nonsense." Wang Tiantian showed no sign of remorse for her falsehood, continuing her charade. "We all know what kind of person Teacher Zhou is, and as your colleague, you must also understand that he is not one to lie. While your words may have been harsh, I would never stoop so low as to speak such things to you." With a deliberate tone, she addressed Teacher Du. "Therefore, Teacher Du, you have wronged me. Not only in regard to the matter between me and Chao Jinhua, but also in your claim that I spoke disrespectfully to you. Now that the truth has emerged, do you not owe your student an apology?" Teacher Du's face darkened, his anger palpable as he listened to Wang Tiantian's nonsensical assertions, causing him to question his own memory. "You all very well." Teacher Du glanced between Wang Tiantian and Zhou Zheng, intending to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. "Oh, Teacher Du, how could you behave in such a manner? As educators, we must not show favoritism nor wrongfully accuse students. You should promptly apologize to this student." It was Teacher Li from the 3rd grade, who happened to be helping her students with their assignments and coincidentally overheard the commotion from the adjacent class. Initially indifferent, she was taken aback to discover that Teacher Du was embroiled in the situation. The school had 3 mathematics teachers, one of whom taught 2 grades. Last year, she taught 5th and 2nd grades, and this year was assigned to teach 6th grade mathematics. However, news had recently circulated that a teacher would be promoted to teach at the middle school, with priority given to those teaching 6th grade. Because of this, someone shamelessly attempted to claim the 6th grade mathematics course, and had it not been for the absence of prior replacement protocols and the individual's poor reputation, it was likely that 6th grade mathematics would have indeed been taken from her. This is it. The teacher even informed her that this person was behind her, hurling insults and curses. Had she found evidence, she would have surely attacked him, a grown man with a tongue more vicious than a gossiping woman. Now a spectacle awaits, and it would be a shame to miss it. Teacher Li chuckled, unfazed, and remarked, "Oh dear, I'm merely reminding you. To ascend to the position of a middle school teacher, one must also be evaluated on their character. If this information were to spread, wouldn't your promotion be jeopardized?" Of course, Teacher Li's words were not merely kind reminders. While his teaching in mathematics was indeed commendable, his reputation among the faculty was notorious. Having now lost the chance to teach 6th graders, the likelihood of that position falling into his lap was slim. Her remarks were merely a provocation, aimed at keeping him preoccupied with his disparaging comments about her. Teacher Du understood Teacher Li's intentions and had no desire to let this woman witness her own folly. He shot a fierce glare at Wang Tiantian before storming out. Wang Tiantian, comprehending the meaning behind his look, remained unfazed. As for an apology, she never imagined a teacher would concede so easily to a student. In this era, where respect for teachers is paramount, even if a teacher erred, they were still considered right. There was no opportunity for students to rebuke educators. This time, she merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Zhou Zheng had always maintained a conciliatory stance, preferring to avoid trouble. Moreover, today Wang Tiantian had caught his favorable attention, which led him to lean slightly in her favor. In the past, she could hardly have expected him to support her. It would have been more likely for him to impose punishment alongside her. Furthermore, who could blame Teacher Du for his foul tongue, having offended many? A person with even a modicum of good rapport wouldn't side with the teacher in a confrontation with a student, but they certainly wouldn't exacerbate the situation. This unfortunate child had angered a man as petty as a needle SI. She would surely face hardships in the future. Teacher Zhou shot a disapproving glance at Wang Tiantian, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. The lesson concluded with punishments for the students. Wang Tiantian, after class, you shall copy the entire 3-character classic from the Chinese textbook. Ensure your writing is impeccable. Do not submit it if it resembles mere scribbles, or I shall not let you off lightly. Wang Tiantian was reluctant to accept this, but the reality left her no choice. Thus, she timidly raised her hand. Report, teacher. I have no pen. Before Teacher Zhou could respond, Chao Jinhua's expression soured immediately, for Zhou Zheng's gaze had settled upon her. Chao Jinhua felt wronged, and, with tears streaming down her face, shouted at Teacher Zhou, "You only scold me. She hit me. Why don't you punish her?" Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Chao Jinhua's face and her disheveled hair. Indeed, her injuries were quite severe, with 2 distinct handprints still visible, resembling a delicate flower battered by the storm. Teacher Zhou felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had indeed overlooked this detail, and it was his error. Ahem, Wang Tiantian. You too. Why can't students resolve their disputes verbally? Even if you cannot come to an agreement, you should seek the teacher as assistance. How can you resort to violence? As he spoke, he glared at Wang Tiantian, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable." Wang Tiantian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lowered her head in acknowledgement. "Teacher, the student acknowledges her mistake." Then, with utmost sincerity, she apologized to Chao Jinhua. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. Rest assured, as long as you refrain from hitting me, I will not retaliate." Teacher Zhou softened his expression, choosing to overlook the inconsistencies in her words, simply stating, "It is good that you know to apologize. Such behavior must not be repeated." He then turned to Chao Jinhua and added, "You too. If you do not provoke her, I assure you she will not seek trouble with you. Quickly, make amends, and give her a pen. This child, I believe it is time I visit your home." "All right, enough of this. Let us not escalate a trivial matter," Teacher Zhou said, unable to tolerate Wang Tiantian's antics any longer. Wang Tiantian pouted, her expression one of grievance. "Teacher, it's not that I wish to make things difficult for her, it's just that the pen was a gift from my father. It is far more precious to him than it is to me. If he discovers that it has been damaged, he will be furious, and my life will be unbearable. I can't let her know this, of course." Yet she left her statement half-finished, which was just as well. This pen was indeed a considerable expense for Wang Xingpei. Though not purchased for Wang Tiantian, but rather passed down from her older brother in middle school. However, that did not hinder Wang Tiantian from exaggerating the situation. After all, should her father find out that his gift was broken, she could expect a severe reprimand. Teacher Zhou wore a serious expression. Chao Jinhua muttered an understanding, "Got it." Then Teacher Zhou cast a glance at Shi Kaihua, whose face darkened further. Describing her as a troublemaker was an understatement. She had inserted herself into matters that did not concern her. Though her words contained some truth, they were laced with insincerity, akin to gossiping village women. He surveyed the other students, contemplating saying something but ultimately refrained, simply calling out, "Class dismissed." As soon as the bell rang, Wang Tiantian extended her hand towards Chao Jinhua. Believing she was about to strike, Chao Jinhua quickly recoiled, prompting Wang Tiantian to roll her eyes dramatically. "Give it here." Chao Jinhua froze. "What? The pen? Are you going to help me copy the book?" Chao Jinhua pouted and angrily retorted, "I haven't bought it yet. Why should I give it to you?" Wang Tiantian scoffed. "You have the audacity to claim righteousness after damaging my pen? Go buy one now. I'm in a hurry to copy the text." Chao Jinhua stared at her incredulously, finally losing her temper. "Are you out of your mind? I don't have enough money on me to buy you a pen. This is your problem to solve. All I know is that I need a pen right now, and you are the one responsible for this mess. If I don't ask you, who should I turn to? Hurry up, don't waste my time." Chao Jinhua, desperate for allies, turned to her classmates for support, only to find that no one acknowledged her plight. Even her deskmate, Shi Kaihua, seemed oblivious to their conversation. Frustrated and anxious, Chao Jinhua realized she could not afford to part with her own pen. Just then, a knock on the window beside Wang Tiantian drew her attention. Turning, she saw Wang Qingye waving at her. She raised an eyebrow and walked over. "Brother Qingye, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Wang Qingye inquired. his brow slightly furrowed with concern. Wang Tiantian silently clicked her tongue. Had her cousin been provoked by her? Why was he suddenly involving himself in her affairs? What do you want? She thought but did not say, opting instead for a nonchalant response, I'm fine. Did you have a disagreement with Teacher Du? The old brick building offered no sound insulation, and students from the adjacent class had overheard the altercation. Wang Tiantian smirked slightly, just a minor misunderstanding. Wang Qingye, recognizing her reluctance to divulge further, produced a pen from behind his back and handed it to her. Here, use this for now. Wang Tiantian was momentarily taken aback, not responding but instead turning to Wang Qingye and inquiring, what about you? Wang Qingye chuckled nonchalantly. My desk mate has an extra pen. I'll borrow his for now. Wang Tiantian gazed hesitantly at the pen that Wang Qingye extended towards her. Understanding her hesitation, he directly placed the pen into her hand and turned to leave. Wang Tiantian sighed silently as she held the warm pen. Since it was Friday, school had let out early. However, halfway through her departure, she noticed a hunched figure ahead, carrying a bundle of firewood. It was none other than Hao Jue. At that moment, he was thoughtfully rubbing an inconspicuous jade ring on his left thumb, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Hao Jue had long been perplexed by the inexplicable nature of his rebirth, as well as the mysterious appearance of the ring on his hand. Initially, he had felt a sudden searing pain in his thumb just as he approached the town, and the ring had inexplicably materialized. He had thought that merely being reborn was astonishing enough, yet he soon discovered something even more extraordinary. This ring was no ordinary accessory, as it had the capacity to hold treasures within. Inside, he envisioned a plethora of gold, silver, and ancient artifacts. Any single item could sustain him for a lifetime in this impoverished valley. Regrettably, he was unable to access these treasures, akin to holding a golden bowl while begging, visible yet unattainable. This sensation was particularly distressing for someone like him, who was eager to gain strength and seek vengeance. Lost in his frustration, Hao Jue suddenly sensed a lightening of the burden on his back. He swiftly turned around, only to hear the thud of something falling and a familiar exclamation of pain. Upon seeing the familiar yet strange face, he coldly took a few steps back and questioned Wang Tiantian, "What do you want?" The path was muddy and littered with uneven stones. Wang Tiantian had intended to assist him, but she had not anticipated that he would turn around abruptly and, caught off guard, she stumbled over a branch and fell, bracing herself against the stones, which caused tears to well up in her eyes. Her good intentions had led to her own injury.
Now,
confronted by the ungrateful gaze of the boy, Wang Tiantian felt a surge of anger within her. Serves you right. You meddled in matters that didn't concern you. And not only did he show no gratitude, but he also regarded me as an antagonist. How delightful. Though she was upset, she recognized her own recklessness in acting without warning. It was natural for him to be startled. Furthermore, she felt a twinge of guilt towards this frail boy. Even though it was the original owner of this body who had acted, she was now inhabiting it. Which year did Hong Kong return? Under the dual pressures of self-reflection and guilt, Wang Tiantian managed to persuade herself and then raised a sweet smile, attempting to present a friendly demeanor to Hao Jue. I apologize for startling you. A warning bell rang in Hao June's mind, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Observing his increasingly wary expression, Wang Tiantian felt frustrated and disheartened. What happened to the weak and easily bullied boy? Why is my sincere kindness met with suspicion? I merely wanted to help you carry that heavy bundle of wood, she thought.
Yet,
this explanation proved futile as she noticed Hao June's cautious gaze transform into one of skepticism, tinged with mockery. What are you trying to pull this time? He retorted, his voice icy. Wang Tiantian stood there, bewildered. What are you talking about? I seem to not understand.
Keep your distance from me.
With that, Hao Jue coldly warned before turning away. That person is truly bothersome. Wang Tiantian exclaimed inwardly. She touched her face, questioning herself. Am I not adorable? Is my demeanor not friendly? Are my eyes not sincere? Why does he react this way? You little brat. Yet, recalling the former owner's actions, Wang Tiantian felt a sense of guilt. After all, if someone who constantly bullied her suddenly approached with kindness, she would undoubtedly suspect their intentions and might even retaliate. Resolute in seeking forgiveness, Wang Tiantian composed herself and boldly approached the path of reconciliation. She caught up with Hao Jue and, after careful consideration, spoke up, "I realize I was excessively harsh towards you before, and I understand you're likely quite angry with me. I sincerely apologize." Hao Jue paused, a frown creasing his brow, his mind swirling with doubt. Something is amiss. This isn't right. In his past life, Wang Tiantian would never have acted in such a manner. Even on the day of her demise, she had remained utterly arrogant. This morning, he had diverged from the path of his previous life. And while he found the events perplexing, he hadn't dwelled on them.
But now?
If this morning she had acted out of impulse, what could explain her sudden willingness to assist him and even apologize? Such humility was not characteristic of the proud Wang Tiantian he knew. Thus, one conclusion emerged. She, like him, must have undergone a rebirth. Yet, was that truly possible? If he could return, it was plausible that she could as well. This thought weighed heavily on him, prompting him to resolve to test the waters. What misunderstanding do you have about yourself? Wang Tiantian was momentarily stunned by the unexpected question. She was at a loss. This was the conclusion Hao Jue had drawn from her expression. Of course, this conclusion was not definitive. She could very well be pretending to be innocent. However, he deemed that unlikely, for she lacked the cunning to deceive. Furthermore, even if she had indeed been reborn, why would she seek to ingratiate herself with him? Regardless of the possibilities, Hao Jue remained vigilant. In this lifetime, he would not allow anyone to manipulate him. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantian felt a pang of anxiety. Have I revealed too much of my eagerness? She wondered. Recalling a discussion from her textbooks, she deduced that he likely wanted to ascertain her knowledge. Feigning indifference, Hao Jue continued walking. Wang Tiantian stepped in front of him again, looking at him with utmost sincerity. Regarding yesterday's incident, I shouldn't have spoken to you in that manner. I apologize. Hao Jue halted, casting a cool smile at her. Do you think that because you merely uttered a few words which cost you nothing, I should instantly forgive you? Wang Tiantian's cheeks flushed, feeling embarrassed under his gaze and words. She repeatedly waved her hands, saying no. I understand that my words have deeply hurt you. I am truly remorseful, and my apology is sincere. I do not expect you to forgive me, but I will strive to earn your forgiveness. Hao Jue cast a sardonic glance her way, his expression stoic as he turned to leave. Leaving behind a single remark, "What talk of hurt? Keep your distance from me. I have no desire to see you so frequently." Wang Tiantian pressed her lips together, but did not feel disheartened. Instead, she boldly declared to Hao Jue's retreating figure, "I will make you forgive me." Though her heart ached, she understood that this was a debt owed by the original owner of this body, a debt that must be repaid. Of course, at that moment, she remained unaware of the true extent of this debt. Had she known, she might not have been so resolute in her declaration to repay it, but would have likely packed her belongings and left immediately. After gathering her thoughts, Wang Tiantian suddenly recalled something important. She turned her head slowly to the side and saw Wang Qingye, who was watching her with a look of bewilderment from a short distance away. Wang Tiantian awkwardly touched her nose and forced a laugh. "You haven't left yet?" However, Wang Qingye seemed oblivious to her embarrassment and approached her without hesitation, stating, "To speak frankly, I want tea."
Ah?
Wang Tiantian looked confused once more. Wang Qingye pointed at the figure ahead. Wang Tiantian's expression fell instantly, and with a sense of despair, she asked him, "Do you feel the same way?" Wang Qingye cleared his throat twice and said, "Perhaps you have misunderstood the words you uttered yesterday? Having not endured the suffering of others, one should not advise them to do good."
Not me, not me, not me.
In truth, you need not take it so seriously. You have already apologized to him. Just refrain from approaching him in the future, and whether he forgives you will become irrelevant. Wang Qingye nodded with a smile. "I believe in you. So what will you do next?" Wang Tiantian replied. "What do I do? How would I know? Let's not discuss that. What about you, Qingye?" Wang Tiantian propped her chin on one hand as she scrutinized Wang Qingye. "I remember you never meddled in my affairs before. Why the sudden kindness?" "Surely it cannot be because of what I said this morning." Wang Qingye pursed his lips and explained, "Tiantian, you must understand this principle. The lessons from our elders are guidance, and we should not harbor grievances. However, the admonishments from outsiders are mere bullying. And I cannot stand by while outsiders mistreat you. We are family and should coexist harmoniously, united against external forces. Do you understand? Wang Tiantian spoke earnestly, for this was how he perceived it. Regardless of how elders conduct themselves, they remain elders, but outsiders must not bully their family. Wang Tiantian gazed at her handsome cousin, struggling to comprehend how he could hold such beliefs. She agreed with his notion that outsiders' admonishments are indeed bullying, but she dismissed the idea that the lessons from family are guidance. Initially, she thought her cousin had suddenly changed his demeanor, but it seemed that this was simply how he had always viewed the world. His mother was not at fault, and she had no right to complain. Suddenly, Wang Tiantian broke into a light-hearted laugh. "Qingye, you say that the lessons from elders are guidance. But have you ever seen an elder from any family dumping a young child's food into a bucket of foul water? Have you ever witnessed an elder forcing an innocent child to lick the ground where they lost control and urinated? Have you seen any elder submerging their niece in a latrine?" Wang Tiantian articulated each statement with remarkable clarity, her gaze serious as she questioned Wang Qingye. His throat tightened, rendering him speechless. At that moment, her words echoed in his mind. Could he? Tiantian, I. Wang Qingye attempted to express something, only to find himself at a loss for words. He had never believed that his mother had acted wrongly, having not endured the suffering of others. One should not advise them to do good. "Qingye, you truly need to grasp the meaning of this phrase." This statement was not merely an admonition for Wang Qingye. It also served as a lesson for herself. Reflecting on the original owner's experiences, she felt a pang in her heart. How much malice had this 3- or 4-year-old child faced from the world? The abuse from relatives, the indifference of siblings, and the complicity of neighbors all contributed to the sorrow of this little girl. While she sympathized with her plight, she could not condone her actions. No matter the extent of her suffering, it could never justify her bullying of others. She could not place blame, but now that she had assumed control of this body, her responsibility was to ensure it would no longer be bullied, nor would it engage in wrongdoing. As for those who had wronged her, it mattered little whether they appeared before her. Should they dare to think her an easy target again, she would not hesitate to strip them of their ugly fads. Wang Qingye was taken aback by Wang Tiantian's words. Having not endured the suffering of others, one should not advise them to do good? Did that mean he was wrong? Was his mother at fault? Before he could clarify his thoughts, he felt something in his hand. Looking down, he found the pen he had lent to Wang Tiantian. Just then, he heard her voice. "Here it is. I appreciate your goodwill." Without waiting for his response, Wang Tiantian turned and walked away. This cousin was indeed admirable, however. If he could not alter his peculiar mindset, she would find it difficult to forge a friendship with him. Wang Tiantian did not dwell on it for long, as her mind was quickly consumed by her plans for making money. The following morning, as Wang Xingpei stepped out, Wang Tiantian followed closely behind. The impoverished mountain village was situated halfway up a hill, with a larger mountain looming above. Wang Tiantian aimed for the rear mountain. The front had been thoroughly scoured by those seeking mushrooms, leaving only the rear mountain, where few dared to venture, if she wished to find the medicinal herbs from before. It was the only place to search. Fortunately, she had consumed some oily rice for breakfast. Otherwise, with her small stature, climbing the mountain would have left her exhausted and famished. The mountains were predominantly covered with cypress and pine trees, the ground carpeted with dry, yellow pine needles that felt soft beneath her feet. As Wang Tiantian walked, she took in her surroundings. The transition between spring and summer meant fewer pine needles on the ground, and upon seeing the vast expanse of pine trees, a thought suddenly surged into her mind. However, it was not yet the right time. She could not be entirely certain. For now, her plan was to gather medicinal herbs and save money. In comparison to the mountains ahead, the trees on the rear mountain were denser, and stepping inside enveloped her in a sense of darkness. Nevertheless, Wang Tiantian felt no fear. On the contrary, she felt elated, for the more desolate the place, the fewer people would come, and the more precious herbs she might discover within. With this thought in mind, her spirits soared, eagerly awaiting the chance to find a valuable herb that could fetch a good price. Of course, this notion was delightful. So delightful that she momentarily forgot the harshness of society. After 2 hours of walking, Wang Tiantian had yet to find any particularly valuable herbs, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Beyond lay even deeper woods. She recalled hearing from someone in the village that wild boars roamed the back mountains. Wang Tiantian feared that she might encounter a beast, yet, glancing at the few scattered medicinal herbs in her hand, she steeled her resolve and ventured forth. What if fortune favored her? As it turned out, one should not raise expectations too early. In no time, she stumbled upon an injured young man. As she had anticipated, the deeper she delved into the dense forest, the more precious treasures she uncovered. Before long, she discovered a mushroom of rare quality, Lingji. Judging by its size and hue, it must have been at least a decade old. Wang Tiantian's face lit up. At this moment, such a Lingji was a rarity, worth a significant sum. Though merely 10 years old, it could fetch around 100 yuan. After finding this Lingji, her confidence soared. She carefully placed it in the woven basket on her back and continued her exploration. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on a small spot, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her mouth agape. What had she just seen? Eagerly, she pushed aside the surrounding grass and began to excavate the soil, and indeed, buried within was a splendid golden caterpillar fungus. Cordyceps sinensis, here in abundance. Wang Tiantian beamed with excitement as she delicately picked it up, then resumed her meticulous search. Although the value of Cordyceps sinensis in this era was nowhere near the exorbitant prices of future generations, it could still be worth nearly 10,000 yuan. Even if she only found a couple of liang, it would be a substantial profit. The heavens reward the diligent. Despite her neck nearly straining under the weight, she felt no fatigue, for in her hands rested a bundle of cordyceps, weighing at least half a jin, which could easily amount to over 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. This excursion had proven to be immensely worthwhile. As the daylight waned, she hurried down the mountain to sell her findings at the town's apothecary. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps with her basket when she heard a pained cry. Wang Tiantian's heart raced. How could there be anyone in this forsaken place? Was she encountering a ghost? Her skepticism was understandable. Considering her own experience of traversing realms, what was impossible anymore? Tightening the strap on her shoulder, she glanced around, picking up a stick the thickness of her forearm, and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Upon spotting a figure, she paused in surprise. Was that Hao Jue? The person sitting on the ground, clutching a bleeding arm. Could only be him. Beside him lay a small wild boar, lifeless. Wang Tiantian quickly grasped the situation and rushed over to Hao Jue. Get away. Don't come closer, he barked, his face darkening upon recognizing her. Today had truly been a stroke of bad luck for him. Not only was he injured, but he had also encountered such an unpleasant person. Realizing her character, Hao Jue furrowed his brow. He needed money, which was why he had ventured into the mountains to hunt, intending to sell his catch. Little did he know, an unfortunate mishap had led to an injury from the wild boar. If she called for help, he might not be able to fend them off. Wang Tiantian, equally frustrated, contemplated leaving him be. However, recalling her earlier words and observing his current condition, she couldn't bring herself to walk away. You're hurt. Hao Jue longed to retort, mind your own business, but restrained his anger, wary that she might summon a crowd to snatch his catch. What do you want? He asked, eyeing her suspiciously. Admit it, you want my help. Wang Tiantian sighed. What else can I do? If you don't treat that injury soon, you'll suffer the consequences. Before he could respond, she continued, you've stolen a baby wild boar. Aren't you afraid its parents will come looking for you? Hao Jue glanced at the boar's carcass, realizing she spoke the truth. He had indeed relied on sheer luck to find a solitary wild boar. But Wang Tiantian, with her skills, he doubted would be of much help. Despite their mutual shortcomings, he had at least carved out a place for himself in life, bolstered by memories of his past. Hence, he felt justified in mocking her. Do you even know how to treat wounds? Wang Tiantian remained silent, preferring to let her actions speak for themselves. With a sweet smile, she squatted beside him. Fortunately, she had gathered some medicinal herbs during her journey, which were now quite handy. Without hesitation, she lifted his outer garment. Much to his astonishment, he instinctively struggled, his face darkening with disgust as he shouted, What are you doing? Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes. exasperated. What does it look like? I'm cleaning your wound. Do you expect me to use your clothes instead? With such a commotion, one might think she intended something nefarious. Realizing his misunderstanding, Hao Yan still remained cautious, fully aware of her shamelessness. I'll handle it myself. Yet, instead of using his clothing, he fumbled for an old handkerchief from his pocket. Seeing his clumsy attempts to clean the wound, Wang Tiantian could no longer watch. She swiftly snatched the handkerchief and wiped the injury with efficiency. Next came the application of medicine. She retrieved a herb from her basket and offered it to Hao Yan, saying, "Take this." He hesitated, leaning back. Suspicion etched across his face. Did she intend to poison him? He shouldn't have expected her to genuinely help him. It seemed she had ulterior motives. Wang Tiantian, noticing his reluctance, couldn't help but laugh. What? Do you think I'm trying to kill you? Hao Yan shot her a cold glare, his eyes clearly conveying his disbelief. You? Someone who knows nothing about herbs. Want to treat my injury? Now you're asking me to ingest this unknown plant? What are you really after? The more he pondered, the more he felt justified in his suspicions. Feeling exasperated, Wang Tiantian raised the stick she had brought for protection, smiling at the sight of his shocked expression.
See?
If I truly wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have made a fuss. I would have simply knocked you out. Why go through all this trouble? Since you're too scared to eat it, I will. Ignoring his grimace, she popped the herb into her mouth. Hao Yan watched in astonishment as her audacity seemed boundless. Was she not afraid of being poisoned? Or did she truly know her herbs? Yet, when he saw her chewing and then spitting it into her palm, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, Hao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she dare? The gooey mass, now tainted with her saliva, was pressed against his arm, igniting a fury within him. Disgusting, truly revolting. Hao Jue dared not look any further, fearing that a mere glance would cause him to regurgitate. Having lived a second life and experienced the splendor of the world, he developed a sense of cleanliness. Thus, witnessing the current scene made him feel as though he might expel his breakfast. On the other hand, Wang Tiantian crouched nearby with a smile, not only watching him but also firmly pressing down on his wound to prevent him from discarding the herbal remedy. There was no alternative. Having insisted he chew it himself, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Now it was too late for him to express his disdain. Wang Tiantian, you wicked woman. Let me go. Hao Jue glared at the source of his torment, unable to shake off the large clump attached to his arm, his face dark with frustration. Wang Tiantian shook her head vigorously, insisting, "No, this herbal remedy is essential for your recovery. It must stay on for several hours to ensure its efficacy." However, the ordeal was not over. Wang Tiantian continued to wear a smile that Hao Jue found utterly detestable. "This is not the end. I need to bandage you up properly. As your tendons have also been affected, I must adjust them to enhance the absorption of the remedy." A sharp pang of pain surged through Hao Jue's wound before he could utter a word.
Ugh.
The sudden agony provoked a muffled groan from him, and he swiftly pressed his lips together, though his tightly furrowed brow betrayed his discomfort. Just bear with it a little longer, Wang Tiantian thought gleefully. Despite her guilt towards him, she found him exceedingly unlikable, and a part of her relished the opportunity to make him suffer in silence. Hao Jue shot her a fierce glare and then closed his eyes, wishing to escape the sight of her. Wang Tiantian mentally praised him. "Not bad, kid. You can endure." Meanwhile, Hao Jue seethed inwardly. "You wicked Wang Tiantian, I knew you harbored ill intentions. Just wait, I will turn your name around if I ever let you off easily." Both were secretly engaged in a battle of wills, oblivious to the saying that fortunes change hands. After tending to Hao Jue, Wang Tiantian prepared to rise and leave. While packing her backpack, some cordyceps wrapped in leaves accidentally slipped out. Initially curious about her intentions in this mountainous region, Hao Jue's eyes narrowed at the sight of the exposed cordyceps, and he called out, "Wait." Surprised that Hao Jue recognized the cordyceps, Wang Tiantian did not rush to conceal them but turned to him with a questioning glance. Hao Jue stood up and approached her, reaching out to examine a piece of cordyceps closely. "I didn't expect you to be such a savvy Hao Jue," she thought, astonished at his precision. "Put that down. You must let go." Although she internally screamed, her expression remained unchanged, and she even smiled at him. asking, "What is the matter?" The longer Hao Jue stared at the item in his hand, the more it resembled the precious, soft gold worth thousands in the future. He had previously consumed powder made from this substance after his rise to fortune, ensuring any leftovers were meticulously preserved. However, when he glanced back at Wang Tiantian, her demeanor was calm, as if she were unaware of the item's value. Had it been before, he might not have thought twice, but after their recent exchange, he began to suspect that she was well aware of its worth, or else she would not have ventured into the mountains seeking it. "Do you know what this is?" Instead of revealing his knowledge, he cautiously inquired. His eyes flickered with intrigue. "Oh, I believe your deception." This was indeed amusing.
As he spoke,
He deftly dodged Wang Tiantian's attempt to reclaim the cordyceps. Noticing the flicker of urgency in Wang Tiantian's gaze, Hao Jue felt a sense of satisfaction. He had found a way to turn the tables on her. This intriguing item piques my interest as well. Wang Tiantian's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. "Is that so? What a coincidence." Hao Jue nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is fortuitous. Why not gift them to me?" By referring to them, he naturally included those that were still concealed. Wang Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly dare to ask for my $1,000 fines just like that?" She was astonished. This was the timid little boy she once knew, yet he now exhibited such audacity. Glancing around, she wondered if he felt emboldened by the absence of witnesses. Hao Jue observed her astonishment morph into trepidation, which only delighted him further. "Did you not say you sought my forgiveness yesterday?
if you give them to me,
I might consider forgiving you." Wang Tiantian's eyes bulged. "Consider? Just consider?" This little brat had some nerve, shamelessly attempting to seize her possessions. Even if he were to forgive her immediately, she would not part with such a substantial sum, for forgiveness could not be traded for sustenance. Though she sought his pardon, she would never use this as a bargaining chip. Anyone attempting to claim her fines would face her wrath. Wang Tiantian forced a smile. "These are worthless items. They do not reflect my sincerity in seeking your forgiveness." Yet, Hao Jue shook his finger and managed a grin. "I believe they are quite adequate. Perhaps next time, I shall bring you something of greater value, as this is simply too trivial." Hao Jue persisted, shaking his head. "I want nothing but this. This is cordyceps, right? Do you intend to sell it? Hand it over, or I shall inform your family." Unbelievable. This is the Hao Jue you are now. Wang Tiantian was taken aback by his audacity, her wide, round eyes almost bulging like a frog's. Setting aside how he recognized the item, she found his words utterly incomprehensible. Was he resorting to threats now? With hands on her hips, she was truly furious, puffing up like a pufferfish as she pointed at Hao Jue. "How can you treat your savior this way? I helped you, and this is your gratitude?" Hao Jue raised an eyebrow. "Savior? What confidence do you possess to claim that title?" Hao Jue scoffed. "I injured my arm, not my leg." Wang Tiantian paused, realizing the truth in his words. She then pointed to the wild boar. "Even if you can run, can you carry that boar? You've merely worked for nothing, sustaining injuries while you're at it. You refuse to thank me and instead attempt to rob me." Hao Jue gazed at the fierce Wang Tiantian, his eyes flickering with amusement as he smirked. "I am not robbing you. Did you not say you were unfamiliar with this item? Give it to me, and I will buy you some candy." To her surprise, this seemingly timid boy was quite the schemer. Wang Tiantian looked up at the audacious child, her lips pouting in indignation. "Do you think I am a 3-year-old? I found this, and you will not take it from me." Clearly, she was aware of its value, which only deepened Hao Jue's confusion. How was this Wang Tiantian different from the one he once knew? As the succulent opportunity presented itself, Hao Han could hardly let it slip away. Towering over Wang Tiantian by half a head, he seized her backpack, rendering her unable to reach it. "They say those who witness a fortune should share in it. Surely, you cannot expect to take everything for yourself, can you?" Wang Tiantian realized she had misjudged him and gritted her teeth, insisting, "You can take this Lingji." Hao Han scoffed dismissively. "Who wants that worthless thing? I told you, I only want the cordyceps." "What? Worthless thing?" Wang Tiantian fumed. Not only did he look down on her Lingji, but he also fixated persistently on her cordyceps. How infuriating. "Impossible. I painstakingly found this. You expect to gain it without offering anything in return? Where is the fairness in that?" Hao Han felt no shame whatsoever, threatening her with a sideways glance. So, do you want to see everything you worked so hard for disappear? Recalling his earlier words, Wang Tiantian gazed at him incredulously. What do you mean? Are you planning to report me to my family? Aha. Hao Han saw no wrong in his actions. If he could not have it, then neither should she. You. Wang Tiantian ground her teeth, longing to bite him fiercely. This Black Lotus. Have you made your decision? She was in dire need of money. If it ended up in her father's hands, she wouldn't just receive the funds, she would likely be forced into free labor in the future. Not to mention the trouble she'd face if her second aunt found out. For the sake of wealth and simplicity, Wang Tiantian was compelled to yield. I'll take 9. You take 1. She declared fiercely. 50-50. Hao Han countered. 80-20. Wang Tiantian protested. 40-60. Who doesn't know how to push their luck? 70-30. It cannot be more. 37. Or I will inform your entire family. 36. May our collaboration be pleasant.
Fine.
50-50 it is. Wang Tiantian shouted in exasperation, eyes closed in despair. That damned Hao Han showed no mercy. This was clearly her possession. How could he take it with such a lack of guilt? Then it settled. May our partnership flourish. Hao Han finally wore a smug smile. Pleasant for you, indeed. You freeloader. After all, it was his money too, and he had to keep an eye on it.
No.
We do it together. I don't trust you. Hao Han shrugged. Suit yourself. I'll head to the town tomorrow. Don't expect me to wait for you. Wang Tiantian gritted her teeth, watching this little brat. They hadn't even sold the money yet, and he was turning his back. I curse you to never find a wife. Hao Han, oblivious to her curse, would merely scoff at it. What use was a wife? They couldn't eat or wear her, and money was far more tangible. Realizing they could not linger there, they prepared to descend the mountain. Wang Tiantian was still fuming and made no effort to assist, merely watching as he reached out with one hand to drag the small wild boar. Though small, the boar weighed nearly 100 pounds. Carrying it with both hands would be strenuous, let alone with one arm injured. Wang Tiantian felt displeased and stood by, coldly observing. Yet Hao Han was remarkably resilient, pulling the boar forward in silence. He extended his injured hand, attempting to hoist the boar onto his shoulder. Wang Tiantian rushed over, shouting, Do you want to lose your hand? How can you still exert yourself with such an injury? However, her frantic warnings fell on deaf ears. This wild boar could fetch several $100s. He could not simply abandon it. All right, I concede. Don't carry it alone. Be careful with your hand. I'll help you lift it. Will that work? Hao Han expected her to mock him or take advantage of his predicament, especially after he had just taken advantage of her, but he was astonished when she offered to help. Still, he quickly recovered. Free labor was too good to pass up. So, they each grasped a hind leg of the boar and made their way down the mountain. Hao Han observed Wang Tiantian's flushed face. Though he felt no gratitude or remorse, rather, he reveled in the situation. This woman had always opposed him in past lives, repeatedly thwarting his efforts, and in this life, she had collided with him on multiple occasions. It was only right to collect some interest. He wondered if Wang Tiantian would throw the boar in his face if she heard his thoughts. You can manage the rest of the way, can't you? Wang Tiantian huffed, wiping sweat from her brow as she spoke to Hao Han.
Give me your backpack.
Hao Han extended his hand toward her. No need to trouble yourself. Wang Tiantian eyed him suspiciously. What was he implying? Did he intend to snatch it? Hao Han shot her a glance. Do you want them to discover your secret? Wang Tiantian opened her mouth, unable to refute him. Hao Han's family consisted solely of his father, with no one else nearby, making it far more convenient than her own household. In truth, she preferred to sell it now, but it was already 4 or 5 o'clock. By the time they reached town, all the shops would be closed. A sharp-eyed woman spotted Wang Tiantian and nudged Liang Jufang, gesturing toward her. Liang Jufang immediately turned, shooting Wang Tiantian a disdainful glance before launching into a tirade. As she cracked sunflower seeds, she spat the shells toward Wang Tiantian, derisively exclaiming, with someone like her, it's a wonder anyone would want her, and yet she dares to scold others. That's the epitome of having high expectations while lacking the means. Dreaming of marrying a wealthy man without considering her worth. Shi Chuanxiu, The woman from down the slope joined Liang Jufang in admonishing Wang Tiantian, "Sweet girl, you can't behave like this. Know your place. With your family circumstances, you should feel fortunate if someone wants you at all, let alone be picky. If you grow up and remain unmarried, you'll regret it. By the way, have you dealt with the issue regarding your son fighting over that adult film at school? I'm not trying to meddle, but you should focus on your own child. Such incidents affect not just your family, but the reputation of our village as well. Children should be raised well. Don't waste your energy on others' affairs." Shi Chuanxio's face flushed crimson from Wang Tiantian's words, especially when she brazenly mentioned her son's disgrace, causing her to lose face in front of the other women.
How can you be so black and white?
"I'm only concerned for you. I wouldn't want to say anything if it weren't necessary." Wang Tiantian chuckled. "What an honor that would be for me. But I believe you could reserve such opportunities for someone else. I'm still young and truly don't need your worries." Shi Chuanxio, feeling embarrassed, shifted her attention elsewhere, directly fixating on the package wrapped in leaves that Wang Tiantian held. "What have you got there? What's that fine thing you're carrying, wrapped so tightly?" Shi Chuanxio said, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the package, almost wishing she could see through it to discover its contents. Wang Tiantian smirked sarcastically, realizing that Shi Chuanxio was cut from the same cloth as Liang Jufang, which explained their close association. She weighed the bundle of leaves in her hands, acknowledging that it was hardly anything of value, merely a collection of wild vegetables. Given the financial constraints at home, her only recourse to improve their meals was to forage for such greens. The others around her cast sympathetic glances, fully aware of the dire circumstances of the Wang family, often avoiding them for fear that they might ask to borrow rice or money. Shi Chuanxiu, upon hearing her words, scoffed disdainfully at the bundle before turning her gaze away. However, Liang Jufang was not so easily deceived. Her discerning eyes scrutinized the bundle, and after a moment's contemplation, her face broke into a benevolent smile. Wang Tiantian instinctively concealed the leaves behind her back and distanced herself from Liang Jufang. "Aunt, what nonsense are you speaking? My cousin has you, and uncle, and improving our meals is merely a matter of words. I would never dare to embarrass myself by presenting such inconsequential wild vegetables before you. I gathered this for my family, as we have 2 children, my brother and me, and my father is a laborer. My mother's health is poor and requires nourishment. This meager amount of wild vegetables is better than nothing." As she spoke, her actions were overtly protective, bordering on desperate. Wang Tiantian swiftly clutched the bundle of mushrooms, evading Liang Jufang's advancing hand, insisting, "Aunt, this behavior of yours is unbecoming. You feast on meat regularly, so why would you covet these wild vegetables I gathered? It would be quite unfortunate for you to desire something so trivial." Liang Jufang, embodying unmitigated shamelessness, continued to snatch at the bundle while sweet-talking. "In these times, city dwellers pay for wild vegetables. Meanwhile, I must tend to the home. Your older siblings require education, and your uncle must earn a living. We simply lack the time to forage for such greens. It has been quite a while since we've had any." Wang Tiantian's eyes narrowed, and as she dodged, she retorted, "Indeed, Aunt, your family lives well enough that you've grown weary of meat. Our household, in contrast, seldom catches a whiff of it. Since you value these wild vegetables so highly, why don't we trade some for meat? That way, we both benefit." Upon hearing her audacious proposal to barter for meat from her own family, Liang Jufang's expression soured. "Our family is so impoverished we can scarcely afford a meal. Where would we find the meat to spare you?" Feigning astonishment, Wang Tiantian shielded her mushrooms with one hand while pointing towards a gap in her uncle's kitchen where meat hung. "There is still a piece of meat there. I need no more than half a pound in exchange for this pound of wild vegetables." The tension heightened as several women watching exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Wang Tiantian's demeanor grew cold. She weighed the mushrooms in her hands, then suddenly adopted a pitiful expression, tears streaming down her face. "Aunt, please don't be angry. If you don't wish to trade, I want to insist. Just spare me your harsh words." Seeing her soften, Liang Jufang, akin to a triumphant rooster, looked down upon her. "Hurry up and produce the goods." Wang Tiantian pursed her lips, casting a pleading glance at the women, yet they remained engrossed in their chatter, indifferent to her plight. One woman, hesitant yet compelled, was swiftly pulled away by another, avoiding Wang Tiantian's gaze. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Wang Tiantian's mouth. She had not harbored hopes for their assistance, merely seeking to uphold appearances. Since her aunt was insistent, she dared not refuse, hoping only that a portion would be left for her family to enjoy. Reluctantly, she extended the mushrooms. Liang Jufeng snatched them with a triumphant and eager expression. "These are mine now. Don't expect me to share." She spat. "You wretched creature. You deserve a good beating." The previously hesitant woman finally spoke up. "Wang aunt, do leave a little for the child. She looks so pitiful." "Don't take everything." Wang Tiantian beamed at the woman, grateful for her support. She was the wife of Zhang Cheng, known as Little Zhang aunt. Upon seeing Wang Tiantian's smile, Little Zhang aunt felt her words had been worthwhile, her face flushing with shyness. Liang Jufeng shot her a glare, disapproving of her interference, and made no move to relent. Once something was in her possession, it belonged to her. There was no reason to share. Their family was beset by illness and folly. Consuming this would be a waste. They could subsist on porridge and pickles, hardly comparable to her family's needs. "My son will attend university and my daughter is in a prestigious high school. These must be reserved for us," she declared, hastily sorting through the mushrooms and dismissing the women. "You all continue chatting. I must wash these." As she made her way to the kitchen, a satisfied smile graced her face. She had suspected the contents were mushrooms, and her keen eye had proven correct. Wang Tiantian observed Liang Jufeng rush into the kitchen, a subtle smile playing on her lips, eagerly anticipating the ensuing spectacle. Yet, she turned away, maintaining an air of victimhood, her beautiful almond eyes brimming with tears, evoking sympathy. If she were one of their own, they would have embraced her with affection, but as it stood, they could only watch the unfolding drama. After all, their family was destitute, burdened with a madwoman mother, and no one wished to be entangled with them. Having played her part, Wang Tiantian proceeded into her own kitchen to prepare a meal. Regrettably, the delightful bundle of mushrooms she had intended to blanch and toss in a salad was now lost. With the pantry bare, save for a meager supply of rice and flour, she pondered her options. After a moment's thought, she ventured outside to dig up some fish mint, a common wild vegetable in the area. Though it bore a pungent odor, it was quite delectable, especially the roots, which were excellent when prepared in salads or stir-fries. Just as she needed the flour, a youthful voice called from outside, "Dad, you should rest. I'll cook." As Wang Cheng approached the door, he heard the clattering of pots and pans within, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. He opened the door, taken aback. "Tiantian, are you cooking?" Wang Tiantian turned to him with a smile, unabashedly replying, "Brother, come help me with the fire." Wang Cheng remained astonished. His sister had become withdrawn after a troubling incident in her childhood, preferring silence and avoiding interaction. Their father, feeling guilty, seldom allowed her to help with household chores. No longer wearing the sullen expression that suggested the world owed her a debt, she now smiled and engaged in light-hearted banter. Having heard about the events of the previous days, he felt uneasy but was at a loss for how to address it. To his surprise, she had taken the initiative to speak up and even mentioned wanting to apologize. Initially, he thought her response was merely a temporary reaction, but witnessing her resolve today left him wondering if she had indeed matured. "Brother, why are you still standing there?" Wang Tiantian urged him again. "Oh, right. I'm coming." After taking just a few steps, Wang Chengkai suddenly recalled a most significant matter. "Sister, didn't you say you couldn't cook?" Wang Tiantian had already prepared porridge in the aluminum pot, and now all that remained was to fry the pancakes for a hearty meal. As the temperature in the pan rose, Wang Chengkai hesitantly wrinkled his nose and asked Wang Tiantian, "What kind of pancakes are you making, Tiantian?" Wang Tiantian, while deftly flipping the pancakes, replied, "I noticed our family's meals have been rather monotonous. So I decided to gather some fish mint and mix it with flour to make pancakes." Observing his sister's cheerful demeanor, Wang Chengkai felt somewhat troubled. How could he delicately express his disapproval of such a dish without hurting her feelings? He had no interest in local wild vegetables, particularly this so-called fish mint. Seeing the expression on his face, Wang Tiantian couldn't help but find it amusing. "Brother, I know you're not fond of these wild vegetables, which is why I prepared some plain flour pancakes, just for you. But I think you should give these a try. they aren't as bad as you imagine. Wang Chunkai replied vaguely, knowing that while he might be willing to try other dishes, the taste of fish mint was likely to deter him. Wang Tiantian chuckled softly. Choosing not to say more, they would see when it was time to eat. Soon, a dozen crispy wild vegetable pancakes emerged from the stove, accompanied by a few of Wang Chinkai's plain pancakes, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of pickles, all set on the table, ready to be enjoyed. Sister, please set the table while I go call Mom and Dad for dinner, Wang Chinkai instructed before stepping out. Wang Tiantian acknowledged him and arranged the bowls and chopsticks, placing the marinated fish mint on the table as well. Wang Xingpei arrived in the kitchen first, his face reflecting surprise, which quickly turned to dismay upon seeing the spread laid out. Don't you know your brother dislikes this dish? Initially astonished by his son's words, he now suspected Wang Tiantian had done this intentionally. Wang Tiantian had prepared the dinner with good intentions, and not only did she not receive compliments, but she also faced a sour expression, which dampened her spirits. Upon hearing his father's remark, Wang Xingpei fell silent, gloomily taking a seat and beginning to eat with a pancake in one hand and vegetables in the other. Wang Chinkai, supporting Tang Wanxin as he followed behind, felt compelled to explain himself upon hearing Wang Xingpei's comment. However, after hearing Wang Tiantian's words, his brow furrowed in concern. He seated Tang Wanxin and handed her a piece of pancake before turning back to Wang Tiantian. Sister, did you say that second aunt took your mushrooms? Wang Tiantian smiled at him. Such matters, after all, only needed to be mentioned once. Repeating them felt akin to complaining. If complaints had any effect, she wouldn't mind. But her father showed no reaction, so why waste her breath? Understanding her perspective, Wang Chunkai raised his eyebrows in disapproval as he exchanged glances with Wang Xingpei. He then stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, I'll go confront her. Wang Chunkai retorted, Dad, she bullies my sister and our family, and you're just going to ignore it? Wang Xingpei felt a pang of embarrassment at his son's words and shot him a glare. Focus on your studies. What's the point of engaging her? No matter how you look at it, she is your elder. You cannot act in defiance. Otherwise, when your second uncle punishes you, don't expect my help. Wang Chunkai pressed his lips together, a surge of anger boiling within him. Suddenly, he scoffed, Dad, you said second uncle would intervene for them. But what about the grievances my sister and I face? Don't you care? A mere wild vegetable one tea cost you anything. Why are you so angry? As he spoke, he turned to Wang Tiantian. Why are you running around when you should be home taking care of your mother? Is your mouth just that greedy? Wang Xingpei finally erupted in frustration, slamming his chopsticks onto the table. Everything you eat, wear, and the money for your education comes from me. Now you think you can talk back? You're all disobedient, your studies are lacking, and you're all a burden on me. And now you dare to be ungrateful? I see I can't rely on you when I grow old. Wang Chunkai's initial anger dissipated upon hearing Wang Xingpei's words. He was right. The entire family depended on him for sustenance, and the burden of medical expenses for his wife and educational costs for the children weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Although this father rarely defended his children, he never neglected their needs.
Dad, please don't say that.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. But I just can't swallow this anger. Wang Chunkai glanced at Wang Tiantian, unable to continue. Wang Tiantian understood his unspoken thoughts. In the past, she would have been sensitive to such matters, but now she felt differently. Some wounds need to be reopened to heal properly. Otherwise, they risk festering and causing greater harm. Brother, don't be upset. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear, I'll show you a good show shortly. She then playfully winked at him. Seeing his sister so spirited, Wang Chunkai felt his own frustration dissipate, even though he was unaware of what she meant by a good show. Wang Xingpei noticed the atmosphere at the dinner table had lightened, and his expression softened. He then turned to Wang Tiantian, offering her a piece of advice. In the future, just steer clear of her. Don't go near her. Wang Tiantian remained silent, understanding Wang Xingpei's struggles, but unable to empathize fully. She knew that if her own children were wronged, she would go to great lengths to ensure justice, even if it meant causing unrest for the other family. Yet, perhaps this was simply a reflection of different times. This man bore an immense burden. She did not blame him for not standing up for her, but she also would not expect it in the future. Due to the earlier discord, the family had barely eaten. However, Wang Chengkai noticed his sister's mood was low. So, he forced himself to take a bite of the fish mint pancake to cheer her up. To his surprise, that single bite transformed his previous dread into delight, his eyes lighting up. Wang Tiantian noticed this and felt her spirits lift, a smile gracing her face. Sister, how did you make these pancakes? They're delicious. Wang Tiantian replied with a grin. See? I didn't deceive you. I'm a good sister and would never trick my brother. Wang Chengkai nodded vigorously. They're so good, even better than my plain pancakes. Wang Xingpei, eager to join the conversation, added, They are indeed tasty. I didn't know Tiantian could cook. However, his enthusiasm was met with indifference as Wang Tiantian continued to engage warmly with her brother. Feeling left out, Wang Xingpei soon lost interest and set his chopsticks down after just a few bites. Once their parents had left, Wang Chengkai turned to Wang Tiantian, sister. What do you mean by a good show? Wang Tiantian smirked, it's coming soon. Just as she finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Two individuals lifted their gazes towards the ajar door, revealing Wang Qingye standing at the threshold, a hint of embarrassment etched on his face as he regarded them. Chengkai, Tiantian, are you still dining? Observing his restrained demeanor, Wang Tiantian smiled and inquired, What brings you here, Qingye? I merely wished to borrow the restroom, he stammered. Wang Chengkai, sensing something amiss, pointed in the direction of the facilities. Though he held a low opinion of their second aunt, his camaraderie with his cousin, Wang Qingye, was amicable. After gesturing, he turned to Wang Tiantian with a puzzled expression, asking, Doesn't their home have a restroom? Why come to ours? Wang Tiantian sighed silently. It was no wonder his academic performance was lacking, given his sluggish response. Perhaps the restroom was occupied. Wang Chengkai nodded in understanding, his eyes brightening as he looked at Wang Tiantian, eagerly awaiting her explanation. Wang Tiantian smiled faintly. The show was about to begin. She rose to gather the dishes and tidy the stove. Seeing this, Wang Chengkai hurried over, pushing Wang Tiantian aside. I'll wash the dishes. Wang Tiantian, not contesting him, pondered how to prepare medicine for Tang Wanxin. Living in a large compound had its downsides. Privacy was non-existent. Whatever transpired in any household quickly permeated the entire yard, and with the meddlesome Liang Jifang around, should she directly prepare medicine for Tang Wanxin, she feared being summoned to face trouble. Before long, her contemplation was interrupted by another figure appearing at the kitchen door, Wang Xingbao, her second uncle. I'm just here to use the restroom, he declared, dashing towards it like a gust of wind before Wang Chengkai could even intervene. Moments later, loud banging emanated from the restroom. Hurry up! I'm about to have an accident. Wang Qingye emerged, his expression somewhat grim, and from the other side, a cacophony of curses erupted. You heartless wretch! May you suffer 1,000 deaths. I only took a morsel from you, and yet you dare poison me. You vile scoundrel! The situation escalated. One person's stomach troubles could be deemed a mere coincidence, but when 3 members of the same household suffered the same fate, it transcended mere chance. Wang Chengkai finally grasped the unfolding events. As he turned to inquire of Wang Tiantian, the harsh words of Liang Jifang reignited his fury. Damn it! I'll make her pay, he exclaimed, attempting to storm out to confront Liang Jifang.
No.
Wang Tiantian immediately grasped his sleeve, urging him to remain calm. Just consider it a dog barking. They all resided in the same compound, and with their uncle present, if he were to charge out, it would be he who faced the consequences. Wang Chengkai understood his sister's concerns, and his heart ached at the sight of her worry. Fear not, sister. I will not shy away from confrontation. I shall ensure that woman never bullies you again. Wang Tiantian chuckled. Rest assured, soon she will not dare. Even if you ran out now, you would have no justification, and no one would speak on your behalf. Among these rural folk, it was trivial for juniors to endure a few harsh words from their elders, but if a junior were to retaliate, it would invite scorn. The outside commotion intensified, indicating Liang Jifang had found relief. Wang Tiantian, you wretched girl, come out. I'll peel your skin off. What are you making such a fuss about? You couldn't even cook a proper meal, and now we're all suffering from your filthy food. Liang Jifang's tirade was abruptly silenced by Wang Xingbao's reprimand. This isn't my fault. That wretched girl is to blame. I slaved away to prepare your meals, and you dare blame me? Oh, the injustice. Liang Jufang protested, sulking on the ground. Wang Xingbao, already displeased by his own discomfort, found her antics intolerable, yet he couldn't overlook the implications of her words. What does this have to do with me? Liang Jufang seized the opportunity to cast blame. Think about what was on the dinner table tonight that's not usually there. Wang Qingye's expression darkened as he realized, didn't you say those mushrooms were a gift from someone else? Liang Jufang stiffened, retorting, those rotten-hearted mushrooms were given to me by that wretched girl. I thought she was being kind, but she must have been waiting to poison us. Wang Chunkai, overhearing this, was infuriated, ready to confront her for her shamelessness. She not only stole his sister's mushrooms, but also had the audacity to accuse her of poisoning them. However, before he could act, the kitchen door swung open again, and Wang Xingbao, with a stern expression, fixed his gaze on Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian, come out here. Uncle, you can't possibly believe my second aunt's words. Wang Chunkai interjected, stepping in front of Wang Tiantian, his concern evident. Wang Xingbao's gaze remained steady on Wang Chunkai. This matter does not concern you. Stay aside. Wang Tiantian gently patted her brother's arm and stepped forward, addressing Wang Xingbao with poise. What is it, uncle? Your second aunt claims you gave her those mushrooms? Wang Xingbao scrutinized Wang Tiantian. Compared to his previous perceptions, he noted a remarkable change in her demeanor. She now possessed the audacity to meet his gaze directly. Wang Tiantian smiled faintly, her tone steady. To be precise, I did not give them. Rather, my second aunt took them. Wang Xingbao's eyes darkened, his voice low and commanding. So those mushrooms are yours? He conveniently overlooked the word took, perhaps indifferent to it. Wang Tiantian nodded, continuing, there's no need for uncle to thank me specifically. They are merely mushrooms. Although our family can hardly afford to dine well. Since my second aunt insists on consuming them, I am not unwilling to part with them. Wang Xingbao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not come to express gratitude, but rather to demand an explanation from Wang Tiantian. Wang Xingbao studied her intently, searching for any trace of guilt in her expression. Yet all he discerned was surprise and concern, devoid of any trepidation. Wang Tiantian permitted his scrutiny, but realized the performance was only half complete. She feigned a panic-stricken expression and dashed outside. She needed to assess the outcome of her actions. While foraging for mushrooms, she had foreseen this potential mishap. Thus incorporating a mushroom that closely resembled ordinary fungi, the green gill mushroom. Though not highly toxic, it induced persistent diarrhea. Had Liang Jufang not forcibly taken her mushrooms, this predicament would not have arisen, yet she had done just that. Upon exiting, Wang Tiantian spotted Liang Jufang emerging, clutching her abdomen and looking pale. Upon seeing Wang Tiantian, her face twisted in rage as she charged at her, hands outstretched, intent on throttling her. You little wretch, you dare harm me. I'll take your life. You with a festering head and oozing feet, I knew your seemingly kind demeanor harbored poison. You vile-hearted, rotten soul. The impudent wretch has caused her immense distress. She is certain that the issue lies with that plate of mushrooms. She consumed the most and suffered the gravest consequences, while her son and husband experienced only mild discomfort. Am I wrongfully accusing you? Liang Jufang, seething with anger, clutched her stomach and exclaimed, It is your malicious intent that has brought this upon us. My family has dined without incident for so many years, yet it was only after consuming your mushrooms that we fell ill. Your uncle and brother are also suffering. Am I truly unjust in blaming you? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall summon your uncle to deal with you. Wang Tiantian, feeling wronged yet resolute, defended herself. Had you not insisted on taking them, those mushrooms would have been consumed by our family. Surely, I would not harm myself. Are you implying that you deny responsibility? Liang Jufang's voice pierced the air sharply. Wang Tiantian pressed her lips together, stating firmly, I cannot accept such an accusation. Good. Very well. Liang Jufang repeated emphatically, moving closer to the room of Wang Xingpei and his wife while calling out, Elder brother, are you deaf? How can you allow your daughter, with her dubious background, to bully me? I have endured immense misfortune to marry into your destitute Wang family. Wang Qingye, who had remained silent until now, approached and gently grasped Liang Jufang's arm, urging, Mother, let it go. Let it go? She has caused us to suffer. Should I not demand compensation? What use is that? Wang Qingye looked troubled as he turned to Wang Tiantian, but upon meeting her derisive gaze, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had just realized that the mushrooms in question belonged to his cousin. He believed Wang Tiantian's words, that the mushrooms had been taken from her by his mother. However, whether those mushrooms were indeed tainted or whether Wang Tiantian had knowledge of their condition remained uncertain. After all, this cousin was becoming increasingly inscrutable to him. Wang Xingbao approached the door and began to knock, calling out loudly, Elder brother, come out. We need to discuss something. At last, the door opened, not because Wang Tiantian was being reprimanded or wronged, but because the couple had sought him out. There was no escape. Wang Tiantian had anticipated such a scenario and felt no disappointment. Instead, she noted her brother's reassuring smile. Wang Qingkai felt even more distressed, knowing that his presence would be of no use, so he sought out his father, but was no match for the 2 words from his uncle and aunt. When Wang Xingpei emerged, his face was dark, and his heavy breathing indicated his considerable anger, though whether it was directed at Wang Tiantian or Wang Xingbao's family remained unclear. What urgent matter necessitates this late-night conversation? I still require rest. There is work to be done tomorrow. What work is there to do when you cannot even manage your daughter? What good is earning money if you cannot uphold your dignity? Liang Jufang rolled her eyes in derision. What is it that you wish to discuss? Wang Xingpei's tone was equally confrontational. Liang Jufang fell silent, though her displeasure was evident as she nudged Wang Xingbao, signaling him to speak. Wang Xingbao stated, Elder brother, the mushrooms that Wang Tiantian gave us caused us to suffer from severe diarrhea. How shall we resolve this? Wang Xingbao stood slightly taller than Wang Xingpei, who had become somewhat stooped from years of labor, making Wang Xingbao appear even taller. He looked up at him and spoke calmly. How do you wish to resolve this? Wang Xingbao, chewing on a piece of jerky, offered some to Wang Xingpei and continued. All 3 of us have been running to the toilet thanks to that plate of mushrooms. Surely we deserve some form of compensation to recuperate. Upon hearing the mention of money, Wang Xingpei hastily inhaled his cigarette, consuming most of it in just a couple of puffs. You know my family has no money, yet you dare to ask me for compensation? Second brother, this is not how matters should be handled. Besides, those mushrooms were taken from my daughter by your wife. Now that you are suffering, you want me to pay? That's a rather unpleasant proposition. Let's not speak of robbery. That's not a pleasant term. My wife is your aunt. It is only right that she takes something from her. However, we cannot be made to suffer like this. Truly, they were a matched pair. They were shameless as if carved from the same mold, and they showed no mercy in extorting others. If you want money, it's not forthcoming. If you are truly aggrieved, I can assist you with your desires. As he spoke, Wang Xingpei's gaze turned cold as it landed on Wang Tiantian. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Wang Tiantian's heart sank. She understood his intentions without needing to think further. So, this father, at a crucial moment, not only could not protect her, but would also throw her under the bus to resolve his issues? What use is such a father? Go ahead and kill me. Wang Tiantian had already resolved herself to a singular thought. Liang Jufang scoffed derisively. Has your daughter not been beaten enough? What good does it do? I will certainly retaliate, but do not expect to receive any slack on the compensation. Wang Tiantian felt unworthy for her original self. It was one thing for relatives to deceive one another, but a father could be so heartless towards his own child. Reflecting on the injustices suffered by her original self, what had this father said to her? Do not let this matter leave this house. It was no wonder the original self ended up in such a state. Today, she could have avoided this situation, but she chose not to. She would embrace the pain and turn it into a nightmare for this father in the days to come. Upon hearing Wang Tiantian's words, the 3 individuals showed no signs of shame. Instead, their anger intensified. Wang Xingpei even picked up a rural ox prod and swung it towards Wang Tiantian. The first strike landed on the back of Wang Tiantian's knee, and the dull pain nearly caused her to collapse. The second blow followed swiftly. Father, stop. Please.
Cease this.
Wang Chunkai, shocked by the scene, rushed forward to shield Wang Tiantian. Get out of my way, or I will strike you as well. Wang Xingpei exclaimed, pulling Wang Chunkai aside. We are your children. We are your closest kin. You do not protect us, and now you would strike us for their sake? What are you thinking, father? When have I needed your input to do anything? Wang Xingpei shouted back, striking Wang Chunkai across the back with a prod, causing him to cry out in pain. Witnessing this, Wang Tiantian pushed Wang Chunkai away and coldly regarded Wang Xingpei as if he were a stranger. If you have anger, direct it at me. If you wish to strike me for their sake, know that I will never admit to wrongdoing. Not admitting to wrongdoing? I will beat you to death. Do you acknowledge it or not? Wang Xingpei, infuriated, swung the prod again and again at Wang Tiantian, shouting with each strike, never considering whether she could withstand the blows. Refuse to acknowledge it? Then go ahead and kill me today. Wang Tiantian shouted back defiantly, suppressing her cries of pain and glaring stubbornly at Wang Xingbao and his wife, gritting her teeth. Since you have taken my belongings and wish to pin the blame on me, do not expect to take anything from me ever again. Even if I must throw them away, I shall ensure they never fall into your hands. Disrespectful child. I see your father cannot awaken you. Allow me to try. Wang Xingbao, with a gaze as cold as a serpent, fixed his eyes on Wang Tiantian and reached out to take the prod from Wang Xingpei. Just as Wang Tiantian contemplated whether to flee or endure the assault, a sudden cry echoed through the air. It was Tang Wanxin, who had previously been confined in the room and had somehow burst forth. She pushed aside Wang Xingbao, attempting to thwart him, and then seized Wang Xingpei by the collar, ready to confront him fiercely. The forceful shove sent Wang Xingpei crashing heavily against the door, his incoherent shouts echoing as he collided again and again. Liang Jufang stood nearby, her face a mask of disdain as she watched the spectacle unfold. Brother, take a look at the lengths you go to earn money for these three. Now they dare to confront you. What good does it do to spend money on them? You'd be better off giving it to your nephew. When he succeeds, he might even show you some gratitude. Wang Xingpei, fueled by anger, seized Wang Xingbao's momentum to throw Tang Wanxin to the ground, brandishing a cattle prod with ferocity, striking her relentlessly. Wang Tiantian, witnessing this scene, felt her rage boil over, the pain in her body fading momentarily as her eyes burned and her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. This was a mother, fiercely protective even in madness. A stark contrast to the man who vented his frustrations on his child's wife. Wang Chunkai rushed in, attempting to pull Wang Xingpei away, but his youth and relative size rendered him ineffective against Wang Xingpei's brute strength, which was now unleashed with fury. In a fit of rage, Wang Tiantian dashed to the kitchen, seizing a knife from the cutting board. I will kill you. If you want tea, let us live, then none of us shall. She screamed as she charged at Wang Xingpei. Wang Xingbao tried to wrest the knife from her grasp, but she swung it wildly, not caring whether it struck him, creating a barrier of ferocity that deterred any advance. Witnessing her madness, no one dared to confront her directly, knowing the pain of injury would be in vain. She danced her way towards Tang Wanxin, while Wang Xingpei recoiled in fear of her wrath. Finally, Wang Chunkai emerged from the chaos, his eyes filled with a complex expression as he softly called out, Tiantian, please stop. Reluctantly, Wang Tiantian lowered the knife, still hesitant to abandon it. She knelt to help Tang Wanxin up, gazing at her disheveled mother, and for the first time since arriving, tears streamed down her face. In this moment of regret, she wished she had never involved Tang Wanxin, preferring to endure trouble herself rather than see her mother harmed. Liang Jufang, ever the instigator, chimed in, brother. Look at the daughter you've raised. She dares to wield a knife now. What will happen next? And this lunatic, what use is she? If it were me, I would have cast her aside long ago, saved a few years of earnings and found a proper wife. Wang Tiantian shot her a cold glance, the chill in her eyes sending shivers down Liang Jufang's spine. She refused to look at the man, having quickly realized his unreliability, especially in relation to her. She even doubted whether this body was indeed his biological daughter. Feeling defeated, Liang Jufang glared at Wang Tiantian before storming off. Once they were alone, Wang Qingye approached Wang Tiantian softly, saying, Tiantian, I, however, Wang Tiantian ignored him, focusing instead on helping Tang Wanxin towards her room. Watching Wang Tiantian leave, Wang Qingye found himself at a loss. He had sensed his mother's behavior was excessive, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Wang Chenkai shared a glance with Wang Qingye. Reluctant to speak, but following Wang Tiantian's lead, both children burdened by their father's wrath. As they reached the doorway, Wang Tiantian's voice came from inside. "Brother, don't come in just yet." She sighed as she examined Tang Wanxin's injuries. "Mom, I once heard a saying, when danger lurks, a father is the safest. When safe, a father is the most dangerous. I believe it should be, when danger lurks, a mother is the safest. When safe, a mother is the most dangerous. You see, while you often pulled my hair in anger, it was you who rushed out to protect me when I was harmed." By the end of her words, a smile broke forth. "I was once an orphan, without parents, and I had no expectations of finding familial love here. Yet I have encountered you. Rest assured, daughter will ensure your well-being and shield you from those who would harm you." It was uncertain whether Tang Wanxin understood, as she sat there in a daze, allowing Wang Tiantian to care for her. At the transition of spring to summer, everyone wore lighter clothing, and when Wang Tiantian lifted Tang Wanxin's garments, she was met with a shocking sight. Her mother bore numerous wounds, old injuries mingling with fresh ones, and Wang Tiantian's heart ached at the sight. Tang Wanxin was 10 years younger than Wang Xingpei. Now, at about 40, she was merely in her 30s. Wang Tiantian could hardly fathom what drew Tang Wanxin to Wang Xingpei, or what had transformed her into this state. Simply observing her injuries made it clear that this woman had endured a harsh existence. Having completed her examination, Wang Tiantian prepared to rise, only to find Tang Wanxin, seemingly inspired by her actions, grasping her garment and returning the favor by inspecting Wang Tiantian's own injuries. As she gently blew on the wounds, it triggered a surge of tenderness within Wang Tiantian. Thus, she threw herself into Tang Wanxin's embrace, holding her tightly, her voice taking on a playful tone as she said, "Mom, could you please refrain from pulling my hair in the future? Look at this mess. My hair resembles dry straw, and it doesn't look good at all." Wang Tiantian playfully presented her hair to Tang Wanxin for inspection. "Don't worry, I won tea, hit." While Wang Tiantian didn't fully grasp the words, she chose to interpret them positively, snuggling deeper into Tang Wanxin's embrace, convinced that her mother was the one who loved her most. However, their tender moment was short-lived. Before long, a figure entered the dimly lit room. Despite the darkness, Wang Tiantian recognized him immediately. Wang Xingpei turned on the light with a cheerful demeanor. "Why sit in the dark? Are you trying to feel your way around?" His demeanor had softened considerably, and he continued, "Are you still upset with me?" He approached, attempting to take Wang Tiantian's hand to assess her injuries. This scene was all too familiar for Wang Tiantian. Just yesterday, upon her arrival, she had perceived Wang Xingpei in this same light, stern yet affectionate. In just 2 days, however, the contrast had become stark. What significance did it hold to stand in opposition when needed, only to express regret afterward? Was she merely seeking a confidant? What she truly desired was a sanctuary. Thus, Wang Tiantian evaded Wang Xingpei's grasp and asked coolly, "Are you here to deliver another lesson?" Wang Xingpei chuckled. "Have you taken offense?" He reached out to pat her head, but Wang Tiantian sidestepped once more. His smile faded, and with a heavy sigh, he said, "Daughter, do not hold it against your father for being harsh. You must listen and bring pride to our family. A girl should be demure. Do not make it difficult for your father in front of others." After hearing Wang Xingpei's words, Wang Tiantian found herself at a loss on how to perceive him. In his heart, her uncles and aunts were his true kin, while she, the one who called him father, had always been regarded as an outsider. "What nonsense! How could they possibly compare to you?" he asserted. "You, your brother, and your mother are my closest family. Those people can never rival you." Wang Xingpei spoke with unwavering resolve, his tone imbued with righteousness, as if the previous scene had never occurred. Yet, Wang Tiantian would never forget. Her brother had uttered similar words earlier, only to receive a harsh blow in return. Wang Xingpei sighed. "You must understand your father's plight. Everything in this house requires my earnings to maintain. Your aunts and uncles come demanding money right away. Where am I supposed to find it? You're still young and don't know what kind of people they are. They want to relent without money. I have to appease them to keep the peace. The fault does not lie with me. Wang Tiantian was tired of listening to Wang Xingpei's excuses, realizing that his justifications were futile. As he attempted to continue his explanation, she interjected, I'm exhausted. I want to sleep with my mother tonight. There was no further room for discussion. Wang Xingpei recognized that his daughter was angered by him, but he remained unperturbed, believing that such conflicts were common and would soon dissipate. After all, they were family, grudges wouldn't last overnight. Regardless of the quarrel, he would always be her father, and after a few days, the anger would be forgotten. Yet, he remained unaware of the intangible loss he had incurred. Get some rest. Tomorrow, spend quality time with your mother. Make sure your brother focuses on his studies and doesn't he get into trouble again, understood? That night, Wang Tiantian slept with Tang Wanxin, who remained quiet throughout the night. However, recalling previous experiences, she awoke with a flutter of anxiety. It was just past 4 in the morning, and with the day's tasks on her mind, Wang Tiantian rose early. Upon opening the door, she found Wang Xingpei already awake. Surprised to see her. Hey, Tiantian, you're up early today. How impressive. He greeted her with a familiar and gentle demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the previous night's events. Since you're up, help me cook, Wang Xingpei suggested casually. Wang Tiantian had intended to prepare breakfast herself, but with him in the kitchen, she felt disinclined. You can sleep a little longer, I'll manage on my own. Since she was set on cooking, she wanted to maintain her mood, and with him present, she would rather be alone. Can you handle it alone? Just assist me, he replied, still doubtful of her culinary skills, knowing he had work to do afterward. And couldn't he afford any delays? Wang Tiantian refrained from explaining further, simply stating, it's just oil-braised rice. Just wait to eat. With that, she headed to the stove. There were a few leftover pancakes from the previous night that Wang Tiantian planned to take with her. As she cooked the rice, she seized the opportunity to open the jar of pickled vegetables, slicing some into smaller pieces. Once the rice was nearly cooked, she drained it and added a bit of vegetable oil to the pot, tossing in the chopped pickled vegetables to stir-fry until fragrant. Then, she added the drained rice, forming a small mound and poking a few holes in it with chopsticks. Taking advantage of the moment, she placed the pancakes against the side of the pot before covering it, letting it steam. As the aroma wafted from the pot, Wang Tiantian sighed. They couldn't continue eating the same monotonous food day after day, without any vegetables or meat. It wasn't good for their health, especially considering that she and Wang Qingkai were still growing. Yet, what could they protect in their current family environment? With 4 families sharing one courtyard, and only her 3rd and 4th uncles absent, the presence of Liang Jifang was already enough to cause headaches, not to mention Wang Xingpei, who was prone to causing trouble. However, she could not resign herself to this fate. She needed to devise a plan to change their circumstances. Take it slow, life will improve, she thought. Not only for herself, but also for Tang Wanxin's illness, which she needed to find a way to treat. When the dish was nearly ready, Wang Tiantian knocked on Wang Qingcai's door. After hearing a response from inside, she called out, Brother, please wake Dad for breakfast, and check if Mom is awake. If she asks not, let her sleep until she wakes up naturally. With that, she returned to the kitchen to serve the rice. Wang Xingpei entered with a cheerful expression. Teasing, Tiantian has really grown up. You're beginning to understand others. Your father had a good night's sleep and woke up to the smell of food. Wang Tiantian did not respond, maintaining a neutral expression as she set the food on the table and began to eat. Wang Qingkai's demeanor was also less than cheerful, but he echoed, Tiantian has indeed matured. The room fell silent, save for the sounds of eating. After finishing her meal, she left without acknowledging Wang Xingpei's calls or his darkening expression. After the meal, Wang Tiantian paid no heed to Wang Xingpei's displeasure and ran towards the home of Hao Jue, which was not far from the village entrance. At that moment, the Hao family was also at breakfast. Seeing Wang Tiantian, Hao Jue raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking she would sleep in until late. He hadn't expected her to rise so early. However, Hao Jue's father, set down his chopsticks and looked between his son and Wang Tiantian with a somewhat disapproving expression. Still, he mustered a smile and said, Tiantian, you're here so early. Is there something on your mind? He cast a worried glance at his son. He couldn't count the number of times he regretted making that casual joke about an arranged marriage at Wang Xingpei's house. How Jianjun and Wang Xingpei had a decent relationship and would occasionally share drinks together. That day, while they were drinking, they had whimsically joked about their children. In a moment of folly, he had made a light-hearted comment about a betrothal. Initially, the adults brushed it off, and Hao Jian remained silent beside his father. However, Wang Tiantian exploded at the remark, hurling insults at them and humiliating Hao Jian. In a fit of rage, he nearly fainted. Suddenly, Hao Jian stood up and walked out, with Wang Tiantian chasing after him while hurling insults, calling him a toad dreaming of swans, a child without a mother, and a poor student. Every word was laced with humiliation. In the chaos, she stumbled over a stone, losing her balance and hitting her head against a protruding pebble. Hao Jianjun, intending to confront her, was startled by her fall. Fearing she might be seriously hurt, he knew that if anything happened, it would be difficult to explain to others. Fortunately, she stood up without serious injury. Though her face was pale, and she walked without issue, the father and son quickly left, parting on a sour note. Recalling that day's events, Hao Jianjun's expression darkened. However, he remembered that she was just a child, and he, as an adult, couldn't afford to hold a grudge against her. Yet, seeing her arrive at his house at such an early hour filled him with concern. Fearing that she had not sufficiently chastised him that day, she returned to scold his son. The dilemma arose: should he retaliate or refrain? This was indeed a conundrum. Wang Tiantian remained oblivious to the turmoil within Hao Jianjun's heart. With a squint and a sweet smile, she cheerfully greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle Hao." In that instant, Wang Tiantian recalled their previous grievances, and a sense of embarrassment washed over her. How disgraceful their quarrel had been. Boldly, she had arrived at another's home, and it was fortunate she had not been chased away with a broom. Consequently, she swiftly reined in her smile, her small face adopting an unusually grave expression. This change caused a tremor in Hao Jianjun's heart, leading him to think, "Here we go again." To his astonishment, Wang Tiantian's subsequent actions took him by surprise. She deeply bowed to both him and his son, her demeanor serious and her gaze sincere as she spoke. "Uncle Hao, I was wrong the other day. I should not have treated you and Brother Hao so disrespectfully, and for that, I offer my most heartfelt apologies." Hao, sitting nearby and sipping his congee, let out a scoff, thinking her apologizing? Sincerely? How ludicrous! He could not possibly believe her. She must be harboring some ulterior motive. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Wang Tiantian continued to fervently express her remorse, eventually summarizing her earlier sentiments. "Rest assured, Uncle Hao, I shall not behave like that again. I will strive to be a good girl, beautiful in heart and appearance, praised by all, and I will never bully Brother Hao. If anyone dares to mistreat him, I will be the first to defend him." "Really?" Hao Jianjun remained skeptical. Rather than disbelief, it was a matter of caution. Wang Tiantian nodded emphatically, her confidence unwavering as she replied, "You can trust me. I have recognized my previous mistakes, and from now on, I will strive to be a good citizen, contributing to society and serving my country." After her declaration, she felt a surge of emotion, reflecting on her grandiose words, almost moved to tears by her own rhetoric. Stealing a glance at Hao, she found him still unmoved. Whether he believed her was uncertain, but Hao Jianjun appeared convinced. His gaze shifted from wariness to one of approval as he nodded. Good. Acknowledging one's faults and striving for improvement is commendable. As long as you are willing to change, you are a good child and Uncle believes in you." Wang Tiantian burst into delighted laughter, sweetly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle." Observing his father so easily swayed by her honeyed words, Hao could not help but roll his eyes. It was indeed true that the villagers were simple-hearted. They believed whatever they were told. He felt compelled to caution his father against trusting this exceedingly duplicitous girl. Though her name contained the word sweet, she concealed poison within. To prevent the tragic events of his past from repeating, he must keep these two apart. "Wait!" Hao coldly uttered 2 words before guiding Hao Jianjun to the bedroom. Wang Tiantian shrugged, innocently taking a seat and obediently waiting. His father's lack of reproach towards her was understandable. After all, her previous insults had been harsh, and it was only natural for his son to feel upset. Nevertheless, he could not help but defend her. Son, it seems she genuinely understands her mistake.
Today,
She specifically came to apologize. You should try to forgive her. After all, she is just a child, likely misled by unreliable adults. Hao's expression darkened as he retorted, Dad, you can't honestly believe she has changed, can you? Hao Jianjun looked at him in confusion, but she did apologize. It's normal for children to make mistakes. Hao's eyes flickered, and he coldly laughed. She is no ordinary child, Dad. Trust me, keep your distance from her. She is not as innocent as she seems. If she reverts to her true nature one day, our family will suffer. He sensed that day would not be far off. Given Wang Tiantian's temperament, even pretense could not last long. She lacked both patience and cunning. Although Hao Jianjun did not deem the situation as dire as his son suggested, he nodded in agreement. When he re-emerged, Hao Jianjun's gaze towards Wang Tiantian had considerably softened compared to before. Though he did not believe it was warranted, he felt it prudent to heed his son's advice. Wang Tiantian, sensing his change in demeanor, recognized that the black lotus flower had once again poisoned his mind against her. She discreetly surveyed Hao Jianjun's legs. One appeared healthy, while the other seemed somewhat awkward, necessitating the use of a cane for mobility. While this did not significantly hinder his movement, it rendered him incapable of labor, leaving him no choice but to remain at home. Hao Jianjun was not a native of Shangquan village, but had wandered into it years ago. At that time, he was still physically able, having forgotten his past experiences as he begged his way to this village. The Hao family, childless and without heirs, decided to take him in, intending to care for him in his old age. Thus, Hao Jianjun was established in this place, his household registration secured. With the arrival of a son, thoughts naturally turned to arranging his marriage. In his youth, Hao Jianjun had been quite handsome, and after 2 years in the village, he had settled down. Consequently, there were young women who admired his looks and sought to form a relationship with him, but fate intervened when his father passed away, delaying any potential matches. The young women, displeased, ultimately chose to marry elsewhere. His leg injury had occurred in recent years, leaving him unable to work and earn money, which hindered his ability to support Hao's education. Initially, he intended for Hao to complete 6th grade before dropping out, but understanding their dire circumstances, Hao had left school early to assist his father in weaving bamboo baskets and sieves. Yet, Wang Tiantian felt constrained in her comments, especially since Hao had just extorted a significant sum from her. However, her scrutinizing glance caught the attention of Hao, who stood behind Hao Jianjun, immediately raising his guard. He knew this woman harbored ill intentions. Hao stepped in front of his father, blocking Wang Tiantian's gaze, his eyes filled with stern warning. Hao Jianjun looked curiously between the two, particularly at his son. Just moments ago, he had advised his son to limit his interactions with her. Yet now he seemed to be following her outside? What perplexing behavior was this? Where are you two going? Hao remained silent, opting instead to head to the kitchen and ascend the wooden stairs to the area where firewood was stored. Soon after, the two witnessed Hao emerging, a basket on his back, one hand carrying a small wild boar. Wang Tiantian, recalling his injury, rushed over to greet him, asking about his arm. Is your arm all right? Before you leave, let me apply some medicine to your wound. However, rather than gratitude, she received another warning glare. Wang Tiantian realized she had acted inappropriately.
indeed.
No sooner had her words fallen than Hao Jianjun's voice rang out behind them. Injury? What injury? Son, are you hurt? The scene was harmonious and visually appealing. Hao Jian silently shifted his posture, his face betraying no emotion. However, Hao Jianjun was unconvinced, saying, Don't think you can deceive me. Let me see. Don't glare at the girl. If it weren't for her mentioning it, would you have kept it from me? Upon witnessing Hao Jian glaring at Wang Tiantian, Hao Jianjun immediately scolded him with a darkened expression. Despite Wang Tiantian's reassurances, Hao Jianjun remained skeptical and approached Hao Jian, leaning on his cane, asking, Where are you hurt? Let me take a look. He simply couldn't endure the thought of sleeping with someone else's saliva on him. Wang Tiantian, hee. Upon seeing the wound, Wang Tiantian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. Was it really that serious? She shot him an irritated glance and handed him a medicinal herb, instructing him to chew on it. Nevertheless, Hao Jue refrained from putting it in his mouth, whether it belonged to someone else or himself. He preferred to avoid any contact with saliva. He took the herb inside, and after a while, emerged with the pulverized remnants, expressionless, and handed it to Wang Tiantian. Observing his demeanor, Wang Tiantian felt no sympathy. Why was he acting like a lord owed money? If it weren't for that sum, she would have waved him goodbye long ago. As for forgiveness? Sorry, that half of the cordyceps was more than enough to offset it. She resolved to minimize her dealings with him in the future, cherishing her renewed life and seeking to live a few more years without being provoked by this fellow. Though she harbored this thought, she masked it well, smiling as she accepted the ointment and applied it with considerable force onto Hao Jue's arm. Hao Jue's jaw clenched as he bit down hard on his teeth, glaring at Wang Tiantian with a look that could kill. This wretched girl was sneakily playing dirty. Unbeknownst to him, Hao Jianjun, who had been observing, found the scene oddly harmonious and amusing. His son, typically reserved and aloof, now showcased a different hue, appearing much more vibrant. After a flurry of activity, the two prepared to head to town. Hao Jianjun, glancing at them and the wild boar, expressed his concern. Are you really planning to drag that wild boar to sell? Hao Jian nodded, omitting mention of the herbs, as it was better for fewer people to know about such matters. It's quite a distance to the town. How will you manage? A girl and an injured child, 10 miles, plus 100 to 80-pound wild boar, how long will that take? We can take the shortcut, Hao Jian replied. If we take the main road, we have to descend the mountain to reach the main road before heading to town, but the shortcut will get us to town in half the distance. Hao Jianjun frowned at this, yet, glancing at his feeble leg, cursed himself for being unable to assist. Wang Tiantian looked at the wild boar and suddenly asked Hao Jian, do you really have to drag this wild boar to sell? Hao Jian's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. Wild boars were rare, and doing anything else was impractical. Selling it outright was the best option. However, bringing it to town like this posed a challenge, especially since the boar had died yesterday. If they took it to town exposed to the sun, it would likely be unsellable by the time they arrived. Wang Tiantian voiced her concerns. If it were a live wild boar, we could sell it for a good price, but since it's dead, not only will the price plummet, but whether anyone will buy it is another question. Though his spatial ring couldn't move the items within, he could still place things inside, and they would appear unchanged when taken out. With this space at his disposal, he wasn't worried about transporting the boar to town. The real issue was how to conceal it. Wang Tiantian, I will arrange the herbs in this backpack for you to carry while I put the wild boar inside, he said, then went into the main room to retrieve a snakeskin bag, swiftly packing the wild boar inside. Wang Tiantian grabbed another bag and they exited the Hao household, walking in front of each other. Hao Jianjun followed behind, anxiously warning, be sure to be careful. If you get tired, take a break. Wang Tiantian waved back at him, her voice sweet and crisp. Goodbye, Uncle Hao. The two set off directly toward the town. As they walked, Wang Tiantian couldn't help but glance at Hao Jian, her curiosity growing. She was only carrying a few herbs, perhaps 3 or 4 pounds, and after half a day's walk, she was already sweating profusely. Yet Hao Jian, bearing 100 to 80-pound wild boar, strolled as if unburdened, appearing more as if he were on a leisurely walk than transporting goods to sell. Unable to contain herself, Wang Tiantian asked, why do you seem completely unfazed? You haven't even broken a sweat. If I hadn't seen you carrying that wild boar, I would have thought you were toting an empty backpack. Hao Jian walked slightly behind Wang Tiantian, ensuring she couldn't see what was in his backpack. However, as she said, at that moment, his backpack contained nothing but an empty snakeskin bag, essentially an empty pack. Yet, this was his greatest secret and reliance, one he could not allow others to discover, especially not this individual. By the time they reached the town, it was already past 8 o'clock, and the local apothecary had opened its doors. Wang Tiantian suggested to Hao Jian, let's first get that wild boar in your backpack processed. Hao Jian did not decline, leading her to a small eatery with a modest facade, its sign reading Lamb Meat Restaurant. Wang Tiantian thought to herself, what does he want with that wild boar in this lamb restaurant? Before long, her curiosity was answered. Upon entering, a burly woman emerged, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile, anticipating customers. However, upon seeing two plainly dressed children, her enthusiasm waned, and her smile quickly faded.
What are you two kids doing here?
You can't afford anything here. Wang Tiantian felt a pang of discomfort. Though the woman spoke the truth, she only had 2 coins to her name today. It stung nonetheless. Hao Jue, however, remained unfazed, stating, "We aren't here to eat. We have goods to sell. I know you often sell meats that can't be found elsewhere. This time, my goods will not disappoint." Hao Jue spoke calmly, his demeanor and words betraying a maturity beyond his years. Nevertheless, the proprietress did not relent, responding, "What do you know, little brat? Don't go spreading nonsense. This is a legitimate restaurant. Did you see the sign outside? A lamb shop. You ought to be careful with your words." With a light scoff, Hao Jue replied, "Madam, your words might deceive children, but if I were unaware of what you do here, would I bring goods to you? I am genuinely interested in conducting this business with you. I am neither a fraud nor a secret inspector sent from above. You can rest assured." The proprietress hesitated, aware that the current regulations regarding wild game were quite stringent. If discovered, the penalties could be severe, ranging from hefty fines to imprisonment, especially if they inadvertently dealt with protected species. They primarily engaged in business with familiar faces, fearing that an unwelcome visitor could be an undercover inspector. Such a situation would spell disaster for them. Hao Shan, understanding her trepidation, remained unhurried and simply suggested, "There's no need for concern. You may inspect the goods before making a decision." With the government's increasing protection of endangered species, he certainly would not be foolish enough to hunt them. The proprietress, still skeptical, opened the bag to reveal a black-haired wild boar, which eased her anxiety and allowed her to engage in negotiations. It dawned on Wang Tiantian that the lamb shop was merely a facade, covertly peddling wild game underneath. It was akin to the ancient practice of hanging a lamb's head while selling dog meat. She reached in and pulled out the wild boar, examining it closely. It was still a youngling. Hao Shan nodded, noting that the meat of a juvenile was indeed more tender. The proprietress remarked, "This pig has already passed." Hao Shan, unfazed, fabricated a lie, claiming it had only recently died. "Did your family hunt it?" she inquired. He nodded, asserting that it was merely a stroke of luck. The proprietress, understanding, noted, "Very well, I shall weigh this pig." She proceeded to place the wild boar on the large scale. 87.5 pounds, she announced. The price for wild boar was indeed higher, but since this one was deceased upon arrival, the price would be relatively lower, a fact she emphasized. Hao Shan nodded in agreement. Currently, pork was priced at 2 yuan per pound. He thought to himself that he could negotiate for 3 yuan per pound for this wild boar. "What do you think?" the proprietress proposed, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Wang Tiantian was taken aback. 3 yuan was astonishingly low. Back when they dealt with wild boar, the price was 7 to 8 yuan per pound, and that was for farmed meat. This was pure wild game, unprocessed. How could it be priced so low? Hao Shan, noticing her reaction, scoffed internally at her naivety. "Have you really never encountered such a price before?" he mused, picturing her reaction upon learning the cost of cordyceps. Turning his gaze back to the proprietress, he inquired with a smirk, "Do you genuinely believe 3 yuan per pound is reasonable?" The proprietress smiled knowingly. "Young man, residing in the countryside, you must be aware of the price for live pigs, barely a yuan per pound. Compared to domestic pigs, my price is quite generous. Moreover, considering this pig's uncertain demise and the circumstances surrounding it, this price is fair." Hao Shan smirked, slowly rising. "Madam, I am not some gullible child easily swayed by words. It seems your establishment lacks sincerity. Perhaps I shall seek elsewhere." The proprietress, unfazed, dismissed his words, believing he was merely attempting to negotiate a better price. She doubted they would truly leave her shop. "Go ahead, this price is indeed fair. You won't find better elsewhere," she added, underestimating his resolve. Thus commenced a battle of wits between the adult and the child. The proprietress expected him to relent, but was taken aback when he truly began to exit. This was unacceptable. A potential sale slipping away was not something she could allow. If her husband learned of this, she would surely face his wrath. To her surprise, the young man was astute. Gritting her teeth, she called out just as he was about to step through the doorway, "Hey, why are you so stubborn? It's merely a matter of price. We can negotiate further. If you leave, you may not find a better offer." Hao Jue remained non-committal. Had he not known this shop was renowned for its wild game, he would not have come. "As far as I know, the going rate for wild boar is 5 yuan per pound. Since this one is deceased, I'm willing to accept 4 yuan, but that is my final offer, no bargaining." His words were delivered swiftly and clearly, leaving the proprietress both astonished and irritated. To her shock, he was not just a mere child, but a savvy negotiator. She felt humiliated to be outmaneuvered by someone so young. What a cunning little devil, she thought, forcing a smile as she altered her address to him. "Everything is for survival," he quipped. Reluctantly, she conceded, "Very well, it shall be that price." Hao Jue grinned, suggesting they disregard the half-pound. The proprietress mused to herself, "Indeed. There's no such thing as a fair deal in business. This lad will undoubtedly become a great schemer." Ultimately, the 87 pounds of wild boar fetched a total of 417.
6 yuan.
The proprietress, feeling generous, declared, "Given that you two siblings have worked hard to sell this meat, I shall round it up for you. Let's call it 420 yuan. Wang Tiantian exchanged glances with Hao Jue, incredulous. Siblings? That was a laugh. Siblings wouldn't engage in such deceitful dealings. They both privately derided one another. Hao Jue, however, did not decline the extra money. It was precisely what he needed at the moment. "Rest assured, if I come across any good goods in the future, I will bring them to you first," he assured her. The proprietress smiled. "That's fine. As long as your goods are satisfactory, I'll accept them." Wang Tiantian stood by, eyes glued to the stack of money Hao Jue held, ready to tuck it away. She felt as if she had never seen money in such abundance before. She was practically salivating, ready to interrupt him. "Wait." Hao Jue's gaze fell upon her, awaiting her next words. Wang Tiantian, with a cheerful demeanor, said, "Brother, we dragged this pig down from the mountains together. I may not have contributed much, but I did endure some hardship. Aren't you going to share a little with me?" Hao Jue regarded her, his expression unreadable. "You want money?" Wang Tiantian pouted. "That's not a request for money. It's about fair distribution. You understand the concept of equitable distribution, right? Want money? Your entire family is after money," he retorted. Yet, what he did next made Wang Tiantian's eyes shine with anticipation. He slowly waved the money before her eyes and, in a swift motion, tucked it into his own pocket, leaving her in shock. "Share money? What are you thinking?" Wang Tiantian's eyes widened as she heard his lazy, infuriating voice. The sound of her grinding teeth echoed in the otherwise quiet atmosphere as Hao Jue looked at her with a mocking smile. "What's wrong? I can't keep up the act anymore?" "Hao Jue, I'll curse you to the ends of the earth." Hao Jue let out a cold laugh. "Ha! Let us see if you can find it first. Ancestors?" His forebears were far removed from this place. The proprietress nearby was thoroughly entertained by the bickering between the two children, wishing she had two of her own. But the family planning policy deterred her from defying the state. "Stop teasing your sister," she asked, getting all worked up. "Since you've earned so much money, a few cents won't matter. Just buy her some candy to cheer her up." Buying candy for her? He might as well give it to a beggar. Of course. He wouldn't voice such thoughts. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll go get her some." Turning to Wang Tiantian, he added, "Let us go. I'll take you to buy candy." Reluctantly, Wang Tiantian walked outside. Candy? She had no desire for it. Besides, compared to the money, how much could candy really buy? Did she look foolish? Yet, amidst her dissatisfaction, she remained oblivious to the fact that he had no intention of buying her anything. "If you want candy, buy it yourself." Upon exiting the lamb restaurant, Wang Tiantian clutched her medicinal herbs and strode forward, utterly uninterested in this ungrateful little brat. "Where are you going?" Suddenly, that infuriating voice echoed behind her. Surely, he wasn't serious about buying her candy. Who wanted candy anyway? Did he think she was the kind of little child who could be easily appeased with a few sweets? Ridiculous. Thus, with a frown, Wang Tiantian turned to Hao Jue. "What, you really plan to buy me candy?" Hao Jue scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you want candy, sell your own money and buy it yourself." Don't expect me to buy it for you. Wang Tiantian felt a surge of indignation. Was this even a reasonable statement? She looked at the boy before her. Merely 12 years old, yet standing there with an indifferent gaze and a devious smile. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was not a child but rather a master of manipulation, exuding an air of superiority.
Bah!
Master of manipulation, my foot. Yes, just a scoundrel. Then why are you asking me? Wang Tiantian shook off her thoughts, pouting in displeasure. You still owe me. So, asking a question is hardly excessive, right? What if you ran off with my herbs? Hao Jue knew she was likely cursing him in her heart, and that her words were rather impolite. Wang Tiantian considered running away, but alas. One could escape the monk but not the temple. She had no choice but to pay up. She vowed to be more cautious in the future, ensuring this brat wouldn't find another opportunity to swindle her. Of course, the pharmacy. Where else could we go? I have no money. Am I supposed to go window shopping? Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes dramatically. This little brat was truly infuriating. Can you even find a pharmacy? Hao Jue regarded her skeptically. Wang Tiantian pointed to her eyes with irritation. Brother, I have eyes. I can see, understand? Hao Jue dismissed her with a cold snort. Follow me. It would take forever for you to find it on your own. With that, he yanked the bag of herbs from her hands, not allowing her a chance to refuse. Wang Tiantian had no choice but to follow behind him. It wasn't that she lacked courage, but her possessions were in his hands, and besides, she had hardly ever been to the town, making her unfamiliar with the terrain. Hao Jue led her directly to an aged pharmacy known as Jirantang. Outside, Wang Tiantian first retrieved the medicine meant for Tang Wanxin before bringing the remaining herbs into the shop. Inside, an elderly man with a white beard greeted them warmly. Are you two little ones here to pick up medicine? Show me the prescription. Hao Jue stood tall, neither servile nor arrogant, explaining. We're not here to pick up medicine. We'd like to see if your esteemed establishment would be interested in purchasing these herbs. While he said that, Hao Jue was confident he could sell all the herbs at the shop. Upon hearing that they were there to sell herbs, the elderly man, Ma Tangjing, noticed they weren't carrying any substantial bags, just a plastic one that didn't look like it contained herbs. Nowadays, pharmacies accepted herbs from villagers, but they had to be in large quantities and properly dried. These two children seemed unlikely to fit that description. However, he remained polite, saying, We don't accept just any herbs here. Not a problem. Hao Jue smiled. You can examine them. I believe you'll be pleased. Ma Tangjing nodded and stepped out from behind the counter. Hao Jue gestured to Wang Tiantian to open the bag. She glanced at him but said nothing, merely opening the bag to reveal the herbs inside. Ma Tangjing approached, his expression one of surprise. Oh, these herbs are quite good. Did an adult from your family gather these? They've been processed well, though the quantity is a bit small. And look, there's even a piece of lingji. It appears to be 10 years old. As he spoke, he picked up the lingji and examined it closely. Hao Jue continued, We mainly came here to sell this. With that, he reached into the bag, discreetly retrieving the well-preserved cordyceps from within. Ma Tangjing gasped, Is that winter worm summergrass? Hao Jue nodded with a smile. However, Ma Tangjing shook his head disapprovingly. If your family could gather such herbs, they surely know their value. The other herbs are one thing, but this cordyceps is quite valuable. If you two children accidentally damaged it, it would be a significant loss. Unable to explain that they had gathered it themselves, Hao Jue could only respond vaguely. Rest assured. Sir, as you can see, the cordyceps is intact, without any damage. Ma Tangjing indeed inspected the cordyceps carefully, confirming its condition before relaxing. This cordyceps is quite rare in our area. You're fortunate. However, never mind, I don't know your family's situation, but this cordyceps is of considerable value. Though it looks like only half a kilogram, it's worth quite a bit. Carrying so much money might be dangerous for you two children. It would be better to have an adult come to collect it. Hao Jue feigned a troubled expression. Well, to be honest, sir, there have been matters at home recently and my family is unable to come. Otherwise, how could they possibly allow us to come alone? Moreover, we urgently need money at home. We have no other choice.
Ma Tangjing nodded, understanding.
All right then, let me calculate your payment. He moved to the counter, retrieving an abacus and scales, measuring as he worked. This wild lingji is of good quality. It's worth a fair price. I'll offer you 200 for it. The other herbs aren't dried, so they'll be cheaper, totaling 25. As for the cordyceps, it's worth more in big cities, but I'll try to give you a fair price. Currently, cordyceps is 9,000 per kilogram, so for half a kilogram, I'll offer you 2,003. How does that sound? Not a problem. Wang Tiantian and Hao Jue replied in unison.
Ma Tangzheng nodded.
So, adding it all up, he leaned closer to the abacus, squinting at the results before announcing 2,570. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Wang Tiantian promptly inquired, Grandpa, did you perhaps miscalculate? Ma Tangzheng, frowning as he raised his gaze towards Wang Tiantian, replied,
How could that be?
I have been in this profession for many years, and not a single account I have processed has been erroneous. Young lady, it must be that you miscalculated. Wang Tiantian pondered. Shouldn't T1 promptly recalculate when reminded that too much money has been given? Why is this old gentleman's reaction so different? It was Hao Jue who grasped Ma Tangzheng's perspective. It was akin to his own past experiences managing a large enterprise where his words were rarely questioned. As such, doubt not only challenged his authority, but also his competence. Naturally, he would never commit such a fundamental error. Thus, Hao Jue chose a different approach. My apologies.
Sir.
My sister did not mean it that way. It's just that upon hearing such a substantial sum for the first time, we find it hard to believe the figure. Would you be so kind as to recalculate for us? After a moment's contemplation, Ma Tangzheng conceded, realizing that judging by the children's attire, they likely came from modest means and had never encountered such a sum before. The reaction of the young girl only reinforced this notion.
Reluctantly, Ma Tangzheng recalculated.
But as he reached the conclusion, his movements faltered, and he emitted a hissing sound. The two exchanged glances, understanding that the old gentleman had discovered a discrepancy. Indeed, while Ma Tangzheng was recalculating, he could not shake the memory of the initial figure he had reported. However, the latest calculation yielded a result that was short by 45. Perplexed, he suspected he had erred at some point, and thus began the calculation anew. Yet, the result remained consistently short by 45.
How could this be?
Ma Tangzheng muttered to himself in bemusement, examining the ledger closely, only to find the numbers matched precisely with those he had manipulated on the abacus, showing no signs of error.
How could this be?
Could it be that I am mistaken? However, he swiftly dismissed this notion and continued his calculations, embodying the stubbornness of an old man. Wang Tiantian and Hao Jue, feeling exasperated, considered that it would have been far simpler had they remained silent, merely departing with the 45. Otherwise, given the old gentleman's nature, he might continue to ruminate over this issue into the late hours of the night. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long before a scruffy teenager entered, his hair disheveled and attire haphazard, looking anything but respectable. Upon entering, he disregarded the two children, leaning against the counter and rapping it twice before calling out, "Old man, get me some medicine." This voice finally pulled Ma Tangzheng from his reverie. Medicine? Is it the same as before? The teenager nodded, instructing, "Put it on my tab." Ma Tangzheng frowned. "You haven't settled your account in quite a while." The teenager appeared impatient, exclaiming, "I know, just put it on my tab. When have I not settled my debts?"
Ma Tangzheng scoffed. Otherwise,
I wouldn't extend credit to you. The teenager took the medicine, waved dismissively, and said, "All right, I'm off." Only then did Ma Tangzheng shift his attention back to Wang Tiantian and Hao Jue, asking, "How much did I calculate for you?" While he was oblivious to his own actions, Wang Tiantian and Hao Jue were keenly aware. Once the teenager exited, Wang Tiantian promptly stated the correct amount. "Grandpa, you calculated 2,525. Ma Tangzheng furrowed his brow in confusion. "Is that so? Something feels off." They wished to prevent him from fixating on the issue any further, as it would only lead to their own discomfort. Ma Tangzheng, lost in thought, nodded and retrieved 2,000 from the safe beneath the counter, followed by 525 from the cash drawer. After confirming the total in front of the two, he handed it over to Hao Jue. Wang Tiantian then fixed her gaze intently on the money in Hao June's hands, her eyes piercing as she silently conveyed her suspicion that he might abscond with her portion. To her dismay, he indeed had the audacity to consider it. This revelation transformed her look towards Hao Jue into one of profound disdain. How could this heartless wretch even contemplate taking her money? Did he not fear divine retribution? Hao Jue, recognizing her thoughts, chose not to elaborate, casually stating, "Let us go." "Go? Are you escorting me? Hand over my money." Wang Tiantian gestured wildly with her eyes. "Are you sure you want it now? There are others waiting outside," Hao Jue smirked. Wang Tiantian thought to herself that the two of them were equally unscrupulous, but decided not to dwell on it. If he dared to pocket her money, she had ways to ensure he repaid her double. Ma Tangjing looked up at Wang Tiantian. "What do you mean? Pray tell. You run a traditional medicine hall. Do you possess any machinery for making pills?" Hao Jue, overhearing, raised an eyebrow at her inquiry about pills. Ma Tangjing shook his head. "We manually make pills from powdered herbs. We don't have machines. Only large pharmaceutical companies possess such equipment, and small pharmacies like ours do not have the volume to justify such an exorbitant purchase." Wang Tiantian had not held out much hope for this, but it posed a dilemma, as she had no experience in manual pill making. Previously, her family had purchased a small pill-making machine but had never engaged in purely manual methods. "Does someone in your family require pills?" Ma Tangjing asked, observing her frowning expression. Not surprised, as this was not the first time someone had come seeking to make pills, he added. "If you provide me with a prescription, I can prepare it for you." Wang Tiantian quickly handed over the herbs she had previously gathered. "Grandpa, I have the ingredients ready. If you assist me with this, would you accept a fee for your labor?" Ma Tangjing inspected the herbs meticulously, and upon completion, he furrowed his brow, looking at Wang Tiantian. "Has your mother informed you of what these herbs are for?" Wang Tiantian tilted her head, explaining, "Mother said these are for soothing the liver, replenishing qi, and clearing heat." Hao Jue scoffed inwardly, thinking nonsense. Her mother's sanity is often questionable. How could she possibly know about these medicinal properties? Moreover, in this lifetime and the last, he had never heard of Wang Tiantian having any medical knowledge, nor did anyone in her family possess such skills to teach her. How could she have acquired this knowledge and gathered such herbs? Surely, she could not be self-taught. It appeared this individual harbored secrets he was unaware of. Hao Jue furrowed his brows, realizing that if this person continued to change in such ways, dealing with her would become increasingly complex. Wang Tiantian, oblivious to Hao June's concerns, was engrossed in her dialogue with Ma Tangjing. It turned out that Ma Tangjing found the prescription quite valuable and wished to purchase it. Upon hearing this, she felt disheartened but replied, "Should your mother ever express interest, my door is always open." Wang Tiantian merely nodded. "Rest assured, Grandpa. If she agrees, I will be the first to inform you. The preparation of this pill will likely require an hour or two, so please come back then," Ma Tangjing estimated. Wang Tiantian had no objections, but recalled something and added, "Grandpa, could you add some honey to the medicine? My mother dislikes bitterness." "Ha ha, this little girl is quite thoughtful." "Very well, I shall remember that," Ma Tangjing replied with a smile. Wang Tiantian then inquired, "How much will the labor cost in total?" "I can pay you now. However," Ma Tangjing shook his head, "consider this a gift from me to you, as a gesture of goodwill." Yet, Wang Tiantian firmly refused. "No, Grandpa, I cannot allow you to work for nothing. My mother would not permit it, and as for goodwill, have we not already established that?" Ma Tangjing was deeply touched by her words, feeling a warmth in his heart that was entirely unlike his own son, who only knew how to vex him. It seemed he ought to encourage his son to have a granddaughter, for a granddaughter was truly a treasure. One who understood how to bring joy to an old man like him. "Since you make me happy, how about I make this for you free of charge?" Wang Tiantian still shook her head. "My mother said we cannot trouble others casually. Business is business, and even brothers must settle accounts clearly. If you do this, I will hesitate to come again." If it were a young or middle-aged person, she might have accepted, but how could she impose upon a man of 60 or 70 years? "Ha ha ha ha. You little girl, though you are small, your principles are quite firm. All right then. How about you give me 1 yuan? The preparation of the pill is somewhat complicated, and asking for 1 yuan is not unreasonable." Thus, Wang Tiantian turned her gaze towards Hao Jue, her eyes clearly communicating, "Pay up." Without hesitation, Hao Jue retrieved a small denomination bill from his pocket and presented a red 1 yuan note to Ma Tangjing. After finalizing the time for their return, the two exited the apothecary together. A youth who had been lurking in a corner by the door observed them emerge, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he promptly followed in their footsteps. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The pair emerged empty-handed, and given that they had entered with a basket, it was evident they were there for supplies. His keen insight had once again proven accurate. He recognized them as easy prey. Upon seeing them enter a small shop, he felt even more clever, reveling in his own astuteness. "How come I did not know your mother was skilled in medicine, and when did you become knowledgeable about herbs?" Wang Tiantian, feeling a touch of pride, turned her head and huffed. "And when did you become so wicked and dark-hearted? Besides, are we even acquainted? How much do you truly know about me?" "Don't be moved. I am not doing this for you," Hao Jue coldly retorted, realizing her character had taken a turn for the worse as she began to turn her back on him. She accused him of being wicked and dark-hearted, yet was her kindness not a reflection of her own shortcomings? In this new life, he sought more than just vengeance. He would not let that woman who indirectly caused his demise escape unpunished, especially not this foolish girl. Originally, he had resolved to keep his distance from her, intending to deal with her later. Yet, circumstances had shifted. He now needed to uncover the reasons behind her drastic transformation, to unveil the secrets she harbored, and perhaps even procure some advantages from her. Consider it an early return on his investment. Wang Tiantian exclaimed, "I absolutely detest such childish antics. Whoever mimics my speech is a little dog." Ultimately, she resorted to the most juvenile of methods to conclude their exchange of barbs. Upon entering the shop, Wang Tiantian directly addressed the owner, "Sir, I would like a fountain pen and a bottle of blue ink." The proprietor, a rather indifferent individual, responded without emotion, presenting a box of pens for her selection and casually tossing a bottle of blue ink her way. Wang Tiantian paid no mind to his demeanor, taking out a pen and removing the cap to test its ink flow. Just as she was about to do so, the owner impatiently interrupted, "If you test it like that and ruin it, who will buy it?" Wang Tiantian found this utterly perplexing. Who purchases a pen without testing its quality first? The owner's attitude was off-putting, questioning whether she even had the means to buy a pen. "If I let you test it, and it gets damaged, I won't be able to cover the cost. How dare you look down upon people like this? Are you wealthy beyond measure? This is still a town. If you act this way in a city, you would treat everyone as your ancestor." Before Wang Tiantian could respond, Hao Jue interjected with a sharp retort. Clapping her hands, Wang Tiantian could not help but appreciate his boldness. While he infuriated her at times, hearing him stand up to others was gratifying. "Don't be touched. I am not doing this for you." Hao Jue disdainfully glanced at her. Instantly, the smile faded from Wang Tiantian's face. Indeed, this little brat had a knack for being insufferable. Consequently, the two were mercilessly ushered out of the shop. Hao Jue cast a disgruntled glance at Wang Tiantian before stepping outside. Fortunately, there was another small shop not far from there, diagonally across from his home. The two crossed the road towards it. The new shop's owner scoffed, "Penny pincher." This establishment was slightly smaller than the previous one, but the owner was far more welcoming. Wang Tiantian happily selected her pen and ink, only to notice Hao Jue had not purchased anything. Unable to resist, she asked, "Aren't you going to buy something?" Hao Jue decisively shook his head. Wang Tiantian did not press further and instead bought a notebook, as she still had homework to finish. Hao Jue was quite prompt with his payment, producing several bills at the counter before turning to leave, exuding an air of "You handle the spending, I handle the payment." Of course, this was merely the shop owner's interpretation. For one party, it was not my money, so I feel no pain, while for the other, it was spending my money is quite enjoyable. The owner across the street continued to count his meager bills, only to be met with Hao June's wave of bills, leaving him with a complex expression. Wang Tiantian laughed at the sight of the owner's reaction, realizing he must have witnessed their previous encounter. Just beyond the shop lay an intersection, one path leading to a nearby residential area, the other to the school by the river, a solitary middle school in Sanchuan town. As they reached this point, both halted, gazing into the quiet campus. The sight of the school reminded Wang Tiantian of Hao June's situation, prompting her to turn and say, "You currently have enough money to finish middle school." Hao Jue was taken aback by her words. Was she encouraging him to continue his education? Noticing his lack of response, she continued, "You don't truly plan to drop out, do you? In this world, a diploma is essential for everything. If you wish to improve your life and leave these mountains behind, you must study diligently and strive to succeed. Astonished by Wang Tiantian's insightful remarks, Hao Jue displayed no outward reaction, instead deliberately retorting, "Those who do not pursue education can still venture out and earn a living, can't they?" Wang Tiantian chuckled and shook her head, replying, "Surely you have not witnessed how they manage to make their money. The nation is currently emphasizing higher educational qualifications. Soon, even those with merely a middle school diploma will struggle to find employment, let alone someone who hasn't graduated from elementary school." Hao Jue was taken aback, his gaze flickering momentarily before he fixed his eyes on Wang Tiantian and slowly said, "It sounds as though you have seen it firsthand." Wang Tiantian felt a jolt of surprise. This young child was unexpectedly astute. She dared not remain complacent, rolling her eyes to mask the turmoil in her heart. Raising her chin defiantly, adorned with an air of pride. Her argument was indeed devoid of flaws. Yet the depth of her words seemed far beyond the grasp of a child at this time, and certainly beyond Wang Tiantian herself. Even in her previous life, she had not possessed such insight. Why then, in this rebirth, had he suddenly become so wise? Regardless, Wang Tiantian's words had stirred a ripple within him. Initially, he was indifferent about continuing his education. After all, based on his previous experiences, making money was a relatively effortless endeavor, albeit requiring some effort. However, he could not afford to remain stagnant. He would not be here indefinitely, and his adversaries were continuously enriching themselves. Had he not suffered from his lack of education in his past life? If fate had granted him a second chance, he certainly could not squander this precious time. Contemplating this, Hao Jue found himself involuntarily massaging the peculiar ring on his finger. The night prior, he had thoroughly examined it and discovered that to fully utilize its potential and access its contents, he needed the blood of his destined partner. Reflecting on how he had never held a girl's hand in his previous life. No, he had. A flicker of disdain crossed Hao June's features as his gaze turned cold towards Wang Tiantian. This woman. Yet, he dismissed her as not even deserving the title of a woman in his eyes. Beyond her, he had truly never encountered another female. How could a lifelong bachelor have a destined partner? Was this ring merely mocking him? If that were the case, the contents within would remain forever beyond his reach. Noticing that Hao Jue remained unperturbed, yet inexplicably cast a chilling glance her way, Wang Tiantian felt a shiver run down her spine. This young boy, despite his youth, exuded an impressive aura, so much so that she had inadvertently perceived him as a man of her own age on multiple occasions. Thus, she dared not speak carelessly, mumbling instead, "Well, reading more books is beneficial after all." Had it not been for his youth and her concern for his education, she would not have uttered a word. Unexpectedly, her good intentions earned her a mocking retort from the boy. "Ha! You, a poor student, understand the benefits of studying? What gives you the audacity? Your books are only fit to fry oil residue." Wang Tiantian choked momentarily, then looked at Hao Jue with a serious demeanor, stating firmly, "Young man, do you realize that your behavior makes you vulnerable to being beaten? Being beaten is someone else's concern. My goal is to be the one doing the beating," Hao Jue declared with unfounded arrogance. Perhaps he was oblivious to how effortlessly he expressed himself before Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian scoffed inwardly, thinking to herself, "I don't believe you. I recall who it was that once got beaten to a pulp without daring to utter a sound." Reading her expression, Hao June's mood soured, and he said curtly, "Just leave." With time still remaining before their agreed-upon meeting, Hao Jue headed straight for the market, with Wang Tiantian dutifully trailing behind. Upon seeing him purchase some meat, Wang Tiantian pondered briefly before deciding to buy a small portion herself, just half a kilogram. Observing her actions, Hao Jue felt increasingly convinced that this girl was markedly different from the troublemaker he once knew. She had grown considerably smarter. Casting a disdainful glance at the unappealing pig stomach, Hao Jue grimaced, wondering who would want to eat such a thing. He then shot a look at Wang Tiantian, scoffing, "Your taste has evidently declined, to the point of finding such repulsive fare acceptable." In response to his derisive gaze, Wang Tiantian returned the sentiment with a disdainful look, thinking, "Men are all superficial creatures, regardless of age. It's simply in their nature." Hao Jue shot her a glare, reluctant to engage, yet unable to restrain himself from asking.
What do you mean by that?
Wang Tiantian pointed at the pig's stomach and replied, Don't dismiss it. This ingredient can be immensely beneficial for you. Beneficial? Hao Jue queried, puzzled, since his stomach was quite healthy and did not require reinforcement. Beyond medicine, there exists a method of healing known as medicinal cuisine, designed for those who cannot tolerate the potency of regular medicines or possess poor absorption capabilities. It requires the amalgamation of specific herbs with food, creating a dish whose effects can surpass those of pure Western or traditional medicine, being harmless to the body, and in some cases, capable of curing ailments that conventional medicine cannot. Wang Tiantian elaborated on this extensively, but upon noticing the increasingly strange look on Hao June's face, she stopped, realizing he likely did not comprehend her words. She rephrased, in simpler terms, this pig's stomach can cure your ailment. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, directed at Wang Tiantian with a palpable intensity, as if he wished to eliminate her with a single strike. Wang Tiantian, acutely aware of his murderous intent, struggled to swallow. Perplexed by the sudden transformation of the once meek boy into someone exuding such a terrifying aura, she resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. However, she knew she could not provoke him now, so she hurriedly clarified, Just consider my previous remarks as the foolish words of a child. Disregard them. But what I am saying now is entirely sincere. This is genuinely beneficial for you. Hao Jue maintained his cold demeanor, demanding, Explain it clearly. Combine pig stomach, black beans, and angelica in a clay pot to make soup, and within a month it will surely cure your ailment. Suddenly, Hao Jue moved closer, scrutinizing Wang Tiantian as he asked, Where did you learn this recipe? As she opened her mouth to respond, he interrupted, Do not tell me some nonsense about your mother. I am not that gullible. Wang Tiantian swallowed hard, insisting, It was a physician who informed me. Rest assured, harming you would not benefit me either. Besides, these ingredients are not toxic. Trying it will not cost you a piece of flesh. Yet Hao Jue pressed on, After knowing you for so long. How would I not know that you are acquainted with that doctor? Moreover, the few barefoot doctors in the village are hardly capable. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be referred to as the urine boy to this day. Who said they were village doctors? I encountered that one in the mountains, Wang Tiantian retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. The mountains? Hao Jue narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Sensing his hesitation, Wang Tiantian hastily attributed all her knowledge of herbs to that fictitious doctor. Otherwise, how do you think I suddenly became familiar with these herbs? It was all that doctor who taught me. Is that so? All her changes originated from that doctor? Thus, Hao Han continued to press. Which doctor? And why did he teach you? Wang Tiantian looked at him with an innocent expression, her mind striving to concoct a flawless narrative and characters. I do not know his name, nor do I know where he comes from. As for why he taught me, it is undoubtedly because I owe him a debt of gratitude. Hao Han did not respond with belief or disbelief. Instead, he scoffed, You owe him? Did you send him on his way? Wang Tiantian momentarily failed to grasp the hidden implications of his words, nodding absently. I suppose so. Hao Han was momentarily taken aback, casting a strange glance in her direction, then inquired, Where is his grave? After all, I have indirectly helped him, and I should pay my respects. No. Could it be that what he meant by sending him on his way implied murder?
Goodness.
How could someone as charming and benevolent as I be perceived as a vile murderer in this little brat's eyes? Wang Tiantian shot him a fierce glare. What on earth are you thinking? If I could kill, you would be the first on my list. This was merely an impulsive retort born of frustration, but in Hao Han's ears, it resonated with a different meaning. He gazed at Wang Tiantian with a cold, profound stare, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. Look, this person has not changed at all. Rather, she has learned to be more cunning. Wasn't she just contemplating the very act of murder in her past life? So, at some unknown point in her previous existence, had this individual already been scheming to eliminate him? Hence, in the end, she followed that person's orders so blindly, disregarding her own safety to assist in her own demise. Humph. If you wish to kill me, you should first consider whether you possess the capability to do so. At that moment, Hao Han was icy, a chill that penetrated to the bone, further solidifying the already unstable dynamic between them. The atmosphere suddenly grew oppressive, and Wang Tiantian was baffled as to why he took jokes so seriously, increasingly aware that this person was entirely unlike the one in her memories. Were it not for the vivid image of that person etched in her mind, she might have thought she had mistaken the target. Reflecting on this, Wang Tiantian no longer wished to engage with him, tugging at his sleeve as she led him to a secluded corner. "Return my money!" At that moment, she completely forgot that someone was stealthily following them. However, Hao Han remembered. He looked down at Wang Tiantian, who was half a head shorter than him, and his earlier suspicions about her solidified. This person had not truly changed. She had merely suppressed her previous impulses, learning to disguise herself, yet her essence remained unchanged. Knowing that someone was tailing them with the intent to rob, she still insisted on revealing their wealth, as if she wanted him to be the target. Wang Tiantian, lacking his depth of thought, impatiently urged, "Hurry up." She then coldly addressed Hao Han, "I wanted to apologize for what happened before. Even if you do not accept it, I treated your wounds and shared half of the money with you. To be honest, in this day and age, even if someone were to commit murder, the compensation would not be much more than this. It suffices to express my regret. From now on, I will not trouble you, and you should not trouble me." Hearing this, Hao Han snorted coldly, "Is what you say enough? What about the debts from this life and the previous one? Strictly speaking, you owe me 2 lives, along with the destruction you caused. Do you think you can repay all that so easily?"
Dream on.
Of course, he could not voice these thoughts. However, he would never acquiesce to Wang Tiantian's wishes. In this life, he was a vengeful spirit, and now that Wang Tiantian had become entangled with him, she would not easily escape. Wang Tiantian, now furious, retorted loudly, "What do you want then? You are not made of gold. You can't be hit or insulted. I ascend to the compensation enough. Do you expect me to offer myself as payment?" She spoke rapidly, and the last phrase slipped from her lips without thought. Upon uttering it, Wang Tiantian froze, only to see Hao Han regarding her with disdain. "Offer myself as payment?
Just you?
With such a lackluster appearance, an uninspired mind, and a heart devoid of purity, what use would I have for you? Perhaps I could consider you as a free maid." Wang Tiantian, infuriated by his words, nearly lost her composure, cursing, "To hell with you. A maid? Why don't you suggest that you become an emperor instead?" Wang Tiantian had intended to curse him further, but recalling Tang Wanxin, she bit back her words. As for Hao Han, upon hearing Wang Tiantian curse, he initially intended to explode in anger. But when he heard her pause, the anger dissipated before it could fully rise. Well, at least she didn't curse his mother. What kind of relief is that? Mind your language, or I will ensure you never speak again. Hao Han gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian's heart skipped a beat, and upon realizing this, her anger intensified. "You want me to clean up my language? You should clean up your own first. You're the maid. Your whole family is the maid." Hao Han scoffed, looking at her with contempt. "Wasn't it you who said to offer yourself as payment? Once that happens, I will decide what you become. Since you do not wish to make such an offer, you may repay me slowly from now on." He did not hand over the money to Wang Tiantian, but instead asked her, "If I were to give you the money now, would you be able to keep it safe?" At that moment, Wang Tiantian realized the foolishness of her actions. In a fit of anger, she had revealed their wealth. Seeing the anxious and fearful expression on Wang Tiantian's face, Hao Han felt a slight alleviation of his pent-up frustration, inwardly sneering. Indeed, she was merely a paper tiger. Relying on others' strength, when faced with her own circumstances, her courage was even less than that of a mouse. With someone like her, what significant accomplishments could be achieved? Why should he be concerned? As long as he kept an eye on her, she would not amount to anything substantial. Wang Tiantian recognized her own culpability and, feeling embarrassed, no longer dared to speak harshly. She quietly asked Hao Han, "What should we do now?" Hao Han, filled with disdain yet keeping his tone steady, replied, "Act as if you know nothing and walk out casually." At that moment, Wang Tiantian was devoid of any plans and could only follow Hao Han's lead. After all, he was a man, and in terms of physical strength, he naturally surpassed her as a girl. Furthermore, at that moment, the aura emanating from Hao Han was undeniably formidable. enough to make Wang Tiantian forget how she had previously collaborated with a group of friends to leave him bruised and battered. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Li Jiachuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not misheard Wang Tiantian's words. The compensation she mentioned was not trivial.
So,
These two little sprouts must be carrying a fortune. His mother's medical expenses now had hope. Watching the two of them as they approached the bustling market, he recognized the opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, Li Jiachuan pretended to casually stroll past Hao Han. He clearly remembered that the money was in the boy's possession.
bang.
I'm sorry, I bumped into you. Are you all right? A polite and cultured voice echoed in Hao Han's ear. If it weren't for having seen that face before at Jiren Hall, he would have doubted whether he had recognized the person correctly. At that moment, Hao Yan felt as if someone had touched him several times, and though his brows twitched, he remained silent, merely shaking his head and saying, "It's nothing." They parted ways, without exchanging another word. Wang Tiantian pretended to be unaware, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. After all, who knew if this fellow had any accomplices? As expected, Li Jiachuan returned empty-handed, further questioning his own judgment. Could it be that he had made a mistake? He had taken the opportunity of bumping into Hao Yan to rummage through his pockets and even his arms, but had found nothing. However, Li Jiachuan was not one to give up easily. He had no choice but to seek out his usual companions. Wang Tiantian, relieved that nothing further had occurred, glanced at Hao Yan's calm demeanor and couldn't help but silently reflect. Truly, one who is often bullied develops such a temperament. It seems he has grown accustomed to being beaten and has become desensitized. After this incident, neither of them wished to continue their outing. Without this, who could say if there would be another incident? At that moment, the person behind the counter was not Ma Tangjing, but a young man. Upon seeing a boy and a girl enter, he immediately recognized their identities and casually said, "Please wait a moment. Dr. Ma will be out shortly." The two nodded without further inquiry and took a seat on a nearby bench. After a while, Ma Tangjing emerged holding an unlabeled glass bottle. "You've arrived," he greeted Wang Tiantian and Hao Yan. Wang Tiantian and Hao Yan politely stood and exchanged pleasantries. Then, Wang Tiantian's gaze fell upon the glass bottle in Ma Tangjing's hand, and with a smile, she inquired, "Grandpa, is this the finished medicine?" Ma Tangjing nodded, handing her the bottle. "You can take a look. I added honey as you suggested." Wang Tiantian beamed. "Thank you, Grandpa. This pill is wonderfully made." Ma Tangjing chuckled, thinking how a child could hardly discern the quality of medicine. Perhaps she was merely trying to please him, the old man. With that thought, his gaze shifted to the man behind the counter, and he shook his head. Wang Tiantian, not forgetting her other purpose, hurriedly asked Ma Tangjing, "Grandpa, I would like to buy some ointment for treating wounds." Ma Tangjing kindly asked, "What kind of wound ointment do you need?" Wang Tiantian paused, biting her lip. "Just something to apply for bruises or injuries from falls." Hao Yan's eyes flickered. He did not believe this girl was the type to genuinely buy medicine for him. Ma Tangjing then asked, "Is it for cuts or?" Wang Tiantian shook her head immediately. "It's just for bruises. Nothing is broken." Hao Yan lowered his gaze, knowing it. But why would she need to buy ointment? Did she get hurt? Yet he saw no signs of it. Ma Tangjing turned to prepare the medicine for her. Wang Tiantian added, "If there's something with a very faint medicinal smell, that would be even better." After all, Tang Wanxin was sleeping with Wang Xingpei. If she caught a whiff, it could lead to more trouble. Ma Tangjing nodded in agreement and soon had the medicine ready. This ointment should be applied twice a day, and after a week, the bruises will disappear. Wang Tiantian nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Grandpa. Always playing, just thinking of playing all day, and soon you'll be in your second year of high school. You should really read more." Malay looked at his grandfather with a resentful expression. "Grandpa, look at how you treated those two kids just now. Smiling so wide that your wrinkles all came out, almost wanting to take them home as your own grandchildren. But when it comes to your own legitimate grandson, you immediately wear a sour face. Is this how a grandfather should act? If someone didn't know, they'd think those kids were your grandchildren. Well, I'm just the adopted one." "Humph." Ma Tangjing huffed angrily. "I wish you were adopted, so I could make space for your parents to give me a soft, sweet granddaughter. Unlike you, this troublesome boy, always making me angry." Ma Lei felt wronged, Grandpa, that's too hurtful. I'm the only heir in the family. Aren't you afraid of chilling my heart? Upon hearing this, Ma Tangjung raised a measuring stick from the counter and waved it at Ma Lei, furiously saying, "Chill your heart? I'll make you chill. You should let this old man's heart warm up first." After leaving Jiren Hall, Hao Yan and Wang Tiantian did not head elsewhere. Hao Yan glanced at the medicine in Wang Tiantian's hand but asked no questions, leading the way ahead. However, after walking a short distance, he sensed something amiss. He cast a sidelong glance around, his gaze settling on Wang Tiantian. "Be careful." Wang Tiantian, puzzled, looked at Hao Yan and only then noticed something was off. Not far away, it seemed someone was occasionally glancing in their direction. When they looked over, those people's gazes quickly averted. Wang Tiantian felt a twinge of panic. Could it be they were being targeted so soon after stepping out? Didn't those people see their tattered, patched clothes? But recalling her previous experiences, she grew somber, suspecting these individuals were sent by that boy. Indeed, thieves never rest. Seeing fewer people around, Wang Tiantian seized Hao Yan's hand and began to sprint. Hao Yan thought, if running at this moment could help us escape, why would they bother pursuing us? As expected, the instant they took off, the others realized the two children had spotted them. These two kids are quite alert. Lu Miao chuckled, resting his hand on Li Jiachuan's shoulder as he watched the fleeing children. Li Jiachuan shot him a glance, urging him, "Hurry up. They're about to get away." With that, he shrugged off Lu Miao's hand and chased after them. What's the hurry? They're just two kids, small and scrawny. No matter how they run, they can't escape our grasp. Lu Miao puffed, watching Wang Tiantian and Hao Yan. Damn it. I didn't expect these two to be so swift. If we can't catch them, we won't be able to show our faces on the street again. Hao Yan watched the five men warily and, feigning ignorance, asked, "What do you want?" Lu Miao pointed at himself and his companions, grinning. "What do you think?" "Of course. We're here to rob you." Hao Yan pressed his lips together. "We have no money." Wang Tiantian suddenly interjected, pointing at Lu Miao. "Oh, it's you, the boy from Jiren Hall who charged the medicine." Li Jiachuan felt somewhat embarrassed, glaring fiercely at Wang Tiantian. "What does it matter who I am? Mind your own business. Hurry up and hand over your money, and we'll let you go." Wang Tiantian pouted, looking disapprovingly at Li Jiachuan. "Mister, the old grandpa at Jiren Hall is willing to lend you medicine several times, proving you're not a bad person. Are you sure you want to rob us?" Li Jiachuan choked, feeling increasingly displeased. "Do I appear to be a good person? Hurry up, stop wasting words." "I never said I wouldn't hit children," Wang Tiantian innocently continued, raising a finger. "But if the old man finds out about this, won't he be very disappointed in you? What if he refuses to lend you medicine in the future?" Li Jiachuan's expression stiffened, and he lowered his gaze. Although that old man could be quite nagging, he truly trusted him. If it weren't for the old man's willingness to extend credit for medicine, his mother would likely not have survived this long. Before him lay an opportunity to heal his mother. These two children carried significant wealth, and he believed he could intimidate them. If he could seize that money, his mother's illness would finally have hope. The course of action was quite apparent, was it not? He tore off his clothing and threw it onto the ground, cursing fiercely. "What does it matter to you? I told you to hand over the money. Can't you understand human language?" Wang Tiantian and Hao Han exchanged glances, both understanding the situation. This person wasn't entirely wicked. Perhaps they could devise a way to move past this. However, Hao Han had no intention of doing so. As they were without funds, Li Jiachuan scoffed. "Are you trying to fool me? I heard everything you said at the market. Don't think you can deceive me so easily. Quickly, hand over all the money you have, and I will let you go. I am in a hurry."
Hao Han glanced sideveis at Wang Tiantian.
And upon seeing her anxious expression, he shifted his gaze away. "Oh, so you intentionally bumped into me, huh? After touching so many places, did you find any money?" Hao Han regarded Li Jiachuan with mild detachment. Li Jiachuan was momentarily taken aback, staring at these two little brats as if they were ghosts, wondering how they could be so infuriating. Most importantly, how did they know? "You lack finesse in your thievery, and I'm not blind," Hao Han remarked casually, as though discussing something trivial, which for him, it genuinely was. "So, why didn't you expose me on the spot?" Li Jiachuan's face flushed with embarrassment. His skills in stealing were indeed amateurish. True experts left no trace and could pilfer money without even touching the victim. But he lacked such prowess. If he had it, he wouldn't be in this predicament. What puzzled him further was that since this fellow was aware of his actions, why didn't he call him out then and there, but instead allowed him to leave? A normal person wouldn't behave that way. Yet Hao Han merely shot him a disdainful glance. Do you think I am like you? There are so many people here, a mix of all kinds. Even if I exposed you, what difference would it make? It wouldn't cause you much harm, but it would attract the attention of those with ill intentions towards us. Rather than dealing with those unknown forces, I would prefer to confront a foolish hothead like you. Li Jiachuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Hao Han's meaning. What was wrong with him? If he discovered someone had stolen from him, he would surely shout and catch the thief, delivering a thorough beating while rallying onlookers to join in. It wouldn't count for anything if he simply walked away. Lu Miao beside him watched incredulously, realizing that this guy was a complete fool, oblivious to the fact that others were mocking him in secret. Seeing his brother's perplexed expression and Hao Han's disgusted look, Li Jiachuan, though unsure of what was amiss, understood that the latter was not speaking kindly of him, which infuriated him. He couldn't bring himself to hit a little girl, but he could certainly teach this insolent boy a lesson. After all, he had endured his fair share of beatings and new boys could take it. Thus, Li Jiachuan rushed forward, fists clenched. You little brat, unless you learn a lesson, you won't understand the darkness of society. However, just as he threw his punch, it was caught by the boy, who was a head shorter than him. Despite his larger hand, Li Jiachuan thought, he has some skill, but age dictates power. I can wait. This kid's got some strength. Hao Han firmly grasped his fist, gazing at him with indifference, rendering Li Jiachuan unable to break free despite his efforts. Lu Miao, still oblivious, encouraged, don't be afraid, Brother Quan. Boys are tough. If you don't teach him a lesson, he won't learn how bad people are made. Li Jiachuan gritted his teeth, his face reddening further, cursing inwardly. What do you know? He ignored the fool's condescending gaze, still struggling against Hao Han's grip. Hao Han smiled coldly, his lips curling slightly, and said calmly, Now, I return those words to you. With that, he executed a swift shoulder throw, pinning Li Jiachuan to the ground with his knee pressed against his back and one hand forcing his head down, immobilizing him. Wang Tiantian was mesmerized by the scene, her heart racing with awe as she exclaimed inwardly, so cool, so perfect. No wonder he could take down a wild boar. I never imagined his fighting prowess was so formidable. Yet she was also filled with confusion. They had beaten him mercilessly before, leaving him bruised. So, why had he not retaliated then? If he had employed his current technique, she would likely have been left disfigured. Li Jiachuan, unable to move, glanced back with desperate eyes, opening his mouth to protest. You little brat, how dare you sneak attack? If you have the guts, let me go, and we'll fight fair.
Hao Han.
Wang Tiantian. Lu Miao and his gang. Brother, saying that puts us in a difficult position. Yet Hao Han did indeed release him, leisurely remarking, letting you go, isn't much of a challenge. You're quite skilled. No wonder you dare to flaunt your wealth on the streets. You are naively optimistic. I let you go, yet you still fail to grasp the darkness of society. Now let me give you another lesson, and you shall witness how 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. With that, disregarding any shame, he called to Lu Miao and the others, brothers, let us all go at him. Give him a beating. They all responded. Wang Tiantian looked at him, sympathetically. Aside from that, her keen perception told her that when a big shot made a move, one could easily tell the outcome. Though she couldn't see the full picture, she felt that even if they all attacked together, it might not be enough to withstand this formidable individual. As expected, 5 of them rushed at Hao Han, only to quickly realize they were no match for him. One of them, spotting Wang Tiantian hiding behind Hao Han, turned to evade him and reached for her. Wang Tiantian, caught off guard, dodged while seeking an opportunity to fight back. How dare you bully a girl? I'll scratch you to pieces. As the young man grasped Wang Tiantian, she clawed at his face fiercely. A cacophony of chaos ensued. 4 of them sprawled on the ground, clutching their limbs or stomachs, their faces bruised and battered, looking utterly miserable. Hao Jue turned his gaze towards Wang Tiantian, only to find the young man's face marred by red marks from her grip. Enraged and humiliated, he swung his hand to slap her. Hao Jue's eyes darkened as he swiftly stepped forward, seizing the young man's wrist and twisting it, eliciting a cry of pain. The young man staggered back, clutching his wrist. Wang Tiantian, having narrowly escaped, became even more infuriated. She bent down to pick up a stone and pursued the young man, fiercely throwing it at him, exclaiming, "How dare you strike a woman? You shameless brute! If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully." Hao Jue did not intervene. He was internally regretful for his earlier actions. Why had he chosen to save this person? Surely, he must have been out of his mind. However, his remorse was short-lived as his gaze fixed on a particular spot. Wang Tiantian continued to assault the young man, and due to her movements, a portion of her back was exposed, revealing a gruesome bruise. Had she been beaten? Judging by the marks, it seemed only her father could have inflicted such harm. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief and a smile crept upon his lips. It appeared she was not beyond redemption. Knowing she was struggling brought him a peculiar sense of happiness. Hao Jue strode over and pulled Wang Tiantian up, preventing her from continuing her assault. The young man, now battered and bruised, had yet to elicit any sympathy from the onlookers. Li Jiachuan approached, gingerly touching his own swollen face, and kicked the young man, saying, "You really dared to lay hands on a girl. What a disgrace to us men. And to end up in such a pitiful state." The young man rubbed his bruised eye and reddened face, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes as he seethed with rage at Li Jiachuan's words. Oblivious to the malice brewing within, Li Jiachuan cleared his throat and walked up to Hao Jue. The crowd speculated his intentions, fearing he would foolishly challenge the young man again. To their surprise, he suddenly dropped to his knees, embracing Hao Jue's thigh tightly. "Boss. From now on you are my boss. Please, accept me." A group of 5 had planned to deliver a painful lesson to someone else, only to find themselves on the receiving end. Typically, a person in their position would either flee in fear or harbor resentment. Yet here was Li Jiachuan, eagerly seeking to recognize Hao Jue as his leader. Hao Jue scoffed, "Not teaching me how to behave? Not giving me lessons?" Li Jiachuan immediately shook his head vigorously. No. No. What are you saying, boss? How could I dare to teach you? I was blinded by my own ignorance. Please forgive me. In your presence, I am but a mere child. Lu Miao covered his face, wishing to disassociate himself from such a spectacle. With panda-like eyes, he towered over the young man, older by several years, and yet here he was, shamelessly seeking to be recognized as a subordinate. Today had indeed been a day of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Li Jiachuan felt unperturbed. After all, he had found someone with authority. What was dignity compared to having a powerful ally? However, as he sought to acknowledge Hao Jue as his boss, Hao Jue was less than pleased. He extracted his leg from Li Jiachuan's grasp, casting a disdainful glance at him, shaking his head resolutely. "No, you are too foolish. Lu Miao is acceptable, you are not." Li Jiachuan appeared utterly crushed, as if betrayed by a scornful lover, his expression one of impending tears. His eyes brimming with resentment as he fixed a pleading gaze on Hao Jue. "I am clearly intelligent. Why am I being called foolish? Boss, please accept me. I will make you the most stylish lad on this street." "Unnecessary." Li Jiachuan, refusing to concede, insisted, "Boss, don't you desire the pleasure of having loyal subordinates surrounding you?" "Not at all. Boss, if you don't accept me, you won't be able to leave this town today." Hao Jue raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" Li Jiachuan exchanged knowing looks with his companions. However, Lu Miao, at that moment, wished to distance himself, having just suffered a beating. How could Li Jiachuan still wish to cling to him? His friend was indeed foolish. Li Jiaquan. What a treacherous companion. Resigned his fate, Li Jiachuan resorted to his last tactic. He clung tightly to Hao Jue's leg, as if it were a treasure trove. "Boss, if you don't accept me, I won't let go. I will cling to you." Just then, Wang Tiantian interjected. "You big oaf, what are you stealing and robbing for? Is it for the sake of medicine for your mother?" Li Jiachuan's previously defiant demeanor faltered, irritation washing over him as he raked his fingers through his hair. His earlier excitement at recognizing a leader dissipated. Wasn't he doing all this for money? Yet he hadn't earned a single coin. Without funds, his mother's illness would remain untreated. The realization left him utterly defeated. Wang Tiantian exchanged glances with Hao Jue, both recognizing that Li Jiaquan was not inherently malicious. His actions were likely driven by desperation. Lu Miao also attempted to console Li Jiaquan. Don't fret, my friend. Your mother is currently receiving treatment. We will find another opportunity. Hao Jue's lips curled slightly. Was it not her specialty to deceive others for wealth and affection? Yet, Li Jiaquan's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Of course, my boss is no ordinary person. A child who can casually carry over 1,000 yuan, clever and resourceful. With exceptional skills, he must either come from a good family or possess great talent. Following him a splendid opportunity. With this thought in mind, Li Jiaquan regarded Hao Jue with newfound admiration, attempting to reach for his thigh once more. Fortunately, Hao Jue had anticipated this and evaded him. Yet, Li Jiaquan was relentless, attempting to latch onto him again. Stop, or don't blame me for resorting to force. Li Jiaquan finally ceased his antics, yet his gaze remained fervently fixed on Hao Jue. A shiver of disgust ran through Hao Jue as he looked at Li Jiaquan with increasing contempt. Such a person was not one he wished to take under his wing. The consequences would be unbearable. Lu Miao, unable to watch any longer, grasped Li Jiaquan's shoulder and lifted him away. Come on, can't we talk like civilized men? You are a grown man. Stop behaving like a child. Li Jiaquan and Lu Miao were both astonished. How did you know? However, my mother is not entirely paralyzed. She currently suffers from hemiplegia. The doctor warned that if we delay any further, she will truly be paralyzed. As he spoke, his expression darkened once more. If only he could gather the medical expenses. He could treat his mother, but right now he simply could not find that much money. 3,000 yuan. Where could he possibly procure such a sum? Hemiplegia is far easier to treat than complete paralysis. Nevertheless, Wang Tiantian said nothing further but glanced at Hao Jue to see if he had any intentions of taking in the other person. That is your affair. I cannot simply part with my money out of pity for you, Hao Jue remarked coldly as he regarded Li Jiaquan. Li Jiaquan was taken aback, realizing that Hao Jue had misunderstood his intention and hurriedly explained, that is not what I meant. I merely believe that following you holds promise. I never intended to use this as a means to extract money from you. Yet Hao Jue shook his head, stating, I'm sorry, but in his case, I wouldn't mind accepting him. You are not suitable. He pointed at Lu Miao. He perceived that between Li Jiaquan and Lu Miao appeared more mature and stable, an excellent candidate for a subordinate. As for Li Jiaquan, Hao Jue found him rather too boisterous and, at present, he was in dire need of funds for his mother's treatment. He was in no position to assist him. After all, he was not engaged in philanthropy. Just then, Wang Tiantian made a soft clicking sound with her tongue, furrowing her brow as she observed the glimmer in the other's eyes directed at Li Jiaquan. However, if you perform well in the future, we can explore possibilities. Just as Wang Tiantian thought that Hao Jue looked down upon Li Jiaquan and was preparing to extend an olive branch, she suddenly heard his unexpected change of tone. Wang Tiantian immediately widened her eyes, glaring at Hao Jue in indignation. Seriously, you didn't think he was worth your attention? If you don't value him, why are you keeping me around? Upon hearing Hao Jue's previous statement, Li Jiaquan's spirits lifted instantly, and with shining eyes, he said to Hao Jue, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Hao Jue, observing the scene, clicked his tongue in his mind. The eagerness in both their eyes was equally glaring, confirming that he was right to not let that girl seize this opportunity. Although Li Jiaquan was slightly inferior to Lu Miao, with proper guidance, he could indeed be of value. Most importantly, he was filial, and generally, filial individuals possess commendable character. Of course, the main reason was that it brought him satisfaction to see Wang Tiantian uncomfortable. Both Lu Miao and Li Jiaquan stepped forward, smiling, and said, Then we will follow you from now on. By the way, where do you live? How can we find you? Observing the three men gathering, Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes in annoyance, walking aside to draw circles, cursing Hao Jue. The admiration she initially felt upon witnessing his skills dissipated instantly. No matter how impressive one's abilities, if they do not resonate with her, they are of little value. The two nodded in agreement. After their discussion, the trio parted ways. Hao Yan approached Wang Tiantian and called out, "Are we not leaving yet?" Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes, refusing to look at him, and continued walking ahead in silence. Li Jiachuan and Lu Miao stood shoulder to shoulder, watching the backs of the departing figures. At such a young age, they are already so formidable. They will undoubtedly be even more remarkable as they grow older. Li Jiachuan grinned proudly. "See? Now you understand how good my judgment is." This time, Lu Miao did not argue but nodded in agreement. "This is the best judgment I have seen from you since we met."
Li Jiaquan shuklat foolishly.
However, what about his aunt's medical expenses? The young man who had previously taken action against Wang Tiantian rubbed his head, his gaze flickering. Their initial good mood was thus spoiled, and the atmosphere turned dismal. "Don't lose heart. Tomorrow our boss will arrive. We can ask for his assistance," Li Jiachuan said with a bitter smile. "You saw it too. The boss has never looked up to me, and we have only known each other for a day. How could he help? That much money. Even he might not be able to provide." The young man's eyes turned, and he approached, saying, "Brother Quan, Brother Miao, do you really want to recognize that kid as your boss? He is just an 11 or 12-year-old brat. Are you truly willing?" This time, we simply failed to gauge his strength. Had we prepared in advance, would we have feared that he might not produce the funds? Li Jiachuan and Lu Miao furrowed their brows simultaneously, tilting their heads to scrutinize the young man. Li Jiachuan stroked his chin. "I say, Dirt Dog, you're not still resentful because you were beaten, are you?" The young man called Dirt Dog turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Are you really okay with being beaten by a child? Besides, he was beaten to a pulp by a little girl." Li Jiachuan and Hao Yan exchanged glances, nonchalantly stating, "We simply lack the skill. We've been in this street life for a while and have taken our fair share of beatings. It's all the same." Seeing that the two showed no signs of anger, Dirt Dog's gaze darkened slightly, though his tone lightened as if joking. "So you're willing to forsake that money just for this boss? I've heard there is quite a bit." Li Jiachuan shot him a displeased glance, short-sighted. "Not only did we fail to snatch that money, but having such a boss means a future of luxury. Who knows, we might even be able to walk sideways." "You're not someone I'm interested in," Li Jiachuan remarked. He failed to notice anything amiss, but Lu Miao regarded Dirt Dog with a more discerning eye. "If you're feeling resentful for being beaten, that is on my shoulders since I led you into this trouble. However, you must not touch those two. Or else do not blame me for turning against you. Do you understand?" Lu Miao affirmed, glancing at Dirt Dog's departing figure. He reiterated, "Remember my words." "Papaya, what is wrong?" Li Jiachuan asked, somewhat confused, but he sensed that the atmosphere was rather off. Lu Miao and Li Jiachuan often referred to each other by their nicknames in private. Lu Miao glanced at him, shaking his head. Dirt Dog was beaten by a little girl and feels humiliated. He hopes we will stand up for him. Li Jiachuan's lips twitched as he looked at Lu Miao, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Not to criticize you, but Papaya, your judgment is even worse than mine. Where did you find this spirited fellow? He can lay hands on a little girl, and honestly, I have never seen someone strike a woman or even a girl. It's somewhat disgraceful." Lu Miao shrugged helplessly. "I didn't notice that before. But it wasn't me who sought him out. He approached me when he learned what I was up to.
Now,
I fear he not only bears a grudge against that boss and his sister, but also against us." Li Jiachuan cast him a disdainful glance. "That is your issue. You better handle it well." Lu Miao shot him a look, retorting, "Isn't it because you dragged me into this trouble in the first place?" Li Jiachuan rubbed his nose and fell silent. Meanwhile, the two continued along the narrow path. It was midday, and the small path was deserted. They found a spot under a small tree to sit down. The first thing Wang Tiantian did upon sitting was to extend her hand in front of Hao Yan. "Come on, it's time for me to receive my money." Hao Yan did not immediately produce the money. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Wang Tiantian before surveying their surroundings. This place is remote and desolate, quite suitable for certain activities. Wang Tiantian immediately regarded him with suspicion. "What are you planning?" Hao Xian approached slowly, leaning close to her ear with a chilling tone. "Don't you think it's easy to engage in illegal activities here?" Wang Tiantian felt as though her mind erupted with two words. What the hell? She instinctively tightened her collar, retreating while warning you, don't mess around. Observing her defensive demeanor, Hao Xian felt both amused and incredulous. Was he truly the type to be so indiscriminate? After all, she was merely 10 years old, and he was 12. They were not in a position to harbor such inclinations. Even when they grew up, he would not feel any attraction towards her standing before him. With a derisive glance, he declared, I have no interest in your type. But what nonsense was she spouting? What was wrong with her type? With her doll-like face and large, round apricot eyes, she was undeniably a beauty in the making. Though malnourished, she had a solid foundation. Once she was well-nourished, her beauty would surely shine, blinding his eyes. A thought suddenly sprang to Wang Tiantian's mind. You may not appreciate me today, but one day, you will find me out of your reach. With a stern expression, she asked defiantly, what do you want? Hao Xian smirked, slowly approaching her as he spoke in a sinister tone. For instance, murder and robbery. Disposing of the body in the wilderness? Wang Tiantian's heart raced, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Hao Xian. Was he actually threatening her? Gritting her teeth, she retreated while angrily questioning, are you trying to steal my money? The anticipated scream of terror did not materialize, causing Hao Xian to raise an eyebrow. Clearly intrigued by her audacity. However, he did not deny the allure of such a substantial sum. Anyone would be tempted by it. After all, they were in a deserted place, and if he were to do something, no one would know. Wang Tiantian found herself increasingly baffled by Hao Xian when he was submissive. He would endure humiliation without retaliation, yet when he refused to back down, he resembled a drawn sword, sharp and untouchable. His unpredictable nature oscillated between coldness and warmth, maturity and mischief. At that moment, she could not discern whether he was being mischievous, while she felt it unlikely. She had witnessed numerous cases of young individuals committing heinous acts in her previous life. Regardless, Wang Tiantian would never allow herself to be easily suppressed, whether through words or actions. After surveying her surroundings, she lifted her gaze to Hao Xian, her expression calm and composed, stating, whether you are joking or serious, I advise you to abandon that thought. I acknowledge your strength, but I am not one to be easily bullied. Hao Xian halted, intrigued by her response. Oh, really? I would like to see how you are not easily bullied. Then you can certainly try. Wang Tiantian pressed her lips together, her large, round eyes fixed intently on Hao Xian, a glimmer of determination in her gaze that startled him. It was a light of resilience and defiance, a sharpness he had never encountered in her before. Hao Xian felt a surge of curiosity. This intrigue compelled him to continue pressing closer to Wang Tiantian. He wished to see how far she would go. As she noticed him advancing without hesitation, she clenched her fists. Had she truly misjudged him? A quick glance behind her revealed a patch of inconspicuous scorpion grass, and she began to shift her steps in that direction. Hao Xian, aware of her subtle movements, looked toward where she was headed, but saw nothing amiss. Yet, his instinctive sense of danger, honed from years of experience, warned him that something unpleasant awaited him there. It appeared this girl was far from her usual foolish self. He blinked, concealing the darkness in his eyes before coming to a halt. Wang Tiantian planned to lure him there, intending to strike once he was stung by the scorpion grass, but she found him unexpectedly stopping and watching her with keen interest. A flicker of unease crossed her mind. Had he caught on to her intentions? But in the next moment, Hao Xian pulled a stack of money from his pocket and offered it to her. Wang Tiantian was startled, hesitant to approach, her gaze fixed warily on him. I thought you had more courage. Are you frightened now? Hao Xian smirked, his lips curling into a sharp laugh. Wang Tiantian remained unmoving, her expression still wary. Clearly, she was genuinely intimidated. However, Hao Xian felt no remorse. Instead, he was filled with amusement, a smile creeping onto his face. Yet, just as he intended to tease Wang Tiantian further, she abruptly squatted down and began to cry, truly crying, with a fervor that could shake mountains. Hao Xian's heart raced inexplicably. Watching her weep so sorrowfully, he furrowed his brow and impatiently scolded, Why are you crying? What's there to cry about? Be quiet. Yet at that moment, Wang Tiantian was far beyond caring about his threats. The more he yelled, the more heart-wrenching her cries became. The wailing echoed painfully in Hao Xian's mind, prompting him to consider the feasibility of murder and disposing of a body. He had never witnessed her cries so intensely before. Had her newfound intelligence come at the expense of her tear ducts? Wang Tiantian finally stifled her sobs, but her petite form continued to tremble as she stared up at him with red-rimmed eyes. Her expression was filled with indignation, as if he had committed an unforgivable act against her. You used to bully me with such enthusiasm. How come you're scared of me now? Hao Xian maintained a stern expression, his mood souring further due to her antics. Wang Tiantian felt utterly wronged, her lips quivering as she began to accuse him with a tearful voice. Hao Xian, you scoundrel. You actually scared me. I must have misjudged you. How could you use this to frighten me? Hao Xian scoffed. Did you not consider this when you bullied me before? Misjudge me? What did you misjudge? I have always been this way. Wang Tiantian's distress only deepened at his words. Haven't I already apologized? I even shared my money with you. Hao Xian found it amusing. He had earned that money himself. What did it have to do with her? Moreover, did an apology mean he had to accept it? Was he not entitled to seek revenge? Wang Tiantian wiped her tears and shouted at him. If you want to retaliate, you can do so tit for tat. Why resort to this? You made me think I misjudged you. Although our time together has been brief, I have always believed you to be an upright and responsible person. If you truly acted today, I would have misjudged you, and that would be a significant blow to me. I am so afraid that I have misjudged you. Though it sounded overly dramatic, Wang Tiantian's heart truly felt that way. The experience of growing up in an orphanage endowed her with a discerning eye, allowing her to distinguish between kindness and character, often from the most subtle of actions. Although she struggled to fully comprehend Hao Jue, she sensed he was not a malevolent person. Finally, she had received the money. She had been trying to decipher Hao Jue's previous actions, yet the ambiguity of whether he was good or bad only heightened her sense of crisis. This feeling of uncertainty left her feeling defeated. Had she truly misjudged him? Ultimately, it appeared that he was merely toying with her emotions, and in this tumult of highs and lows, Wang Tiantian lost control of her feelings. While she felt secure in her life being in Hao Jue's hands, her outlook on people would suffer a significant blow. Sometimes it is not death that one fears, but disappointment. Hao Jue's gaze flickered. Had he misjudged her again? Had he ever truly seen anyone clearly? With a sardonic smile, he coldly regarded Wang Tiantian and remarked, Should I feel honored? Wang Tiantian, your misjudgment of me is of no concern. I have no desire to play the role of a good person for you, nor should you hastily label me. If you do, you may find yourself unable to bear the consequences. Should she regard him as a good person now, she would likely suffer when his retribution eventually arrived. Hao Jue found himself amused by the absurdity of it all. Had he not always been perceived as a villain in Wang Tiantian's eyes? Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of agitation. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that in a past life, he had once been viewed as a good person by her? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. It had never been the case. In their previous life, he and Wang Tiantian had never shared such a rapport. She would never collaborate with him, nor would she deign to converse with him. So how could any goodwill have arisen? Thus, what significance did this lifetime's changes hold? Wang Tiantian shot him a fierce glare, choosing silence as she extended her hand. Hao Jue glanced at her, placing the money into her palm. After receiving the funds, she began counting with remarkable efficiency. Hao Jue observed her deftness, his curiosity deepening. A child raised in the countryside typically lacked such financial acumen unless they frequently handled substantial amounts of cash. His heart sank further. Wang Tiantian remained oblivious to his thoughts, focused solely on her counting. 1,364 yuan and 50 cents. Noticing her calculations, Hao Jue interjected, You should receive a total of 1,375 yuan. After purchasing ink, paper, and other supplies, you spent 10.5 yuan. What remains is the final amount I am giving you. Surprised by his precise accounting, Wang Tiantian contemplated whether she should enlist him as a procurement officer or accountant. After all, skilled individuals are best utilized. However, she quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that he would not remain ordinary in the future, and given their current relationship, he would hardly be amenable to being her subordinate. With the money in hand, Wang Tiantian broke into a quick jog, causing Hao Jue to raise an eyebrow in amusement. Just how fearful was she of him claiming the money? He had intended to advise her to keep it secret, but seeing her urgency, he thought better of it. After all, the money was not his to claim. If it were to be stolen, it would be her misfortune. Unaware of Hao Jue's thoughts, Wang Tiantian knew she had to safeguard her money, as there were predators at home watching her every move. Her reasons for running ahead were twofold: to guard against Hao Jue and to find a discreet place to conceal the funds, as it was a matter of modesty. As Hao Jue approached, he found Wang Tiantian squatting carelessly, chewing on a blade of grass. He suddenly asked her, "You deduced that Li Jiachuan's family has a paralyzed member solely from the medicine he collected from Jirantang?" Wang Tiantian rubbed her nose and replied affirmatively. Hao Jue gave her a sidelong glance, half smiling. "I see the doctor has taught you well. You are quite gifted." As he casually plucked a blade of grass from the nearby thicket and popped it into his mouth, he inquired, "Since you can ascertain the illness from the medicinal herbs, I presume you also know how to treat it?" Although he was still puzzled as to how Wang Tiantian had acquired her medical knowledge, he felt confident she could cure the ailment. Wang Tiantian cast him a surprised glance, her pride compelling her to turn away. "I want to work for free." Hao Jue immediately understood. She was indeed capable of healing. However, he refrained from asking her to treat the illness, as their relationship had not yet reached that level. Furthermore, his funds were needed elsewhere, and Wang Tiantian, being a student, had no time as she had classes to attend the following day. He also suspected that if he suggested she treat the illness, she would likely take advantage of the opportunity to demand a significant payment. Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy to ensure she willingly offered her services to Li Jiachuan's mother. In the midst of his scheming, Wang Tiantian remained blissfully unaware, instead plotting how to extract a substantial sum from Hao Jue, especially since he had recently taken over 1,000 yuan from her. However, as she exited her home, she was met by the formidable Liang Jufang and their neighbor, Shi Chuanqiu. The two approached with fierce determination, their eyes glinting with intent, as if they were about to catch her in the act. Wang Tiantian pretended not to see them and aimed to bypass them on her way to the kitchen. She shot Liang Jufang a cold stare. This was the same person who had caused a ruckus just the night before. Clearly, she had not learned her lesson. "Auntie, I am your niece after all, sharing the same surname as uncle. We even live in the same courtyard. Your constant accusations of theft make it sound as though our family is a den of thieves. If others overheard, they might think that the Wang family is a nest of criminals. I am just a child. I can endure the insults. But what if uncle were to be called out in such a manner? That would be utterly embarrassing. Who do you think he would hold accountable, me or you?" Liang Jufang was momentarily taken aback by Wang Tiantian's retort, at a loss for words. It was Shi Chuanqiu who tugged at her sleeve, helping her regain her composure. Wang Tiantian pressed her lips together, inwardly lamenting, "I only wish I were not a member of the Wang family. What pride is there in being associated with them? To me, it is nothing but repugnant." After a brief pause, Liang Jufang erupted into another round of vitriol. "You're talking nonsense. My daughter is going to university. She'll marry someone from the city, unlike you, who will only scrape by in the dirt for the rest of your life." Wang Tiantian smiled. "Then, Annie, you should be even more cautious. There are countless university students in the city. If Mei Jie desires to marry a city dweller, a reputable family background is essential, who would look favorably upon an ill-reputed Wang family. If any scandal regarding the Wang family were to surface, would anyone agree to marry a daughter from such a family?" Liang Jufang, with her petty mindset and myopic view, was unable to grasp the deeper implications of Wang Tiantian's words and found herself momentarily indecisive. Wang Tiantian could hardly spare a moment to engage in trivial chatter and continued onward. Upon seeing her attempt to leave, Liang Jufang promptly dismissed Wang Tiantian's previous words, seizing her arm and interrogating sharply, "Where do you think you're going? I haven't finished speaking." However, Wang Tiantian's patience had worn thin. "What do you want exactly? A fallen family?" After a brief contemplation, she realized that the term fallen family referred to the Hao family, with their lack of money and women, and the only remaining pillar of the family being a cripple, accompanied by a child yet to mature. They indeed fit the description of a fallen family. Wang Tiantian's eyes flickered. What does that have to do with you? How can you speak to your second aunt like this? Have you no manners? Shi Chuanxiu seized the opportunity to criticize Wang Tiantian. Only then did Wang Tiantian feign surprise at Shi Chuanxiu's presence. Aunt Chuanxiu, when did you arrive? Is your household not busy? Shi Chuanxiu rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Having stood there for quite some time, it was clear Wang Tiantian had been ignoring her intentionally. Her tone was less than pleasant. Why should I care if your family is busy? You, a mere girl, show no respect to your elders and constantly retort. What kind of girl behaves like this? Even I, your neighbor, cannot bear to witness it. Wang Tiantian scoffed lightly. That has nothing to do with me. I simply see you running to our house every day, and I thought you had nothing to do. Curiously, she added, but I wonder why you are so attached to my second aunt? Those who know say you have a good relationship, and those who don't might think you're waiting for my uncle. Wang Tiantian was quite direct, knowing full well that these people were incapable of deciphering subtlety. Uttering those words filled her with satisfaction as she observed the change in expressions on the two women's faces. She was well aware that her uncle had no ties to Shi Chuanxiu. Shi Chuanxiu's appearance was quite ordinary, with a large nose, prominent cheekbones, and slightly thick lips, creating a visage that induced discomfort upon first glance. Furthermore, she was older than Liang Jufang and appeared even older due to years of labor in the fields. While her uncle was somewhat superficial regarding appearances, Liang Jufang, despite her harsh nature and narrow-mindedness, was quite attractive, petite in stature, allowing her uncle to appear robust and imposing beside her. Wang Tiantian's remarks, though audacious, were interpreted very differently by the two women. Liang Jufang had faith in her husband. After all, one would have to be blind not to recognize the absurdity of associating with such an older woman. Nonetheless, her trust in her husband did not extend to other women, especially considering Shi Chuanxiu's solitary existence. Who could truly know if she was capable of restraint? This line of thought led Liang Jufang to regard Shi Chuanxiu with a wary eye, feeling that Wang Tiantian's words held some merit. The household was not idle. Yet Shi Chuanxiu frequently visited, often lingering, particularly when her husband was present. Could it be that this old hag truly entertained notions of climbing over to her household? When Shi Chuanxiu caught the shift in Liang Jufang's gaze, her heart sank. Liang Jufang was not one to easily forget slights. If she held on to this, wouldn't she make it her mission to torment her in the future? Not to mention, there was a flicker of guilt within Shi Chuanxiu. Thus, she promptly redirected the conflict toward Wang Tiantian. What nonsense are you spouting, you little wretch? How dare you stir up trouble here? I'll skin you alive. With that, she lunged at Wang Tiantian, feeling emboldened since she was merely a neglected child, someone she felt entitled to strike. Wang Tiantian swiftly stepped back, evading and shouting loudly. Aunt Chuanxiu, you are not a member of the Wang family and my second aunt is right here. Are you attempting to reprimand me over her? By what authority? She retorted. You claim I fabricate tales, but it seems you are merely trying to cover your tracks. The more Liang Jufang listened, the more unsettled she became, and she instinctively reached out to intervene. In a huff, Shi Chuanxiu hastily explained to Liang Jufang, Jufang, do not listen to this ungrateful child's fabrications. She is merely trying to sow discord.
Y arbo no ulterior motivas.
Remember why we are here. Do not let this little brat divert your attention, or we will suffer for it. For a moment, Liang Jufang hesitated, recalling her original purpose for visiting. Yet, upon hearing Shi Chuanxiu's voice, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, she resolved what to do. She intended to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Once she dealt with Wang Tiantian, she would gather evidence against Shi Chuanxiu. If she dared to covet her husband, she would ensure her downfall. Wang Tiantian maintained an indifferent expression, stating, that wild boar was not yours. It was someone else's hard-earned catch, and I merely lent a helping hand. Are you saying that if you assist someone, their belongings become yours? How dare you talk back? I refuse to believe you helped without expecting something in return. You are not the type to act without motive. Hand it over, or I shall take your skin. Liang Jufang cursed, reaching for Wang Tiantian's ear, but she adeptly evaded the grasp. Yesterday's events had concluded with a painful lesson, but it was not a lesson meant to allow continued torment from her. She needed a solid justification that would silence outsiders and keep her family in check. Fine, she admitted. She had not anticipated the possibility of being beaten. Now that she had her justification, how could she allow herself to be bullied further? As she stepped back from Liang Jufang, she declared, there was no benefit at all. That brat didn't he give me a single thing, not even a word of thanks. Wang Tiantian continued, but that is my concern, not yours. Given your demeanor, one might think I took something of yours. Liang Jufang was furious. It was mine to begin with. All the good things in your family belong to me. Hand it over, or I shall have your father beat you. Wang Tiantian's expression turned grave, her gaze laden with meaning. This was not the first time Liang Jufang had uttered such words. She had done so before. This puzzled her. Each time she sought to discipline her, she would utter such phrases, requesting a father to chastise his daughter, and somehow succeeding. No, she should not be termed a stepmother. She should be a stepfather. Yet, Wang Tiantian was no longer the same girl she once was. The punishment she received last night had severed all ties with Wang Xingpei. Beyond Tang Wanxin and Wang Qingkai, no one in the Wang family held any significance for her. How did my family's possessions become yours, second aunt? I have both a father and a mother. Our Wang family was already divided before our grandparents passed. Each household owns its own belongings. Even I, a mere elementary student, understand this. Surely you comprehend? The present was not like the past. If she wished to covet her family's possessions, there would be no entry, not even through the door or a window.
Bah!
What does it matter that we are divided? Your family owes me. Everything that belongs to you is rightfully mine. What did he give you? Meat, perhaps? A fallen family is nothing but readily available wild boar meat. Hand it over. Owe her? She could not recall having any debts to her. What others owed was their business, not hers to rectify. Given her brazen demands, Wang Tiantian replied directly, Second aunt, have you forgotten what I said last night? 88. Bad news travels fast. I have made it clear that from this moment onward, you shall not take anything from me. Just yesterday you stole the mushrooms. And when you suffered from an upset stomach, you tried to blame me. To prevent such incidents from occurring, I believe it would be wise for you, and heir, to manage your hands more prudently. Liang Jufang listened, her eyes widening in disbelief, one hand on her hip while the other pointed accusingly at Wang Tiantian.
Oh.
So you've grown wings and developed a spine, have you? You no longer regard me, your aunt heir, with any respect, do you? I shall see if I can teach you a lesson today. With that, she lunged to grab Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian deftly dodged, causing a piece of meat to fall to the ground, immediately capturing the attention of the three of them. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. You have no idea how chaotic things have become. When Aunt Air caused a ruckus, her father swung a stick at her.
Can you believe it?
Is Wang Xingpei not insane? He doesn't care for his own child and allows others to bully her. Another voice chimed in, indeed. I heard it too. The commotion from that whole family was quite loud. That girl stood her ground, swinging that stick fiercely. And not once did I hear her cry out. Instead, she continued to resist. How foolish. If she had simply admitted her mistake, she could have avoided the beating. Later, I quietly went to see what happened. Do you know what I found? Tell us. Someone urged. Hao Shan's steps slowed involuntarily as he recalled the bruises he had seen that day. Were they discussing Wang Tiantian? The tantalizing voice resumed. You wouldn't believe it. That usually quiet girl has two faces. When her father struck her, her mad mother came out in a frenzy, grabbing her father by the collar and slamming him against the door. How could the second son of the Wang family stand by while his brother was assaulted by a lunatic? He rushed in to intervene. Can you guess what happened next? Someone, unable to contain their impatience, snapped, Come on, Gui Flower, just tell us. Stop teasing us. Wang Gui Flower rolled her eyes in delight. I have a juicy story for you. And I want your full attention. Originally, Wang Tiantian had been kneeling stubbornly on the ground, refusing to yield. But upon witnessing the two of them bully her mother, she sprang up and dashed into the kitchen, emerging with a large kitchen knife, eyes shut tight, charging forward. As she ran, she swung the knife wildly, shouting, I will kill you. If you won't let us live, then no one shall. Wang Gui Flower imitated her vividly, even gesturing dramatically. 4 or 5 women gathered around her. their eyes glued to her, clearly captivated by the tale, as if they were witnessing the events unfold before them. 89. A force to be reckoned with. Seeing their rapt attention, Wang Flower felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. She was a woman in possession of valuable information. She continued, "That girl looked no different from her mad mother at that moment. With a kitchen knife in hand, she could easily cause harm. The two brothers of the Wang family had no choice but to release her deranged mother. That girl continued to swing the knife in a frenzy. I was terrified, genuinely fearing for my life, thinking she might truly commit murder." She sighed. "This girl, who previously seemed so easy to bully, has proven to be quite formidable. From now on, we must tread carefully." After hearing the story, each person shared their thoughts. A sharp-tongued woman scoffed, "I say, that girl must have inherited her mother's madness. She's bound to go insane herself." Nods of agreement followed. "It's very likely." When Wang Xingpei was working away from home, she was left with her Aunt Heir. And we all know how she mistreated her. People who are bullied for too long often go mad. Another woman, more rotund and seemingly fortunate, lowered her voice. "This girl is indeed quite pitiable. Her Aunt Heir is truly a piece of work. Stepmothers can be harsh, but to bully someone over a few wild mushrooms? She should fear retribution." A keen-eyed woman leaned in closer, whispering, Wang Xingpei isn't much better either. He doesn't protect his wife or daughter." Always bowing to Liang Jufang as if her words were law. "There is something quite off about those two." This sparked further gossip, with the sharp-tongued woman smirking. "There's probably some truth to that. Wang Xingpei's escapades are notorious. I've heard he has quite a few women." Another woman laughed lewdly. "How can a man keep his composure with a crazy wife at home? I've heard stories." As she spoke, her gaze swept the area, landing on Hao Shan, who stood a short distance away. Hao Shan concealed his thoughts, pretending not to hear their conversation. Though puzzled by this woman's sudden friendliness, he simply smiled and greeted, "Aunt." Hao Shan chuckled, deflecting the attention. "This is all managed by my father." Wang Flower was someone who could strike up a conversation with anyone. Her words were neither particularly kind nor ill-natured. However, their families were not close enough for her to offer unsolicited advice. 90. You've been deceived. Hao Shan surmised correctly. Wang Flower had no genuine intent to offer him a warning. She glanced at the backpack slung over his shoulder. "You're not heading to the market today. What are you doing with that backpack?" "Selling wild boar, perhaps?" Since the information was out, Hao Shan did not hide it. He nodded candidly. "Keeping a dead boar at home isn't practical, so I'm taking it to town in hopes of selling it." Wang Flower's eyes lit up with excitement. "Look at that. I knew my guess was right. Wild boar are hard to catch and not cheap. You must have made a decent sum." Hao Shan's expression soured immediately, and he stammered, "No, it wasn't too much." Wang Flower, with her keen insight, recognized that there was more to the story. She pressed further. "What happened?" "There weren't many people in the market today, and the boar had been dead for a while, so no one was buying it. I waited all morning until finally a man came to inquire." Wang Flower's curiosity piqued. "What did you tell him?" "Wild boar don't come cheap." Hao Shan sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I've never raised pigs, so I'm not sure what they should sell for." Upon hearing this, Wang Flower perked up, her ears twitching with interest. "Then how much did you sell it for?" 80 cents. He explained. "He said it was originally $1, but since my boar looked old and unappealing, he deducted 2 dimes.
"What?"
Wang Flower exclaimed, startling the others who had been listening intently. The group heard Hao Shan's words and were equally astonished. Nowadays, even ordinary pigs fetch $1 per pound, let alone wild boar, which are worth several times more. To think that this child sold a wild boar for less than the price of a domestic pig left them utterly shocked. Wang Flower gasped, clapping a hand on Hao Shan's shoulder, visibly pained. "How you've been deceived. Do you realize that?" Hao Shan looked bewildered, resembling a naive child. "Huh? Surely not. I sold it for over 60 yuan. Wang Hohat felt a pang of regret, one hand pressed against her chest as if struck. Under normal circumstances, hearing about 60 yuan would make her eyes sparkle, but this time it was different. Selling it at 80 cents per jean for over 60 yuan implied it weighed around 80 jean. If we calculated that based on the price of wild boar, It should be worth at least 2 to 300 yuan. You foolish boy, and you're satisfied with just 60 yuan? Do you realize that wild boar now sells for 4 to 5 yuan per gene? Do the math. At 4 yuan per gene, how much could you sell it for? Hao Han was already astounded, as if the numbers Wang Hohat spoke had stunned him. 4, or 5 yuan per gene. Is it really that expensive?
Indeed.
It's over 300 yuan. Look at you. You barely made 100. What a huge loss. Wang Hohat glared at him, full of disappointment. If her son had only sold the wild boar for such a paltry sum, she would have been furious. Hao Han appeared regretful, seemingly absorbing Wang Hohat's words. As she observed him, Wang Hohat's own sorrow lessened. Why should she feel so pained? Money, whether abundant or scarce, was not hers to claim, so why should she fret? Others nearby expressed their understanding. It was only natural for the child to be deceived. After all, at his tender age, he wouldn't even know the price of ordinary pork, let alone wild boar. A woman with a kind disposition nodded in agreement, saying she too had no idea of wild boar meat prices. Seeing that the conversation was flowing again, Hao Han prepared to leave, but Wang Hohat unexpectedly grabbed his hand. Young man, you cannot let this loss slide. 300 yuan is enough for you and your father to use for more than 6 months. Can you really accept being deceived like this? Hao Han feigned a silly expression, staring blankly as he asked then, what should I do? Wang Hohat immediately patted his hand with a knowing look and spoke kindly, your father's leg is injured and cannot walk far, and there's no one to stand up for you at home. Hear us what you should do. Tell your aunt who the scoundrel is that cheated you, and she will help you seek justice. Hao Han chuckled shyly and admitted, I don't know that person. I didn't dare look up. No one doubted his words. In the eyes of outsiders, Hao Han had always been the shy and introverted type, known for being bullied. Wang Hohat felt a surge of frustration and shot him an exasperated glance. You, my child, how could you be so careless when selling? Not only have you lost hundreds, but you don't even know who did this. Thank goodness you're not my son. Otherwise, I'd be furious. Hao Han remained silent, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Seeing his expression, Wang Hohat had no further words, waved her hand, and turned back to her circle of gossiping women. She was secretly pleased to see Wang Tiantian receive a lesson. After all, the girl was genuinely annoying, often thwarting his plans, and being reprimanded was a welcome change. However, a puzzling thought lingered. Why would Wang Tiantian risk herself for her crazy mother?
He found it hard to believe.
In his previous life, she had been nothing more than a paper tiger, fierce in appearance but cowardly in nature, never daring to show anger towards her family. Even when she faced death, she had not considered resistance, appearing wholly paralyzed by fear. As for her mad mother, she had always held disdain and aversion towards her, refusing to acknowledge her in public and keeping her distance at home. Not even a tear was shed when her mother passed. Could such a person act in such a way? Yet, although Wang Hohat was gossipy, her words were often grounded in truth, suggesting this incident had indeed occurred. In his rebirth, while the people around him remained largely unchanged, the transformation in her was bewildering. Hao Han's mind swirled with questions, each layer deeper than the last, and numerous conjectures flickered through his thoughts, all awaiting the passage of time to verify them. However, another remark from Wang Hohat served as a warning. Wang Tiantian's second aunt was not to be underestimated. If provoked, she might even bring a ruckus to their home. At that moment, chaos had already enveloped the Wang household. When Liang Jufang saw the piece of meat, she immediately shrieked, "Where did this meat come from?" Wang Tiantian, quick on her feet, snatched the meat and tucked it into her bosom, frowning as she replied, "It obviously came from a pig. Don't try to fool me." Liang Jufang leapt and pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Tiantian. "Where did you get this meat? Your family is so poor that you can barely afford a meal. You must confess, did you steal this meat from someone?" Liang Jufang had already been relentless before seeing the meat. Now that she had, her accusations intensified. Wang Tiantian was genuinely irritated. Ever since she arrived, this woman had been a constant annoyance, bringing endless trouble. With impatience, she shoved Liang Jufang aside and retorted, "Second aunt, do you live by the sea? Or are you just unhappy? Why do you keep fixating on my family? Where I get my meat is none of your business." Liang Jufang, already furious, was further enraged by Wang Tiantian's words. She lunged to grab the meat Wang Tiantian had hidden, her mouth spewing curses. Wang Tiantian didn't intend to engage in a physical confrontation, so she merely dodged. However, Liang Jufang had an accomplice, seeing the commotion. Shi Chuanqiu joined in with a scowl, her eyes filled with malice as she assisted Liang Jufang in blocking Wang Tiantian and plotting an underhanded attack. Wang Tiantian keenly sensed the undercurrent of hostility and felt a flash of cold determination. Old hag, if you're so eager to be bullied, then who else should I target? As she pondered, she feigned a stumble, sidestepping Shi Chuanqiu's sneaky grasp while simultaneously pushing Liang Jufang's arm toward Shi Chuanqiu's reach. Shi Chuanqiu carelessly glanced at Wang Tiantian's arm, and with a scowl, she seized it, gripping it tightly. Just as she applied pressure, a sudden scream erupted from Liang Jufang,
piercing the air.
Shi Chuanqiu was startled and instinctively released her grip. Turning to see Liang Jufang hopping in pain, she noticed deep red fingernail marks on her arm, blood oozing from the punctures, and the flesh where she had grasped swelling up. Realization dawned on Shi Chuanqiu. She had mistakenly seized the wrong person. At that moment, a flash of insight struck her, and she pointed at Wang Tiantian, exclaiming, "I saw it. It was her, that heartless wretch who secretly pinched you. I was just about to teach her a lesson, that ungrateful little rascal." As soon as she finished speaking, she locked eyes with Wang Tiantian's dark, cold gaze, which inexplicably instilled a flicker of trepidation within her. Liang Jufang did not question the veracity of her words. She released her grip on her injured arm and pointed at Wang Tiantian, cursing, "You wicked little beast, how dare you lay a hand on me? You shameless wretch! I shall make you wish you were never born." With a furious shout, she sprang to her feet, akin to an enraged calf charging at Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian, however, continued to evade her advances, this time not retreating elsewhere but instead maneuvering behind Shi Chuanqiu. When Liang Jufang attempted to grab her from behind, she unwittingly kicked Liang Jufang's heel. A pained yelp echoed as Liang Jufang stumbled, falling flat on her face. Shi Chuanqiu, taken aback by the spectacle, turned pale and hastily explained, "It wasn't me. It was her. She kicked me and caused you to trip." With a grimace, she seized Wang Tiantian by her collar, preparing to slap her. "Stop! Stop!" At that moment, two voices rang out simultaneously. Wang Chengtai and Wang Qingye, the brothers, hurriedly approached. Wang Chengtai, taller and with longer legs, quickly arrived and forcefully swung Liang Jufang's arm away, standing protectively in front of Wang Tiantian, his face a mask of fury. "Aunt Chuanqiu, what do you mean by this? Are you really going to strike my sister in our home? Surely, that's against all decorum." Meanwhile, Wang Qingye rushed to Liang Jufang's side, helping her up while brushing off the dust from her clothes, his face etched with concern as he asked, "Mom, are you all right? How did you suddenly fall?" Upon seeing her son approach, Liang Jufang's bravado crumbled, and she began to wail dramatically. Sitting on the ground, one hand smacking her thigh while the other cradled her injured arm, she lamented, "Qingye, your mother cannot go on living. I am, after all, a daughter-in-law of the Wang family, her second aunt. I have treated her well, yet she not only stole our meat but also dared to pinch and kick me. This is an affront to the heavens. A niece striking her aunt, a rebellious act. She shall be struck by lightning." Amidst the unfolding drama in the Wang family courtyard, someone pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and began to crack them open. Liang Jufang's words prompted Shi Chuanqiu to chime in, "Indeed, this ingrate dares to steal and lay hands on her elders. What will happen when she grows older? Will she set fire and commit murder? If her family fails to discipline her, then as a neighbor present, I must intervene. Even if I cannot teach her properly, I must seek justice for her second aunt." With a righteous demeanor, Shi Chuanqiu feigned indignation. The two brothers turned their gazes toward Wang Tiantian, one filled with disappointment and reproach, the other with worry and affection. Wang Qingye's expression darkened as he pursed his lips, finally speaking up, but she should not speak back to her elders, let alone lay hands upon them. He cast a complex look at Wang Tiantian, his eyes predominantly reflecting reproach. Yet, Wang Tiantian displayed no trace of sorrow from his admonishment. She merely cast a fleeting glance at him before fixing her gaze upon Wang Qingtai. Brother. Wang Qingye's countenance stiffened, his expression dimming. In the face of Wang Tiantian, Wang Qingtai's demeanor softened as he gently ruffled her hair and spoke in a calm voice. What exactly transpired? Speak up, and your brother will advocate for you. Historically, his relationship with his sister had been rather distant, primarily due to their upbringing apart and her subsequent withdrawal from communication, particularly with her own family. Even if he wished to cultivate a closer bond with her, he often found himself at a loss. How could he, a devoted brother, restrain the fierce protective instincts within him? Yet, these past few days, she had been secretive, constantly leaving the house without him, but now that she was in trouble, he felt compelled to safeguard her. As the youngest sister in the Wang family, Wang Tiantian was naturally cherished by her elder brother. However, due to Liang Jufeng's constraints, he had been unable to bond with her closely. Now, witnessing her draw closer to Wang Qingtai while disregarding him, Wang Qingye felt a pang of discomfort. Nonetheless, the ingrained notion of never contradicting elders weighed heavily on him, leading him to perceive the current situation as one where Wang Tiantian was unequivocally at fault. Thus, upon hearing Wang Qingtai's remark, he furrowed his brow in disagreement. Eldest brother, it is indeed Tiantian's fault for contradicting her elder. Do not meddle in this. Wang Qingtai retorted sharply, you're talking nonsense. Who instilled this fallacy in you? It is wrong to contradict one's elders. But does that mean their mistakes must go unchallenged? Furthermore, the truth of the matter is still up for debate. I understand you are siding with your mother, but could you kindly remain silent while I converse with my sister? Wang Qingye, taken aback by the scolding, fell silent. Liang Jufeng, seeing her son at a disadvantage, became agitated, pointing at Wang Qingtai and scolding, you, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, how dare you reprimand your brother when he speaks the truth? I see your jealousy over his academic performance. Having heard this, Wang Tiantian narrowed her eyes and scoffed, her demeanor serious. Second aunt, as the old saying goes, do not bully the young and poor. My brother has no need to envy anyone, nor to harbor jealousy. You may look down upon him now, but in the future, his accomplishments may well surpass those of your son.
Ha!
How ludicrous! Liang Jufeng seemed to have heard the most absurd joke. This aimless fellow cannot compare to my son, who consistently ranks among the top in his class. Originally, Wang Qingtai had felt buoyed by Wang Tiantian's words, his eyes sparkling with ambition. But Liang Jufeng's comment deflated him like a punctured balloon. Wang Tiantian, smiling proudly, patted his shoulder. Do not let grades dictate one's future achievements. After all, my brother is only in the first year of junior high. He has ample opportunity to improve. Wang Qingtai, lacking confidence, glanced at Wang Tiantian. But my grades are really poor, and I struggle to understand during class. How can I improve? Wang Tiantian, seemingly oblivious to his plight, smiled brightly, brother. For no other reason than to ensure your little sister is not bullied, you will work hard in your studies, won't you? Wang Qingtai felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet at the sight of his sister's hopeful gaze, he silently encouraged himself.
Yes.
To protect his sister, he must study diligently and ensure her safety. With Wang Tiantian's encouraging gaze upon him, Wang Qingtai solemnly nodded. Observing her brother regain his fighting spirit, Wang Tiantian felt reassured, turning her attention toward Liang Jufeng, who regarded them with disdain. Second aunt, you claim I pinched and kicked you, but did you truly witness it? Are you certain it was I who attacked you? Before Liang Jufeng could respond, Shi Chuanxiu, who had been quietly observing the entire affair, interjected, Of course, it was you. I saw it with my own eyes. Are you trying to deny it and claim it was me who assaulted you? Your heart is truly wicked. Shi Chuanxiu let out a cold snort in her heart. Having taken the initiative to make such a move, she wondered how the vile person could still speak. However, Wang Tiantian nodded seriously, then turned to Liang Jufeng and Wang Qingye, saying, Aunt, did you hear that? The true culprit has already confessed. You're talking nonsense. Shi Chuanxiu exclaimed, furious that the girl dared to say such a thing. You are truly wicked, trying to shift blame onto others for fear of being reprimanded. I wonder how your father raised you to become such a person. Wang Qingye's face darkened instantly as he glared at Wang Tiantian, who wore a smile. And then she spoke. Aunt Chuanxiu, you are mistaken. My upbringing came from my aunt. Is there something about her that you resent, prompting you to speak so ill of me? Shi Chuanxiu's expression changed as she reached out to confront Wang Tiantian. You heartless girl, trying to sow discord. Wang Qingye immediately stepped in front of Shi Chuanxiu, his face stern. Aunt Chuanxiu, do you really think the Wang family is without a voice? I heard that Du Chongwei's homeroom teacher is planning a home visit. If I tell them how you bullied a child, it would certainly tarnish their impression of Du Chongwei. Shi Chuanxiu was intimidated by Wang Qingye's threat and dared not move. Liang Jufang felt uneasy listening to both sides, primarily because she had never taught Wang Tiantian how to navigate the world. She would have preferred her to spend her time tending to the rabbits instead. This was her displeasure at Shi Chuanxiu's inappropriate remarks. More than that, she felt discontent towards Wang Tiantian, believing the girl was not genuinely trying to defend her, but rather attempting to cast aspersions upon her. Yet, Wang Tiantian's next words changed her perspective. I witnessed Aunt Chuanxiu pinching my aunt, and at that moment, she even shot me a warning glance. Before I could react, she placed the blame on me, and then Aunt, you fell to the ground. You are talking nonsense. Shi Chuanxiu was the first to respond, hastily addressing Liang Jufang. Jufang, you must not believe her words. After all these years, do you not know how I feel about you? In contrast to Shi Chuanxiu's anxiety, Wang Tiantian remained calm. She looked at Liang Jufang, who wore a skeptical expression, and said, I must have evidence for my claims. If you do not believe me, I can prove it. With that, she walked before Liang Jufang, revealing her injury, then compared her fingers to Liang Jufang's arm, noting a significant difference in size. You see? The marks on my aunt's arm are much larger than my fingernails. If you still doubt, we can ask Aunt Chuanxiu for a comparison, and the truth will be revealed. There was no need for further proof. The three of them were present during the incident. If it was not Wang Tiantian who pinched Liang Jufang, then it could only have been Shi Chuanxiu. It was hardly plausible that Liang Jufang would injure herself out of boredom. Wang Tiantian glanced at Shi Chuanxiu's dirty, darkened nails and silently chuckled, thinking that one injury would be enough for Liang Jufang to endure. Shi Chuanxiu could no longer deny it and hurriedly explained. It was not intentional. I meant to pinch that wicked girl, but I accidentally pinched you instead. Her words immediately drew the ire of both Wang Qingye and Wang Qingye. Wang Qingye exclaimed, this woman not only attempted to harm his sister but now, after mistakenly injuring his mother, seeks to frame his sister. How outrageous. Wang Qingye added, indeed. It seems I was right. These two women are intent on bullying his sister. Liang Jufang found it difficult to maintain her anger, though she felt discomfort. She recognized that their intentions were not malicious, and given that they were not children, she did not wish to lash out at them. Suddenly, Wang Tiantian laughed. Aunt Chuanxiu, do you believe your own words? Not intentional? Then why was my aunt lying on the ground in such a state? The others recalled the earlier scene and looked at Wang Tiantian with suspicion. Liang Jufang was particularly concerned. The fall had left her feeling aches throughout her body. She distinctly sensed an external force had kicked her, causing her to lose her balance and fall. It had to be intentional. Thus, she cried out. I was about to catch that wicked girl, but suddenly, I was kicked from behind and fell over. A flicker of guilt passed through Shi Chuanxiu's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Not just you, I too received a harsh kick, and my foot still hurts. Wang Qingye had already begun to suspect Shi Chuanxiu, and upon hearing her statement, they narrowed their eyes. Wang Tiantian smiled. What a coincidence. Aunt was kicked. And you're feeling pain in your foot too. It seems that kick was quite forceful. Shi Chuanxiu nodded. Indeed, it was quite forceful. Then realization struck her. And she jumped up. What are you babbling about? It was you who kicked me from behind, causing me to inadvertently kick Jufang. Stop slandering me. Ah. It truly was you. Liang Jufang exclaimed, anger propelling her to rise from the ground. Shi Chuanxiu, I have always treated you well, yet you sneakily plotted against me. Shi Chuanxiu immediately shook her head. No. Jufang, you must listen to my explanation. It was that wicked girl who kicked me from behind. Or, how could I have injured you? Liang Jufang's questioning gaze fell upon Wang Tiantian. yet she discerned nothing amiss. The girl displayed no signs of guilt. Wang Tiantian ignored Liang Jufang's scrutiny and smiled. "Aunt Chuanqiu, I do not know when or where I offended you, prompting you to harbor such disdain for me, constantly seeking ways to tarnish my reputation. This is quite evident. I am merely a 10-year-old child. How could I possess the strength to knock down my aunt? Even if you wish to frame me, you should find a more plausible reason." Wang Qingye immediately concurred, nodding. "Indeed, my sister is so small and slender. Where would she find the strength to bring down aunt? If you bully my sister, you ought to consult with me first." Shi Chuanqiu's face flushed with anger as she pointed at Wang Tiantian. "Do not be deceived by this girl. She is the one scheming behind the scenes. My relationship with Jufang is so good. How could I harm her?" Suddenly, Wang Tiantian hesitated, glancing between Liang Jufang and Wang Qingye, appearing as if she had something more to say. Wang Qingye, observing his sister closely, asked, "Tiantian, what do you wish to say?" Wang Tiantian, her gaze lingering on the two, spoke slowly. "I am uncertain whether I should disclose this." Wang Qingye urged, "Just speak your mind." With his encouragement, Wang Tiantian turned to Liang Jufang. "Aunt, do you remember what we just discussed? Could it be that we inadvertently offended her?" Liang Jufang's expression shifted, her gaze turning fiercely toward Shi Chuanqiu, her anger intensifying. "What an old hag! She must have sensed my thoughts and intentionally struck in the shadows." The Wang brothers were bewildered, unaware of the preceding events, and thus could not comprehend the cryptic exchange between them. Wang Chenkai could not restrain himself from asking Wang Tiantian, "What on earth is going on?" Wang Tiantian bit her lip, a troubled expression crossing her face as she spoke. "It's just, I have noticed that Aunt Chuanqiu has been spending quite a bit of time at our Wang family home, especially when Uncle is around." At once, the gazes of those present became intricate, with Wang Chenkai's eyes flickering peculiarly between Shi Chuanqiu and Liang Jufang. Wang Qingye, however, pursed his lips in silence, lost in thought, his expression genuinely grim. Liang Jufang, growing increasingly furious, screamed and charged directly at Shi Chuanqiu. "You shameless wretch! A toad wishing to eat swan meat, daring to covet my man, and now even resorting to underhanded tactics against me. I swear if I don't strip the skin off your back today, I'm not who I say I am." While dodging, Shi Chuanqiu explained, "Jufang, don't you know what sort of person I am? Don't let that little vixen provoke you." She even yelled at the Wang brothers, "Why aren't you pulling her away?" Yet, Wang Tiantian and the others merely gazed at the sky, the ground, and the air, refusing to engage. Liang Jufang reached out to claw at her, spitting in her face. "I spit on you. You old hag, I know exactly what you are. With your man absent, you can't help but lose control, trying to sneak into my family's affairs. Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you are?" Caught off guard, Shi Chuanqiu was scratched by Liang Jufang. Her face splattered with spit, and now, unable to contain herself, she retaliated fiercely. "You foul-mouthed wench!" Shi Chuanqiu disregarded all decorum and began to tussle with Liang Jufang. "You little heartless dwarf! After all these years of kindness towards you, how dare you treat me like this? Do you think you're something special? A vile creature who mistreats her own niece. Wang Xingbao must be blind to have married you. They say that short people are venomous, and today I truly understand that. With a creature like you, retribution is inevitable." The issue of height had always been Liang Jufang's greatest sore spot, and now, being insulted and ridiculed, her anger was palpable. With eyes filled with resentment, she glared at Shi Chuanqiu. So this is why she has always looked down upon me." Wang Tiantian's words ring true. "This old hag has long coveted my man and has been envious of me, pretending to be amiable all along. She can no longer hide her true feelings now that her secrets have been exposed. I'll be damned. You shameless old harlot, daring to insult me. I'll make you pay." Liang Jufang, enraged, lunged at Shi Chuanqiu, attempting to grab her hair, but her short stature made it difficult to get a hold of her. Shi Chuanqiu, however, easily seized Liang Jufang's meticulously cared for hair and yanked it forcefully. As the fight escalated, both women were ruthless, fully aware of how to target each other's weaknesses. However, Liang Jufang's height was indeed a disadvantage, compounded by her lack of physical labor. having led a life of relative luxury. She was no match for this fierce woman, who managed everything, including raising 2 children. Shi Chuanxiu's robust stature contrasted sharply with Liang Jufeng's petite frame, making it nearly impossible for Liang to even touch her opponent's hands as she struggled and shouted. Meanwhile, the intensity of the altercation left the 3 children blushing at the vulgarities exchanged. Wang Tiantian, witnessing his mother being bullied, wanted to intervene. But considering his own small size and Shi Chuanxiu's strength, he realized he would be of no help. He attempted to pull Shi Chuanxiu away, but stumbled and fell to the ground instead. Liang Jufeng, seeing this, was incensed. She had never allowed anyone to lay a finger on her son, and now this old harlot was bullying him. How could she tolerate that? Ignoring the pain in her scalp, she charged at Shi Chuanxiu like a bull, colliding with her ribs. The impact caused Shi Chuanxiu to nearly gasp for air, her grip loosening as she clutched her side in pain. You old harlot, picking on my son. Just wait until I finish you off today. Seizing the moment while Shi Chuanxiu was distracted, Liang Jufeng lunged again, knocking her to the ground, and then climbed onto her, using her weight to pin her down as she slapped her face repeatedly. You lustful old hag, coveting my man, bullying my son, and now me. I'll kill you. Each strike grew more vicious. Shi Chuanxiu, caught in the onslaught, felt herself losing consciousness, her face marked with blood from Liang Jufeng's relentless assault. Though she had fought before, none had been as merciless as Liang Jufeng. Indeed, the heart of a short person can be cruel. Noticing Liang Jufeng's movements slowing, Shi Chuanxiu flipped her over, pinning her down without mercy, and began banging Liang Jufeng's head against the ground, cursing as she did. You black-hearted wretch, looking like a stunted winter melon. If I hadn't entertained you, who would have bothered with you? You vile creature. You think anyone wants to be your friend? You're nothing but a rotten piece of trash, always scheming behind others' backs. You think you're the only woman around here? Upon hearing this, Liang Jufeng ceased to struggle, her anger boiling over into a torrent of curses. You foul-mouthed pumpkin. You're just as wretched as I am, and my son would never look at a filthy creature like you. Wang Tiantian, witnessing his mother falter again, wished to assist, but upon seeing the indifference of his siblings, who were merely watching the spectacle, he furrowed his brow in displeasure.
Come help me,
he urged. Yet neither moved. They were far too entertained by the spectacle of these 2 women tearing each other apart. Wang Tiantian was even less inclined to intervene. He had long harbored a disdain for Liang Jufeng, and now that someone was dealing with her, he couldn't be happier. However, upon catching Wang Tiantian's reproachful gaze, Wang Tiantian blinked, shifting his attention to Wang Tiantian. Tiantian, you look unwell. Did they hurt you? Seeing the concern etched on his face, she quickly understood, frowning as she feigned pain. They hit me on the back of my head just now. With that, she rolled her eyes and collapsed. In a moment of desperation, Wang Tiantian merely wished for Wang Tiantian to feign a few cries of pain to deceive the onlookers. However, he was taken aback when she fainted outright. Panic-stricken, he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Tiantian, Tiantian, are you all right? Please don't frighten your brother. Wang Tiantian felt exasperated inwardly at her foolish brother. In an effort to alleviate his fears, she cautiously pinched his sleeve. At that point, Wang Tiantian realized her act, and his sorrow intensified, his eyes reddening as he yelled at the 2 combatants, It is you. You are the ones who bullied my sister, causing her to faint. My poor sister. What offense did she commit to deserve such cruelty from you? Wang Tiantian, upon witnessing Wang Tiantian collapse, was momentarily stunned. He glanced anxiously at Liang Jufeng and then at Wang Tiantian, ultimately choosing to rush to his cousin's side out of concern. He knelt down and gently patted her small face, urgently calling, Tiantian, wake up. Wang Tiantian was both astonished and speechless, struggling to comprehend her cousin's peculiar behavior. In certain matters, his perspective was stubbornly rigid and excessively biased, yet, at times, he exhibited genuine concern for her, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Wang Tiantian shook off his hand and barked, What are you doing here? Weren't you just defending your precious mother? Now you come here pretending to be a good brother? If it weren't for your mother, my sister would not be lying here. Wang Tiantian furrowed his brow, recognizing that this was not the time for such discussions. We should take her to the village doctor, he insisted. However, Wang Chenkai had no intention of visiting the village doctor, continuing to deflect, if not now, then when. My sister has been harmed by your mother, and I will not let this matter rest. Seeing that reasoning with him was futile, Wang Qingye pushed him aside, determined to carry Wang Tiantian to seek medical assistance. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. What on earth is happening? Why are they fighting? Chenkai, what happened to your sister? Why has she collapsed? It was Wang Hohot, who had been spectating the commotion, unable to remain seated any longer upon witnessing such a spectacle. She rushed over. Wang Hohot's character was well known to the two brothers. Under normal circumstances, Wang Chenkai would have disregarded her entirely. However, in this instance, she proved to be an unexpected ally. Wang Qingye's expression darkened. He disapproved of Wang Chenkai divulging the situation to outsiders, particularly to someone as gossipy as her. Yet his actions were no match for Wang Qingzai's quick tongue. Having only arrived midway through the unfolding drama, Wang Hohot was unaware of the earlier events, but had gleaned enough to understand that Wang Qingzai's account was largely accurate, given Liang Jufang's notorious reputation throughout the village. Thus, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Oh my, how could this happen? You must wake her up immediately. Goodness, she is still just a child. How could your second aunt be so ruthless? Finally, Wang Qingye could no longer hold his tongue, and Hohot, there is a misunderstanding in this matter, and I am currently preparing to take Tiantian to see the village doctor. In the village, the wife of the village chief has also arrived. Oh dear. How far must she have traveled? Moreover, old man sure is not at home today. His entire family has gone to the city. Wang Hohot remarked, crouching down to gently pat Wang Tiantian's small face. At that moment, Wang Qingye found himself in a quandary. Then I shall take her to town, he stated. The group deliberated on where to find a doctor, while Liang Jufang and Shi Chuanxiu continued their fierce quarrel. Suddenly, a few more individuals gathered near the Wang family home. Drawn by the persistent commotion, a group from the other side, curious about the ruckus, approached. What on earth is happening? Hurry, and separate those two, exclaimed Lin, the village chief's wife. Currently, Qiangshanzi village was divided into two teams, both overseen by the village chief, Chao Chongwen. Accompanying Lin were several women with whom she usually socialized. Upon witnessing the altercation, they moved in to intervene. These two women, who were typically as close as sisters, had inexplicably turned against each other today. Look at her. Can you even recognize her former self? Even her mother might not recognize her. What on earth could have provoked this? One person inched closer to Liang Jufang, attempting to pull her away while questioning her companion. Who knows? Just hurry and separate them. Look at the child standing by. Another urged, straining to grasp Shi Chuanxiu's arm. Despite their efforts, the two were so engrossed in their confrontation that the bystanders struggled to intervene. Lin furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Wang Hohot and the other onlookers, as well as at Wang Qingye. You all, go lend a hand. What are you doing standing around? Though she relished a good spectacle, as the village chief's wife, she felt compelled to take the lead. With her directive, the remaining spectators could no longer remain passive and reluctantly joined in the effort to separate the fighters. Wang Qingye wished to assist as well, yet he hesitated at the sight of Wang Tiantian still lying on the ground. Wang Qingkai, however, was unfazed, casually remarking, "Why the rush? There are plenty of people helping. What difference does your presence make? My sister's well-being is of utmost importance right now." After contemplating, Wang Qingye agreed and approached Lin, saying, "Aunt Lin, my sister has fainted. I need to take her to find a doctor." His expression revealed his inner turmoil, grappling with the multitude of issues at home. Lin finally noticed Wang Tiantian on the ground and hurried over, furrowing her brow as she looked down at the unconscious girl. "What has happened here?" she inquired. Wang Qingye's face darkened. "Brother, the situation is unclear. Please do not complicate matters." He was acutely aware of his mother's temperament, but felt that Wang Qingzai's words were rather excessive. Wang Qingkai, on the other hand, did not perceive any fault in his statement and refrained from retorting, not wishing to engage in dialogue with his dim-witted cousin. In the vibrant realm of beauty, Wang Qingye finally perceived the inappropriateness of his mother, Liang Jufang, referring to Wang Tiantian in such a manner amidst the throng of people. It was undeniably improper for her to address Wang Tiantian so publicly. Therefore, with a serious demeanor, he confronted his mother, stating, "Mother, how can you call Tiantian that way? Everyone in the countryside has unflattering nicknames, which may be acceptable at home, but to utter such a name in public is profoundly disrespectful and casts a negative light." Liang Jufang soon recognized the presence of many onlookers. Should she hurl a few insults in anger, others might not take it to heart. Yet if this was her habitual way of addressing Tiantian, it would surely invite gossip. Nevertheless, she would never admit to wrongdoing, and thus, with a flushed neck, she retorted, "Why shouldn't I call her that? If she engages in indecent acts, shouldn't we be allowed to comment on it?" Wang Tiantian's brows furrowed slightly. Feeling the impending slander, Wang Chenkai would not allow Liang Jufang to tarnish Wang Tiantian's reputation without a fight, and he immediately countered loudly, "Second aunt, who are you accusing of being unclean? My sister Tiantian would never stoop to such actions." Liang Jufang shot him a disdainful glance and abruptly lifted Wang Tiantian's shirt, retrieving a piece of meat that Tiantian had tucked under her arm. "Look, who doesn't he know that my elder brother's family rarely has meat? They certainly don't have the means to buy it. Where could this girl have gotten it? Did she perhaps earn money to buy it herself?" All eyes fell upon the piece of meat in Liang Jufang's hand. Wang Chenkai was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, as he had no idea that Wang Tiantian possessed such a commodity. How could he explain this? Seizing an opportunity, when no one was watching, he discreetly tapped the palm of Wang Tiantian, whispering, "Why didn't you mention this beforehand? How am I to concoct a plausible excuse?" Wang Tiantian, recalling this matter, hurriedly reassured him with gentle gestures, but Wang Chenkai remained uneasy. He found himself trapped. If he remained silent, it would imply an admission that Wang Tiantian was a thief, and he could not allow his sister's reputation to be sullied in such a manner. Thus, he defiantly shouted, "Who says the meat must have been purchased by her? What if it was a gift from someone else?" Wang Tiantian silently praised his cleverness, preparing to seize the opportunity to awaken. "A gift?" Liang Jufang scoffed, as if hearing the greatest joke. "Your sister, with her beauty, is she truly so cherished that someone would bestow meat upon her? What do you take her for?" Wang Chenkai choked on his words, glancing at Wang Tiantian. She was indeed lovely, but the notion of her being the epitome of beauty was a stretch. Moreover, he doubted anyone would be inclined to gift meat to his sister. "Mother, please stop. Tiantian is still faint. I must take her to the hospital." Finally, at a loss for excuses, Wang Chenkai was interrupted by Wang Qingye. "Hospital? You think this wretched girl is merely feigning? You think I can be deceived?" Cast a disdainful glance at Wang Tiantian, thinking to herself, how could this foolish girl possibly faint so easily? However, Wang Qingye did not dare to be careless. He insisted, "I must take her to the hospital. Mother, please refrain from causing a scene." "Causing a scene?" Liang Jufang retorted, her voice rising. "Is going to the hospital free of charge? Moreover, we don't even know if she truly fainted. Why are you so eager to defend her? When your parents were being bullied, where were you? You ungrateful wretch. Second aunt, how can you say such things? Who would feign fainting for no reason? If you hadn't bullied her, would she have fainted?" Wang Chenkai continued to accuse Liang Jufang. Liang Jufang pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "You're talking nonsense. When have I ever bullied her? It's clear that she is pretending to feign out of fear of being caught for stealing meat. I assure you, this matter is far from over." At that moment, Wang Tiantian finally stirred awake, her eyes still clouded with confusion. "What happened to me?" She gazed at Wang Chenkai. Understanding her plight instantly, Wang Chenkai replied, "Just now, you bumped your head, causing a headache that made you faint. We intended to seek a doctor, but second aunt stopped us, claiming that the piece of meat you hid was stolen and that you were merely pretending to faint." Having said this, Wang Chenkai realized his sister's remarkable ability to switch emotions seamlessly. In an instant, Wang Tiantian transformed her expression, tears welling in her eyes, her complexion pale, embodying the image of a delicate flower suffering from torment. "Second aunt, I am at a loss as to why you would tarnish my reputation in front of so many people. I have always referred to you as second aunt." Seeing the once sharp-tongued and agile Wang Tiantian now adopt such a demeanor, Liang Jufang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the same person? Lin Shi also cast a disapproving look at Liang Jufeng. Indeed, second aunt, you cannot make baseless accusations. We must adhere to evidence. Though Liang Jufeng despised their meddling, she could not retort. Instead, she scolded Wang Tiantian, her face flushed with anger. Stop pretending. Your family is poor. Where would you find the money to buy pork? Wang Tiantian refrained from arguing and continued. Naturally, I have no money to buy pork.
Ha!
You finally admitted it. What a disgrace to our family. Are we lacking in food or clothing that you resort to such shameless acts? Wang Tiantian's expression grew cold. But I never claimed this meat was stolen by me. Liang Jufeng scoffed. If it wasn't stolen, did it simply fall from the sky for you to find? Why don't I have such good fortune? Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she spoke. Wang Tiantian's lips curled into a smirk. Second aunt, since you are so certain that I stole this meat, why don't you tell us whose meat it is that I supposedly stole? Liang Jufeng, feeling triumphant, believed her argument held water. After all, Wang Qingye had no idea how much meat was in their house, and indeed, Wang Tiantian's meat had been discovered beneath her clothing. The scene that just unfolded was witnessed by all, leading them to believe Liang Jufeng's assertions, casting veiled glances towards Wang Tiantian. In households where poverty reigns, illicit activities tend to flourish. The Wang family was undeniably destitute, struggling to afford even the basics to support their two children's education. Yet, Wang Tiantian appeared oblivious to the disdainful gazes directed her way. With her back straightened, she met Liang Jufeng's gaze directly. Didn't your family consume that piece of meat this morning? How could there be any leftover? You know nothing. Liang Jufeng retorted. It's not you who stole the meat. Your eyes are glued to my kitchen. Wang Tiantian smiled. The aroma of your family's meat could waft 2 miles away. I can discern it just by smelling, no need to see it. Liang Jufeng's eyes flickered among the onlookers. Where would my family procure enough money to have meat at every meal? I only saved it to treat my son, and now it has ended up in your pocket. You greedy little thief. Wang Tiantian's expression turned cold. Aunt, you keep calling me a thief. If you claim I stole your meat, then do tell. When did you buy it? That clever girl. When did I ever say I purchased that piece of meat? It was sent to me this morning by my sister from my maternal family, still fresh. She scoffed. Oh, little brat, do you think you can outsmart me? Keep eating salt for a few more decades. Wang Tiantian nodded. So it was sent by my aunt. Is that all? It must be quite a fine piece of meat. Liang Jufeng found it difficult to respond to this remark. She had not examined the meat when it arrived and could not ascertain its quality. But she certainly could not claim her sister's meat was of poor quality, otherwise it would lead to further complications. Thus, she could only vaguely state, of course, there's more than just this piece. I keep them separated. It's fortunate to have meat at all. Who cares about quality? May I inquire which part of the pig the meat from aunt sent you is? Wang Tiantian pressed on. Liang Jufeng grew impatient. Why do you need to know so much? Can you even identify which part of the pig this meat comes from? With a serious demeanor, Wang Tiantian insisted. Aunt, you are convinced that I stole your meat. With so many aunts present, if I do not clear my name, how can I remain here? To all the aunts, Wang Tiantian, did not steal anyone's pork. This meat is a token of gratitude from a friend I assisted, and I hope you will bear witness to my words. Liang Jufeng spat. What belongs to my family is mine. The meat my sister sent me is simply pork. Don't deny it here. If this pork were acquired legitimately, why would you need to hide it? Upon facing the confrontation, Wang Tiantian immediately displayed an expression of suppressed tears, imploring, Second aunt, why must I hide? Surely you understand the reason. Liang Jufeng vociferously retorted, what do I know? The mere fact that you are reluctant to present it suggests there must be something shameful behind it. Wang Tiantian enunciated the word reluctant with palpable intensity. In such a small village, everyone was acutely aware of each other's character, and thus they comprehended the implications of Wang Tiantian's words, casting subtle glances towards Liang Jufeng. Liang Jufeng, incensed, exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? That was clearly given to me by you. It is precisely because of this mushroom that my entire family has suffered from diarrhea. I have yet to hold you accountable. She continued, such an incident has already subjected my family to undue hardship. How could I allow it to transpire a second time? To prevent a recurrence of such an ordeal, I have resorted to this desperate measure. The crowd's gaze towards Liang Jufang grew even more peculiar. Among them were women who had witnessed the previous incident, and having heard Wang Tiantian's assertions, they were thoroughly convinced. Wang Hohat could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Sister Jufang, you are being rather excessive. After all, you are this child's aunt. How can you bully her so? Today, that lad Hao went to town to sell pork. It is entirely reasonable for him to bring her a bit of meat. If you accuse her of stealing your meat, you must present some solid evidence." Though seemingly defending Wang Tiantian, her words subtly stoked the flames of conflict. Liang Jufang had no tangible evidence, yet she was determined to claim the meat, stating, "Am I to deceive you regarding this meat? It is indeed from my maternal aunt. If you do not believe me, we can inspect it together." The crowd understood that she was attempting to sidestep the issue. Pork essentially appeared the same regardless of its source. And who would scrutinize it for distinguishing features at the time of purchase? If this continued, it was likely that the meat would ultimately end up in Liang Jufang's possession, while Wang Tiantian would bear the ignoble reputation of a thief. Lin, too, felt a twinge of headache regarding Liang Jufang. Her prowess in verbal altercations was formidable, and she was unyielding in her grudges. Naturally, Lin wished to avoid entanglement in this affair. However, she could not simply stand by. Turning to Wang Tiantian, she asked, "Child, you see the predicament. Both sides are adamant. Unless you can provide compelling evidence, your aunt cannot intervene on your behalf." Wang Tiantian smiled gratefully at her, asserting, "If my aunt does not believe me, I can confront Brother Hao directly. Do not allow her to be bullied." "What is the matter? Who knows if you are colluding to embezzle my pork?" Liang Jufang was determined not to let Wang Tiantian confront anyone. Wang Tiantian retorted, "Aunt, your statement is misguided. Others may be unaware, but you cannot possibly ignore the dire nature of my relationship with Hao Jue. If there were no truth to this, how could he testify on my behalf?" Wang Qingye wished to interject, yet at this juncture, any words from him would be futile. Whether his mother sought to misappropriate Wang Tiantian's meat or Wang Tiantian had pilfered from his family, neither scenario would cast them in a favorable light. He could only fret silently, hoping that Wang Tiantian had not stolen the meat and that Liang Jufang was not lying. However, his silent plea went unheard as Lin decisively declared, "Very well, let someone fetch that young man and inquire." Wang Qingye hesitated, "But it seems inappropriate to involve others in our family matters." Wang Tiantian shot him a glance. "This is not merely our family affair. Were it not for his gift of this piece of meat, I would not be embroiled in this turmoil." Wang Qingye felt conflicted, but could not voice further objections. Aware that Wang Tiantian was displeased. "How are you home?" Hearing the familiar voice, Hao Jue frowned but soon donned a smile as he stepped outside. "Aunt Hohat, do you seek me for something?" Observing the eager and gossip-laden gleam in Wang Hohat's eyes, Hao Jue presumed that Liang Jufang and the others were approaching, and she was there to warn him. However, to his surprise, she seized his arm and pulled him outside. Wang Hohat smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, how could I forget? I came to you because there is quite a spectacle. No, I need your assistance." Hao Jue's eyes flickered, and he smiled bashfully. "What could a mere child like me possibly do to help?" Wang Hohat responded with a grin. "Let us discuss as we walk. Lin Shuzhen is waiting." "Lin Shuzhen?" Hao Jue struggled to recall who that was and inquired, "What does she want with me?" Hearing the commotion, Wang Jianjun slowly emerged, "Aunt Hohat, what on earth is happening that even the village chief's wife is involved?" Although Hao Jue did not remember Lin Shuzhen, he was familiar with the village chief and thus looked to Wang Hohat for an explanation. She first glanced at Wang Jianjun's leg before stating, "This does not concern your young man significantly. The main purpose is to request him as a witness." For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Hao Jue instinctively sensed that it might relate to Wang Tiantian. Sure enough, Wang Hohat continued, "You know Wang Tiantian, don't you? Her aunt claims to have found a piece of meat on her, alleging it was stolen from her household. Wang Tiantian insists you were the one who gifted it to her, so Lin Shuzhen has asked you to serve as a witness." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun hurriedly urged, "Then you should not delay. Do not let that child be bullied." Hao Jue was disheartened as he overheard Wang Hohat's disparaging remarks. No wonder he couldn't find a wife. His own son was being mercilessly bullied and insulted, yet he still defended the very culprits like a lifeless statue. It was truly a pitiable existence. Hao Jue felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The other party merely came by in the morning to apologize and exchanged a few pleasantries, and now he had completely taken their side? His father was far too easily swayed. How bothersome this situation was. Hao Jianjun leaned against the doorframe, still uneasy, and called out to his son, urging him to speak wisely. As Hao Jue walked, he listened to Wang Hohot recounting her experiences, feeling immensely satisfied. Ultimately, if Wang Tiantian was leading a miserable life, it made his own existence seem all the more delightful. Now she sought his assistance, did she? I assert that I did not steal any meat from your household. Why didn't you wait for Aunt Hohot to invite Hao Jue over before making such accusations? Family matters should not involve outsiders, and your Aunt wouldn't unjustly accuse you without cause. Just be honest about how this meat came to be in your possession and the reasons behind it. Wang Xingbao sat there with an imposing demeanor, resembling an ancient magistrate interrogating a criminal. Wang Tiantian's expression turned icy. So, uncle, you are convinced I have stolen meat from your family? Even a criminal has the right to call upon witnesses to prove their innocence. How is it that, within one's own family, one is met with such harsh judgment? A cold smile crept across her face as she responded, according to your assertion, I am indeed at fault. However, during my years of living in your household, my father has generously provided you with substantial living expenses each year, a fact you cannot simply disregard. Having taken money from my family, you are obliged to support me in my daily needs, are you not? As for the alleged theft of meat, uncle and aunt, consider your own conscience. During my 4 years in your home, have you ever offered me even a sliver of meat?
No.
Whenever there was meat to be had, I was kept outside. Not to mention meat, I had to watch your aunt's expressions even to have an extra sip of porridge. You occupy our land, burn our firewood, reside in our house, and spend our money. Am I not entitled to even a morsel of meat? Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, with the women around casting disapproving glances at Liang Jufang and Wang Xingbao, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. However, they couldn't bring themselves to blame them, for they realized that, were the roles reversed, they might not fare any better than these two. After all, the children of others cannot be compared to one's own. As long as they are not starved or frozen, what more could one ask for? In the midst of turmoil, what leaves these individuals perplexed is the bounty they have received from Wang Xingpei. A child, innocent and untainted by falsehoods, has declared the existence of certain items, and thus they must undeniably exist. The absence of an individual does not render the land and dwelling they leave behind devoid of value. In fact, the firewood left behind constitutes a significant asset for the household. At this juncture, the mountains are divided among families, and should one trespass upon another's territory, they risk incurring severe reproach, with ancestral graves being scornfully addressed. The firewood, aside from being a resource for construction, can only be utilized once a year, demanding considerable time and effort. Merely relying on this firewood could sustain a child of 3 or 4 years, moreover. It is noteworthy that she has also been provided with living expenses. Such a standard of care transcends mere guardianship. It could be likened to a form of employment. Yet, this couple treats another's child with such indifference. Oh, what a loss of conscience. Wang Xingbao surveyed his surroundings, noticing the women casting peculiar glances at them, causing his expression to darken immediately. He glared at Wang Tiantian with a scowl, his tone heavy with discontent. You've really gone too far this time. Even fabricating tales about me and your second aunt. Wang Tiantian, with her innocent eyes brimming with curiosity, inquired, Second uncle, I'm only in the 4th grade and have yet to learn that word. What does fabricating mean? A well-meaning onlooker, eager to stir the pot, clarified, Your second uncle accuses you of lying and slandering them. Understanding dawned on Wang Tiantian, but she quickly shook her head, asserting, Second uncle, I haven't fabricated anything. My teacher taught us to be honest. I only speak the truth. At that moment, Wang Xingbao's visage could be likened to the darkest of depths. The assembly braced for his imminent eruption, anticipating that he might rise and deliver a severe reprimand to Wang Tiantian. Just then, Wang Tiantian inadvertently spotted the tardy Hao Qian, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Hao Qian, you've finally arrived. Please corroborate my story. That piece of meat was indeed a gift from you, correct? As she approached Hao Qian, her face adorned with a sweet smile, she leaned in and whispered a veiled threat. If you dare undermine my situation, I shall reveal how you extorted me. Hao Qian's gaze flickered with disdain, recognizing that she had long been accustomed to bullying him, yet now dared to threaten him. With polite demeanor, he greeted the crowd before stating, I did indeed gift Wang Tiantian a piece of meat as a token of gratitude for her assistance. Just as relief washed over Wang Tiantian, he pivoted his statement, however. Did you not discard that piece of meat? A sense of dread gripped Wang Tiantian as she looked at Hao Qian in disbelief, questioning his malicious intent. Was he there to salvage the situation or to further complicate it? Liang Jufeng's previously grim expression transformed into one of triumph as she basked in vindication, declaring, See, I told you this wretched girl pilfered meat from my home. Now, who can deny it? Wang Tiantian inhaled deeply, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes, and queried Hao Qian, Did you witness me throwing it away? With a melancholic demeanor, he nodded, I understand you are still upset with me, and thus I bear no ill will. Let us verify this, shall we? Wang Tiantian inhaled deeply, feeling infuriated that this scoundrel had set her up. Moreover, he had chosen this manner to inform everyone in advance that she had bullied him. Consequently, if she were to reveal any of his secrets later, others would merely perceive it as revenge, deeming her words unreliable. Wang Tiantian glared at his smug expression, cursing internally. She longed to strike him. Was he assessing her reluctance to disclose the matter of extortion? Indeed, Hao Jian was contemplating just that. The value of over 1,000 yuan versus a piece of meat. Anyone could discern the weight of each. If she were to claim that he extorted over 1,000 yuan from her, she would undoubtedly lose her own money as well, unless she were a fool. Thus, she would never divulge that secret. With tears welling in her heart, Wang Tiantian maintained a smile and nodded, affirming, Yes, I, indeed, discarded it. Just before Liang Jufeng could interject, she continued, But I picked it up again. My family only consumes meat a handful of times throughout the year. How large must my heart be to truly throw that piece away? The crowd nodded, having initially found Hao Jian's assertion hard to believe, with some even wishing to inquire where she had discarded it so they could retrieve it. Now, with Wang Tiantian's words, the narrative seemed to shift. However, it was evident that those who instigated trouble would not easily cease their provocations. Thus, they heard that detestable voice again, feigning innocence. But, wasn't that meat I picked up? You even said it was dirty and that you didn't want it. Wang Tiantian immediately waved her hand, casting a warning glance at Hao Jian. That is impossible. Who would refuse meat? I am not a fool. Even if I was disdainful at the moment, did I not later regret my decision? Hao Jian was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed he had genuinely pressed her to her limits. He dared to wager that if he uttered another word, she might divulge the actual selling price of the wild boar. Moreover, Hao Jian felt a twinge of regret. Observing Liang Jufeng's shifty eyes, it seemed she had inadvertently created a potential threat for him. Liang Jufeng quickly interjected, That's not the same. My piece of meat also fell on the ground, and I hadn't had the chance to wash it. Who knows whose it actually is? Hao Jian ceased to speak, content to watch the unfolding drama. Wang Tiantian remained unfazed, stating, Aunt Heir, do not fret. My dirty item is entirely different from yours. Let us verify it. To ensure fairness, the piece of meat that Liang Jufeng clutched ultimately found its way into Lin Shuzhen's hands. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the greasy paper bag was opened, revealing a piece of meat that was half fatty and half lean. However, there was no indication of any supposed filth upon it. At this moment, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. The meat undoubtedly belonged to its rightful owner. Could it be that this piece of meat was neither Wang Tiantian's nor Liang Jufeng's? Just as Liang Jufeng had asserted, it appeared that the girl had indeed pilfered the meat, albeit not from her own home. At that moment, all eyes turned to Wang Tiantian with an unusual intensity. Yet, she remained unfazed, directing her gaze towards Liang Jufeng. Aunt, why not examine this piece of meat to see if it is indeed the one you dropped? Liang Jufeng was momentarily taken aback, The scene before her was not as she had envisioned. However, her wits quickly returned, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Tiantian. She must have washed the meat. It certainly is. Lin Shuzhen, however, shook her head in disapproval. There are no watermarks in this oil paper bag, nor any traces of water on the meat. It has not been washed. This implied that her assertion was unfounded. Anger surged within Liang Jufang. After all the twists and turns, was the meat truly going to slip away from her grasp? This was unacceptable. Thus, she pointed at the meat, declaring, "Even if it wasn't stolen from my home, it belongs to someone else." That rascal over there mentioned that she had thrown it away, causing it to become dirty. Yet there is no dirt on it. She must have stolen it from someone else. If my family has erred, it is only right for me as her aunt to confiscate her ill-gotten goods. Wang Tiantian quietly scoffed, considering her thoughts rather naive. I previously indicated that my dirty items are distinctly different from yours, aunt. As she spoke, Wang Tiantian approached and pulled apart the lean and fatty sections of the meat. Inside, she discovered a rolled-up leaf. Wang Tiantian extracted the leaf, slowly unfurling it for all to see. "This is the dirty item I referred to, scorpion grass. Surely, this cannot exist in your kitchen, aunt." Liang Jufang's complexion darkened considerably. She had now realized that she had been outmaneuvered by Wang Tiantian. She could have presented this evidence earlier, but chose instead to witness her own folly like a fool. Lin Shuzhen nodded in agreement, affirming that as the facts had been established, the item rightfully belonged to its original owner. "I disagree." Liang Jufang immediately protested loudly. "I say this meat is mine, and it is mine alone. No one shall take it from me." With that, she lunged forward to snatch the meat. However, a piercing scream soon echoed, as Liang Jufang clutched one hand with the other, rubbing it incessantly. "You vile creature, you wretched girl. May you meet 1,000 deaths." Liang Jufang's hand throbbed with fiery pain, marked by small red spots. No amount of rubbing brought her relief. Reflecting on the torment she had endured that day, she could not help but resume her vitriolic curses. As the situation reached a pause, Wang Tiantian promptly positioned the scorpion grass in front of her, causing Liang Jufang to halt in her tracks. With a glare filled with resentment, she dared not advance any further. Her hand was still recovering from the earlier incident. However, relinquishing her claim to the piece of meat proved insurmountable. Witnessing the morsel nearly slipping into Wang Tiantian's possession, Liang Jufang's eyes reddened with fury, and she lunged forward, carefully evading the scorpion grass. Wang Tiantian, in a state of panic, darted behind Lin Shuzhen, and in the brief moment of brushing past Liang Jufang, she icily remarked, "Second aunt, do you recall what I said yesterday? You shall not take anything more from me. Aunt, please assist me." Lin Shuzhen had initially wished to remain uninvolved, yet with Wang Tiantian seeking refuge behind her, the girl's dependence made it impossible for her to ignore the unfolding chaos. She cast an exasperated look at Liang Jufang, who was still intent on charging forward. "Enough." Lin Shuzhen directed her gaze toward Wang Xingbao, saying, "Brother Xingbao, will you not rein in your wife? While I understand this meat belongs to your family, it is, in fact, from your elder brother's household. It is quite excessive to be quarreling with a child over it. After all, you are her second uncle, are you not?" Wang Xingbao's expression darkened, yet he recognized the necessity of curtailing his wife's antics. He approached Liang Jufang and gently reassured her, "All right, cease this commotion. There are too many witnesses. We shall not provide them with amusement." However, his words of consolation were misinterpreted by Liang Jufang, who forcefully shook off his hand. "Wang Xingbao, what do you mean by that? Are you unwilling to see her bullied? Are you now protecting her?" Instantaneously, Liang Jufang's tears flowed as she began to wail. "Well, Wang Xingbao, I came to your home and at least bore you a son. Yet now you dare to scold me for this wretched girl." Naturally, her words were low enough not to attract the attention of outsiders. Wang Xingbao sighed in resignation, acknowledging that though his wife possessed a certain foolishness, she was still preferable to a madwoman. Hao Yan had overheard Wang Xingbao's remarks directed at Liang Jufang but felt no inclination to alert Wang Tiantian. In fact, he considered that neither of the two women would likely scheme against her. Wang Xingbao's family of 3 stood together, while Wang Tiantian and her brother formed another group, with Hao Yan standing apart, Sensing the tension brewing, he contemplated leaving when Liang Jufeng finally spoke up. In an unceremonious manner, Liang Jufeng inquired, "How much did you sell that pork for?" Hao Jue raised his gaze towards Wang Tiantian, only to receive a dismissive glare in return. With a slight twitch at the corner of his lips, he turned to Liang Jufeng and replied, "A dead pig isn't worth much." Liang Jufeng scoffed, "Don't try to deceive me. I've inquired, and wild boar prices are at least 4 yuan per pound. How much is not worth much?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she placed her hands on her hips, standing at a diminutive height of 1.30 meters, yet exuding an air of authority. "You certainly have an obligation here, especially since someone witnessed your wild boar being dragged down the mountain by my niece. You ought to share at least half of the proceeds with us." Wang Tiantian maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly she reveled in the unfolding drama. The tides had turned, and it was now Hao June's turn to face the consequences. She found it amusing, yet couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the situation. Her second aunt was rather audacious, demanding at least half. Did she truly wish to claim it all? Little did she know, Liang Jufeng did indeed entertain such thoughts. Considering Hao Jue was a solitary figure, recently moved to their village, devoid of support. A disabled individual with a young boy, surely her family, with its many able-bodied men, could easily handle this duo. However, Liang Jufeng was careful not to voice these thoughts just yet. She intended to extract more information first. Hao Jue, upon hearing her words, couldn't he help but smile. Aunt Jufeng wasn't he entirely wrong, yet a mere piece of meat seemed somewhat insufficient. Wang Tiantian smirked internally, eager to uncover his true intentions. He certainly wouldn't be so generous. After all, he hadn't even bought himself a piece of candy. Liang Jufeng, satisfied, pressed further, "Now tell me, how much did you sell it for?" "What?" As soon as Hao June's words left his lips, Liang Jufeng's incredulous shriek pierced the air. 60-some yuan? Who are you trying to fool? I could sell an ordinary pig for that much. Do you think I'm as gullible as that foolish girl, Wang Tiantian? Wang Tiantian was no fool. She was quite astute, Hao Jue mused. He scratched his head and reiterated the earlier claim he had made to Wang Hohot. Liang Jufeng slapped her thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "How dare you deceive us? Good heavens, how much of a bargain did he think he struck? Why hasn't he lightning struck him down?" Liang Jufeng saw nothing amiss, yet her gaze shifted to the pockets of Hao Jue. "Regardless, that money you made should surely be split with me, don't you think? In the realm of wickedness, it is often said that one must confront malevolence with equal measure." Hao Jue's expression stiffened momentarily, soon replaced by visible discomfort. "I apologize, Aunt Liang, but I still require that money." Liang Jufeng's countenance darkened immediately, clearly displeased with his refusal. "What use does a mere child have for such a sum? Do you take me for a fool? You are aware that my father's health is failing, and I intend to procure medicine for his leg," Hao Jue retorted. Liang Jufeng scoffed. A cripple spending so much money is a futile endeavor. Hao Jue's expression fell instantly. "Aunt Jufeng, out of respect for your seniority, I have shown you courtesy, but that does not grant you the right to disparage my father. Regardless of how much he spends, it is none of your concern. Should I hear you speak thus again, do not blame me for my lack of respect." Wang Tiantian, incensed, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Hey, what kind of tone is that? Do you even realize who you are addressing?" Hao Jue coolly regarded him. "You defend your elder, while I defend mine. Is there a conflict in that?" Wang Tiantian was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Hao Jue then turned back to Liang Jufeng. "My decision to withhold half the money from Wang Tiantian is not without consideration. The pig I brought down was already dead when I retrieved it. I have no knowledge of how long it had been deceased, nor do I know if it is still safe for consumption. Should any issues arise with that pig, the responsibility shall fall solely upon me, not your family. However, if you insist on receiving that money, I am amenable, but we must draft a written agreement stipulating that, should any problems occur, both our families shall share the liability." Liang Jufeng hesitated, inquiring, "What kind of responsibility are we discussing?" Hao Jue narrowed his eyes. "That would depend on the severity of the issue. Should it be grave, and someone falls ill, we could incur substantial costs." "What do you mean we?" "This is solely your predicament." Liang Jufeng interjected sharply before Hao Jue could finish. Hao Jue wore a troubled expression. You do not wish to forego that half of the money? This is merely a possibility of a problem, not a certainty. Of course, Liang Jufeng had no intention of relinquishing the money. She merely wished to wait until she was certain no one would come seeking it.
Yet,
Upon witnessing Hao Jue's eagerness for them to accept half the money and share the burden, her resolve wavered. His demeanor suggested that the pork was indeed questionable. She was not seeking to incur losses, but rather to secure profit. Why would she willingly invite trouble? Forget it. Who knows what trouble you've stirred up? You will not drag us down with you. Liang Jufeng exclaimed, astonished. What? She turned to Wang Tiantian, berating her in a coarse voice. You foolish girl. A harbinger of doom, blindly meddling without understanding anything. Are you intent on ruining this family? Wang Qingye could no longer restrain himself on behalf of Wang Tiantian. Mom, she doesn't know about any of this. Please stop chastising her. Silence. Liang Jufeng snapped at Wang Qingye, and he immediately fell silent. She was ready to unleash further tirades, but Hao Jue had lost interest in listening and interjected, I do possess a method to help you avoid this predicament. Liang Jufeng's vitriolic words hung in the air before she recomposed herself. Pray, enlighten us. Wang Xingbao also regarded him with an expression of contemplative intrigue. I am not so greedy, said Hao Qian, who had also noticed Wang Xingbao's scrutiny. With a smile, he nodded at Wang, stating, Of course, I merely offer a suggestion. There is no obligation for you to follow my advice. He continued, We could draft a written agreement stipulating that you need not share any of your earnings with me, nor shall I bear any responsibility on your behalf. We shall remain entirely unconnected and disentangled. Wang Xingbao scrutinized Hao Qian closely. While his words appeared valid, they only held merit under the assumption that problems might arise. However, if no issues occur, they would receive nothing. It seemed to be a cunning trap laid by the young man. He grasped Liang Jufeng, who intended to draft the agreement, and whispered, Do not rush. Be wary of this lad's deceit. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Hao Qian spoke again. Indeed, I believe you should contemplate this further. Although I cannot ascertain how long the wild boar has been deceased, it has yet to emit an unpleasant odor. Who knows? Perhaps others have consumed it without consequence. If you proceed with the written agreement, you might end up with nothing at all. I propose instead that we draft an agreement to share responsibilities, which would allow me to receive around 30 yuan. Otherwise, if all is well, would it not mean I would pocket the entire sum alone? At this, Wang Xingbao's expression shifted. It was not just children who would refrain from such actions. If he were truly intent on monopolizing the profit, he would hardly disclose the potential pitfalls to the other party, wishing instead for them to overlook the details. Yet this fellow had laid it bare. Was he attempting to confound them, or did the pig genuinely pose a problem that he wanted them to shoulder? The most troubling aspect of any situation is its unpredictability, and at that moment, the typically composed Wang Xingbao hesitated to make a definitive decision. Liang Jufeng mirrored his uncertainty as they exchanged contemplative glances, both lost in thought. Hao Qian remained unperturbed, observing their deliberation. With a smile, he added, She is indeed involved in this matter, but fret not. As long as she returns the meat I gifted her and drafts a similar written agreement with you, no one shall trouble her when the time comes to present the document. Wang Xingbao's eyes darted. He was not particularly concerned about whether Wang Tiantian would face any trouble. Rather, he was preoccupied with the implication of the arrangement. If that is the case, let Tiantian draft an agreement, and we shall abstain from one ourselves. Hao Qian maintained his playful smirk. Was the idea of splitting the money with me proposed by Wang Tiantian? Wang Tiantian immediately shook her head. Certainly not. I am not so greedy. Liang Jufeng and her husband exchanged awkward glances. Wang Qingye, feeling uncomfortable, could not help but tug at his mother's sleeve. Mother, Tiantian has no desire for this money. Let us not get involved. Besides, there is indeed something amiss with that pig. We should avoid unnecessary trouble. Hao Qian, appearing equally troubled, replied, Uncle and Aunt, you have heard it yourself. Tiantian does not wish for this money. It is you who desire it, as her elders. Hence, I cannot oppose your wishes. Tiantian may sign, but should you later come to demand the funds from me, regardless of whether I possess them, if misfortune strikes and I am caught between two troubles, would that not be an undue burden upon me? Therefore, let us draft a written agreement, which would facilitate matters for all parties involved. In the presence of a written agreement, Liang Jufeng felt rather indifferent, while Wang Xingbao's face flushed with embarrassment as he cast a sharp glare at Wang Tiantian. What did this imply? Was it insinuating that he, as an elder, was greedily attempting to seize the child's funds? A sudden wave of emotion washed over Liang Jufeng, yet she still inquired, but what if the matter escalates? How much would it cost? Hao Han, feeling somewhat awkward, nervously touched his nose, hesitating to speak, his gaze darting around, clearly lacking confidence. If it's a serious issue, perhaps hundreds or thousands, though it's not too bad, he stammered. Wang Xingbao's heart sank at the thought of the repercussions. Hao Han, even less assured, continued, if it leads to a fatality, then, well, imprisonment may be necessary. The last 3 words were uttered under the piercing gaze of Wang Xingbao.
Meanwhile,
Wang Tiantian couldn't suppress her desire to applaud. She thought he should be recommended for an acting career, as he seemed to be a candidate for an award-winning performance. Wang Xingbao's expression darkened immediately. As far as I know, minors are not subject to imprisonment, he retorted. Hao Han lowered his head, feeling guilty. That SY said it wouldn't be too bad for me. As for you. Wang Xingbao quickly grasped the implications. If nothing happened to the boy, it would be the others who would face consequences. Resolutely, Wang Xingbao dismissed any thoughts of sharing the money, asserting, all right, let us draft a written agreement. I'll forego the money, but you must clearly state that we are not responsible for any issues that arise. Afterward, he turned to Wang Tiantian, return his meat, and finalize the agreement. From now on, let us not have any further dealings. Wang Tiantian was taken aback. Am I mistaken? As a mere observer, I am being dragged into this? I've received nothing from selling the wild boar, and now I must give away the meat I purchased? Hao Han looked at her with a grin, slowly extending his hand. Wang Tiantian immediately concealed the meat behind her, distancing herself several meters from them. You can draft your own agreement. I refuse to be implicated. What if nothing happens? However, both Wang Xingbao and Liang Jufeng were taken aback, no longer daring to pursue the money. At that moment, Wang Tiantian's non-compliance ignited their frustrations. You stubborn little brat, you have no idea what's good for you. You must sign today whether you like it or not. If someone comes looking for you, won't we be the ones to clean up your mess? If your father ends up in prison because of you, our entire Wang family will suffer the consequences. You can just say, you don't know me. I'm not even on the Wang family registry. Wang Tiantian retorted. During this period of population control, giving birth to a second child was heavily penalized. Anyone who did so faced fines. Wang Tiantian had been born outside the area and had never paid the fine, remaining unregistered, and even at 10, she was still without an official identity. Her words struck a chord with Wang Xingbao. 116, a perfect resolution. Liang Jufeng still wished to scold, but Wang Xingbao interrupted her, stating that Tiantian was right. If she was unwilling to proceed, then so be it. This was indeed a two-pronged strategy, was it not? However, neither of the two present were the naive children they seemed, who could be oblivious to his intentions. Yet, they remained unconcerned, for they were no longer the same individuals as before, capable of manipulation. Thus, Wang Xingbao began drafting the agreement, while Hao Jue observed from the side, suddenly leaning in to ask Wang Tiantian, "Are you certain you do not wish to formalize the agreement?" Wang Tiantian shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "If you wish to devour my flesh, wait for the next life." Hao Jue scoffed lightly, and then they both ignored one another. While drafting the agreement, Wang Xingbao remained vigilant. "I have completed it," he declared. Upon hearing this, Hao Jue picked up the document from the table and raised an eyebrow. "Today I, Wang Xingbao, hereby draft the following agreement. Concerning the wild boar sold by Hao Jue, I shall not claim a single penny. However, any subsequent issues arising from the sale of this wild boar shall bear no relation to the Wang family, and all responsibility shall rest solely with him. Date, April 22nd, 1990, signature, Wang Xingbao." Hao Jue chuckled softly. "Uncle Xingbao, this agreement contains some flaws. I believe it would be wise to amend it." Wang Xingbao's expression darkened, adopting the demeanor of an elder. "What flaws?" "It is clearly articulated. I do not owe you a penny, nor shall you seek any responsibility from me. Our families are entirely separate. I have drafted agreements before. How could there be any issues? Do you think I would bully a child? Wang Tiantian leaned in to take a glance, then mockingly regarded Wang Xingbao. Is this an attempt to take advantage of a child's inability to comprehend an agreement?
Yet.
It seems someone has seen through it, hasn't he? In the face of Wang Xingbao's imposing elder authority, Hao Jue remained unperturbed, standing tall and proud, directly pointing out the subtle intentions he had deliberately left within the document. Uncle Xingbao, I wish to inquire, is it that you do not want the money? Or does the entire Wang family refuse it? Your agreement states only that you will not seek money from me. Yet does that imply that the Wang family cannot bear any responsibility? Is this not somewhat inequitable? If no issues arise, does that not suggest that, apart from you, others from the Wang family may still come to demand compensation from me? With this clear confrontation, Wang Xingbao could no longer maintain his facade. Begrudgingly responding with a darkened expression, it seems I have been negligent due to fatigue from work. It was not intentional. What would you have me change? Hao Jue maintained a humble demeanor, believing that Uncle Xingbao was not one to bully a child. There is no need for extensive changes. Simply add Wang family members to the middle of I do not want. I believe Uncle Xingbao still holds authority in this household. One person should indeed represent all. Therefore, the agreement should bear solely your name. This was both flattery and a warning. Wang Xingbao felt a surge of irritation. He had not anticipated that this child would be so difficult to deceive. Nevertheless, the agreement was already established, and he could not retract it. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about the unfolding events. He now hoped that the wild boar meat would lead to significant issues, allowing this boy to face the consequences. Envisioning the day he would witness him weeping and kneeling at his doorstep. Thus, the matter of the wild boar was impeccably resolved by Hao Jue, and, it must be said, Wang Tiantian was astonished. She realized that she was outsmarted by a native little rascal, instantly feeling her intellect challenged. The peculiar taste lingered as all eyes turned back to Wang Tiantian after Hao Jue departed. Liang Jufang's gaze fixated on the hands that Wang Tiantian had kept tucked behind her back, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Well, it seems you've acquired some prowess, disregarding your elders. If you do not relinquish that meat now, do you truly believe you can retain it? Wang Chengkai promptly positioned himself protectively in front of Wang Tiantian, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he regarded Liang Jufang and her companion. This pork was earned by my sister. What gives you the right to demand it? Wang Tiantian gently placed her hand on Wang Qingsai's shoulder, stepping out from behind him with a subtle smirk. Whether or not I can keep it is my own concern, but I shall not be giving it to you. That is my stance. Liang Jufang, incensed by her demeanor, was on the verge of an outburst when Wang Qingye swiftly grasped her arm, advising, Mother, what are you doing? This belongs to Tiantian. There's no need for such theatrics. Our family can afford it, so why make a scene and become a laughingstock? The events of that afternoon left him feeling quite embarrassed. Wang Tiantian chose not to engage in further argument, taking hold of Wang Qingsai's arm and leading him into the kitchen. Brother, when are you heading to town? I'm about to leave, Wang Qingkai replied. Wang Tiantian nodded, rolling up her sleeves as she continued. Don't rush off just yet. You have no classes this afternoon. Let us eat first. And then you can go, it won't take long. Seeing her approach the cutting board with the meat, Wang Chengkai understood immediately. The thought of savoring the meat made his mouth water. The school cafeteria required grain to be submitted weekly, while vegetables could only be purchased with meal tickets, which, in turn, required money. With a meager allowance of 2 yuan each week, he could hardly afford meat, often having to save up just for a single meal. It had been ages since he had seen any meat at home. Their father worked daily, only returning for meals, leaving little time to buy meat. Today was indeed a rare exception. All right, I'll start the fire, Wang Qingkai volunteered, moving to the stove. Before long, a meal was prepared through their combined efforts. Wang Chengkai intended to fetch Tang Wanxin from the bedroom, but was halted by Wang Tiantian, who said, You stay here, I'll go call her. With that, she exited the room, closing the kitchen door behind her. Instead of heading directly to Tang Wanxin's room, she retrieved the medicine she had prepared earlier from her own room. Finding Tang Wanxin still asleep, Wang Tiantian gently called her name, watching as she opened her eyes. Wang Tiantian felt a sense of wonder. Despite the commotion outside, Tang Wanxin remained undisturbed, yet a mere whisper from her brought her to consciousness. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. Perhaps related to their conversation from the previous night, Tang Wanxin surprisingly did not display any temper this time. Wang Tiantian took a pill from the glass bottle, offering it to Tang Wanxin's lips, speaking softly, "Mother, this is a sugar pill I bought for you. Would you like to try one?" Tang Wanxin obediently accepted it, only to pout in distaste after tasting it. "The flavor is rather strange. Is it not permissible?" Wang Tiantian, upon observing her expression, understood her thoughts, and with a wry smile, explained that this was a new flavor of sugar pill, something that others could not partake in. She had 2 large glass jars filled solely for her. Tang Wanxin, however, did not seem particularly delighted by this revelation. The two then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare their meal. Wang Tiantian glanced over at Liang Jufang and the others' quarters, surprised by the absence of any commotion. She had sought the meat, and the enticing aroma should have attracted attention, yet no one had come to disrupt her. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it. The lack of interruption was, in fact, preferable. Tian, save the leftovers for Dad. I've already eaten, and there's no need to take more to school. Wang Chengkai remarked as he watched Wang Tiantian pack meat and vegetables into his lunchbox, prompting him to intervene. You are in a crucial growth phase. You must ensure you eat well. Without hesitation, Wang Tiantian continued her task, placing the remaining half dish of pickled vegetables and sautéed meat into the lunchbox and handing it to Wang Chengkai. His face flushed with embarrassment. Her words made him feel somewhat ashamed. He had barely consumed a couple of bites from the dish, and now he was expected to take it all with him. How could he possibly do such a thing? Wang Tiantian remained unfazed. She was not of this era's spirit. Her craving for meat was not insatiable, just a taste sufficed. And she could not consume more. Furthermore, now that she had financial means, she could purchase meat whenever she desired. She preferred to let Wang Chengkai enjoy it rather than risk it being wasted on someone else, which would indeed be a lamentable loss. Wang Tiantian chose to ignore any tension, silently preparing the meal. Wang Xingpei did not immediately create trouble either. He washed his hands and face in silence before sitting down at the table, smoking thoughtfully. A heavy atmosphere enveloped Wang Tiantian, instilling a sense of trepidation within her, a fear that stemmed from her own insecurities. Steeling her resolve, she diverted her gaze from Wang Xingpei, reassuring herself that she was merely affected by the original owner's emotions. Once the meal was ready, the three of them sat at the dining table, and it was only then that Wang Xingpei made a new move. His eyes scanned the table before settling on Wang Tiantian, his gaze heavy with scrutiny. Did you not claim to have obtained some meat today? Where is it? Wang Tiantian glanced at the vegetables on the table, her expression neutral as she replied, You must have heard that from second aunt. She failed to mention that all the meat was cooked for my brother to take to school. Unbeknownst to him, all he had heard was that his beloved daughter had started cooking early in the afternoon, preparing meat while the others remained hidden in the kitchen.
Now.
Upon hearing Wang Tiantian's words, he scrutinized her for a moment before responding. Yet, I heard that you consumed it all by yourself. Wang Tiantian fixed her gaze on him. So, father, is that not permissible? In the midst of a heated dispute between a father and daughter, the father asserts, You must understand that you are not a young lady of privilege. Without delving into the origin of this meat, shouldn't you, after preparing it, have saved some for me? Your father? I toil daily to provide for you, yet I cannot even enjoy a morsel of meat? The daughter replies, Father, your point is well taken. Your contributions to this family entitle you to enjoy whatever you desire. However, I must inquire, if that piece of meat were still here and my aunt asked you for it, would you choose to keep it for us? Or would you relinquish it to her? With a smile, Wang Tian's expression reveals no surprise at Wang Xingpei's reaction. She continues, Allow me to pose another question. If a half plate of meat were present and my aunt came seeking it, would you share it with us or let her take it away? Wang Xingpei pauses, his gaze darkening as he slams his hand on the table, questioning.
What do you mean by this?
Why do you keep invoking your aunt? Where is the meat? Is it not already in your belly? Wang Tian's movements to serve food to Tang Wanxin momentarily halt as she gazes at Wang Xingpei, conveying, So, father, you would rather trust my aunt's words than your own daughter's? Wang Xingpei's cold demeanor speaks volumes. If you cannot even consider your father, how can you expect to think of your brother? Setting down her chopsticks, Wang Tian presses, "But father, is this truly your only grievance?" His expression stiffens, his gaze complex as it rests on her. A light laugh escapes Wang Tian, ambiguous in its tone. "Your main issue is not that I did not save you any, but rather that you are irked by my unwillingness to share this piece of meat with my aunt and her family." It is clear that Liang Jufeng is the type who, once she has set her sights on something, will not relent. Although she refrained from causing a scene in the afternoon, it is evident she will not let the matter rest. Since she has already brought her grievances before Wang Xingpei, it is unlikely her intentions are solely for his benefit. Her motivations are likely self-serving. Indeed, Wang Tian's assumptions ring true as Wang Xingpei's posture slumps, his earlier bravado dissipating into a heavy tone. "She is your aunt, our family. What harm is there in sharing a piece of meat?" Wang Tian retorts coldly. "I knew it would be this way. Father, while your words may hold truth, might I suggest you consider the state of our family's attire and sustenance before voicing them? Yes, your daughter may possess a round face, but have you taken note of how much weight she carries? How much more frail is your son compared to others? And what of your wife? Does she possess even a single decent garment?" "Enough!" Wang Xingpei suddenly bellows, his tone rife with suppressed irritation. Instinctively, Wang Tian comforts Tang Wanxin with a gentle pat on her back, bewildered as to what had provoked his outburst. Yet she does not relent, continuing, "Even setting aside these issues, given what Liang Jufeng has done to me in the past, I can never coexist peacefully with her. To snatch something from my grasp, let her dream on." Wang Xingpei suddenly fixes a fierce gaze upon Wang Tian, his cold stare causing a jolt of surprise within her. However, it is merely a fleeting moment that leaves her questioning whether it was merely her imagination. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Xingpei's expression gradually regained its composure, though a hint of resignation flickered in his gaze as he looked at Wang Tiantian. "Has it been so long, yet you still cannot let go?" he inquired. Wang Tiantian felt a wave of sorrow for the original owner of her being, and with a cold laugh, she directed her gaze at Wang Xingpei. "Why should I let go? Or do you deem my sufferings trivial and unworthy of mention, father?" She nodded. "You have been rather indulgent, at least. Each time my second aunt troubled me, you never stood up for me. Instead, you seemed to encourage her to escalate her actions." Wang Xingpei's expression stiffened once more. "Your second aunt is simply that way. If I were to publicly defend you, would it not seem as if I were bullying her? Moreover, she is your second aunt. She has cared for you for several years, and while she may not have achieved much, her efforts were not without hardship. You truly need not harbor such resentment." Wang Tiantian nodded with an air of mock seriousness. "I am not surprised you would say that. Let me reciprocate your sentiment. Knowing your likely response, do you think I would choose between allowing my brother or my second aunt to indulge in excess? You would rather conserve your own resources and those of your children to appease that woman's desires. Thus, I, too, can choose to be frugal with you while ensuring our family thrives. After all, if we are to conserve, father, you need not be so calculative." Wang Xingpei's heart sank as he fixed his gaze on Wang Tiantian for a long moment before diverting his eyes. "You have grown up, become resolute. I can no longer control you. Go fetch me a glass of wine." Wang Tiantian complied and stood to leave, while Wang Xingpei turned his heavy gaze towards Tang Wanxin. Fond of wine and unable to restrain his consumption, he drank the glass of liquor that Wang Tiantian had served before departing their home to continue drinking with friends. Once he left, the atmosphere in the house seemed to lighten instantly. Wang Tiantian swiftly cleaned the dishes and then led Tang Wanxin to her room. She retrieved the ointment she had purchased earlier in the day and approached Tang Wanxin, speaking softly, "Mother, allow me to apply some medicine on your wounds. It will aid in your recovery." Seeing that Tang Wanxin did not refuse, she began to unfasten the buttons of her blouse, gently pulling it down. As she observed the bruises covering Tang Wanxin's back, a complex expression crossed Wang Tiantian's face, primarily filled with pity for the woman before her. She had heard the saying numerous times, "Marriage is a woman's second birth. If she chooses wisely, she will enjoy a lifetime of happiness, but if she chooses poorly, she faces a lifetime of suffering." Growing up in a new era, she often scoffed at this notion, believing that one could lead a fulfilling life alone. And if one made a mistake in choosing a partner, one could simply sever ties. Yet, in witnessing the marks on Tang Wanxin's body, Wang Tiantian couldn't help but feel a profound sadness for her mother. To inflict harm upon one's own wife, even in the presence of others and in front of children, one could only imagine that Tang Wanxin's life prior to her illness was not devoid of hardship. With a heavy heart, Wang Tiantian picked up the ointment and began to apply it to Tang Wanxin's wounds. Wang Tiantian gently advised Tang Wanxin, as the numerous scars on her body were a poignant sight. After the events of yesterday, Tang Wanxin seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. Despite the myriad of issues surrounding her, she displayed no signs of distress, instead exhibiting an unexpected compliance that led Wang Tiantian to mistakenly believe Tang Wanxin had already recovered. After applying the medication, Wang Tiantian dressed her and prepared to lie down for the night, only to be taken aback when Tang Wanxin suddenly turned over, sitting up and tugging at her clothing. Wang Tiantian was momentarily stunned as she watched Tang Wanxin point at the wounds on her own body, her expression vacant, her lips moving in silent communication. Wang Tiantian understood and smiled gently, reassuring her, "I know, mother. You can rest now. I will tend to it myself shortly." However, it was unclear whether Tang Wanxin comprehended her words, as she stubbornly insisted on applying medicine to Wang Tiantian instead. Recognizing this, Wang Tiantian relented, turning over and lifting her shirt, revealing a tapestry of bruises and contusions for Tang Wanxin to see. Though her demeanor remained impassive, her delicate fingers brushed over the injuries with the utmost care before she began to administer the medication. The cool sensation elicited a sigh of relief from Wang Tiantian, prompting a newfound appreciation for her unexpectedly nurturing mother. Upon her arrival, she had felt her father's warmth and initially believed in his love. She respected and understood him. Yet, as events unfolded, disappointment began to overshadow her sentiments, reducing him to merely a nominal father figure, stripping away the trust and reverence she once held. Even the injuries inflicted upon her yesterday had gone unacknowledged by him. In contrast, her seemingly deranged mother, who had caused her so much suffering upon arrival, consistently offered a clumsy yet genuine warmth of maternal affection. Tang Wanxin silently observed her, her expression blank, leaving Wang Tiantian uncertain if she was truly absorbing the moment. Wang Tiantian continued with her instructions. "Moreover, this candy pill is unique to you. No one else possesses it. You must keep it hidden, away from prying eyes, even from father. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble, similar to what happened yesterday." This time, Tang Wanxin appeared to grasp the importance of her words. She promptly tucked the glass vial into her clothing, patting the area reassuringly, as if to convey, "Rest assured, I will hide it well." Wang Tiantian chuckled softly, then leaped into Tang Wanxin's embrace, gently wrapping her arms around her. "Mother, do not worry. Life will improve. And I will help you heal." She longed for a more complete experience of maternal love. Just as Wang Tiantian was about to invite Tang Wanxin to sleep beside her, irregular footsteps echoed nearby, growing closer as they approached their room. She moved to open the door, revealing Wang Xingpei, who entered and grasped Tang Wanxin's arm, pulling her outside. 122. "What do you think I should do?" Wang Tiantian hurried over and interrupted. "Tonight, I will sleep with Mom." She approached Wang Xingpei again, calmly gazing at him. "Dad, you've had too much to drink. Do I not know whether I've had too much? You should sleep, and are you not going to school tomorrow?" Wang Xingpei continued to pull Wang Tiantian aside, his face stern. "Mom is injured, and I can help keep an eye on her." "You've drunk too much and could easily hurt her while sleeping," Wang Tiantian insisted. Wang Xingpei's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Wang Tiantian. "Is your only concern for your mother? Have you not once inquired about my injuries? After all, I am the father who has supported your education and upbringing. Do you see only her? Then, Dad, in your eyes, do I and Mom even exist?" Wang Tiantian pressed on. "How did your injuries, Mom's injuries, and mine come to be?" "But Dad," she continued, pressing her lips together, "is this truly just about the mushrooms? I do not believe I have done anything wrong. There are always distinctions of right and wrong, of closeness and distance, but what have you done? How do you delineate right from wrong and intimacy from distance? Wang Xingpei fell silent for a long moment before finally saying, Tiantian, you have changed significantly lately. You would not have spoken to me this way before. Wang Tiantian, acknowledging the truth, reflected on how one could either succumb to a long-standing environment of injustice, becoming twisted and malevolent, or resist it and thrive against the odds. So, Dad, what do you think I should do? After they departed, Wang Tiantian found herself unable to sleep, lying in bed with her hand behind her head, contemplating her situation. Her current predicament was quite complex. Firstly, there was her so-called father, whose relationship with her seemed rather convoluted. In her memories, their exchanges were few. He was busy all day and she was reticent. Initially, she had thought their relationship would embody the ideal of filial piety, but after experiencing it firsthand, she realized it was not so simple. It was as if a thin veil separated them, obscuring the truth from view. Currently, her discord with Wang Xingpei posed a significant obstacle to her future endeavors. Given his inclination to undermine her, she feared that should their family improve even slightly, Liang Jufang would swiftly claim all the credit, leaving Wang Tiantian to feel as if she had dressed another's bride. This was not in her nature. Yet, without Wang Xingpei's involvement, how could their household possibly flourish? Concealing her ambitions from him was not a viable option. If he discovered her plans, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Wang Tiantian was not a cold-hearted individual. Rather, she had spent little time in this body and, as an orphan, felt little affection for this father, especially now, given her profound disappointment in him. In the face of the formidable challenge of advancing a grade, Wang Tiantian found herself grappling with a dilemma. With her father and aunt present, any aspirations for improvement within their household seemed an extravagant wish. Unable to devise a solution, she decided that understanding her father's apparent favoritism towards Liang Jufang and her husband was paramount. However, contemplating such matters proved overwhelming for a young elementary school student like her. The desire to engage in adult affairs felt excessively burdensome. Moreover, she was reluctant to share a classroom with her younger peers, which added to her discomfort. Thus, a bold resolution took shape in her mind. She would strive to skip a grade. Drawing upon her prior knowledge, she believed this endeavor to be achievable. Albeit she had been away from the elementary curriculum for quite some time and would need to review the material. With determination, she found herself restless and rose from her bed, heading towards Wang Qingzai's room. As he had just begun middle school, she hoped he still possessed the textbooks from the 5th and 6th grades, which would serve her purpose well. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that her brother, much like the original owner of her body, was not particularly inclined towards academics. Consequently, the textbooks had been discarded, making her search fruitless. Disappointed, Wang Tiantian rested her chin on her hand, sighing heavily. Why did fortune elude her? It seemed she could not accomplish anything she set her mind to. Unlike other time travelers who often possessed a golden finger, she found herself bereft of any such advantage, and her attempts to forge a path forward were met with obstacles. Just when she thought she had stumbled upon a potential opportunity, she encountered Hao Jue, who had taken half of her winter worm summer grass. Then a thought struck her. Hao Jue had only recently dropped out of school, and the textbooks distributed to him were still available. She could ask him for access to review them. With this idea in mind, she felt an urge to seek him out immediately. However, considering the late hour, she decided it would be best to suppress her eagerness and wait until after school the next day. The following morning, Wang Xingpei did not come to wake her for breakfast, and due to a late night, she awoke to a fully brightened sky. She hurriedly got out of bed and approached Tang Wanxin's room, only to find the door locked. Peering through the window, she saw Tang Wanxin sleeping soundly and did not linger. After a bowl of oily rice was consumed, she prepared to set off. At that moment, Liang Jufang's voice rang out from outside, admonishing, "Why are you still here? Off to school." Soon, Wang Qingye chimed in, "Tiantian, hasn't he come out yet? I'm waiting for her." "What are you waiting for? That useless girl is not the academic type. Why do you insist on spending time with her? Do you wish to emulate her?" Liang Jufang's displeasure was palpable. Her son was destined for university. He should not be mingling with a girl perceived as a failure. "Mom, she is my sister. We attend the same school. It's only natural for us to go together," he replied, defending her. Liang Jufang considered this for a moment. wanting to respond but faltering on the words. After a prolonged pause, she finally managed to utter, "Don't bring me such nonsense. With so many children in the Wang family, do you really need to cherish her? All right, Mom, enough. I will ensure my grades do not suffer. Please, go about your business," Wang Qingya interjected, cutting off Liang Jufang as Wang Tiantian emerged from the room. Wang Qingya's apology. Liang Jufang shot a fierce glance at Wang Tiantian, her anger towards the girl palpable. Last night, she had anticipated that Wang Xingpei would surely reprimand her, yet to her astonishment, there had been not a single sound, rendering her previous complaints utterly futile. Wang Tiantian, feigning ignorance to Liang Jufang's glare, walked past her without a sideways glance and did not linger by Wang Qingya's side. Proceeding straight ahead, Wang Qingya pressed his lips together and followed closely behind her. "Tiantian, I owe you an apology for yesterday," he ventured on their way. Wang Tiantian turned her head to glance at him and inquired, "Why do you need to apologize to me?" "My mother. If you're unwilling, I won't allow her to take anything from you again," he replied. Wang Tiantian halted and regarded him intently. "Why are you apologizing for your mother's mistakes?" "She is my mother. If she has erred, it is only natural for me to apologize," he asserted. "Can you truly speak on behalf of your mother?" Wang Tiantian tilted her head, scrutinizing Wang Qingya. He appeared troubled, aware that his mother would never apologize and did not believe she had made a mistake. Caught between his mother and Wang Tiantian, he found himself in a difficult position. "Tiantian, I apologize to you. Can you just not hold a grudge against my mother?" Wang Tiantian did not respond, continuing her stride forward. "You may carry on as if you know nothing and see nothing. You lack the standing to seek my forgiveness." With that, she paused, turning to him. "There is a truth I feel compelled to share with you. I have never willingly allowed her to take anything from me. I simply did not know how to resist in the past." Wang Qingya's expression darkened instantly as he watched Wang Tiantian walk away, unable to utter another word. He had been oblivious to his mother's actions towards Wang Tiantian, and yet, her revelation rendered his ignorance laughable. Burdened with his thoughts, he felt no emotional turbulence towards Wang Tiantian. She was not particularly sentimental, and given the circumstances, she had no reason to let this weigh on her mind. Arriving at school earlier than usual, Wang Tiantian placed her lunchbox in her desk and began to peruse her textbooks. To advance to the 4th grade, she had to master the material, particularly the subjects she was less familiar with. While she felt confident in her language and mathematics skills, the auxiliary subjects required her attention. "Good morning, Tiantian." Sure Miling greeted her upon arrival, surprised to see Wang Tiantian engrossed in a history book, yet maintaining her politeness. Wang Tiantian turned to find Sure Miling grinning at her, revealing a gap where a tooth had once been, a sight both humorous and endearing. Suppressing a laugh, Wang Tiantian pointed to her own teeth and asked, "What happened to your tooth?" Sure Miling touched the empty space with a look of distress. "Is it very unsightly?" "Please don't mock me." In the midst of Shimmy Ling's distress, Wang Tiantian chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "You're not ugly, just somewhat amusing to behold." She tugged at the corners of her lips, wondering if such bluntness was necessary. It was understandable. After all, acquiring meat was no simple task nowadays. And it seemed quite normal to suffer a chipped tooth while gnawing on bones. She reached out to pat Shimmy Ling's head reassuringly. "It's all right, it will grow back." With a forlorn expression, Shimmy Ling lamented, "Even if it does grow back, it will take quite some time. I have no idea how long I must endure with this gaping tooth." Wang Tiantian chuckled softly. Shimmy Ling continued, "It makes me hesitant to smile in front of others. I must look utterly ridiculous." "Not at all, truly," Wang Tiantian consoled her with a smile. As a wise soul, she perceived that losing baby teeth was merely a natural phase of childhood. However, today as children had already developed an awareness of beauty and ugliness, transforming this ordinary occurrence into a significant matter. For instance, there was Shimmy Ling and also Chao Jinhua, who approached the classroom at that very moment and burst into laughter upon seeing Shimmy Ling's exposed gap. "With such an obvious hole, you say you're not ugly? I can hardly bear to step outside with my appearance, and yet you claim this isn't unattractive? How hypocritical." The classmates who trickled in naturally witnessed the scene, joining in the laughter. Although the children's mirth was innocent, it struck Shimmy Ling's ears as unbearably harsh. Don't heed her words, smiling. Everyone has experienced losing teeth at some point, she asserted, casting a glance at the giggling crowd. Haven't any of you lost your front teeth or changed your own? What's so amusing about it? All were children, and those with thin skin felt embarrassed enough to stifle their laughter. Yet this did not include the unabashed Chao Jinhua and Chao June. Encouraged by Wang Tiantian's words, they laughed even louder. Haha, what's wrong with laughing? Do you think you can control everything, even how people relieve themselves?
Hao Jue provocatively glared at Wang Tiantian.
With a cold smile, Wang Tiantian retorted, I may not have the right to control, but I feel compelled to intervene upon witnessing such ignorance. Unlike some, who, despite knowing they're being foolish, still have the audacity to admit it. However, this is a public space, not a lavatory. If you cannot find a suitable place, perhaps Chao Jinhua can guide you. She knows her way around. Chao June's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this girl would suddenly become so eloquent, showing no fear of him and always opposing him. Wang Tiantian, don't push your luck, Chao Jinhua shouted, furious upon realizing Wang Tiantian's insinuation. Wang Tiantian raised an eyebrow. Pushing my luck? Am I not simply stating the truth? Oh, that reminds me. She feigned realization, pointing at Chao Jinhua. I almost forgot. You still owe me a pen.
So,
have you brought it? Chao Jinhua's face darkened. How dare she ask for a pen? What audacity! Wang Tiantian narrowed her eyes. What's this? Are you trying to evade your debt? This matter has already been made clear to the teacher. The principal conveyed a message. You struck me, and now you expect compensation for your pen?
Dream on.
Chao Jinhua glared at her in fury. Wang Tiantian, unfazed, nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you refuse to compensate me, I shall summon the teacher to arbitrate. However, Chao Jinhua, far from intimidated, wore a smug smile, thinking, oh, you wish for teacher Zhou to intervene? Just wait and see how she adjudicates this matter. Wang Tiantian, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? Just then, she overheard whispers nearby. I saw Chao Jinhua arrive at school with her mother today. It seems her mother headed straight for the principal's office. Another individual suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder she dares to defy Wang Tiantian and is unafraid of the teacher. She has gone to inform her parent to complain to the principal. Yet, would the principal heed her complaints? After all, teacher Zhou is a respected educator in the institution. An interjector commented, You're unaware? Chao Jinhua has boasted about her mother's close relationship with our principal. Who do you think the principal will side with? The principal likely wouldn't penalize our teacher, considering she has done nothing wrong. It's clearly Chao Jinhua at fault. The informant shook his head, without external interference. Our teacher would be safe. However, I also spotted teacher Zhou accompanying them. What do you think the principal will decide? Regardless of their actions, the teacher would certainly remain unscathed, but for one individual, the outcome was uncertain, remarked Shi Kaihua, who had been silent until now, relishing the unfolding drama. Thus, the group cast sympathetic glances toward Wang Tiantian. Based on last Friday's math class, she had already made an enemy of teacher Zhou, and having struck Chao Jinhua, both were now presenting their grievances to the principal. Her days would surely be challenging. Are you frightened?
Gao Jinhu.
Reveling in the prospect of Wang Tiantian being publicly humiliated and facing a month of detention for cleaning the restrooms, an act that would satiate her desire for revenge. But would Wang Tiantian be concerned? Absolutely not. What punishment could they impose? As long as expulsion is off the table, she mused. Moreover, even the principal must discern right from wrong. Should they seek to penalize her, she would ensure that these two would not escape unscathed either. With a smirk, she replied, I shall await the outcome eagerly. Noticing Wang Tiantian's untroubled demeanor, Chao Jinhua felt irked and shot her a fierce glare. Just you wait. By the end, you won't even have tears left to cry. Soon, news began to circulate. Nevertheless, teacher Zhou made an appearance in the classroom, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Clearly in high spirits. After assigning tasks, his gaze fell upon Wang Tiantian with a mix of mischief. You needn't worry about your duties. Come with me. The principal wishes to see you. Wang Tiantian merely cast him a fleeting glance, rising to her feet. Observing Shi Miling's anxious expression, she smiled reassuringly, shook her head, and exited the classroom. She was eager to discover what awaited her. Allowing her to read is not an invitation for her to suffer indignities. After all, I have taught you mathematics for 4 years, and yet you have consistently failed to reveal your rebellious nature. Previously, you were so well behaved. Why this sudden transformation? Is there someone supporting you from behind? On their way to the principal's office, Teacher Du glanced sideways at Wang Tiantian and suddenly inquired. Wang Tiantian, taken aback by Teacher Du's unexpected question, responded, "Do you believe there are distinctions of good and bad among students?" "That is unequivocally true. For instance, you have never been moved from the group of underperforming students in my class," Teacher Du replied. Wang Tiantian nodded. "That is indeed my honor. So, Teacher Du, do you think there are distinctions of good and bad among teachers in the eyes of students?" After posing her question, she disregarded Teacher Du's furious expression and departed. In the principal's office, at that moment, Chao Jinhua's mother, Wu Li, and Zhou Zheng sat on opposite chairs, while a portly middle-aged man occupied the desk behind them. He held a cigarette between his fingers, raised it to his lips, inhaled lightly, and then exhaled a thin mist before speaking. "Zhou Zheng, you have indeed approached this matter with insufficient diligence." This time, Zhou Zheng did not wear his usual amiable smile. Instead, he bore a serious countenance. "Principal, this is merely a trivial matter between two children, and it hardly warrants such a grand response. Both of them are at fault, and I have administered appropriate punishments. Logically, this matter should have been resolved. It seems excessive to continue to pursue this child." "Teacher Zhou, your words are quite unpalatable," Wu Li interjected vociferously. "I send my daughter to school for an education, not to endure punishment. When it comes to discipline, that is our responsibility as parents. You, as teachers, are only tasked with imparting knowledge and cultivating character. You have no right to discipline my child." As Zhou Zheng concluded his statement, Wu Li raised her voice even higher. The principal cleared his throat.
It is not as you suggest.
"Once parents entrust their children to our school, we possess the authority to discipline disobedient students. Your assertion is rather presumptuous." He cast a sidelong glance at Wu Li. "Every child is the apple of their parent's eye. My daughter has been wronged, and instead of defending her, the teacher punishes her.
Why should that be?
I cannot tolerate this indignity. If no one will advocate for my daughter, then I shall take matters into my own hands." Wu Li glared fiercely at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow. "Chao Jinhua's parent, this matter is not as you portray it. Your daughter's injuries and her punishment cannot be conflated. I penalized her because she disrupted the class while failing to engage with her studies. There is nothing inappropriate about that." Zhou Zheng turned to the principal. "Principal, do you agree with my assessment?" The principal, about to nod in affirmation, hesitated upon meeting Wu Li's unabashed gaze, ultimately forcing a smile. "Your punishment of her is not inherently wrong. However, merely being inattentive in class may not warrant such a severe consequence as cleaning the toilets." Zhou Zheng was taken aback, while Wu Li immediately chimed in, "Exactly. I wouldn't even allow my daughter to do trivial chores at home, and yet you expect her to perform such a distasteful task." Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, clearly disagreeing with Wu Li's assertions. In this new era, the concept of a wealthy young lady seemed obsolete, especially in their underdeveloped region. He believed that children should cultivate habits of self-reliance from an early age. His son and daughter were both expected to contribute to household chores, and he was strict in teaching them how to interact with others. In his view, Chao Jinhua had become a negative example. To his astonishment, rather than reflecting on the issues, Wu Li only exacerbated her daughter's arrogance, indulging her in a manner that he deemed detrimental to Chao Jinhua's growth. "I understand your protective instincts as a parent," Zhou Zheng began, "but your child must learn to grow independently. At school, all students are treated equally, with no distinctions of status. When she errs, I must discipline her, just as I would any other student. If others can meet expectations, so must she, or else she will struggle to integrate into school life, which is counterproductive to her development." However, Wu Li did not appreciate his counsel. To her, Zhou Zheng appeared to be shirking responsibility and arguing disingenuously. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she retorted, "Enough, Teacher Zhou. Spare me your literary pretensions. I am a simple person and know nothing of such matters. All I comprehend is that my daughter has been wronged. That little wretch dared to lay hands on her, and I will not let this go unpunished. You better hand her over. This situation arose because your daughter misbehaved first, Hao Jue asserted. She maliciously destroyed a fellow student's pen out of spite for my punishment, which is utterly unacceptable. While I acknowledge that the other student was in the wrong, I cannot agree to place all the blame solely on your daughter. Wu Li's expression hardened. So, Teacher Zhou, you intend to defend that little wretch? Zhou Zheng's heart raced at her derogatory term for Wang Tiantian. This is not about defense. We must maintain a sense of fairness. Both parties are at fault, and I have disciplined them accordingly. If you continue to intervene, today you defend your daughter, and tomorrow another parent will do the same. This cycle will never conclude. In response, Wu Li turned her back on Zhou Zheng, stating, I refuse to listen. I know that little wretch bullied my daughter, and I will not let this matter rest. You must provide me with an explanation today, or I shall not leave. Zhou Zheng, caught in a predicament, looked towards the principal, hoping for assistance. However, the principal merely removed his glasses, sighed, and began to clean them, showing no inclination to intervene. He simply said, Teacher Du has been notified. Let us wait for her arrival before proceeding. Concerned, Zhou Zheng implored, Principal, the issues between children are trivial and should be resolved. We must extend grace to one another. The principal remained silent, while Wu Li could no longer contain her sarcasm. Tell me, Teacher Zhou, what is your relationship with that Wang Tiantian? You seem quite intent on defending her. Oh, my poor daughter. It appears you and your apprentice have conspired to bully her. One hits, the other punishes. This is outrageous. If I do not receive a satisfactory response today, I shall file a complaint accusing you, Zhou Zheng, of accepting bribes and treating students unfairly. Isn't it said that your school has teachers who can advance to secondary education? I vow to ensure you never attain such a position. Threatening whom? Who wouldn't? Zhou Zheng's expression changed. He never expected this parent to be so difficult to deal with. If she truly went about making unfounded accusations, he feared he would have no chance of promotion. What arrogance! Instead of reflecting on her child's mistakes, she dares to threaten the teacher. Just as Zhou Zheng was in a quandary, a clear voice resonated from outside. Wang Tiantian raised an eyebrow, addressing Wu Li. Aren't you the ones who sought me out? Wu Li glared coldly at her, displeased, and retorted, Who are you? Wu Li's brows furrowed menacingly as she shouted, You little brat. It became evident how she defined her daughter, and no wonder she could approach the school. She was indeed peculiar. Wang Tiantian remained unfazed, her tone nonchalant despite the fact that her interlocutor was an older parent. What did you say? Wu Li, momentarily taken aback, struggled to respond. Wang Tiantian quipped, They say what one thinks in their heart is what they perceive. So when you see me and call me a little brat, I can only assume you've referred to your daughter in such a manner countless times. Alas, it's truly unbearable. You're talking nonsense.
Wu Li stammered,
Finally managing to shout those 3 words after a considerable pause. Wang Tiantian promptly stepped back, feigning fright as she placed a hand on her chest. Madam, do keep your voice down. My heart isn't too well. If you give me a fright that sends me to the hospital, you better not think you can evade the medical fees with so many witnesses present. You. Wu Li pointed at Wang Tiantian for a long moment before finally articulating a complete thought. Are you threatening me? What is a threat? Is it something like what you just did to Teacher Zhou? Wang Tiantian blinked innocently. One must admit, at that moment, while Wang Tiantian's brazen demeanor astonished him, it also genuinely endeared her to him. Wu Li felt as if a fly had entered her mouth, leaving her speechless with disgust. Sharp-tongued, refusing to apologize for wrongdoing, and daring to argue back with parents, what a lack of upbringing. Have you completely disregarded what the teacher has imparted?
Teacher Du interjected.
Teacher Du was at a loss for words, unsure whether to scold or remain silent. Frustrated, he felt a knot in his chest, and upon witnessing Wang Tiantian's provoking smile, he couldn't help but shout, You act so brazenly despite being in the wrong. If you have the guts, why not faint? I'll cover the medical expenses. Wu Li began to lament. Principal, her arrogance is outrageous. Will you not intervene? My poor child, where will I go to seek justice for you? Yet suddenly, Wang Tiantian clutched her chest, her complexion paling. What happened to Chao Jinhua? I clearly saw her in class. Wu Li, irritated by her display, retorted. What else could she be doing if not attending class? Is she like you, dragging the class down? Wang Tiantian then appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, That's great to hear. I thought, given how you were crying out earlier, that I might have encountered a ghost today. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Wu Li's face turned ashen, her gaze fixed menacingly on Wang Tiantian. What did you say?
Repeat that.
She seethed, anger boiling within her. How dare this wretched girl curse her precious daughter? Wang Tiantian merely shrugged, responding, Isn't that the truth? I heard you wailing like a banshee, coming to school to create trouble for me and the teachers. I thought your daughter had thrown a pen into the river because she couldn't afford it. You daughterless little brat, speak recklessly again, and I will tear your mouth apart. With that, she lunged forward, claws bared, intent on inflicting harm upon Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian deftly evaded her attempts, retorting, I may have been born without a mother, but that is understandable. Your daughter, however, was raised by one. And I see little evidence of her being raised into a respectable person. It matters not whether one has a mother, but rather who raises them. With a mother like you, your daughter will inevitably face the harsh realities of society. Shut your mouth. You'll know what it means to be beaten today.
Wu Li,
Driven to the edge by Wang Tiantian's relentless provocations, was consumed by rage, disregarding the setting entirely. Yet, with Zhou present, it was impossible for him to stand by while Wang Tiantian was assaulted. He intervened, and the two others followed suit. Wang Tiantian, agile in her maneuvers, shouted towards the entrance, Look, look. This person has gone mad, bullying students in school. Someone call the police and have her arrested.
Wu Li,
Unable to land a blow on Wang Tiantian, felt her frustration boiling over, and once again resorted to insults. You wretched little thing. With sores on your head and filth on your feet, if you have the guts, stop dodging. I'll make sure you pay. Wang Tiantian danced about, undeterred by her words, and replied in a melodious voice, Every insult you hurl at me will rebound upon your daughter. Curse me as much as you wish. The more vicious, the better. Silence. What kind of student behaves like this? The principal finally intervened, his voice cold and authoritative. After chastising her, he turned to Wu Li with a soothing tone, Calm down. Calm down. Children often lack understanding. You shouldn't stoop to their level. Wu Li, infuriated by Wang Tiantian's retort, nearly gasped in disbelief at the principal's comments.
Me?
Causing a ruckus? Why do you think I came to you? I sought your assistance to defend my daughter, and now you claim I am the one misbehaving. What good are you? The principal tightened his grip on Wu Li's hand, his expression darkening. Enough. If she has erred, I will certainly punish her. You must calm yourself and refrain from speaking in such a manner. Wu Li's expression shifted, and she quickly regained her composure. With a fierce glare directed at Wang Tiantian, she declared, I want her expelled. She should never set foot in school again. Zhou's face paled at her words. Principal, this cannot be. She is but a child. This will ruin her life. The principal pondered momentarily before nodding. That is too severe a punishment, Wu Li. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. I refuse. Wu Li countered vehemently. You all witnessed her arrogance just now. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what she will become. I demand that she be barred from education. 131. A peaceful resolution. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten the principal? It seems you have become accustomed to flaunting your authority at home, and now you dare to stir trouble above the principal. Wang Tiantian, ever the instigator, continues to fan the flames. Wu Li glares angrily at the principal. Zhou Qingming, you must say whether this is acceptable or not. Zhou Qingming, the principal, shakes his head in distress. She has not committed a grave offense, and the school cannot expel her. She cursed my daughter and insulted me. Is that not a significant transgression? Wu Li's eyes widen. Wang Tiantian interjects. Who does Ning think she is? The queen's woman? Such arrogance. Zhou Zheng tugs at her sleeve, shooting her a warning glance. Enough. Don't escalate the matter. Be quiet. Wang Tiantian pouts but straightens her demeanor. All right, I will heed the teacher's advice. As long as she doesn't trouble me, I will not meddle. For the first time, Zhou Zheng realizes that Wang Tiantian possesses such a defiant nature, making her quite difficult to manage, which gives him a headache. After receiving her mockery, Wu Li's temper flares again. If you continue with your sarcastic remarks, do you believe I want to silence you? Wang Tiantian leans forward and challenges, come on. I fear no one. If you leave a mark on me, I shall report you for intentional injury and ensure you serve time. Enough, Wang Tiantian. If you continue to behave so insolently, I shall summon your parents. Zhou Qingming admonishes sternly. Unfazed, Wang Tiantian retorts, Principal, your bias is quite troubling. From the outset, I have been the victim. Not only does her daughter refuse to compensate me for my pen, but she also causes a scene at school. Furthermore, she insulted me first. I cannot be expected to endure such treatment simply because I am a child. Nonsense. It was you who harmed my daughter, and yet you dare to quibble.
Wu Li satas.
You dare. You little wretch, I'll make you pay. Wu Li curses as she attempts to strike again. Teacher Zhou Zheng swiftly pulls Wang Tiantian behind him for protection while trying to calm Wu Li. Calm down, calm down. Children speak without thinking. Please, do not let your anger towards a child escalate.
Bah.
You still defend this little wretch? Who would believe your words? I suspect you have accepted bribes from her. I will report you. Wu Li shouts, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Qingming rubs his temples in exasperation, raising his hand. Enough. This bickering has to end. How long will this continue? Let us sit down and resolve this matter amicably. No more shouting, or I will ask you all to leave. At this, Wu Li falls silent, and Wang Tiantian is restrained by Zhou Zheng, who forbids her from speaking further. The room descends into a quietude. Zhou Qingming glances helplessly at Wu Li, then, with a stern countenance, he turns to Wang Tiantian, exerting his authoritative presence for a prolonged moment before speaking. I have already understood the grievances between you two. Violence and insults will not resolve anything. Now, let us approach this matter with calmness and civility. What do you think? In the midst of the unfolding situation, Wang Tiantian could not feign ignorance when she was called upon. She simply remarked, I hope the principal will treat this matter with fairness. Zhou Qingming's expression darkened as he addressed her. You claim that Chao Jinhua has damaged your fountain pen. Is that correct? Wang Tiantian nodded affirmatively. Zhou Qingming then turned to Wu Li, inquiring, do you acknowledge this? Wu Li, initially ready to protest, reluctantly acquiesced. I do. Zhou Qingming nodded with satisfaction, continuing, you assert that Chao Jinhua was struck by Wang Tiantian. Is that so? Clearing his throat, Zhou Zheng interjected. Might I remind you, dear parent, to be mindful of your words? Such remarks about a child are inappropriate. Wu Li was about to retort, but was silenced by Zhou Qingming's warning gaze.
Indeed.
Wu Li, you ought to be cautious with your speech. After all, she is still a child, and such negativity is unseemly. It was no wonder that Chao Jinhua often uttered unsavory language. It seemed to be a family trait. Wang Tiantian couldn't help but mock. Zhou Qingming shot her a warning glance, admonishing, Wang Tiantian, please mind your demeanor. This is your elder after all. Engaging in a rebuttal with an elder is not what this school promotes. Wang Tiantian remained silent, observing the exchange, while Zhou Qingming resumed his questioning. Do you acknowledge striking Chao Jinhua? Very well. Since both parties admit their faults, allow me to articulate my thoughts. First and foremost, Wu Li, I must address you. Damaging another's property is inherently wrong. It is not unreasonable for her to seek compensation, and thus, you are obliged to reimburse Wang Tiantian for her fountain pen. Wu Li, upon hearing that she was expected to compensate, was incensed, prompting Zhou Qingming to cast her a calming glance. Wang Tiantian narrowed her eyes, sensing that the principal would soon shift the focus of trouble onto her. As expected, Zhou Qingming leisurely fixed his gaze upon Wang Tiantian, stating, although Chao Jinhua was indeed at fault for damaging your pen, your act of striking her alters the nature of the situation. He adopted a serious tone, saying, conflicts among peers are common. However, resorting to physical violence is unacceptable. Once you have struck someone, the fault lies with you. He provided an example for clarity. Consider this, had you not laid hands on Chao Jinhua, would we be facing this predicament today? The answer is no. Is it not? If you felt wronged, you could have approached a teacher for assistance who would have been able to help you. However, Wang Tiantian shook her head, asserting, "But that is not the case. I overheard what that woman said. Chao Jinhua acted wrongly, and it is entirely justified for the teacher to penalize her. Though there was no physical punishment, she still came looking for trouble. Moreover, there are instances when some teachers exhibit bias. I, as the victim, end up being punished instead. Who do I turn to for redress?" The atmosphere grew tense as Teacher Du's expression shifted, revealing the underlying tension. Those privy to the events of that day could easily deduce whom she referred to. Zhou Qingming interjected, Wang Tiantian as a student. "You must refrain from haphazardly speculating about our educators. Each of our teachers embodies fairness and integrity. Your thoughts on this matter are perilous. Do you not comprehend?" Zhou Qingming's demeanor darkened. "Are you questioning my judgment as the principal, Wang Tiantian? While you may argue your case, it is essential to remember that a principal cannot dismiss a student's assertions outright, can they? I have already instructed her to compensate you for your pen. I have addressed your grievances. However, the act of striking another is unequivocally wrong and warrants disciplinary action. Do you still have objections?" Zhou Qingming spoke with formidable authority. Wang Tiantian replied, "There is no need for you to intervene, principal. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, has already administered discipline." "Humph. Merely copying some characters hardly constitutes punishment. It's trivial and insubstantial, merely a fade," Wu Li interjected with a sardonic tone. Wang Tiantian, undeterred, seemed to experience a moment of clarity and exclaimed, "Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. I have always sensed something was amiss, and your prompt has jogged my memory." She then turned to Principal Zhou, raising her voice. "It is unjust, Principal. You must advocate for the students." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by her outburst. Zhou Qingming, equally confounded, inquired, "What grievance do you harbor?" Wang Tiantian pointed directly at Zhou Zheng, who wore a perplexed expression, and declared, "Mr. Zhou is biased. He protects Chao Jinhua, and I find this intolerable. Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Li, initially pleased to see Wang Tiantian pointing fingers at Zhou Zheng, was soon taken aback by the implications of her accusation. How could Zhou Zheng possibly be shielding her daughter? Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Wang Tiantian's sudden accusation. However, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression softened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wang Tiantian continued, "How can you deny favoritism? Consider this. Why was Chao Jinhua punished with a detention for cleaning the toilets? Was it not because she disrupted my studies during class? This punishment bears no correlation to the damage inflicted upon my pen." Zhou Qingming's brow furrowed repeatedly. "And so? Thus, it is unjust," Wang Tiantian proclaimed, her demeanor reflecting profound indignation. "Why should she be permitted to merely compensate for the damage to my pen while I am subjected to the punishment of transcribing 2 books? It is utterly inequitable. Moreover, she has yet to reimburse me for my pen and has brought her elders to intimidate me. Little brat, cease your baseless accusations."
Wu Li,
increasingly uneasy, interrupted, "Baseless." Wang Tiantian widened her eyes and turned to Zhou Zheng. "Mr. Zhou, should you not clarify this matter with me?" In the midst of the ongoing discussion, Zhou Zheng absent-mindedly touched his nose, acknowledging that he had indeed mishandled the situation. He had previously punished Chao Jinhua, making it inappropriate to impose another penalty on her. Thus he decided to let the matter slide. In doing so, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Wang Tiantian. However, Wang Tiantian shook her head and remarked, "That is not quite the case. Shi Kaihua was also punished for cleaning the toilets, yet you subsequently made her copybooks just like me. Teacher, you are clearly favoring Chao Jinhua." Zhou Zheng swiftly waved his hands, insisting, "That is not the case. Dear Wang Tiantian, I have no intention of shielding Chao Jinhua. I simply felt she had already learned her lesson. To punish her further would be somewhat unfair." Wu Li gazed incredulously at the two, perplexed. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that bullying my daughter is insufficient?" Wang Tiantian, however, disregarded her and turned to Principal Zhou Qingming, asserting, "Principal, please weigh in on this matter. Is it not an erroneous act for Chao Jinhua to have damaged my pen without reason?" Zhou Qingming, not wanting to overtly show favoritism, conceded, "That is indeed the case. However, as I mentioned earlier, I will ensure that Chao Jinhua's parents compensate you for the damaged pen. Yet, Wang Tiantian was not easily placated. It cannot be dismissed so lightly, Principal. The wanton destruction of another's property is a grave offense. As the leader of this institution, it is your duty to eradicate such behavior. Otherwise, it would set a precedent for others to follow, leading to chaos within our campus. Shouldn't the leaders of the school impose appropriate penalties for such actions? Compensation is merely a basic responsibility, unrelated to punishment, and as of now, she has not faced any consequences whatsoever. What do you propose then? Zhou Qingming's expression turned somewhat frosty. Wang Tiantian stepped closer to Zhou Zhan and simply stated, I believe that whatever punishment I receive should be mirrored by her. After all, I was wrong to strike her, and I accept that punishment is deserved. Yet, I am the victim in this situation, and it is I who continues to face trouble while the instigator remains unscathed. It is truly disheartening for a student to bear such injustice. Dear student, one must learn to forgive. Since you have already resorted to violence, is it not excessive to demand further punishment? Zhou Qingming began jotting something down in a notebook while seated. Wang Tiantian smiled and retorted, What kind of forgiveness do you suggest? Like that of Chao Jinhua's parents? Zhou Qingming's demeanor suddenly became awkward. Wang Tiantian continued, My striking her was justified. You claim my actions were wrong, and I accepted my punishment. Yet, she faces no consequences, does not compensate for the damage, and even has her parents come to school to harass me. Am I the one being unreasonable, or are they the ones causing a ruckus? Zhou Qingming scrutinized Wang Tiantian for a while, but she remained undaunted, meeting his gaze with composure. I had no idea our school was home to such a sharp-tongued young lady, the principal remarked, recalling that he had taught her mathematics for 4 years. And this was his first encounter with her articulate and persuasive arguments, as she deftly wielded logic against him. Teacher, Du also seized the opportunity to interject sarcastically. I am humbled. She has merely applied a phrase she recently learned. Reason travels the world, in a practical manner today. Zhou Qingming chuckled softly, suddenly relenting. We have indeed mishandled this matter, and it has caused Wang Tiantian to suffer unjustly. 135. The intentions of the newcomers are far from benign, and they show no signs of retreat. Wu Li gazed at Zhou Qingming in disbelief. She had come here seeking his intervention to discipline Wang Tiantian on behalf of her daughter, yet what was unfolding before her was utterly perplexing. Zhou Qingming, have you lost your senses? I did not come to you for assistance on behalf of this little wretch.
What do you mean by this?
Is my daughter to be subjected to bullying without consequence? After casting her a calming glance, Zhou Qingming turned to Wang Tiantian and stated, Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Wu Li, shortly you shall procure a pen to compensate this student. Shall we consider this issue resolved? The last remark was directed at Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian squinted slightly, then suddenly smiled. Since the principal had spoken, it was only fitting to show him some respect.
Was it not?
In that case, I shall not pursue this matter. Her dismissive demeanor stirred frustration within Wu Li. You will not pursue it? You. Enough. Wu Li's words were abruptly halted by Zhou Qingming. This situation originated with Chao Jinhua's fault. Wu Li, please do not cling to it. Let us consider this matter settled. Wang Tiantian had no intention of lingering any longer. With the matter seemingly resolved, she announced, students should return to class. Time is precious, and we cannot afford to waste it. Zhou Qingming felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. Was she mocking him for taking time away from class to address personal affairs? Hold on, Wang Tiantian, I summoned you for more than just this issue. Wang Tiantian inwardly scoffed, realizing that since the initial approach had been hostile, it was unlikely that matters would simply be brushed aside. She halted, turned, and asked Zhou Qingming with a feigned smile, Might I inquire what other matters the esteemed principal wishes to discuss? Wang Tiantian mused, I see. Since the rout with Chao Jinhua has proven unfruitful, now they are bringing Teacher Du into the fray. Teacher Du cast her a smug glance and cleared her throat, proclaiming, Principal, let me be frank, I truly cannot continue teaching this child. Not only does she lag academically, but she also fails to pay attention in class. When I reprimand her, she has the audacity to retort. You have all witnessed her sharp tongue, and need not hear more from me. She neglects her assignments and resorts to copying others' work. Principal, how am I to teach her under such circumstances? She shows no fear of punishment, and when scolded, she argues back, making it exceedingly difficult for me to instruct the other students. While I can endure some grievances, it is a grave matter when an entire class's learning is disrupted by such negative behavior. If we do not rectify this situation, it will only harm those diligent students who wish to learn. Hearing the gravity of the situation, Teacher Zhou could not help but interject, Teacher Do you not think your words are a bit excessive? I believe Wang Tiantian participates earnestly in class and does not disturb her peers. I have already addressed her retorts, and she will not repeat them. Teacher Du snorted in displeasure. What do you mean by that, Teacher Zhou? Are you suggesting that I, as her teacher, am deliberately slandering her? Teacher Zhou offered a conciliatory smile. Not at all. Teacher Du, please do not misunderstand my intent.
Teacher Du?
Crossing her arms and casting a sideways glance at Teacher Zhou, retorted, Then let me ask you, Teacher Zhou, has her performance not consistently ranked at the bottom of the class for these past few years? Zhou Zheng felt a lump in his throat as he glanced at Wang Tiantian, his lips twitching slightly. He had almost forgotten that Wang Tiantian was once a lackluster student. Well, you do have a point, he began, but I've noticed she has been putting in a considerable effort lately. However, before he could finish his thought, Teacher Du waved his hand dismissively. No, please don't tell me about her recent efforts. Just last week, she was the same as ever. Are you truly captivated by her simply because she read a text on Friday? Or, as her parents suggest, have you accepted bribes from the Wang family? Such disgraceful accusations you dare to utter. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened immediately. Teacher Du, you must be responsible for your words. I have never accepted any gifts from parents. Teacher Du scoffed. Then why do you persist in defending her? Zhou Zheng replied, lacking confidence. What I say is the truth. Although I do not teach mathematics, I can still comprehend elementary math. I believe her homework has been completed quite well.
Ha!
Teacher Du sneered. The truth? The truth is that the work you've observed was copied from someone else. This time, Zhou Zheng did not defend Wang Tiantian, but instead asked Teacher Du seriously. Have you discovered that she has been copying her homework? As the homeroom teacher, he was well aware of Wang Tiantian's academic standing, and he did not immediately refute Teacher Du's claim, as it seemed plausible. It was evident that a student who had previously struggled suddenly submitting well-completed assignments could only be attributed to plagiarism rather than a sudden intellectual awakening. With disdain, Teacher Du cast a glance at Wang Tiantian, as if she were nothing more than a piece of refuse. Zhou Zheng remained silent. Though he could see that Wang Tiantian had indeed been making more of an effort than before, yet he also concurred with Teacher Du's assessment. A sudden surge of diligence was acceptable, but an abrupt display of intelligence seemed far-fetched. He had reviewed the problems and Wang Tiantian had answered them all correctly, while her previous math assignments were riddled with red marks. The stark contrast was undeniable. Zhou Qingming then turned to Wang Tiantian and said, You have heard what was said. Poor performance, defiance towards authority, and negatively influencing other students. Your math teacher has already reported you to me, indicating just how unruly you have become. I wish for every student who comes to this school to study diligently and strive to become a pillar of our nation. Wang Tiantian nodded, acknowledging the honor of being a student. As a student, it is my duty to respect my teachers and uphold propriety. I cannot allow your misguided behavior to set a precedent among these students, thus I must impose a punishment upon you, Zhou Qingming stated. Wang Tiantian remained silent, awaiting his further instructions. Additionally, we must include the incident where you resorted to violence. This is also a grievous matter that warrants a thorough reflection. In the midst of a heated exchange, Principal Zhou's expression brightened as he realized that this individual had been waiting for him, proving to be quite the surprise. Wang Tiantian, however, displayed no sign of unease, merely inquiring, Is that all? Zhou Qingming responded, Given the severe repercussions of your actions, I need to have a serious discussion with your parents. Make sure to bring them when you come to school tomorrow. Have you finished, Principal? Wang Tiantian interrupted, neither affirming nor denying his statement. Zhou Qingming, displeased with her attitude, furrowed his brows and retorted, You have indeed erred in this matter. I will not entertain your justifications. You may return to class. He had come to recognize that this seemingly small individual possessed an astute intellect and did not wish to engage further with her, thus issuing an eviction order. However, it is one thing to summon a spirit and another to send it away. Since Wang Tiantian had arrived, it was only fitting to clarify the situation. Ignoring Zhou Qingming's dismissal, she exclaimed, "Students do not agree with your punishment, principal. You cannot condemn a student based solely on Teacher Du's account. That is unjust. Disrespecting a teacher is your fault. What further argument is there about fairness?" Zhou Qingming exploded in anger. It was absurd to think he could not handle a mere child. While Wang Li and her peers had indeed been at fault previously, with Zhou present, he refrained from overtly bullying the child. Yet now, he had irrefutable evidence against her. If he could not manage such a child, he ought to resign as principal. Nonetheless, Wang Tiantian remained undaunted. If a student errs, it is not inappropriate for a teacher to reprimand them. But should there not be a measure of moderation? I can accept a teacher's criticism, but I cannot tolerate unfounded accusations against a student, nor can I accept personal attacks on students and their families. Everyone has parents who raised them. If someone were to insult your parents, I believe you would not stand for it either, principal. Of course, if you believe Teacher Du's actions were justified, I am willing to accept the consequences. Zhou Qingming's countenance darkened. This was no mere metaphor but a veiled insult directed at him. Yet, could he declare her wrong? Absolutely not. Teacher Du's sharp tongue was only ever unleashed upon students within the school. Had he encountered someone more volatile, such words could have dire consequences. Nevertheless, he could not allow Wang Tiantian to get away with her repeated defiance. If he did not punish her, where would his own dignity lie? Despite this, he could not overlook her blatant disrespect. As the ancients said, once a teacher, forever a father. If students treated their teachers as you do,
How could they learn from them?
Wang Tiantian replied, "I concur with your sentiments, principal. But there is an old saying, virtue should match one's position. A teacher must first possess moral integrity. Who would tolerate a father that berates his own child, disrespecting even their ancestors? Furthermore, while Teacher Zhou is also a teacher to the students, why have they not challenged him? The students may have issues, but the greatest issue lies with Teacher Du."
Does it not?
Fallacious reasoning. All of it. Teacher Du shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Tiantian. "In the 4th grade, where I exist without her, and she exists without me," Wang Tiantian turned to Teacher Du and said, "If a student is mistaken, please feel free to point it out, teacher." What nonsense! I'm your teacher, and I can't scold you? What makes you so precious? If you neglect your studies and ignore my guidance, then you deserve my reprimand. All right. Teacher Du, please don't be so agitated. Zhou Qingming interjected, frowning at Teacher Du's remark. He cast an unhappy glance at Wang Tiantian and stated, "Your grades are at the bottom of the class. That is an undeniable fact, as your homeroom teacher has just attested." Wang Tiantian smiled slightly. "Does your esteemed school not permit students to struggle academically? So, it seems you were indeed copying someone else's homework." Wang Tiantian waved her hands dismissively.
I didn't say that.
Those assignments were diligently completed by the students themselves. Just you? Teacher Du regarded her with disdain. "I know your capabilities well. With that empty head of yours, how could you possibly achieve anything?" Wang Tiantian ignored him and turned to Zhou Qingming. "Principal, if I can prove that I solved those problems on my own, would you still punish me? It's quite simple. You may set the questions, and I will solve them in your presence." "Very well, I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve," Teacher Du interjected, rushing to his office to prepare the questions. Soon, 10 problems lay before Wang Tiantian, and Teacher Du, looking down at her, urged, "Hurry up. Are you afraid of being exposed and unable to move?" Impatiently, Teacher Du added, "If you manage to solve them, we can consider this matter settled. However, if you fail..." Teacher Du turned to Zhou Qingming and Zhou Zheng, declaring, "Principal, Teacher Zhou, I must make this clear. If she cannot solve these problems, I will not accept such a student. It's either I leave 4th grade or she does." Having his words interrupted, Zhou Qingming felt displeased, yet observing Teacher Du's confidence, he refrained from commenting. Zhou Zheng, however, felt troubled. "Teacher Du, isn't this a bit too severe? We cannot do without you in the 4th grade." Teacher Du shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, as long as she is not in my class, I will continue teaching 4th grade." That seems inappropriate. Teacher, she is merely a child. As adults, we should not stoop to her level. I will have her apologize to you shortly. What do you think? Teacher was not swayed. If she were an adult, it would be a different story. I stand by my words. Teacher Zhou, you can handle it as you see fit. Naturally, Zhou Zheng could not allow the situation to escalate, understanding well that both Teacher Du and he knew Wang Tiantian's true academic standing. If this wager were to come to fruition, it would mean expulsion for her. Teacher Du, she is still just a child. If she were to be expelled, her future would be ruined. We, as educators, are here to nurture and guide, not to destroy futures. At these words, Teacher Du paused, contemplating in silence. In the face of adversity, one finds solutions. You could appeal to the principal. After all, I am not the only mathematics teacher at the school. There is also Li Jing, and I could arrange a swap with her. As Teacher Du contemplated this, he secretly commended himself for having overlooked such a possibility until now. The opportunities for promotion are typically prioritized for 6th grade teachers, and previously he had been unable to compete with Li Jing. However, this presented a golden chance. Although Wang Tiantian struggled with the questions, Zhou Zheng couldn't possibly allow her to withdraw from school if he were to refrain from teaching the 4th grade. He would have no choice but to request a swap with Li Jing. A flicker of joy surged within Teacher Du, momentarily diminishing his disdain for Wang Tiantian. He owed this fortunate turn of events to her. Without her, where would he have found such an excellent opportunity? Enveloped in the euphoria of impending promotion, he failed to notice the examination paper presented before him. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Teacher Du felt a twinge of irritation, yet upon seeing it was the principal, he suppressed his displeasure and turned his attention to the examination paper. Merely a futile effort, it seemed, for the student had submitted her work prematurely, surely a sign of despair. Did she truly think she could elude scrutiny? Among these questions, he had even included 2 advanced 5th grade problems, which he doubted even Li Qing could solve. Challenging him was a fool's errand. However, as his indifferent gaze fell upon the answers, astonishment washed over him. How could this be? Teacher Du rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. The familiar answers remained unmistakably clear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. All correct.
Impossible. How could this be?
These questions had been painstakingly selected from his reference materials, each one exceptionally challenging, rivaling the final examination. Yet, who could explain why a student who normally faltered on 9 out of 10 questions suddenly seemed to possess the prowess of a genius? This cannot be. You must have cheated. Teacher Du, overwhelmed with disbelief, pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Tiantian, shouting. Upon witnessing Teacher Du's expression and hearing his words, Zhou Zheng and Zhou Qingming exchanged glances, their understanding of the situation crystallizing in an instant, and their gazes shifted to Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian maintained her composure. What was so extraordinary about this? As a college graduate, if she were incapable of solving elementary school problems, what purpose would her existence serve? Would she merely be a drain on the nation's resources? Yet, she neglected to acknowledge that at this moment, she inhabited the body of a 10-year-old child. The transformation from mediocrity to brilliance was bound to astonish everyone. Is this how you dare to gamble? By cheating? Principal, I strongly urge you to expel such a morally corrupt student from our institution. Teacher Du fumed, pointing vehemently at Wang Tiantian. Zhou Zheng quickly intervened to defend her. Teacher Du, you are mistaken. I've been watching her closely. I can assure you, she did not cheat, truly. You two are in cahoots. Who would believe you? Teacher Du, infuriated, disregarded Zhou Zheng's status as a colleague, shaking off his grasp and continuing his tirade.
Teacher Du,
I refrained from mentioning that you deliberately included 2 advanced questions not appropriate for the 4th grade as a concession, but your baseless accusations have crossed the line. Today, did you encounter questions beyond the syllabus? 2 of them? Initially infuriated, Zhou Zheng gazed at Teacher Du in astonishment after hearing Wang Tiantian's words, his face reflecting disbelief. Teacher Du, why must it be to this extent? She is merely a child. Our primary duty as educators is to impart knowledge and nurture our students. Whether they like us is not of paramount importance. Our role is to accompany them through these 6 years, after which we gracefully exit their journey of growth. Why resort to such extremities? If she cannot solve the problems, would your momentary frustration ruin her future? Such actions are unbecoming of a teacher. Zhou Chengming, equally astonished, looked at Wang Tiantian, while Zhou Zheng suspected that teacher Du harbored a grudge and sought to undermine Wang Tiantian. In contrast, Zhou Qingming was amazed that this child could tackle advanced questions. Solving such problems is not extraordinary, yet when it comes from a student who typically struggles, it cannot be viewed with equanimity. Moreover, he was well aware of teacher Du's character. The advanced questions he posed would only be more challenging, not easier. Did you truly solve these questions? Zhou Qingming inquired of Wang Tiantian, his mind still puzzled. Both teachers regarded her as a struggling student, yet Zhou Zheng had affirmed she did not cheat. How then had she answered all the questions correctly? Zhou Qingming furrowed his brow. Yet Zhou Zheng had already stated he witnessed her writing without any sign of dishonesty. Teacher Du scoffed. Cheating is not limited to a single method. He derisively glanced at Zhou Zheng. You claim you saw her write. Was she continuously writing without pausing, without a hint of hesitation? Zhou Zheng was taken aback, then turned to look at Wang Tiantian. Ah, indeed. I said it before. How could a failure suddenly transform into a prodigy? She must have known the answers beforehand to complete them flawlessly. Teacher Du spoke with an air of triumph. Zhou Qingming was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be so? He glanced between Zhou Zheng and Wang Tiantian, then back at teacher Du, ultimately leaning towards believing Du's assertion. Wang Tiantian had likely encountered those questions previously, enabling her to answer them all correctly in such a short span. This rationale seemed more plausible, as the world is vast and prodigies rare. It is not easy to stumble upon one, especially one who had previously struggled academically. Wang Tiantian, however, let out a cold laugh. It seems teacher Du cannot bear to lose. Why do you so eagerly wish for me to fail at these questions? Teacher Du maintained a stern visage. I see you are clearly one who dares to attempt but not to claim. According to teacher Du's reasoning, it would indeed be miraculous. Am I to believe that I could have encountered one or two of your questions, let alone all of them, and conveniently know the answers? I possess neither X-ray vision nor the favor of fortune. Your arguments may deceive yourself, but do not present them for others to ridicule. Then, why did your grades plummet in the past, and now you achieve perfection? I have yet to see anyone suddenly become intelligent. Wang Tiantian promptly applauded. Well then, teacher Du, I must congratulate you. Today, you have witnessed something remarkable. Teacher Du was thoroughly flustered by Wang Tiantian's remarks, gasping in indignation and finally exclaiming, I simply do not believe that you could solve these problems on your own. You must have some other means of foreseeing the answers. Let the principal adjudicate this matter. Wang Tiantian, however, chose not to engage in further debate, instead directing her gaze toward Zhou Qingming. Noticing this, teacher Du also turned his attention to Zhou Qingming, his expression suggesting that, should Zhou fail to provide a satisfactory response, he would create a scene in the office. Zhou cleared his throat and inquired of Wang Tiantian. Since you claim to have solved these problems independently, how do you account for your previous academic performance? He pondered, uncertain whether to fully accept Wang Tiantian's assertions. Wang Tiantian appeared despondent. She had anticipated that her improved grades would earn her the teacher's recognition akin to that of exceptional students, only to be met with skepticism. This left her questioning the validity of her desire for self-improvement. Indeed, your aspirations are commendable, Zhou Zheng interjected. Wang Tiantian, your ambition to better yourself is right. But the motivation behind your improvement should not be for anyone else's sake, but for your own. You are still young, with ample time ahead to strive. Along this path, you will encounter countless doubts, but when they cease to be obstacles to your growth, they should instead serve as motivation for your perseverance. Do you understand? Wang Tiantian nodded, appearing somewhat bewildered, yet she felt a deep appreciation for Zhou Zheng, recognizing him as a truly exceptional teacher in this era. Zhou Zheng then addressed Zhou Qingming. Principal, the matter is now quite clear. Wang Tiantian has demonstrated her innocence through her capabilities, and I kindly ask you to show leniency. Do not heed his words, Principal. Wang Tiantian must face consequences. Teacher Du interjected urgently upon hearing Zhou Zheng's plea. Enough. Zhou Zheng's expression grew stern as he fixed teacher Du with a cold glare. I cannot comprehend the extent of your animosity towards a student. As educators, even if we cannot exhibit unwavering kindness, we should at least strive for fairness. The previous incident stemmed from your biases and selective hearing. Must you continue this unrelenting pursuit? Teacher Du slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, I will not teach this student any longer. Either expel her or, principal, reassign me. It is either her or me in the 4th grade. Zhou Qingming furrowed his brow. Teacher Du, it has not come to that. Look, even you, principal, have been bewitched by her. Teacher Du pointed at Zhou Qingming, his agitation palpable. Calm down, Teacher Du. Zhou Qingming snapped impatiently. It was evident that the situation had rendered him utterly exasperated. He was even subjected to Teacher Du's ire. 142. Defiance is unacceptable. Do not meddle. Zhou Qingming turned sharply to glare at Wu Li. Wu Li pouted and murmured softly, I merely spoke the truth. Can one not express honesty? It's evident that you, a man, are unreliable. The veins on Zhou Qingming's forehead throbbed uncontrollably. Wang Tiantian suddenly chuckled. There's no need for such complications. Teacher, you are unwilling to teach me. And I, in turn, do not desire your instruction. I certainly do not wish to be chased down and berated about my ancestors. She then turned to Zhou Qingming and said loudly, Principal, I would appreciate your judgment on this matter. Teacher Du shot a fierce glare at Wang Tiantian and then turned to Zhou Qingming, awaiting his decision. Zhou Qingming felt a wave of unease wash over him. Initially, he intended to cause trouble for Wang Tiantian, but he had not anticipated being cornered like this. With Zhou present, he could not simply fabricate lies to place blame on Wang Tiantian, yet he could not disregard Teacher Du's feelings either. Thus, Zhou Qingming forced a laugh and addressed Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian, this is merely a misunderstanding between you and your teacher. As a student, confronting a teacher is not advantageous for you. How about I mediate? You could apologize to Teacher Du, and we can resolve this matter amicably, shall we? Teacher Du snorted disdainfully, clearly dissatisfied with this resolution. Yet, she could not disregard the principal's authority, and she certainly would not allow this situation to be brushed aside with a mere apology. Wang Tiantian laughed outright. Principal, my request for your judgment is a sign of respect and trust in your position. Teacher Du initially misunderstood the student and subsequently insulted her. Now, she has even slandered the student. This is a series of errors compounded, and anyone would conclude it is her fault. Yet, simply because the student is young, the principal demands that she apologize? I must ask, Principal, what wrong has the student committed? Furthermore, why are more children from rural areas attending school? Is it merely for the sake of numbers or strict teachers? It is primarily to acquire knowledge and to avoid the victimization faced by their ancestors. Yet, even while pursuing education, the victim is expected to apologize to her tormentor. What, then, is the purpose of the school? What is the significance of a teacher's existence? What meaning does the principal's authority hold? Is the lesson to be taught merely one of mutual protection among officials? Zhou Qingming's expression darkened considerably. Wang Tiantian, do you realize how insubordinate your words are? With such defiance, I could expel you from school. Wang Tiantian chuckled lightly. Having heard prior to her visit that the principal had a close relationship with Chao Jinhua's mother, yet she still came forward. Zhou Qingming looked at her coldly. Are you truly unafraid? Wang Tiantian replied proudly, Fear, of course, exists, but, regardless of age, the most important thing is to live with integrity. If this school cannot provide me with education, I shall simply transfer. As long as my studies are strong, surely there will be schools willing to accept me. Zhou Qingming narrowed his eyes. If they learn you were expelled due to a conflict with a teacher, they will not take you. 143. It is impossible for me to apologize, Wang Tiantian thought to herself, rolling her eyes in disdain. Was she truly attempting to intimidate her, as if she were a mere child? Such threats might work on other students, but certainly not on her. At this moment, she was uncertain, yet she had once traversed the halls of academia herself, as long as one was not expelled from high school. Those expelled from elementary or middle school could easily continue their education elsewhere, even though there were no protective laws for minors currently in place. She was confident in her own intellect and had no fear of being rejected by another school. However, transferring schools would indeed be a cumbersome endeavor for her at present. Yet, to compel her to apologize to Teacher Du was utterly out of the question. If it came to that, she would simply forego her studies altogether. After all, she had amassed a wealth of knowledge in her previous life, and the current curriculum seemed trivial in comparison. It would be far more beneficial to invest her time in amassing wealth. Nevertheless, such thoughts were but fleeting. She was still a child, and abandoning her education was not a viable option. Given her family as circumstances, should she cease her studies, those insufferable relatives would undoubtedly find ways to torment her. Principal, you see, it is not that I am unwilling to compromise, but rather that she insists on causing a scene. If she wishes to create such a ruckus, let us make it a grand affair. Does she not wish to leave this place? Then I propose you expel her. Zhou Zheng tugged at Wang Tiantian's arm, suggesting she temper her fervor. Yet Wang Tiantian remained resolute. Throughout this ordeal, she was the true victim, was she not? Why should she be the one to bow her head? I am not at fault. An apology is out of the question. Principal, you must think carefully. This child was innocently drawn into this situation. We cannot resort to expelling her, Zhou Zheng implored Zhou Qingming. He recognized the child's intelligence, and expulsion would be a grievous loss. He must find a way to retain her. After speaking to Zhou Qingming, he turned to Wang Tiantian and earnestly advised her. Wang Tiantian, please consider yielding just this once. The teacher acknowledges that you have been wronged. If you feel aggrieved, channel that frustration into your studies. In the future, when you achieve success, those who once bullied you will only be able to look up at you. The most important thing right now is your education. You are still a child, and learning should be your utmost priority. Zhou Zheng's words carried a degree of merit, yet regrettably, Wang Tiantian was not one to hold her tongue for the sake of future retribution. Teacher Du, upon hearing Zhou Zheng's remarks, let out a derisive laugh.
Oh,
she has a bright future? Zhou, you cannot be serious. If she were capable of that, I would remove my own head and use it as a ball. Just a pile of useless muck. Humph. Wang Tiantian chuckled lightly. Principal, I believe the wisest decision you made was not appointing Teacher Du as the homeroom teacher. Otherwise, who knows how many promising students would be led astray.
You.
Enough. Stop squabbling. Zhou Qingming interjected sharply, before addressing both of them. Since neither of you is willing to heed my counsel, what do you propose we do? As long as you do not compel me to bow to him, I am amenable to anything. Wang Tiantian promptly replied with conviction. Teacher Du, however, remained steadfast in his previous stance. In 4th grade, it is either me or her. There is no room for both. Wang Tiantian shrugged, indifferent to his decision. She had already intended to skip a grade, so this would simply expedite her departure. Just then, the office door was forcefully flung open, and a person rushed in, breathless. Principal, my sister is innocent. I implore you to show mercy and refrain from expelling her. As Wang Qingye entered, Wang Tiantian looked up in surprise, realizing it was indeed him. Instantly, a headache washed over her. Upon hearing someone plead on Wang Tiantian's behalf and refer to her as sister, Teacher Du narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Wang Qingye and coolly inquired, Are you Wang Tiantian's brother? Wang Qingye politely bowed his head towards Teacher Du before quietly affirming, She is my cousin. Teacher Du glanced between Wang Tiantian and Wang Qingye, a thoughtful "oh" escaping her lips, followed by a knowing smile. All this time, I had no idea she was your sister. You bear no resemblance to each other. However, your sister is quite something, with quite the temper. Wang Qingye pressed his lips together, stating, I hope you can forgive my sister's disrespect towards you, teacher.
Oh.
Ha ha ha. Teacher Du chuckled peculiarly before directing her gaze at Wang Qingye. Lift your head. Wang Qingye complied. Teacher Du stepped closer, saying, Your academic performance in 5th grade is outstanding, and I have always been quite pleased with you. Thank you for your recognition, teacher. However, I do have a question for you. It is best if you answer truthfully and refrain from lying, she added, her gaze sharpening. Wang Qingye's heart sank slightly. Please. Ask away, teacher. Not in a rush. Take a look at this, Teacher Du said, handing him the problems Wang Tiantian had just attempted. Wang Qingye took it eagerly, glancing briefly before masking his surprise. How do you think she performed on these questions?
Teacher Du Sud en l'hypothèse.
Wang Qingye discreetly observed Wang Tiantian. noting her lack of concern and the slight smile playing on her lips. He then replied to Teacher Du, "Though my insight may be limited, her answers are indeed commendable, with the steps executed precisely. Do you know who completed them?" Teacher Du pressed further, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Your grades are excellent. With a diligent teacher, you would not fall behind the children in town." "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." Wang Qingye feigned ignorance of the implications in her words. "It must be quite arduous for you to tutor your sister in private," Teacher Du remarked, her gaze sharpening as it fell upon him. She had subtly hinted before and was confident this young man would discern the underlying message. Wang Qingye had indeed not tutored Wang Tiantian, but Liang Jufang would not permit it. Moreover, Wang Tiantian had no need for a genuine elementary school student to teach her, a university student. She was about to clarify that it was Wang Cheng who assisted her, but Wang Qingye seemed to anticipate her words, decisively nodding with an embarrassed expression. "It has been a bit challenging, but it was only difficult at the beginning. Later on, she grasped the concepts quickly, and I merely provided her with questions to solve." Teacher Du gritted her teeth, taken aback by Wang Qingye's lack of gratitude. Initially, she had regarded him with special favor due to his exceptional grades, but now she felt she had raised an ungrateful wolf. Wang Tiantian, meanwhile, felt even more troubled. She had hoped Teacher Du would disapprove of her, as she planned to skip a grade anyway and thought it best to let things unfold. However, now that Wang Qingye had intervened, his words would undoubtedly offend Teacher Du. 145. Preparing to skip a grade, she would simply walk away, while Wang Qingye would still have to endure another year of hardship. Given Teacher Du's temperament, it was easy to surmise that Wang Qingye would not enjoy any favorable days ahead. Therefore, it was imperative for her to separate the two. "What brings you here?" Zhou Qingming inquired of Wang Qingye as the conversation came to a close. He was quite displeased with his uninvited intrusion. Wang Qingye bowed respectfully to Zhou Qingming and replied, "I only learned about this from a parent in the 4th grade classroom, and in my eagerness for my sister, I rashly entered. I hope the principal won't be upset." The others turned to see that Wu Li, who had been sitting nearby, had vanished without a trace. Zhou Qingming's forehead twitched, and he rubbed his temples, gesturing dismissively. "Teacher Du, do you truly despise your students?" Wang Tiantian pursed her lips as she looked at Teacher Du. "Do not misunderstand. It is not you I dislike, but rather your blatant disregard for my guidance. I find myself utterly unable to teach you, so do not unjustly place the blame on me." Teacher Du retorted with a sidelong glance. Wang Tiantian, weary of their verbal sparring, stated plainly, "So, Teacher Du, you have indeed resolved not to teach any students, correct?" Teacher Du raised his chin, one hand behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, "Indeed, whoever wishes to teach you may do so. As for me, I shall not." Teacher Du's reasoning was straightforward. This school was unlike the town, with only one class per grade. His unwillingness to teach Wang Tiantian meant she had nowhere else to go. She would either repeat the grade or transfer. Rural families would never allow their child to stay back, especially for angering a teacher. As for transferring, he scoffed at the very notion. He did not believe Wang Tiantian's fabrications. A child who could not afford a pen wished to transfer schools? Such absurdity was laughable. With both paths closed to her, what fate awaited her? Surely, expulsion was the only outcome. He felt no concern over parents causing trouble. In 4 years of schooling, he had never once seen Wang Tiantian's parents. Clearly, she was of little significance. Even if they were to come, he would have ample justification. He anticipated Wang Tiantian to weep and beg for forgiveness, yet she remained unfazed, as if the matter did not concern her at all. Then, to his astonishment, she smiled. Smile? Teacher Du felt both displeased and intrigued. How could she possibly smile at such a moment? In that case, there is no need for me to trouble the 4th grade, as I am preparing to skip to the 5th grade. Teacher Du opened his mouth to mock her, only to pause as the realization of her words struck him, staring at Wang Tiantian in disbelief. Skip a grade? Came the simultaneous exclamations from Principal Zhou Qingming, Zhou Zheng, and Teacher Du. Wang Tiantian nodded calmly. Wang Tiantian, you cannot be serious. Zhou Qingming frowned as he scrutinized her. Zhou Zheng added, Indeed, skipping a grade is not a trivial matter. You You haven't even completed the 4th grade curriculum, and you'll be advancing to the 5th grade in the upcoming semester. No need to rush through these 2 months. Wang Tiantian assured Zhou Zheng, rest assured, I will not be reckless. Yet, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Wang Tiantian, do you understand? Advancing to the 5th grade means you'll soon be in the 6th grade, and you have not even learned the 5th grade material. When the time comes, you will be utterly lost and unable to comprehend anything. Unless one attains the first position, the eagerness for immediate success yields no benefits for your academic pursuits. Wang Tiantian understood that Teacher Zhou was concerned for her. She offered him a grateful smile and replied, "Thank you for your reminder, teacher. Rest assured, I am aware of my own capabilities, and my brother, being a 5th grade student, can assist me with these subjects. I am confident I can keep up." Wang Tiantian shook her head in resignation, knowing that mere words would not convince Zhou Zheng and the others. Thus, she proposed, how about this? After the May Day holiday, there will be an examination. If I can place in the top 3, would you consider granting me an opportunity to skip a grade? Teacher Zhou pondered for a moment before responding, "No, I will only consider the possibility if you secure the 1st place." Zhou Qingming concurred, stating, "Indeed. Let us await your results after the exam." Wang Tiantian thought it over and felt no need to pressure herself further. The results would speak for themselves. Her intention was to strive for the top spot, but one must always leave a contingency, right? Teacher Du cast a disdainful glance at Wang Tiantian and remarked, "Someone should refrain from boasting too grandly. Be cautious of becoming the laughingstock of the entire school." Wang Tiantian did not deign to acknowledge Teacher Du's words, thinking it unnecessary for him to concern himself. "As a student, I certainly have the right to use the classroom and desks. Do you wish to expel me from the classroom, teacher?"
Wang Tiantian regardait Teacher Du coolly.
"Enough is enough, Teacher Du." Zhou Qingming finally interjected. Teacher Du gritted his teeth, stating, "Principal, it is not that I lack respect for you. I simply cannot teach this student. However, I will not make things difficult for her in the coming days. Yet after the May Day holiday, whether she remains in the 4th or advances to the 5th grade, I shall not teach her." Before Zhou Qingming could respond, Wang Tiantian interjected, "Very well, let this week serve as the deadline." On the way back to class, Wang Qingye cast several glances at Wang Tiantian, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it," she urged, unable to contain her frustration any longer. "Tiantian, do you really intend to skip a grade?" Wang Tiantian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am confident in my abilities. No further explanation is necessary. However, I must thank you for today. Go on to class. I need to review." Wang Tiantian, in no mood to elaborate further, dismissed him. The other students, curious upon her arrival to class, observed her with intrigue, including a few who reveled in her predicament, among them Chao Jinhua, Chao Jun, and Shi Kaihua. Shi Miling, however, looked at Wang Tiantian with concern and asked, "Tiantian, are you all right?" Wang Tiantian smiled back at her and reassured, "I am fine. Do not worry." 147. The Millennial Turtle and the Everlasting Soft-Shelled Turtle. With her words barely fading, a derisive scoff echoed from ahead. Wang Tiantian slowly raised her gaze towards Chao Jinhua. "What are you staring at?" Chao Jinhua retorted with an air of arrogance directed at Wang Tiantian. A momentary stiffness crossed Chao Jinhua's expression, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a retort. Beside them, Shi Miling looked at Wang Tiantian with curiosity and inquired, "Who is LL?" With a playful smile, Wang Tiantian replied, "LL is a little green sea turtle. Shy and adorable." Shi Miling, still perplexed, rolled her eyes and said, "A little sea turtle? I've never seen one, but I do know about turtles. They're not much different from the soft-shelled turtle we keep at home." Wang Tiantian chuckled and nodded. "You're not wrong. A sea turtle is indeed a type of turtle, but I must say, your soft-shelled turtle cannot compare to my LL in cuteness." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Chao Jinhua, who was glaring with wide, furious eyes. "Can I see your little sea turtle?" Shi Miling asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued. "I've never seen such a creature outside of books." Wang Tiantian shook her head in disappointment. "It's no longer here. She has gone. And I don't know if anyone will take care of her now."
"Oh."
Shi Miling lowered her head in regret. "Wang Tiantian." Chao Jinhua spat out her name through clenched teeth. "What do you want?" Here to return my pen? Wang Tiantian responded with a calm demeanor. You dare call me a turtle? Chao Jinhua glared at Wang Tiantian with fiery eyes. Wang Tiantian shook her head in disbelief. How could I? Turtles are so endearing. How could you even compare yourself to them? At most. She pointed at Shermiling. You would be on par with her family's soft-shelled turtle. You still dare to call me a Wang Ba? Chao Jinhua's fists clenched tightly, poised to strike Wang Tiantian at any moment. You're talking nonsense. You are insulting me. But don't get too smug. Soon you'll be crying as you're expelled from this school. Yet. Wang Tiantian appeared unfazed by her words and raised her hand instead. Teacher. To everyone's surprise, Wang Tiantian stood up and, with a serious expression, asked the teacher, Excuse me, is the millennial turtle and the everlasting soft-shelled turtle an insult? The teacher, having overheard Wang Tiantian's earlier remark upon entering, had found it amusing.
Now.
Hearing her inquire again, the teacher chuckled, explaining that the phrase lacks any derogatory connotation. Rather, it states a fact about the longevity of turtles and soft-shelled turtles, some of which can live for over 100 years, perhaps long outliving all of you. Wang Tiantian raised an eyebrow at Chao Jinhua, saying, Now you've heard it. I didn't insult you, but I might suggest you consider raising a soft-shelled turtle. Who knows, it might just take care of you in your old age. Ahem. All right, let us start class. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Will there be two of her? She too has traversed through that era, so it is only natural for her to reminisce. After class, Chao Jinhua approached her, slamming his hand on the desk. Wang Tiantian, you've been expelled from school. How dare you still show your face here among us? Wang Tiantian remained seated, unperturbed, gazing up at Chao Jinhua with an air of authority uncommon for her age. Is this school yours? Who are you to decide my expulsion? Chao Jinhua scoffed. Stop pretending to be tough. My mother insists that Teacher Du would never teach you. If you linger here, are you hoping he will teach our class? How malicious of you. As her words echoed, all the students present turned their disapproving eyes upon Wang Tiantian, filled with condemnation and resentment. Your mother claims you are the principal's daughter. Do you truly believe that? Wang Tiantian retorted slyly, her gaze piercing through to Chao Jinhua. Fearlessly, she added, Go ahead. Let us see if he comes to deal with me or your mother. Chao Jinhua curled her fingers defensively, ultimately responding defiantly. Not a chance. My father loves me and my mother the most. You can't fool me. Wang Tiantian dismissed her. Don't forget to bring my fountain pen. Otherwise, I'll go to your house and post a big sign that reads Deadbeat Debtor. And let us see if your family has any shame left. After this, she turned her attention back to her moral education book. She wasn't concerned about the major subjects, but rather the minor ones, feeling the need to review diligently to ensure she wouldn't falter. However, as she opened her book, the sound of a bell resonated from outside, not the bell signaling the beginning of class, but the most sacred of anthems. 4 6th-grade seniors marched steadily at the forefront of each class, holding bright red flags as they approached the flag-raising platform. Wang Tiantian remained in the line, observing the scene, and memories of her own childhood flooded back. Growing up in an orphanage, she was fortunate enough to have a life that wasn't too arduous. From a young age, she was well-behaved and eager to help, garnering the affection of the orphanage's director. Unlike many children, she had not attended kindergarten and went directly to elementary school once she turned 6. To continue her education, she never dared to waste a moment of study time. Apart from academics, she engaged in no other leisure activities, nor did she socialize with classmates, resulting in her isolation from her peers until she could support herself. Back then, she looked at the flag bearers just as she did now, filled with envy, wishing for a day when she too could stand at the front. Yet now, envy had dissipated, her mindset had transcended to a different level, though her goal remained the same, to live better and transform her current plight. Wang Tiantian was determined not to endure the exhausting life she once led. Possessing foresight, she knew that with wealth, achieving her desires would be effortless. She aspired to live a life unlike any other. Yet, simultaneously, a new thought crept into her mind. Now that she is here, will that former version of herself ever reappear? Innocence characterizes children, and indeed, she has been reborn in the year 1990, prior to her own birth, inhabiting a body that has already reached the age of 10. Moreover, The location of her rebirth differs significantly from her original one. She now finds herself in Guangqing, while her previous existence was situated a considerable distance away, separated by half a vast map. With several years remaining until her former self's birth, she is filled with curiosity about her current circumstances. Will her former body manifest itself, and how will it develop? Should the opportunity arise, she harbors a desire to visit that place. However, a frown creases Wang Tiantian's brow as she senses something amiss, though she cannot articulate what it is. With the May Day holiday approaching, it is evident that there will be no break this weekend, as the following Tuesday will coincide with the holiday. The announcement elicits a chorus of dismay from her peers, silencing the room as they listen to the principal's address. Furthermore, dear students, it is imperative that you cultivate good relationships with your classmates. The bonds of friendship among you are the purest in this world, and they must be cherished. When conflicts arise, leading parents to approach the school, it creates an undesirable situation, does it not? Principal Zhou Qingming delivered this admonition with a heavy tone. Wang Tiantian recognized that he was alluding to her predicament, yet she remained unfazed. Students aware of the situation cast furtive glances in her direction, their eyes scrutinizing her as if through an X-ray. Wang Tiantian maintained her composure at her desk, disregarding the malevolent stares from Chao Jinhua and her cohorts. I wonder how long you can feign calmness, she mused. My mother has clearly stated that Teacher Du would never instruct someone like you. If you continue to remain unaware, you will soon be unceremoniously expelled from the class. Chao Jinhua sneered at Wang Tiantian, her words laced with malice. Wang Tiantian thought to herself, children truly are naive. Chao Jinhua eagerly anticipated Teacher Du's arrival, hoping he would ruthlessly expel her, causing her to lose face in front of the class. However, events unfolded contrary to her expectations. Teacher Du did arrive, yet he did not heed her mother's assertion. He neither chastised Wang Tiantian nor ordered her to leave, instead choosing to ignore her entirely. Indeed, it was a complete disregard, since the principal had already made a declaration. Teacher Du could not go back on his word and expel someone he detested. Upon entering the classroom, he acted as if Wang Tiantian did not exist, maintaining a cold demeanor as he stood at the podium. Yet, his desire to ignore her did not sit well with those who were unaware of the specifics surrounding the situation. The entire class mocked the teacher, asking, "Aren't you going to expel Wang Tiantian?" Chao Jinhua glared for a long moment, yet she did not witness Teacher Du expel Wang Tiantian. Instead, he opened his textbook to commence the lesson. Unable to restrain herself, she stood up to confront him. Teacher Du had never been fond of discussing matters related to Wang Tiantian, particularly in his classroom, and Chao Jinhua's insensitivity in broaching the subject only deepened his displeasure. His expression darkened instantly. Why should students who failed to pay attention to the lesson meddle in trivial matters? If you don't wish to attend class, then get out. Chao Jinhua's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had intended to humiliate Wang Tiantian, yet now it was her own dignity that was at stake. After a moment of hesitation, she exclaimed, "Teacher, I am not meddling unnecessarily. Wang Tiantian shows you such disrespect. What right does she have to remain in your class? Moreover, I heard from my mother that she was supposed to be expelled from school. Yet here she is, brazenly sitting in your class, and I simply cannot tolerate it." Teacher Du's expression softened slightly, not solely due to Chao Jinhua's words, but also because she had mentioned Wu Li, who had previously presented him with gifts. Thus, he found it difficult to show a stern demeanor towards Chao Jinhua. Nevertheless, he was also discontent with her remarks. Wang Tiantian was a veritable blight upon the school. He could not fathom why the principal had been so gullible as to believe her fabrications, disregarding his authority entirely. However, recalling the bet Wang Tiantian had made with him, his mood lightened once more.
Buffed.
As Teacher Du's words fell, the entire class erupted into a mixture of bewilderment and laughter, some collapsing onto their desks in fits of mirth. Surely they had not misheard. Wang Tiantian not only aspired to be first in her grade, but also intended to skip a year? Everyone was well aware that her grades consistently languished at the bottom of the class. Despite there being only 40 or 50 students in their grade, the prospect of her achieving first place seemed utterly ludicrous. Was she still asleep, Or had she been rendered foolish by Chao Jinhua's mother? Meanwhile, glances shifted towards Li Qing, the class leader with the highest academic performance, who also looked on at Wang Tiantian with a hint of disdain. Teacher, are you joking? We all know Wang Tiantian's grades.
Don't we?
With her abysmal performance, she cannot possibly hope to surpass our class leader and claim the top spot in the grade. Chao Jinhua stared wide-eyed at Teacher Du, awaiting his explanation. As for the notion of skipping a grade, she found that even harder to believe, suspecting it to be merely a light-hearted jest from Teacher Du, however. Wang Tiantian remained unfazed by Teacher Du's biting remarks and showed no inclination to retrieve her mathematics book. With her university education, she felt she possessed far more aptitude in the subject than Teacher Du, who had only attended high school. Consequently, she deemed his class unnecessary for her. Do you not believe that she is diligently studying? Hao Jue's skepticism lingered, prompting him to question, who permitted you to enter my room without consent? Wang Tiantian, momentarily diverting her gaze from her book, met his eyes with an unflinching calmness, undeterred by his frosty demeanor. I did not enter uninvited. It was my uncle who brought me in. Despite her eagerness to delve into her studies, Wang Tiantian would never intrude upon another's space without permission. Hearing her dedication to learning brought a sense of relief to Hao Jue, who readily handed her another book. When he learned that she intended to read here, he took care not to disturb her, leading her directly to Hao Chen's room, allowing her to study at the desk. Thus, she settled before Hao Chen's desk, losing track of time, oblivious to Hao Chen's arrival. Hao Chen surmised that this was indeed Hao Jue's scheme, deliberately setting him up for a challenge. With her assertion, he recognized the need to shift the conversation, inquiring instead, since you have moved on to the next volume, does that imply you have completed the previous one? In response, Hao Chen interpreted her words as a mere attempt to save face. Although he had not studied in decades, he retained a semblance of memory. Even the most astute individuals could not wholly comprehend a textbook in a single day, particularly one laden with poetry and unfamiliar vocabulary, unless one resorted to a dictionary, which he did not see in proximity. Wang Tiantian, he remarked, are you so starved for stories that you mistake a language book for a tale? After all, it requires not only comprehension but also memorization. It was implausible for a student to master the content of an entire semester in just one day. This hardly concerns you, does it? Wang Tiantian stole a glance at him amidst her reading. Hao Chen, undeterred, seized a chair and positioned himself beside her, casually flipping through the 5th grade language textbook he had taken from the side. Your proficiency in learning is of no consequence to me. Yet bear in mind, you are perusing my book. I would prefer it not be mishandled by another. Wang Tiantian continued to flip through the pages, and upon encountering a familiar ancient poem, she swiftly turned the page, disregarding Hao Chen's remarks as mere background noise. Hao Chen observed her actions, his brow furrowing in realization. Indeed, he had not misjudged her intentions. This impudent girl sought novelty in his book. A surge of frustration welled within him, and with a scowl, he snatched the book she had been reading from her grasp. Wang Tiantian, her delicate brows knitting in displeasure, turned to face him, surprised to see Hao Chen's somber expression as he prepared to put the book away. At this moment, Wang Tiantian was perusing a book on moral philosophy, a subject she approached with confidence, yet she felt the need to familiarize herself more with the supplementary subjects. This thought led her to reminisce about Hao Yan. She resolved to visit his home after school to inquire if he could lend her some materials, particularly since she had yet to review the 5th grade curriculum. With the impending midterm examinations for the 5th grade and her aspirations to skip a grade, she needed to complete her studies of the 4th grade and delve into the 5th grade's content. Meanwhile, Hao Yan was nearing the town. A strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted from a narrow alleyway, and complaints erupted from a room whose door was ajar. Oh dear, with this incessant smell of herbs, my head feels as though it's splitting, lamented one voice. Another voice chimed in, 3 3s and 4, 3 6s and 3 on the table. It became apparent that 3 women were engaged in a game of do di ju. After discarding her cards, one of the women addressed the earlier complainer, that poor woman, abandoned by her husband, left to care for such a troublesome burden, all while languishing in bed. A rather rotund woman scoffed disdainfully after discarding her cards. What do you mean poor? With her looks, she deserves her fate. If I were in her shoes, I would have swallowed a bottle of pesticide by now, rather than lying there and causing trouble for others. Please don't say such things. She is already pitiable as it is.
Besides,
Lu Hui is not as you depict her. We are neighbors, after all, and I know her well, countered the second woman, clearly disapproving of the rotund woman's remarks. The stout woman retorted, "What do you know? The things she does behind closed doors are not for you to see. Just look at her. She's hardly a model of virtue. Who knows how many times she's deceived her ex-husband." As tensions rose between the two over the plight of an immobile outsider, the hostess intervened. All right, let us not argue. Let us focus on our game. I'm set for a double." The voices in the room were not loud enough to carry far, ensuring that the family they spoke of, a family known for having a delinquent son who roamed the streets causing trouble, remained oblivious. At that very moment, the young delinquent was busy at his doorstep, preparing medicine for his ailing mother. With the task of boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1, steam rose from a worn clay pot, releasing a potent aroma. Li Jiachuan lifted the small lid, fanning away the billowing vapor with a palm fan while squinting to gauge the potion's progress. Once it reached the desired consistency, he swiftly covered the pot's handle with a cloth, grasped it, and began pouring the concoction into a clay bowl. Having completed this task, he entered the dimly lit room, where a woman in her 30s lay on a bamboo bed, her head cushioned by a pillow. Despite her current pallor and gaunt appearance due to her illness, she remained strikingly beautiful. "Mother, the medicine is ready. I've placed it by your bedside. Please remember to take it shortly," Li Jiachuan said gently, his tone soft yet imbued with urgency as he gazed at the woman on the bed. "Mind your words, and be gone." The woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, glancing at the medicine on the bedside table before shifting her gaze to Li Jiachuan. A flicker of concern crossed her features. "Are you going out again?" Li Jiachuan nodded. "Yes, I've made an appointment. If I don't leave now, it will be too late." "Jiachuan, please stop engaging in such activities. At your age, you should be focusing on your studies. I have some jewelry. You can sell it to cover your tuition fees. Work part-time and continue your education," Lu Hui said, looking at him with maternal affection and earnestness. Li Jiachuan frowned slightly.
Mom, you need not worry about that.
"I can't focus on my studies anyway. Going would just waste money. It's better to use it to buy you medicine."
Yes, expression d'Imed.
"It is I who has burdened you. Given my condition, I can't get better. Please don't waste your money on me. I have become a hindrance to your future." Li Jiachuan, however, seemed unperturbed by Lu Hui's words. As the time approached, he waved his hand impatiently. "Mom, don't fret about this. I will find a way to get you treated. I have things to attend to, so I must leave now." With that, Li Jiachuan's figure vanished from the room. Lu Hui sighed silently, her weary eyes drifting to the pills nearby, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Even if she could be healed, the costs would be beyond their family's means. Upon stepping outside, Li Jiachuan intended to fetch Lu Miao, wondering what the boy was up to, as he seemed rather unmotivated. Just as he was muttering to himself, he overheard a commotion nearby, one voice unmistakably familiar. None other than Lu Miao's. "Who has provoked my brother this early in the morning?" Li Jiachuan thought, his brow furrowing as he strode over. "Keep your mouth clean, or you shall not escape my wrath." Lu Miao glared fiercely at a stout middle-aged woman. His fist clenched in front of her as he twisted it menacingly. The woman, visibly agitated, retorted, "You little brat. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will have you thrown in jail." Lu Miao shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself. But rest assured, before I ever step into a jail cell, I will make you taste enough bitterness." "You." The woman attempted to maintain her bravado, but upon seeing the fierce glint in Lu Miao's eyes, she faltered, cursing her bad luck inwardly. Having just finished a game of cards, she had lost money and vented her frustration on a certain vixen, only to be overheard by this insolent boy. Truly, it seemed she couldn't catch a break. "What is going on? Who has upset you?" Li Jiachuan's voice interjected as he observed the woman standing before Lu Miao, her face a mask of fear. "Nothing. You arrived rather late," Lu Miao replied, casually placing a hand on Li Jiachuan's shoulder. He certainly would not mention that he had overheard the woman speaking ill of Li Jiachuan's mother, knowing it would trouble him. Li Jiachuan glanced at the woman, their eyes meeting. Upon seeing her guilty and shifty demeanor, he pieced together the situation. Lu Miao also regarded her coldly. From now on, mind your words and leave. Li Jiachuan did not intervene but watched her retreating figure with a meaningful gaze until she disappeared from view. As they approached the bridge, Lu Miao gently patted Li Jiachuan's shoulder, reassuring him with a soft voice. Let us go. He should have arrived by now. Sure enough, at the bridge's edge, they spotted the figure of Hao Yan ambling towards them. Li Jiachuan's eyes lit up, and he reached out to greet him, only to halt mid-motion upon catching Hao Yan's gaze. Both of them instinctively looked towards the direction from which Hao Yan had come, yet saw nothing, leaving them perplexed. Once they reached Hao Yan's side, Li Jiachuan could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Boss, what happened just now? Nothing much, just shaking off a tail. Hao Yan replied nonchalantly. He surveyed his surroundings and suggested, let's find a place to sit and talk. The two exchanged glances, and Lu Miao said, all right, follow me. The trio meandered through a series of twists and turns along a narrow path, eventually arriving at a secluded and spacious area behind a feed factory. What do you think? This place is quite nice, isn't it? Lu Miao asked with a smile. Hao Yan nodded in agreement, appreciating the solitude and privacy. If I didn't know better, I would think you were meeting with some international magnate. Lu Miao, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose, realizing that Hao Yan's demeanor suggested he was evading someone. Thus, this secluded spot was indeed appropriate. Without further ado, Hao Yan took the lead, walking until he settled upon a large stone by the riverside, turning to face the two companions who had followed him. Do you wish to earn a substantial sum? Wang Tiantian looked up, only to find Teacher Du glaring at her with fiery eyes. With a cold smirk, Teacher Du announced, class is in session. Very well. Why don't you come up and solve this problem? Instantly, Wang Tiantian was met with two mocking chuckles. She scanned the classroom, observing that most of her classmates shot her sympathetic glances before dutifully sitting down, heads bowed, afraid to meet the teacher's gaze. Turning her attention to Li Qing, she noticed her furiously scribbling something, seemingly struggling with an issue, as she took a long time before writing down a response, only to hastily cross it out afterward. The blackboard was currently dominated by a problem involving solving equations, which was beyond the 4th grade curriculum, veering into 5th grade territory, albeit with slight connections to what the 4th graders were learning. It was no wonder her classmates appeared so apprehensive. Even Li Qing seemed to find it challenging, as evident from her distressed expression. Wang Tiantian smirked, rising slowly with her head held high, striding confidently to the podium. She casually grabbed a pristine piece of chalk from the box on the desk and promptly wrote the answer on the blackboard. Teacher Du's initially sinister gaze turned to one of astonishment as he watched Wang Tiantian write with fervor. Although he had seen her answer in the principal's office, he had never witnessed her problem-solving process firsthand, leading him to believe she had merely learned the answer from elsewhere. In truth, she has become invincible. However, he could no longer deceive himself. This question was specifically crafted for her, intended to unveil her true, unseemly nature in front of the class. Yet, as he observed her meticulously writing out the solution steps, Teacher Du realized that perhaps he had misjudged her. How could this be possible? Just a week prior, she had been a student who made 9 mistakes out of 10. How could she have transformed into someone so capable in merely a few days? Teacher, I am finished, she declared. Teacher Du, with a sense of reluctance, gazed at Wang Tiantian, pondering how she could suddenly possess such intelligence. It was indeed frustrating. What educator does not cherish a diligent student? From this single question, it was evident that Wang Tiantian's problem-solving abilities surpassed even those of the class leader, Li Qing. Yet, why her? Why, after their previous conflicts, did she excel now? Teacher Du steeled herself, choosing not to look at Wang Tiantian, merely snorting in disdain. However, as she walked, she sensed an intense gaze filled with doubt and resentment directed at her. Turning to meet the gaze, she found Li Qing pursing her lips, scrutinizing her. Rather than merely observing, it felt more like an appraisal, an unsettling one at that. Nonetheless, Wang Tiantian nodded in acknowledgement before returning to her seat. Tiantian, you are amazing. I couldn't even grasp the direction of this problem, yet you solved it without a moment's hesitation. I didn't even see you think. Her desk mate, smiling, exclaimed with admiration as she approached. Wang Tiantian shrugged. This problem isn't that difficult. Before she could finish her thought, the student in front, Hao Jue, interjected. How hypocritical. It's clear you've encountered a similar problem before. Otherwise, how could you solve it with your intellect? I've never seen anyone tackle a problem without thinking. Even our class leader has to ponder before writing down an answer. You are clearly cheating. Hao Jue's remarks resonated with the sentiments of many, simultaneously clearing the fog from Li Qing and Teacher Du's minds, visibly easing their expressions. Some individuals find it exceedingly challenging to acknowledge the brilliance of others. Nevertheless, Hao Jue's words held a kernel of truth. Wang Tiantian had indeed encountered this type of question before. More importantly, she had mastered elementary mathematical concepts long ago. If one were to be honest, she had indeed taken advantage of her prior knowledge. Wang Tiantian remained unfazed, continuing with her unfinished thought. Once you learn the 5th grade material, you'll realize that this problem is rather straightforward. Sure, Miling's mouth fell open, just as Teacher Du's voice resonated from the front. This question is solvable by anyone who has seen it before. It falls within the 5th grade curriculum, which is beyond your current level. Now listen to my explanation. Wang Tiantian smirked, reflecting on the implications of Teacher Du's words. Yet, what of it? She had encountered far more than this single problem. She possessed a unique advantage. As this thought crossed her mind, she absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her unkempt hair, sighing, alas, there is no other way. I am simply invincible. Oh, foolish humans. Do embrace your golden opportunity. Once, this was an old acquaintance seeking initial subscriptions. Selling televisions? But they are available at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Can we actually sell them? Li Jiachuan scratched his head, looking at Hao Yan. Lu Miao squinted his eyes. If tickets were not required, they could indeed sell them. Hao Yan cast an approving glance in his direction. In this era, tickets were still essential, especially for large items. What others were unaware of was that in coastal regions, purchasing items had mostly moved beyond the need for tickets. However, due to their remote and relatively backward location, this practice had not yet changed, though it would undoubtedly phase out within 3 years. Nonetheless, in places where tickets were still necessary, an opportunity presented itself. Black and white televisions had become obsolete in developed regions, yet here they remained a rarity. He could procure some televisions for sale, a price he could afford, and the locals could manage to buy them. As for those trendy color televisions, unless in major cities, even if they were purchased here, the chances of selling them were slim, and their acquisition cost was exorbitant. Upon hearing this, Li Jiachuan's eyes lit up. Are you going far, boss? Hao Yan nodded, intending to venture south to Shenzhen. Li Jiachuan rubbed his hands together, eager to accompany him, but upon recalling his family's situation, his excitement quickly subdued. When are you leaving, boss? Lu Miao inquired. In 3 days. You two should start looking for buyers over the next couple of days. Regardless of the outcome, I expect an update the day after tomorrow. Lu Miao nodded, reassuring him. Rest assured, boss, I will handle this. Hao Yan placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, I trust you with this. Lu Miao was taken aback, recalling that they had only met the previous day. How could the boss convey such a sense of deep camaraderie? Did he truly place such trust in him? Hao Yan smiled and patted him again. Indeed, he had faith in Lu Miao. From the very first moment he laid eyes on him, he recognized him. Lu Miao was the earliest subordinate he had known in his past life, even a friend who had accompanied him for the longest time. Compared to his memories, Lu Miao seemed somewhat more naive and inexperienced now. However, Hao Yan's expression darkened. In his past life, Lu Miao had perished on the execution ground to shield him from blame. He tightened his fists, vowing that this time, he would not allow such a tragedy to transpire. Seeing this, Li Jiachuan eagerly pledged his loyalty. Boss, I will also ensure that matters are handled well. He awaited a similar reassurance from Hao Yan, akin to what Lu Miao received. Yet, Hao Yan merely nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor notably cooler than that toward Lu Miao. Li Jiachuan felt a pang of disappointment. Why was the boss so indifferent toward him? After all, he had known him first. With these thoughts, Li Jiachuan shot a resentful glance at Lu Miao, thinking that the latter's good fortune was merely due to his handsome appearance. Lu Miao felt somewhat awkward as well, perplexed by the situation. When it came to familiar faces from a past life versus newly acquainted strangers, Hao Yan naturally exhibited a distinction in his affections. Li Jiachuan had not been part of his past life, suddenly appearing before him as a brother to his friend introduced an unpredictable variable. He found it odd that despite his years of acquaintance with Lu Miao, he had never encountered such a person as Li Jiachuan, nor had he ever heard the name from Lu's lips. Consequently, he could not fully trust Li Jiachuan, which heightened his wariness. This was indeed the reason for his prior reluctance to acquiesce. Had it not been for Lu Miao's resolute stance, declaring that if Li Jiachuan was not accepted, he too would not follow, he might not have changed his mind. By the way, did you too catch sight of the woman trailing behind me? Hao Jian suddenly inquired. Lu Miao and Li Jiachuan exchanged glances. A woman? There are countless on the streets. Who are you referring to, boss? She was quite diminutive, similar in height to me, slender, and in her 30s. Hao Jian roughly described Liang Jufang's appearance. Earlier that day, he had noticed her stealthily following him and instantly grasped her intentions. Li Jiachuan was still pondering, somewhat oblivious, while Lu Miao replied, I did see her. No wonder she seemed flustered, searching for something. She was looking for you, boss. Indeed. Li Jiachuan still could not recall who she was, but that did not deter him from interjecting, Why is she following you, boss? Hao Jian scoffed, greed is insatiable. He then recounted the situation to them, albeit concealing the true extent of his assets. How shameless! Li Jiachuan exclaimed indignantly. Lu Miao concurred. It is indeed quite shameless to covet the boss's wealth. How would you like me to teach her a lesson? Li Jiachuan added. Yes, boss, describe the person who bought your pork. As long as they are from the town, I will recognize them. We can go and settle the score for you. Hao Jian. Lu Miao. The two exchanged exasperated glances at the foolishness before them. Even Lu Miao, with the simplest reasoning, understood that Hao Jian had not been truthful about selling pork. Such a clever individual, who could devise ways to earn money and discuss procurement, could not possibly be so easily deceived. Only this fool genuinely believed it. Moreover, were they even speaking of the same person? Boss, don't mind him. He washed his hair this morning, Lu Miao remarked, bemused, not wanting to witness Li Jiachuan's continued folly. Disregarding the water-headed individual, Hao Jian addressed Lu Miao. She follows me merely to ascertain whether I might encounter trouble, and to catch a glimpse of that person. You could approach it this way. Only then did Li Jiachuan realize he had misidentified the target, but feeling embarrassed in front of Hao Jian, he opted for silence and listened intently. Should I accompany you in staging a scene now? Lu Miao inquired after hearing Hao Jian's words. Hao Jian shook his head. No need. If this matter passes without incident, so be it. If her thieving heart persists, then we shall proceed as I suggested. He was not motivated by kindness, but rather a desire to avoid complications, as he had many pressing matters to attend to. Seeing that Hao Jian had no intention of further action, Lu Miao fell silent. Li Jiachuan, without much thought, eagerly took the money and scampered away. The two behind him remained silent, watching his retreating figure. After a long pause, Lu Miao remarked, I know you have little regard for erguzi, boss. Li Jiachuan's dilemma. Hao Yan raised an eyebrow at the remark and turned to him, stating, That's rather foolish. Lu Miao smirked and replied, What if this foolishness is wrapped in a heart of innocence? Hao Yan regarded him, and even with a smile playing on his lips, it was evident that he spoke with sincerity. You know him quite well? Lu Miao nodded decisively. We grew up together. He is my closest brother. Moreover, his mother is related to my family within 5 degrees of kinship, so I should call her aunt. Hao Yan nodded, his heart filled with growing confusion. If their relationship was so close, why had he never heard Lu Miao mention him in his past life? I understand that this fellow left a poor impression on you initially, but he has his own struggles. Lu Miao continued, he was once a very obedient child. If it weren't for his father, he wouldn't have become the way he is now. Hao Yan remained silent, listening attentively. His brow furrowed slightly, wanting to inquire about his father. Lu Miao elaborated. His father became involved with a widow on the street, abandoning his wife and children, which ultimately caused his mother to fall ill. It was hardly surprising. Hao Yan felt little emotional turmoil. There were countless pitiable souls in this world, and had he not once been among them? He is somewhat foolish and impulsive, but his nature isn't inherently bad. If he weren't so desperate to care for his mother, he wouldn't have resorted to such measures against you. Hao Yan refrained from expressing his opinion. After all, he had once acted similarly. Though his reasons were less noble, he had simply fought for survival after fleeing from the village, having no money and resorting to theft out of desperation. But that was a singular instance. Boss, Lu Miao called seriously. I don't know why you trust me so readily, but please believe that Heir Guzi is indeed a person worthy of your trust. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Hao Yan's eyes as he replied, remember this, never hastily vouch for another's character, even if it is someone you trust implicitly. Lu Miao pressed his lips together. Hao Yan added, as for whether Li Jiachuan is trustworthy, that is something he must prove for himself, not you. I understand. So, boss, do you have something to discuss with me? Lu Miao realized that Hao Yan had merely sent Li Jiachuan away. If there hadn't been something to say privately, they could have left together. I need you to keep an eye out for anyone in town looking to sell their house, preferably a standalone one. Lu Miao's eyes brightened. Boss, are you thinking of moving to town? Something like that, Hao Yan replied without revealing his full intentions just yet. Lu Miao frowned. But buying a house requires a lot of money. He knew Hao Yan was wealthy, but he hardly seemed the type to possess nearly 10,000 yuan. Hao Yan did not offer an explanation, simply stating, I have my own plans. However, let's keep this matter from Li Jiachuan for now. Considering Lu Miao's relationship with Li Jiachuan, he felt compelled to caution him. Lu Miao pressed his lips together and nodded. Rest assured, boss. I understand the gravity of the situation. The vagabond, too, can be protective of his own. Li Jiachuan handed over 2 bottles of water and the remaining money to Hao Jian. Hao Jian glanced at the bottles in his hands, both from Waha. Why only 2? He raised his eyes to meet the breathless Li Jiachuan. Embarrassed, Li Jiachuan scratched his head, explaining that this mediocre water was rather expensive and he wasn't particularly thirsty. At that moment, Waha mineral water was indeed quite affordable, with pricier options available. In the past, Li Jiachuan would have dismissed such a small sum. But he was currently experiencing a period of extreme hardship. Even the cheapest Waha was a luxury he hesitated to indulge in. The reason he purchased 2 bottles was to appease Lu Miao, believing it would endear him to Hao Jian. Thus he boldly brought an extra bottle for Lu Miao. Hao Jian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Do you truly think I would be so stingy? Aware of Li Jiachuan's cautious demeanor, he chose not to confront it directly. Instead stating solemnly, since you call me boss, I shall treat you both equally. With that, he tossed a bottle into each of their hands. Li Jiachuan was startled, realizing he had mishandled the situation. Blushing, he offered the water back to Hao Jian, saying, Boss, what are you doing? I truly don't need this. If it's too much, Lu Miao, and I can share a bottle. Aren't you thirsty? Please drink up. All right, I have matters to attend to.
Let us leave it at that.
With that, he stood to depart. He had already taken to heart Wang Tiantian's words from the previous day. Although he had never heard of pig stomach medicinal cuisine, he inexplicably believed it could remedy his hidden ailments. The market had recently emerged, a result of the significant economic liberalization outside. Despite its backwardness, the use of tickets was now rare and more vendors had begun to set up stalls, making it a temporary gathering place. Hao Jian headed straight to the butcher stall and, eyeing the portly butcher, said, I would like to purchase a pig stomach. The butcher glanced at him but asked no questions, swiftly packaging a foul-smelling item that resembled a water pouch and handing it over. Hao Jian wrinkled his nose in distaste, pondering whether Wang Tiantian was deliberately playing a trick on him. Having already committed to the purchase, he felt compelled to press on. Knowing he needed to carry more money for his upcoming endeavors, he realized that all avenues for making money required initial expenditure, with Wang Tiantian being an unexpected exception. Thus, he began to devise a plan involving Wang Tiantian. As she entered the classroom, Wang Tiantian was suddenly caught off guard by a sneeze, which brought tears to her eyes. After rubbing her itchy nose, she absent-mindedly touched her arms, muttering to herself about an unsettling chill creeping down her back. Glancing behind her, she saw nothing but bright sunlight and the warmth of spring. Little did she know, Hao June was stealthily plotting to pilfer from her wallet. Suddenly, a shadow loomed ahead, blocking her path. Wang Tiantian raised her eyes and recognized it to be Chao Jun. Initially, she dismissed him, instinctively shifting to the side, but the shadow lingered obstinately, following her every move. Looking up, she encountered his smug face, radiating triumph. Not wanting to engage in conflict, she said amiably, "You're blocking my sunlight." However, to Hao Jue, her nonchalance appeared as cowardice. After all, she had previously been so assertive, bolstered by her cousin and teachers. With them absent, she felt vulnerable, unwilling to offend him. This realization filled Hao Jue with arrogance, emboldening his audacity. He sneered, "Wang Tiantian, what's the matter? Now that no one is here to back you up, are you afraid to act tough?" Aware that he was seeking trouble, Wang Tiantian felt a wave of impatience wash over her and uttered firmly, "Move aside." Hao Jue defiantly lifted his chin, retorting, "Not a chance. If you're so capable, why don't you just fly over me?" Wang Tiantian clicked her tongue lightly, incredulous at the audacity of today's youth. "You think you can just refuse to listen and not face the consequences? You believe this school is your personal domain? Just because you've gained a few extra pounds doesn't mean you can act like a king here. My request to let you pass was a courtesy, but you seem to have mistaken it for an invitation to flaunt your makeup and attitude." With a dismissive wave, she added, "Do you think I need help to deal with you? If this weren't school, I'd make you pick up your teeth off the floor. Why is it that you're so bulky, yet your brain is so underwhelming? Now, get out of my way." With that, she pushed him aside and strode away. Furrowing her brow, she paused, turning back to him. "Well, do you have something to say? Your audacity is growing. Not only do you dare to retort, but you also seem to regard me with contempt. Have you forgotten how you once wept and begged for mercy before me?" Wang Tiantian scoffed, flicking her irregularly styled bangs. "That was then. Now you might want to reconsider." She couldn't possibly let herself be bested by this little bully. It would be too shameful for someone reborn.
Hao Jue pointed at her, pouting defiantly.
"Fine, you've got guts. It seems you've forgotten what it feels like to be bullied. Just wait until after school today. I'll make sure you remember." Wang Tiantian raised her pinky finger at him, declaring, "Bring it on. I'll be ready." With a casual turn, she sauntered away, leaving him fuming in frustration, vowing that she would soon be the one crying. The plans of Liang Jufang have fallen through. This wretched little rascal has sprinted away faster than a hare, leaving me utterly exhausted and with nothing to show for it. It infuriates me. Oh, dear. Sitting on a stone, she began to curse. Last night, she tossed and turned, unable to find repose, pondering over several hundred yuan, an amount her husband labored tirelessly for an entire month without earning. To let go of such money was simply unacceptable to her. Considering the potential troubles that money might bring, she had restrained herself, yet her mind was rife with calculations. In these times, an ordinary family could hardly afford to spend several hundred yuan on wild boar meat. After all, a 100-pound domestic pig would only fetch around 100 yuan. The price of a wild boar weighing 70 to 80 pounds could easily equate to that of 300-pound domestic pigs. Moreover, some villagers could hunt for themselves, requiring no need to purchase game from others. Those who could afford it were likely only the townspeople. With that in mind, the scope of her search narrowed significantly. It was entirely possible that Hao Chun might encounter the individual in question during his errands. Thus, early this morning, she kept a close watch on the movements of the Hao family. The moment she spotted Hao Chun leaving his home, she trailed behind him. Her plan was sound. If the meat were indeed problematic, the person would surely be searching for the wild child on the streets, and she could discern the truth. Should that individual fail to seek out their trouble, the meat would likely be in good condition. If the person did happen to see the wild child, they might approach him, allowing her to intervene as the child's guardian and demand the remaining money. With her ability to create a scene, she was confident that the person would not dare refuse her. With these thoughts in mind, Liang Jufang set out that morning brimming with confidence, convinced that she would return laden with success. However, to her dismay, the wild child vanished into thin air upon reaching the street. She searched through the crowd for what felt like an eternity, yet he seemed to have evaporated, which only served to heighten her irritation. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to shout, "Damn that wild child," fleeing as if pursued by hounds. It would serve him right to be abducted and sold. After catching her breath, she felt utterly powerless. Yet, surrendering was not an option. If she could watch for one day, she could certainly do so for 2 or 3. She refused to believe that she could not eventually spot that person. After her tirade, Liang Jufang glanced up at the scorching sun, wiping the sweat from her brow in frustration. Her anger intensified. She was parched, and under this relentless heat, it felt as though the heavens were conspiring against her. Her throat felt dry and hot, and just as she was about to succumb to her discomfort, her eyes caught a glimmer. Not far from her, there was a small drainage ditch dug along the roadside, intended for irrigation and water drainage. Beside it lay a long piece of bamboo, half submerged, with clear water flowing from its hollow center, seemingly placed there for diversion. As she watched the crystalline stream trickle forth, her throat became increasingly parched. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she boldly made her way toward it. The bamboo spout protruded only slightly, emerging from the depths of the forest. Watermarks adorned the grassy surface, as rivulets of water trickled along the bamboo and into the ditch, merging with the yellow mud within. To quench her thirst, Liang Jufang needed to cross this ditch. This posed no challenge for her. She skillfully placed her hands on either side of the ditch, bent at the waist, and extended her neck to sip the crystal-clear spring water flowing from the mountain through the bamboo. After gulping down several mouthfuls and letting out a satisfied sigh, she braced herself against the edge of the ditch and slowly rose to her feet, wiping her mouth with her sleeve and letting out a hearty belch, content to continue her journey. However, upon turning around, she was startled to find a ragged beggar standing not far in front of her, his curious gaze fixed upon her. Liang Jufang glared at him, hands on her hips, and barked, "What are you staring at? Afraid you'll go blind?" The beggar remained silent, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on her, his gaze trailing downward, seemingly fixated on her backside. A jolt of alarm shot through Liang Jufang, and she eyed him warily, hastily retreating while shouting, "You perverted scoundrel! No wonder you're reduced to begging. Never touched a woman, have you? You're starving for it. If my man comes back, he'll beat you to a pulp." The last words escaped her lips with a flourish as she realized she was not only shouting but also sprinting away, her movements surprisingly swift, as if fearing the beggar might chase after her. Yet, the beggar made no move to follow. His gaze remained fixed, now directed at the very bamboo from which she had just drunk. His lips, obscured by a tangle of unkempt beard, finally parted, rasping out a single word: water. Liang Jufang had run several paces when she noticed his lack of reaction. Suddenly emboldened by her anger, she stealthily approached him and delivered a swift kick to his back. The sound of impact echoed, but she did not stop to assess the situation, bolting away until she felt assured that no one was pursuing her. Finally, she found a shaded spot and collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "That nearly scared me to death. Where did that beggar spring from?" Meanwhile, on the same path, Hao Han ambled along, one hand clutching a bottle of waha while the other draped his jacket over his shoulder, lost in thought. His gaze was vacant, for his mind was preoccupied with the memories of his enigmatic yet troublesome jade ring. Any item taken from within could secure him a lifetime of comfort. At this moment, he was in dire need of funds. If he could only produce something from the ring, he could swiftly alleviate his current plight and attain wealth. Yet, the cruel twist of fate was that he could only observe but not utilize its power. Especially vexing was the restrictive condition. Only the blood of the destined one could break the seal. But where could he find this destined individual? Would he be forever barred from using the ring if he failed to locate them? In a vast sea of humanity, how could he ever hope to find his destined one? With each passing moment, despair loomed larger. He had money, but no means to access it. Hao Han's heart ached with anguish. He needed wealth, influence, and a swift path to self-empowerment. Once he had never worried about money, but now he found himself racking his brain for ways to earn it. The trials of life. Hao Jue found himself in a predicament. He was acutely aware that the only wealthy individual he could turn to was Wang Tiantian. The thought of seeking assistance from her filled him with trepidation. Would she even lend him money? The very notion of ingratiating himself to that woman was repugnant to him. If he were to grovel for a trifling sum, it would undoubtedly swell her pride, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Yet how could he procure the funds he required? He pondered dubious schemes, staging an accident to extort money from her. That plan was untenable, She was adept at treating her own injuries, and any minor harm he could feign would hardly faze her. Perhaps he could resort to theft? But that too was fraught with peril, should she suspect him. He would find himself embroiled in new troubles. He needed a strategy to coax her into willingly presenting him with the money. As he rubbed his temples in contemplation, he was suddenly interrupted by a faint cry for help. Having been hardened by the trials of life, he felt no surge of empathy and was about to walk away when an inexplicable urge compelled him to pause. He turned on his heel and approached the source of the plea, looking down from his elevated position. Before him lay a disheveled man, his beard wild and unkempt, nearly obscuring his mouth. The man's face was smeared with dirt, and as he writhed in the mud, his features were barely discernible. Yet it was evident that he was in anguish. After a moment of scrutiny, the man slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting instant, an intense glimmer of intelligence shone within them, only to be swiftly veiled by a fog of confusion. That familiar gaze stirred something within Hao Jue's memory, yet he could not quite place it. Frowning slightly, he bent down to assist the mud-covered elder to his feet. The vagrant remained passive, his eyes locked onto Hao Jue's face. Once they reached the road, Hao Jue released his hold and assessed the man before him. The elder's traditional attire was tattered and worn, a sight that was difficult to behold. However, Hao Jue's discerning eye recognized the fabric as something of quality. Narrowing his gaze, he inquired, "Sir, do you feel unwell? Is it your stomach?" The elder's slight nod, followed by a shake of his head, indicated a state of confusion. Hao Jue surmised that the man's mental faculties were compromised. Their encounter was merely a chance meeting. They were strangers to one another, and he had already extended a gesture of kindness. Moreover, he was in dire need of funds himself and was reluctant to expend resources on someone he did not know. After deliberation, he reached into his bag and produced 2 meat buns, extending them toward the homeless man. "Would you like to eat?" Upon encountering the beggar, the man's eyes gleamed with an almost animalistic hunger at the sight of the steamed buns. Without a care for the grime on his hands, he snatched 2 buns and began to devour them with a fervor reminiscent of someone who had not eaten in days. Hao Jue, concerned that the man might choke, urged him to take his time. He then unscrewed the cap of the remaining water bottle he held and offered it to the beggar. Thus, with one hand filled with buns and the other clutching the bottle, the beggar gulped down water between bites, oblivious to the fact that the liquid trickled down his chin, soaking his clothing. As he walked, Hao Jue couldn't help but engage in self-deprecating thoughts. In his past life, whether in business or in personal matters, he had never been a benevolent character, and he was well aware of the many who had cursed him behind his back. Yet here he was, having been granted a second chance, displaying kindness by spending money to assist an elderly man. Life had indeed taken a different turn for him. He mused with a wry smile. However, his fleeting amusement dissipated quickly, for he soon heard another set of footsteps behind him. The sound was slow yet urgent, tinged with a certain weariness. Hao Jue halted, observing the individual without uttering a word, merely shifting slightly to create space. To his surprise, the stranger mirrored his actions, stopping in his tracks and staring blankly, albeit with a faint smile gracing his lips. Hao Jue raised an eyebrow in confusion. The realization dawned upon him, and his expression darkened. Surely, it couldn't be as he feared. Emotionless, he turned away, lifting his feet in a rhythmic motion, only to notice that the beggar was following suit, mimicking his steps. A sense of disbelief washed over him. After performing what he deemed a rare act of kindness, he found himself ensnared by this man. He glanced skyward, silently imploring the heavens, "Must you do this to me? You are casting shadows upon my heart." Determined, he resolved that henceforth, even if he witnessed someone dying by the roadside, he would refrain from offering any assistance. Continuing on his path with a mask of indifference, he could hear the relentless footsteps trailing behind him, which soured his mood further. Turning sharply, he barked at the beggar, "Do not follow me. We shall go our separate ways." Frustration bubbled within him, and he raised a threatening fist, growling, "Old man, do not say I didn't warn you. I have no qualms about dealing with the elderly." Gritting his teeth, he nodded emphatically, his resolve hardening. The homeless man can be protective of his own. "Excellent. You wish to follow, do you? I shall see how you manage to keep pace with me." With that, he took long strides, transforming into a youthful gust of wind as he sprinted ahead. You old fool! Is there no end to this? Hao Yan bellowed in exasperation. He had already been running at a swift pace, yet to his astonishment, this frail-looking old man was keeping up without faltering. Observing the smile adorning the stranger's face, Hao Yan felt a profound sense of mockery directed at him. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Surprisingly, the homeless man exhibited neither anger nor fear. Instead, he stepped forward and extended his hand towards Hao Yan, revealing a dirty wad of cash that Hao Yan had previously given him. Hao Yan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the man in astonishment. Casting a cold glance at the meddlesome bystander, Hao Yan's voice turned icy. He is not my grandfather. The passerby looked at him in disbelief, clearly skeptical of his assertion. I watched you both walk together from a distance. If he isn't your grandfather, how could you possibly be together? You must be arguing with your grandfather. Impatiently, Hao Yan retorted, I said he isn't. Besides, what does my business have to do with you? Why are you meddling? His irritation flared, and he added, if you utter another word, believe me, I'll make you regret it. Already agitated, being reprimanded by a stranger only intensified his displeasure, and he glared at the passerby with fury. The passerby, clearly not one to shy away from confrontation, felt his anger surging in response to Hao Yan's words. He dismounted from his bicycle, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to retaliate. Oh, look at you, a snot-nosed brat yelling at whom? Do you dare to challenge me? Hao Yan regarded him coldly, equally ready for a fight. Just then, the homeless man positioned himself between the two, completely shielding Hao Yan behind him, embodying the spirit of protection with an annoyed expression directed at the bystander. Hao Yan was taken aback, and in that instant, his anger and frustration ebbed away, replaced by a serene calm. Meanwhile, the homeless man made a rather childish gesture, waving his hands at the passerby as if shooing away a fly, softly murmuring, Go away. Since ancient times, many adversaries have crossed paths. Passers-by regarded him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool, sneering, A doting mother often leads to a wayward child. You've spoiled him rotten. And you still defend him? Just wait. Your day of reckoning will come. With that, they mounted their bicycles and left in a huff, their resentment palpable. Hao Jue furrowed his brow, his fists clenched, tempted to confront them, yet he hesitated. The cyclist sped away, and a burdensome companion clung to his hand. He scrutinized the vagrant for quite some time, finding no discernible clues on the man's face, ultimately resigning himself to the fact that the stranger would follow him. Thus, the two meandered on, and by the time they reached the village entrance, the sun was high in the afternoon sky. As Hao Jue walked, his mind raced with thoughts of how to explain things to his father, while simultaneously pondering how to procure money from Wang Tiantian. The more he contemplated, the more his head throbbed. A lump formed in his throat as he cast a silent, exasperated glance at the vagrant, choosing to press on in silence. You shameless beggar! How dare you follow me here? You must be courting death. A shrill voice erupted from a nearby vegetable patch. Hao Jue's expression turned frosty as he glanced over, spotting Liang Jufang storming out of the garden, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at the old man. The vagrant paid her no heed, focusing solely on keeping pace with Hao Jue. When Hao Jue halted, he too came to a stop, bewildered by the unfolding scene. I'm asking you, you perverted old fool, didn't you hear me? How did you come to be here? This is my territory, and if you dare touch me, the entire village will not spare you. Hao Jue stood by, frowning as he observed Liang Jufang. It was evident she had encountered this man earlier. It appeared that before he met the old man, they had crossed paths. A realization struck Hao Jue when he had encountered the old man by the ditch. It was indeed near the water. Thus, this elder must have met Liang Jufang there. Reflecting on the old man's demeanor at that time, Hao Jue's gaze toward Liang Jufang grew even colder. Aunt Jufang, how do you know him? He inquired. Upon hearing Hao Jue's question, Liang Jufang finally acknowledged the presence of another person, though she gave it little thought, dismissively replying, He has just a filthy old man I encountered on the road. I don't know why he has followed me here. It's truly shameless. Where did you meet him? Hao Jue pressed further. Just as she was about to answer, Something dawned on her, and Liang Jufang abruptly fell silent, casting him a sideways glance, displeased. Why do you want to know? After posing her question, she scrutinized the two men again, her expression shifting to one of realization. How bold you are! Liang Jufang exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Hao Jue. I wondered why you followed me here. It seems you cunningly brought him along. Hao Jue calmly brushed her finger aside, retorting, This has nothing to do with you, Aunt Jufang. Revenge? You mention that word as if it pertains to the elderly's predicament in the ditch. Upon hearing this, Liang Jufang stiffened, declaring, So what if it is? He was sneaking behind me. He deserves it. Hao Jue replied coldly, A road is built for people to walk upon. If you can traverse it, so can he. Liang Jufang responded with a sarcastic tone, You defend a poor wretch like him. What's the matter? Is your family a charitable institution, or are you lacking ancestors? Hao Jue's demeanor darkened instantly, an aura of chilling menace radiating from him as his piercing gaze locked onto Liang Jufang's eyes. He advanced step by step until they were mere inches apart, then spoke. Aunt Jufang, my restraint is a testament to my good temper, but do not mistake it for a lack of anger. In the future, please mind your words and think twice before you speak. His voice was laced with a frostiness that sent shivers down Liang Jufang's spine, rendering her momentarily speechless. A sudden sense of dread enveloping her. With a casual glance, Hao Jue turned and departed with the vagabond. A person reborn must not linger in the past. Fearful and hesitant, when would they ever grow strong? Just like yesterday when a wild boar brought threats from that family, he resolved the issue. Yet had he been more assertive, would it not have been easier? Those without shoes fear not those who wear them. He had no need to fear them. Rather, it was they who should fear him, especially since he was still a minor. Regardless of his actions, it was uncertain whether they could provoke him further. Only after the two figures disappeared did Liang Jufang realize what had transpired. Her brows furrowed in anger as she cursed, Little wildling, you've gone too far. As school let out around 4 o'clock, a throng of children surged out like a gust of wind, while many parents stood outside, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of their offspring. Upon seeing their children emerge, their eyes brightened, and they waved enthusiastically. Wang Tiantian, however, paid no heed to the scene, walking steadily on her path. Since kindergarten, she had never been picked up by family. When her brother was around, they would leave together. In her previous life, she had grown accustomed to solitude. Even when witnessing other children being greeted by their parents, she merely glanced away. She dared not dwell on such sights, fearing it would plunge her into despair. Over time, she became accustomed to this isolation, eventually learning to disregard it entirely. In the midst of the unfolding drama, those who succumbed to defeat would inevitably find themselves addressing the victor as father. As for the provocation from Hao Jue that afternoon, she hardly took it to heart. Troubles of such nature are often self-inflicted, and she had no intention of courting mischief. If that fellow truly lacked insight, he would reveal himself in due time, and thus, she felt no concern whatsoever. Indeed, it soon became evident that this individual was utterly oblivious. As Wang Tiantian pondered how to persuade Hao Jue to lend her a book, she was abruptly interrupted by a brazen voice. Hey, coward. What's the matter? Do you intend to pretend you haven't seen us? Planning to sneak away because you're frightened? Wang Tiantian tilted her head slightly, observing Hao June's arrogant expression with a faint smile and a cold chuckle. The waning rays of the sunset bathed her in a warm glow, illuminating her profile while casting much of her figure into shadow. In that golden light, her thick, curled eyelashes became more pronounced, and her round eyes, slightly elongated due to her lifted chin, sparkled with an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a twilight spirit, pure yet mysterious, exquisite yet untamed. Hao Jue was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, a ripple of emotion stirring within as the words truly beautiful echoed in his mind. Afraid? Of you lot? Wang Tiantian retorted, setting aside the red plastic bag containing her books and advancing towards Hao Jue and his companions. She sighed inwardly, while she sought to avoid trouble. It seemed to find her regardless. She rolled up her sleeves and pointed at Hao Jue and his gang, boldly declaring, Who among you will step up first? Hurry! I have little time to spare. Her audacious words shattered the bravado within Hao Jue, awakening him to the reality of the situation. The more he scrutinized Wang Tiantian's infuriating demeanor, the less he could reconcile it with the enchanting vision he had just witnessed, especially since he was intolerant of such provocations. Pushing aside a nearby lackey, he strode forward, mimicking the swagger of a delinquent as he rubbed his thumb against his nose with exaggerated bravado. Since I'm the one seeking you out, naturally, I shall take the lead. Don't get too proud. I alone can make you kneel and call me father. At that moment, haha, your pleas will be futile. Wang Tiantian scoffed, rolling her eyes at the childish bravado of these youngsters, who, at such a tender age, fancied themselves rulers, throwing their weight around. However, she mused, it would be entertaining to see who would end up calling whom father. Hao Jue, infuriated, clenched his teeth, vowing, "You may have a sharp tongue, but soon enough, I'll have you crying uncontrollably." With that, he charged at Wang Tiantian, fists raised. In his mind, as long as he brandished his fists menacingly, she would surely cower and cry out in fear. His punches, however, lacked any real force. Had this been the former Wang Tiantian, he might have been correct. Yet the current Wang Tiantian was no longer the same. Possessing the soul of an adult, she would not be intimidated by a mere child's fist. Moreover, she did not hold back. As Hao Jue lunged towards her, she swiftly seized his fist, using her body as strength to twist and leverage him behind her. Not only did she overpower him, but she also pressed down with her weight. Caught off guard, Hao Jue found himself pinned to the ground, his arm wrenched behind him, utterly immobilized. "Why you let go of me?" Cough. It was only when he realized he could not move that he comprehended the magnitude of his defeat. In the midst of a struggle, Wang Tiantian's grip tightened, eliciting a muffled groan from Hao Jue. "If you want me to let you go, just call me Daddy," she insisted, pressing her knee firmly into his back. "You're cheating." "I refuse to call." Hao Jue gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of indignation and a hint of vulnerability. Initially, he had only intended to scare Wang Tiantian, planning to frighten her into tears before retreating. Yet, the reality proved to be starkly different. Not only had she not cried, but he found himself pinned beneath her. How had she acquired such prowess? In the past, she had never demonstrated such capability, often leaving him in fits of laughter.
Now.
The drastic shift caught him completely off guard. If he had known of her abilities, he would never have allowed himself to be so easily subdued. Wang Tiantian playfully tapped his head. "What's the matter? Can't handle losing? I haven't lost. You're merely cheating. If you had told me earlier about your skills, I would have never let you catch me. If you're so capable, let me go, and we can fight fairly." Hao Jue strained to lift his head, attempting to avoid inhaling the dust from the ground. With a light scoff, Wang Tiantian retorted, "Are you expecting a teacher to give you extra time on a test because you can't recall your lines? Let you go? Do you think I'm foolish like you? Hurry and call, or I want to be gentle." "I refuse. You should be ashamed for making someone call you Daddy." Hao Jue protested, his face flushed yet still trying to maintain his bravado. At this age, maintaining one's dignity was paramount, especially with his friends nearby. If he called her, where would his pride be? "Very well. If you want to call, don't blame me for being merciless." Wang Tiantian grinned mischievously. What should a parent do when their child misbehaves? As the implications of her words settled in, Hao Jue felt a sense of dread as her hand moved towards his waist. "What are you doing?" he shouted, struggling fiercely. When a child misbehaves, a parent must discipline them, Wang Tiantian declared, reaching to pull down his pants. "Why are you all just standing there? Pull her away." In a panic, Hao Jue shouted for help, disregarding his dignity. As his friends rushed to his aid, Wang Tiantian intensified her grip and warned, "Who dares approach? If you don't make them stop, I will pull down your pants right now. You wouldn't dare." Hao Jue felt a mix of shame and fury. "Watch me." Wang Tiantian tugged at his waistband, sending a chill down his spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he frantically shouted, "Don't move. Stay back." He inadvertently inhaled a cloud of dust in his haste. Wang Tiantian continued to tug, "Call me Daddy, or I will pull down your pants and spank you." Upon hearing the number 169, Hao Jue was taken aback and urgently exclaimed, "Stop, don't pull me into this." He quickly added, "Hurry up and admit defeat. A true man shouldn't be afraid of a bet." In an instant, Hao Jue found himself in tears, crying out in despair, I'll call. Is that not enough? Daddy. Woe is me. His sorrow was genuine. A tempest of shame, anger, and grievance left him gasping for breath. Wang Tiantian, indifferent to his plight, released him and remarked, Well, dear son, refrain from provoking your father in the future, or else you might find your backside in jeopardy. With that, she dusted off her clothes and sauntered away, plastic bag draped over her shoulder, strutting like a victorious rooster, her head held high as she leisurely departed. Hao Jue remained on the ground, weeping in profound sorrow, having lost all semblance of dignity that day. His intention had been to humiliate that girl. Yet he found himself the one disgraced. He knew he could not actually allow that insufferable girl to strip him of his trousers. That would be even more humiliating than calling for his father. The more he pondered, the angrier and more sorrowful he became, resulting in a crescendo of tears. 2 children, unable to bear the sight, cautiously approached and softly suggested, Brother June, perhaps you should get up? Useless, you're all useless. Hao Jue, in a fit of rage,
took out his frustrations on them.
He sprang to his feet, his face smeared with dirt, and his clothes caked in filth. One of the smaller boys, displeased with Hao June's words, muttered, This isn't our fault. You challenged her and you lost. What does that have to do with us? His companion discreetly tugged at his shirt, signaling him to cease speaking. But it was too late. Hao June's eyes widened in fury, his expression menacing as he seized the smaller boy by the hair and forcefully slammed him to the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Just listen to what I say. How dare you talk back?
So, what if I lost?
I couldn't outdo that girl. Do you think I can't handle you, you worthless creature? Still unsatisfied, Hao Jue landed a punch on the boy before rubbing his nose and wiping the mud-streaked mucus onto the boy's clothing. All right then, if you want me to spare you, it's simple, call me daddy and crawl through my legs. The small boy's face immediately darkened, yet he lacked the courage to resist, caught in a moment of indecision. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously mimicked Wang Tiantian's earlier words. However, lacking her ability to turn the situation around, he ultimately acquiesced, wearing a look of humiliation as he complied with Hao June's commands. What a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out. Naturally, Wang Tiantian was oblivious to the thoughts of her defeated opponent and had little regard for the musings of a vanquished foe. At this moment, she was preparing to visit Hao Jian's home. Having nearly completed her 4th grade readings today, she intended to borrow the 5th grade books for further study. It seemed that he might need someone to assist him, as continuing in such ambiguity was untenable. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Wang Tiantian overheard voices emanating from within the house, and she recognized them to belong to Hao Jue. She raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Could there be guests at home? Just as she hesitated on whether to enter, the door swung open, revealing Hao Jue. Upon seeing her, he narrowed his eyes and inquired, What brings you here? Who is it? Hearing his question, Hao Jue appeared, leaning on his cane. Wang Tiantian tilted her head and greeted him sweetly, Hello, uncle. Hao Jue responded amiably, nodding, Tiantian. Come in and have a seat. Initially, Wang Tiantian had hesitated, concerned about intruding on a gathering, but upon hearing Hao Jue's invitation, her reservations dissipated, and she entered with confidence. Hao Jue observed his father's amiable demeanor with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Sensing his son's reluctance, Hao Jue recalled his previous words and smiled awkwardly. He thought it inappropriate to simply dismiss a guest, especially considering the assistance this young lady had provided his son, and her sweetness was hard to resist. Hao Jue shrugged. What could be done? She had already entered, and he had his own reasons for needing her help. Upon entering the room, Wang Tiantian noticed an older gentleman seated in a chair, likely in his 50s. His hair was somewhat damp, and he sported a thick, somewhat unkempt beard that nearly obscured the lower half of his face. His attire was unremarkable, yet his posture was remarkably upright. What struck her as odd was his gaze, which fixated on her with an unsettling blankness, devoid of vitality. Recalling the voices she had heard earlier, Wang Tiantian deduced that this elderly man might not be in full possession of his faculties. Nonetheless, he exuded an air of distinction. leaving her curious about his connection to Hao Jue and his family. Hao Jue and Hao Jianjun followed her into the room, with Hao Jianjun inviting Wang Tiantian to sit. He then turned his attention to Hao Jue. Hao Jue squinted at Wang Tiantian and, with a slight smile, remarked, "What a coincidence.
I was just looking for you."
Wang Tiantian felt a flicker of surprise. What could this esteemed gentleman possibly want with her? Observing the smile on Hao Jue's face, an uneasy premonition stirred within her.
"All right.
You two handle it," Hao Jianjun said with a chuckle as he moved to sit aside, avoiding any further interaction with the elderly man. His gaze towards him tinged with unfamiliarity. Wang Tiantian, now even more intrigued, chose not to inquire further, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. The two then proceeded to the kitchen, one leaning against the staircase, while the other surveyed the sparse furnishings. Her first impression was one of simplicity, albeit slightly better than her own home. Even the kitchen, though modest, was meticulously organized, with everything in its proper place, devoid of any disorder. After her assessment, she turned to Hao Jue, and they spoke in unison. "You go first." The two individuals found themselves in a delicate stalemate, each waiting for the other to speak first. Fully aware that they had something to gain from one another, it would be prudent to listen to the other's needs before proposing their own conditions. Yet neither was willing to break the silence. Their gazes locked, both pairs of eyes fixated on one another in anticipation. Was it truly so difficult to utter the first word? After a prolonged silence, both finally spoke simultaneously. "Not bad," said Wang Tiantian, while somewhat escaped from Hao Chen's lips. In that instant, both felt a tightening in their chests. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Wang Tiantian was suddenly struck by a sense of loss. Conversely, Hao Chen felt that the leverage he held had diminished. "You go ahead," Wang Tiantian said hesitantly. "I can wait a little longer." Given her keen intuition, she suspected that Hao Chen had ulterior motives for seeking her out, and she intended to let him speak first to create an opportunity for her to decline. Hao Chen, however, was equally reluctant to initiate the conversation. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "No, you should speak first. Don't be nervous. As long as your request is feasible, I will certainly oblige. Besides, my matter is rather complex and will require more time." Wang Tiantian felt exasperated. It was evident that Hao Chen was not being sincere. Realizing that the impasse was unproductive, she reluctantly conceded, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. "It's nothing major. I just wish to borrow all the subjects from 5th to 6th grade, both volumes, comprehensively." Hao Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the request quite simple and something he could easily provide. However, his curiosity was piqued. "Don't you have them at home?" Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes. "If I had them, would I be asking you?" Hao Chen considered this and posed his most pressing question. "Why do you need to borrow these books? Are you getting them for someone else?" She was clearly confident in her stance, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. Hao Chen, discerning Wang Tiantian's hidden motives, internally scoffed but maintained a composed exterior. "After all, these are my books. Is it too much to inquire? I intend to look at them myself. Is that acceptable?" Wang Tiantian bristled at his line of questioning. "What kind of look are you giving me? You think you can just read them? With your lackadaisical attitude in class and your abysmal grades, you really believe you can study? You must be joking." Clenching her teeth, she stamped her foot and pointed at Hao Chen's nose, declaring, "Stop underestimating me. A person can change in just 3 days. I may not have studied well before, but can I improve now? You're not even in school. How can you be so sure of your assumptions?" Hao Chen smirked slightly. 3 days, you say? We barely spent a day apart. Even if I'm not in school, I can still ascertain that you remain a poor student. He emphasized the words poor student deliberately. "Humph," Hao Chen thought disdainfully. "Let us wait and see." With a deliberate intent to provoke, Hao Chen declared, "I never said I would lend it to you." Suddenly, a mischievous streak surged within him, and he sought to tease Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not lending? Then why engage in this conversation?" Hao Chen responded nonchalantly, "I never said I wouldn't lend it." A grinding sound escaped Wang Tiantian's clenched teeth, which secretly delighted Hao Chen.
"What do you mean by that?"
The entire situation exasperated Wang Tiantian. If it weren't for her inability to find another source, she would not have turned to this insufferable person. Hao Chen's eyes darted. I could lend you some, but I can't trust you with all of it. With a displeased expression, Wang Tiantian retorted, Speak plainly, please. Her eyes widened in astonishment. 1 book a day? How can I manage that? Hao Chun acquiesced. I can reluctantly agree to lend you the same book for 2 days. Wang Tiantian shouted. Is that what I meant? 1 book a day? I have exams next week. How am I supposed to keep up? Even as she advanced to 5th grade, she still had to complete the first half of the syllabus. Moreover, the latter half would certainly be on the test. This meant she had to finish 10 books in just 11 days. She could afford to skip the newly introduced English. And mathematics could also be overlooked. However, she needed to grasp the remaining subjects. Otherwise, any misstep would render her efforts futile. Hao Chun, puzzled, remarked, But that's the midterm for 4th grade. How does that relate to your 5th grade studies? Wang Tiantian shot him a glare. It's none of your concern. Stop complicating matters. I have no interest in your games. Hao Chun shrugged. If you can't even finish 1 book a day, remember, these are textbooks, not novels. My intentions are for your benefit. Wang Tiantian scoffed. Don't feign compassion. I know your little schemes all too well. I refuse to accept your condition of 1 book a day. Hao Chun shrugged again. Then I am unable to assist you. Wang Tiantian felt an urge to storm out. Yet she took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm and composed, not to fall into his trap. Indeed, she sensed that Hao Chun was trying to manipulate her into making an impulsive decision, thus giving him leverage to negotiate his own demands. I want to be fooled. She thought defiantly. It must be noted that her instincts were accurate. Hao Chun had indeed harbored such intentions, especially with his father nearby. If Wang Tiantian acted rashly, he could later threaten her, confident she would yield. If you don't wish to lend me, then I shan't ask. I will leave now. But do not think you can bring up your matters with me. Wang Tiantian regained her composure and employed her trump card. If the deal fell through, she would simply walk away. Hao Chun sighed inwardly, realizing this fish was indeed clever, having discerned his plan and evaded the trap. With no other options and being at a disadvantage, he had no choice but to concede. Originally, it was about borrowing money. How about this? I can permit you to read books at my place without any time limit. What do you think? Wang Tiantian glared at him. Is this your compromise? Hao Jue shrugged his shoulders, helplessly stating that although he no longer reads, he still cherishes books. If they were damaged while borrowed, it would cause him great distress. Either lend them one at a time, or keep them under his watchful eye. After contemplating, Wang Tiantian realized that this fellow was unlikely to yield further. So she could only sigh and agree, resigned to endure a bit of hardship herself. Now, let's discuss your matters, shall we? Hao Jue fixed his gaze upon Wang Tiantian for a moment before a smirk appeared on his lips. Why not take a guess at what I need you for? Guess? Who has the inclination to indulge him in such games? Wang Tiantian rolled her eyes. Speak or not if you choose not to. Hand over the book, so I can take my leave. Hao Jue pouted. This girl was truly dull. Wang Tiantian shot him another eye roll, wondering why she should entertain him when she was still uncertain about his true intentions. Very well, I shall speak. Would you like to see your wallet swell a bit more? As he spoke, Hao Jue leaned closer to Wang Tiantian. Shocked, she gazed at him, instinctively tightening her grip on her pocket. Indeed, she sensed that something was amiss. It was not merely unfortunate, it was gravely so. She never expected him to covet her own possessions. With a vigilant gaze, she retreated. What are you scheming? Hao Jue scratched his nose. Knowing that once money was mentioned, this girl was not easily deceived. I can double the money in your pocket, or even triple it. Do you want it? He continued to entice her. Wang Tiantian crossed her arms. Speak plainly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. While his words were enticing, they lacked the essential conditions. She was not a naive child to be swayed by his flowery rhetoric. Hao Jue felt a pang of frustration. He had hoped this little girl would inquire on her own, allowing him to naturally express his demands. To his dismay, she remained unresponsive, which was not the outcome he desired. It was clear to him that regardless of who needed assistance, the dynamic would remain unchanged. Neither would benefit from the other's plight. How about this? Lend me all the money you have and in a month, I can ensure it doubles. Oh, double it? That's quite a bold claim. She possessed over 1,300 yuan, a significant amount. Many workers earned only a few hundred a month, and in rural areas, 300 was considered a decent income. How could a mere country boy, still not of age, possess the capability to double her money within a month? Was he attempting to deceive her? Receiving Wang Tiantian's skeptical gaze, Hao Jue felt both helpless and unsurprised. After all, he was merely making promises without evidence. Anyone with a modicum of sense would harbor doubts. Yet, he had no substantial proof to offer, and what he spoke of might not even be comprehensible to her. How vexing. Why should I trust that you can truly double my money and not simply deceive me into parting with it? Wang Tiantian leaned against the earthen wall, observing Hao Jue with a composed demeanor. 174. No borrowing. Only investing. Hao Jue feigned an injured expression, questioning, am I truly perceived as such in your heart? Despite his desire to swindle that sum for himself, Wang Tiantian bestowed upon him a scornful glance, fully aware of his true nature. Hao Jue, recalling his previous actions, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. I am serious this time. I am not deceiving you. Wang Tiantian crossed her arms, tilting her head to gaze at him, awaiting his explanation in silence. Hao Jue raised an eyebrow, surprised that this girl possessed such insight. Suppressing his thoughts, he approached the table, pulled out a chair, and patted it before seating himself at another. Observing this, Wang Tiantian sauntered over to sit down as well, watching him with a leisurely demeanor. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, spare me. Aside from me, you won't find anyone else. How audacious of him to seek her approval. Well, will you lend me the money or not? Hao Jue asked earnestly. Wang Tiantian narrowed her eyes, revealing her mercantile instincts. Let us not dwell on borrowing or lending. Consider this a business venture. I shall use this sum to invest. How does that sound? Upon hearing the word invest, Hao Jue's gaze sharpened, and he advanced towards Wang Tiantian, scrutinizing her with a skeptical eye. You actually know about investing? As he posed this question, his eyes remained locked on hers, wary of missing any subtle shifts in her emotions. Hao Jue was vigilant, keenly observing any hints that Wang Tiantian might exhibit, while she believed that with sufficient rationale, she had nothing to fear from his suspicions, as if she had undergone a transformation. After all, despite his cunning, he was merely a child. The people of this era had never even heard of concepts like reincarnation or time travel. With this thought in mind, Wang Tiantian felt increasingly audacious. Hao Jue furrowed his brow, staring intently at her, yet he discerned no signs of deviation in her demeanor. This indicated that she was not a reincarnate. As for other matters, he would need to investigate further. As Wang Tiantian chuckled resignedly, she acknowledged the harsh realities of life that compelled her actions. However, she was reluctant to continue this business endeavor indefinitely. It was merely a transient means of earning income, lacking the potential for investment. Moreover, involving her in the investment would significantly diminish her profits, a scenario she was keen to avoid. While Wang Tiantian was unaware of Hao Han's innermost thoughts, she could surmise a great deal. Despite her short time in this place, she had already developed a profound awareness of its backwardness. She had previously heard the adage that in impoverished areas, the residents tend to migrate outward, leaving behind an even more destitute environment. Yet, Wang Tiantian held a different perspective. The consequences of insular thinking are invariably detrimental. Only through exposure to new horizons and a broader world can individuals invigorate their minds and recognize their limitations. Acknowledging one's shortcomings incites a desire for improvement, and such endeavors invariably reflect upon the individual. Upon returning to their hometown, whether driven by a desire to boast or a deep-seated love for their roots, they would inevitably create a ripple effect among the local populace. With desire comes the impetus for consumption. Thus, the notion that it is easier to earn money in poorer regions holds a kernel of truth. Humans are perpetually in pursuit of what they lack. The same applies to this locality. The introduction of novel items can stimulate consumer spending, and competition will inevitably lead to the emergence of fresher innovations, perpetuating the cycle of consumption. Such dynamics can continue endlessly, provided one holds the advantage. However, it was premature to discuss these matters with him. and Wang Tiantian resolved to refrain from delving into these topics for the time being, suggesting instead a cautious approach. Nevertheless, investment was still essential. At that moment, she realized she had inadvertently treated this adolescent as an adult. After all, despite his apparent maturity, how capable could this young boy truly be? Furthermore, having never ventured far from home, what if he were unable to find his way or, worse yet, encountered deceitful individuals along the way? Thus, she promptly inquired, "Who will accompany you in procuring goods?" "I have one more thing." Hao Jue raised an eyebrow.
What?
"Is there a problem?" Wang Tiantian retorted, her annoyance palpable as she pointed a finger at his chest. "Have you forgotten how old you are? You are still just a child. What do you intend to do if you go out and get deceived? Not to mention encountering someone ruthless who might capture you and break your limbs to make you beg. You would regret it too late." Hao Jue.
Indeed.
He had almost forgotten. For the most part, he had been under the illusion that he was still living in his past life, often neglecting the fact that he had been reborn and was still just a child. However, was she genuinely concerned for him? Hao Jue couldn't help but glance at the sky, which showed no signs of crimson rain. "You needn't worry about me. I can take care of myself." Although the feeling of concern from an enemy was rather bittersweet, Hao Jue had no intention of accepting her kindness.
Yet.
How could Wang Tiantian stand by and watch him take risks? If something unfortunate were to befall such a young child, she would blame herself endlessly. Moreover, there was Uncle Hao, whose legs were already weak. If anything were to happen to Hao Jue, he would be left utterly pitiful. Thus, Wang Tiantian resolutely refused. "No. Unless you have someone accompanying you, I will not agree to your going." Hao Jue clicked his tongue, finding her truly troublesome. "I am merely asking to borrow money. You need only lend it to me and not concern yourself with anything else." Wang Tiantian shook her head. "It is impossible for me to give you this money now. Come back when you have someone to accompany you, and then we can discuss the money." Seeing her stance, Hao Jue softened his tone. "All right, I want to go alone. However, could you lend me the money first?" On the subject of money, Wang Tiantian was equally stubborn, stating plainly, "I've said it before, I will only invest, not lend." Hao Jue gritted his teeth in frustration. How had this girl become so difficult to deal with? In their past life, when she had played him like a fool, he had never seen her so astute. Yet he truly needed the money, so he steeled himself and said, "Fine, let it be an investment." Wang Tiantian nodded with an air of authority. "Prepare a business plan, and once we sign the agreement, I shall provide you with the funds." Hao Jue felt overwhelmed by Wang Tiantian's demands, but had no choice but to agree. Once their discussion concluded, Wang Tiantian extended her hand. "Now give me the language textbook." Surprised by her sudden enthusiasm for learning, he thought of his own matters and replied, "Hold on, I have one more thing." "Another?" Before he could finish, Wang Tiantian's exclamation nearly pierced his eardrum. "What happened? Is something wrong?" came the voice of Hao Jue from next door. Evidently disturbed by Wang Tiantian's loud outburst, he shot her a warning glance. After the shouting subsided, Wang Tiantian glared at Hao Jue, her irritation evident. "What more do you need help with? You never mentioned you had so many things. Are you going to support me?" Hao Jue shrugged. "I never claimed I had only one thing to say." Wang Tiantian turned her back to him, unwilling to engage in conversation.
"Can you draw?"
She was taken aback by his unexpected question. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "What is that about?" "I want you to illustrate what cordyceps looks like in the ground." Hao Jue replied calmly. He had limited funds, which is why he scheduled their departure for 3 days later, hoping to gather more cordyceps to sell during this time. Wang Tiantian looked at him incredulously, laughing without restraint. "I must ask, where does your confidence stem from? Thinking I would assist you with this?" This fellow was audacious. Not only scheming for her money, but also trying to usurp her means of income. Hao Jue showed no signs of embarrassment. After all, in business, one must possess a thick skin. "I can offer you compensation," he stated. "What kind of compensation?" she retorted. "You mean all the ones you gather will belong to me?" Wang Tiantian still found time to tease him. She rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing him as if assessing merchandise. "Supporting you might be feasible. After all, you will earn money, and I won't incur any losses." Hao Jue shot back with a sarcastic remark. "Supporting me while expecting me to work? What are you thinking? Wang Tiantian was equally defiant. What are you imagining? Expecting support without effort? Hao Jue dropped the banter and stated plainly, let's not play word games. You draw it for me, and I will provide you with fair compensation. Wang Tiantian propped her chin up. What makes you think I do want to illustrate it for you? Why would I make a garment for someone else? Hao Jue frowned, clearly disagreeing with her reasoning. I told you, I can offer you compensation. What kind of compensation? Wang Tiantian feigned interest. You draw the picture for me, and I'll collect the cordyceps. Once gathered, I'll split it 80-20, he proposed. Wang Tiantian scoffed, contemplating before stating earnestly, Hao Jue, if audacity were currency, you'd be a billionaire. Hao Jue pressed his lips together. Tiantian, don't be overly greedy.
Greedy?
She laughed. You ought to realize that I'm well aware of what cordyceps look like. Once my break arrives, I can easily collect them myself, and all their value will be mine. Moreover, cordyceps are scarce. Why on earth would I share this wealth with you? Hao Jue understood the rarity of cordyceps, yet at this moment, no one in their vicinity knew their whereabouts. Thus, the unexploited cordyceps in that mountain represented his greatest fortune, the best capital for his future endeavors. However, he lacked knowledge about herbal medicine, even having seen cordyceps. He could not ascertain their appearance in the soil, which is why he sought Wang Tiantian's assistance rather than acting impulsively. Her argument held merit. If he understood cordyceps, he wouldn't wish to share. But the roles had reversed. He desperately needed this fortune and had to find a way to convince Wang Tiantian to help him. What will it take for you to assist me? Hao Jue asked patiently. Wang Tiantian shrugged, candidly replying, honestly, I have no desire to help. Hao Jue made a rather shameless remark, but you should know, the wealth of the mountains belongs to everyone. 178, 50-50 plus an additional condition.
Ha!
Sure enough. This statement instantly amused Wang Tiantian. Why didn't this phrase elicit laughter from you? The mountains are right there. I did not stop you from foraging. Yet you cannot compel me to sketch for you, can you? Hao Yan narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, Wang Tiantian, I hope you comprehend that my approach presents a mutually beneficial scenario. My intent in seeking you is merely to obtain accurate information. Even if you refuse to assist me in drawing, I can still venture out with the general information I acquire. Once I find it, it will solely belong to me, having no relation to you whatsoever. Wang Tiantian casually nodded. I understand. You can indeed find it, but you lack the time to do so, correct? Furthermore, you have no idea where I have gathered the caterpillar fungus. If you blindly roam the mountains, the likelihood of returning empty-handed is quite high. However, it is of no concern now. You may go. I shall not hinder you, especially since you are not in a rush to procure any goods. You have ample time to search the mountains. Observing her righteous demeanor, Hao Yan was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. Was she speaking in contradiction? How could he possibly not be anxious at this moment? Are you aware of my pressing need for money? Wang Tiantian looked at him in astonishment. How could you think that? I am merely considering your interests out of goodwill. You see, you desire to monopolize the caterpillar fungus, and I wish to do the same. Since we cannot collaborate, let us rely on our own abilities. This way, I cannot blame you for encroaching on my revenue. And you need not worry about sharing profits with me. What a splendid arrangement. Hao Yan scoffed dismissively. Enough of that. Just state your number. Wang Tiantian shook her head helplessly. Brother, why do you refuse to heed my words? Have I not articulated myself clearly? Hao Yan's slender, handsome face darkened immediately, and Wang Tiantian estimated that he could produce a vat of dark ink from his expression. So, you are resolute in not assisting me? Upon uttering this, she heard a creaking sound emanating from Hao Yan's mouth. She instinctively retracted her neck, fearing she had offended him again. Just then, a grinding voice reached her ears. Then it shall be 50-50. Surely, you can agree to that. Wang Tiantian pondered, realizing that agreeing was not entirely out of the question. Yet she maintained a semblance of authority. Ahem, 50-50 could work, but... The creaking sound intensified. But what? You must agree to one more condition, and I shall draw for you and disclose the location where I discovered the caterpillar fungus. I will forage and sell it myself. Sharing half the profits is insufficient. You want to add a condition? Perhaps out of frustration, his voice became slightly sharper towards the end. So, has he set a trap for himself? Hao Jue felt on the verge of losing his temper. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as he was indeed the first to take such actions. As he sat at the same table as Hao Jue, he found himself at a loss for words to refute the situation, for it was indeed he who had initiated this course of action. Yet, he could not lament his decision. Had he not managed to acquire over 1,000 from Wang Tiantian, he would have remained in ignorance regarding when he might have sufficient funds for restocking. And the current scene would never have unfolded. For the sake of financial gain, he bore the frustration. Hao Jue closed his eyes, striving to suppress his rage, and took a deep breath, saying, "All right, you speak." Wang Tiantian chuckled, "I can't think of anything right now, but I'll reach out to you once I do." Hao Jue felt an overwhelming desire to punch that insufferable girl. "I have a condition as well."
Go ahead and say it.
Wang Tiantian did not rush to refuse. Recognizing that extracting money from this fellow was no easy feat, I must prioritize the use of this money. His collection of caterpillar fungus was intended to provide him with the capital for procurement. Wang Tiantian anticipated this notion, replying, "As I've stated, I only invest. I do not lend. If you wish to use it, you must first provide me with a business plan. Oh, by the way, you might not be able to write a business plan. I can manage that myself," Hao Jue interrupted, seemingly aware of Wang Tiantian's impending query, continuing, "Even a fourth grader like you understands the term investment. Surely, as a sixth grader, I am capable of drafting a business plan." Wang Tiantian remained unfazed, thinking to herself that she was not a true fourth grader. Could a mere sixth grader truly compare? Nevertheless, she felt confident, thinking that if his writing fell short, she could always assist him. Due to teacher Du's disdain for her, Wang Tiantian was reassigned to a new seat, naturally ending up in the last row of the classroom, sharing a desk with none other than Hao Jue, whom she had thoroughly scolded the previous day. Upon seeing the girl seated beside him, Hao June's eyes flickered with indignation as he produced a piece of chalk and drew a line between them, declaring with arrogance, "This side is my territory. You are not to cross this line." Wang Tiantian shot him a disdainful glance, wiped away his chalk mark, and redrew the line, expanding her own territory while teasingly remarking, "Son, do you understand the concept of respecting your elders? If we are to have a dividing line, it must be drawn this way." Hao Jue, oblivious to her subsequent remarks, was already incensed by her calling him son. "Wang Tiantian, you are crossing the line," he shouted, slamming his hand on the desk in fury. Wang Tiantian, irritated, dug into her ears and retorted, "Son, have you forgotten how you addressed me yesterday? Remember this. Once a father, always a father. Yesterday was your trickery. If you have the guts, let us have a rematch." Hao Jue was infuriated by Wang Tiantian's mention of the previous day. "You didn't take it seriously yourself. Should we really conduct a retest just because you failed to memorize a single line from the text?" Wang Tiantian dismissed him, as she had more pressing tasks at hand. In the days that followed, her classmates watched in astonishment as Wang Tiantian leisurely occupied the majority of the space beside the class bully, unperturbed. Meanwhile, the typically boisterous Hao Jue merely glared at her in frustration, displaying no further aggression, resembling a forlorn spouse. 180. Has Hao Jue undergone a transformation? Aside from the Chinese language class, Wang Tiantian had not taken the other subjects seriously. She needed to catch up on her studies. She first borrowed the Chinese textbook, as it was the simplest among the 6 books. After reviewing it, she could dedicate all her time to the other 4 subjects. Following the May Day holiday, the school would commence afternoon naps, but fatigue had already begun to set in. Especially for Wang Tiantian, after a morning of reading, her mind was clouded and heavy with drowsiness. At noon, after hastily consuming a piece of flatbread, she resumed her studies, but soon found her eyelids growing heavy. Unable to concentrate, she decided to abandon her efforts, placed the book on her desk, and prepared to take a short nap. However, for some reason, lying down was not particularly comfortable. Glancing around the nearly empty classroom, she noticed her desk mate, Hao Jue, was absent. Thus, she shifted his chair closer to her, reclined at an angle, and closed her eyes. In her dreams, time ceased to exist. When she awoke naturally, her eyes still slightly bleary, the The gentle voice of the teacher imparting knowledge reached her ears. Startled, Wang Tiantian suddenly sat up, gazing at the classroom ceiling, and upon turning her head, she discovered a small figure sitting upright before her. Who else could it be but Hao Jue? Wang Tiantian quickly straightened herself, glancing sideways to see that Hao Jue remained unaware of her presence behind him. Perhaps to avoid disturbing the sleeper behind, he had chosen to perch on the edge of his chair, leaving ample space behind him. Wang Tiantian was momentarily taken aback, then looked at him again, clearing her throat twice in a feigned oblivion while retrieving 2 books from her desk. Upon hearing her cough, Hao Jue turned his head to glance at her, acknowledging her wakefulness without uttering a word, merely shifting slightly backward in his seat. Wang Tiantian found herself somewhat surprised by his behavior. Their relationship was hardly amicable, especially after the incident that had transpired the day before, which would typically warrant animosity. In such a scenario, not only did he refrain from reporting her to the teacher, but he also did not demand that she vacate her seat. Was he truly intimidated by her? This was quite fortunate for her. The last thing she desired was trouble, and now she had one less source of it. In this era, elementary school teachers in such rural locales primarily focused on Chinese and mathematics, with little emphasis on science and social studies, and English was scarcely monitored. Subjects like art and music were even less regarded.
Consequently,
The teacher merely offered a few casual remarks before allowing the students to draw freely from their imagination. Each student busily wielded an array of colorful brushes, and at this moment, Wang Tiantian's stillness made her particularly conspicuous among them. Wang Tiantian, have you finished your drawings so quickly? The art teacher's voice suddenly broke through the air. Being a village school, there was little expectation for them to possess extensive knowledge. Connections to the principal sufficed for securing a teaching position. Such teachers were often the most challenging to deal with, although lacking in true expertise. They were reluctant to take a subordinate role. Even in seemingly inconsequential subjects, they insisted on maintaining an air of professionalism, often exhibiting more authority than those teaching other subjects. The reasons behind Hao June's transformation are intricate. Such teachers are often the most challenging to deal with. Despite their limited capabilities, they refuse to yield to others. Even when it comes to seemingly trivial assignments, they insist on maintaining a facade of professionalism, often surpassing their peers in embodying the role of an educator. Wang Tiantian felt somewhat bewildered, primarily because she was unaware of the specific assignment this teacher had given, leaving her momentarily speechless. At that juncture, she felt a gentle prod on her arm and turned to see Hao Jue discreetly holding up a note, upon which was hastily scrawled, "The teacher asked us to draw my hometown." Wang Tiantian responded with a silent pause, and at that moment, the teacher approached her desk. Noticing its emptiness, her brow furrowing in disapproval. "Where are your pen and notebook? The class is nearly halfway through, and you haven't even begun." Wang Tiantian absent-mindedly brushed her hair behind her ear, attempting to dispel the lingering sharpness from her thoughts, while she rummaged through her desk for her notebook and pen. After a couple of attempts, she still could not locate her watercolor pens and promptly crouched down to search, only to find nothing. Her gaze swept across the classroom, landing on the mischievous stare of Chao Jinhua, and clarity dawned upon her. The art teacher shot her a glance and lightly huffed, "Then where are your watercolor pens? Without them, how will you draw?" Wang Tiantian smiled sheepishly. "My watercolor pens have run out of water. I can still draw with a pencil." The art teacher, mistaking her predicament as a financial issue, merely nodded slightly, then "Hurry up. You need to submit it by the end of class." Hao Jue, with a haughty huff, turned away, though the flush in his ears betrayed his true feelings. Such a shift left Wang Tiantian perplexed, but she decided to focus on her drawing. Meanwhile, Hao Jue felt a turmoil within. Noticing his neighbor had fallen silent, he glanced over to find Wang Tiantian intently engrossed in her artwork, prompting him to pout in dissatisfaction. Hao June's father raised an eyebrow at him, questioning whether he had lost a fight. The family held a rather lenient stance on discipline, neither preventing their child from bullying others nor intervening if their child was bullied, unless the aggressor was an adult. They believed in resolving one's own issues. If one could handle it, that was commendable, and if not, one must find a way. Thus, when Hao Jue faced bullying, his father simply scoffed and muttered, "Useless." Frustrated, Hao Jue scratched his head, feeling embarrassed and exasperated by his father's harsh words. If you lost a fight, just figure out a way to win the next one, he thought. However, the adversary was a girl, and more importantly, it was Wang Tiantian. Hao Jue was met with a sharp rap on the head from his father, who grumbled, "How dare you speak to me like that? You little rascal. What troubles you so?" Hao Jue pouted, his chubby face rendering the expression comically exaggerated. He found it difficult to voice his concerns, whispering timidly, "But what if she is a girl?" Wrapping his arms around his head, he lamented, "Oh, Dad, I'm already foolish enough. What if you strike me silly?" Hao June's mother, who had been observing the spectacle, finally interjected, "All right, enough of that. Be gentle with him." She shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Instantly, Hao Jue clung to his mother's leg, thinking, "Mother is the one who truly cares for me." Hao June's father, feeling a bit sheepish, rubbed his nose while chuckling and offering conciliatory words to his wife, all the while casting furtive glances at his mischievous son. With the support of his mother, Hao June's courage grew, and he pointed an accusatory finger at his father, proclaiming, "Look, Mom, he's glaring at me." Hao June's mother gently patted his head, saying, "All right, stop being so cheeky." The three of them resumed their seats in a more orderly fashion. The couple was oblivious to the underlying issues and did not dwell on them. Only Hao June's mother sighed, "You ought to stir up less trouble. Your reputation in the village is quite notorious. I wonder how you'll manage to find a wife as you grow up." Hao June's father waved dismissively, "So what? I was once a local ruffian too, yet I still managed to win over a fine girl like your mother." He chuckled at the recollection, unable to contain his amusement. Hao Jue found this display utterly mortifying, feeling as if his innocent heart was being inundated with dog food, a term for witnessing displays of affection. Hao June's mother flushed with embarrassment, casting a disapproving glare at him. "There are children present. Must you speak such nonsense?" Suddenly, an idea struck Hao June's father, and he turned to his son, expressing his misguided notion. "Son, if you wish to take revenge on a girl, it couldn't be simpler. Just wait until you grow up and marry her. Then you can bully her as you please." Hao June's mother widened her eyes. "What are you telling the child?" Hao June's father, after gulping down a mouthful of rice, bellowed, "Isn't that how it was in our day? My successful experiences should be emulated by my son. What's wrong with that?" Hao June's mother, feeling flustered and angry, snatched the bowl from her husband's hands, exclaiming, "Enough eating, eat your fill, and then spout nonsense." Unperturbed by losing his bowl, Hao June's father leaned closer to his son with a playful grin, whispering, "Trust your father, it's infallible advice." Kaeyun, understanding the concept of marriage, felt a mix of shyness and skepticism as he inquired, "Is that really possible?" Hao June's father thumped his chest confidently. "What could be wrong with that? You see, your mother was the very girl I set my sights on when I was young, and look where we are now." In an instant, Hao Jue found himself lost in thought, the enchanting visage of Yu Hui under the twilight flickering in his mind, stirring an unexpected flutter in his heart. He inquired again, what if she develops an affection for someone else, or if someone else becomes enamored with her? His father, with a swift motion, smacked his forehead and retorted, "Fool. Simply keep others away from her. As for falling for someone else, that's a matter for the future. You have the opportunity to take the initiative now." Snapping back to reality, Hao Jue felt his cheeks flush further. Although his understanding was limited, he could not deny that Wang Tiantian was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Previously, it was merely her obsequious demeanor that had irked him. Yet he must confess he relished the compliments she had lavished upon him. He was perplexed by the sudden shift in her attitude, but it seemed to have intensified her allure. He was uncertain how to label this feeling, but for now, he would call it affection. However, he would never divulge this sentiment to Wang Tiantian. Given her current demeanor, knowing of his feelings would surely send her ego soaring. He could only imagine the ridicule that would follow, and he was determined to avoid such an outcome. "Hao Jue, is there a flower on Wang Tiantian's face? Can you paint just by gazing at her?" The voice of the art teacher pierced his reverie. As her words echoed, a chorus of laughter erupted around him. He shot a glare towards the source of the laughter, and, intimidated by the class bully's reputation, the laughter ceased immediately. However, Hao Jinhua cast him a disapproving look. Undeterred, Hao Jue turned his attention back to Wang Tiantian. only to find her unperturbed, continuing to sketch with a frown. Seeing that Hao Jue ignored her, Hao Jinhua's expression darkened further. After casting a resentful glance at Wang Tiantian, he huffed and turned away. While not particularly skilled in other areas, Wang Tiantian excelled in art, being a top student from a medical university who had drawn various anatomical parts. Thus, elementary landscape paintings posed no challenge for her, even with just a pencil. She could render a commendable piece. As if submitting an exam paper, students took turns handing in their sketchbooks. The teacher collected them while scanning the submissions, nodding approvingly at the more aesthetically pleasing works and stacking the rest together. Hao Jue had initially approached his drawing with indifference, so upon the teacher's command, he stood up, unconsciously glancing towards Wang Tiantian. To his astonishment, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Her drawing was stunning. Despite only using a pencil, she had managed to depict various shades and hues, surpassing anyone else he had seen. Reluctantly, he submitted his own drawing. The art teacher glanced at his work and couldn't help but chuckle, reproaching him. What on earth is this? It looks like a hodgepodge. I asked you to draw, yet you were daydreaming. 184, far superior to what you have drawn, Hao Jue remarked with a nonchalant smile. I cannot draw. My skills are inadequate. But my deskmate possesses remarkable talent. I am certain that you will appreciate her work, esteemed teacher. Upon hearing this, the art teacher raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting toward the engrossed Wang Tiantian. Wang Tiantian, have you yet to complete your drawing? Your deskmate claims it is admirable. Please bring it forth for me to examine. Wang Tiantian's lips twitched slightly, perplexed by Hao June's unexpected enthusiasm today. Nevertheless, she continued her work until the final stroke was complete. Habituated to blowing gently on her drawing, she carefully approached the podium. Just as she extended her sketchbook halfway, the teacher snatched it from her grasp. Let me see what you have accomplished with just a pencil, she said. As her eyes fell upon the sketchbook, they remained captivated. Being a native of the countryside, her exposure to art was limited to what she had read in books or the traditional New Year paintings sold in town. She had never encountered the creations of professional artists. Thus, while she lacked the expertise to critique Wang Tiantian's artwork, her initial impression was one of astonishment. The drawing depicted a crooked road flanked by steep terraced fields, one side ascending while the other descended. The lush, abundant wheat fields on either side were alive with activity, where modestly dressed farmers wielded sickles, their backs burdened with baskets, harvesting the golden grain. Following the meandering road, a few scattered cottages could be seen, their simple yet warm presence adding character to the scene. The entire illustration was rendered in pencil, yet it conveyed a richness of tone and depth. The interplay of light and shadow, the intricate wrinkles on the farmers' faces, and the glistening droplets of sweat were rendered with clarity, avoiding any sense of clutter. The layers of wheat were subtly blurred, while the cottages stood out with a pronounced dimensionality. Such artistry would be impressive even for high school students, let alone elementary ones. Having grown accustomed to the vibrant hues of children's watercolor paintings, the art teacher was invigorated by this monochromatic creation. It became evident that Wang Tiantian had not exaggerated her capabilities. After admiring the piece for a moment longer, she turned the sketchbook to face the class. Students, take a good look at this drawing and appreciate it. It surpasses anything you have produced. As the drawing was laid bare before the eyes of her peers, a wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Who could forget that Wang Tiantian was once considered a struggling student, seemingly inept at everything? It was as if she had suddenly encountered a stroke of immense fortune, her academic performance and demeanor transforming dramatically, even her once rudimentary drawing skills flourishing into something remarkable. Surely, she must be under the protection of the literary deity. Among those most unsettled were two individuals in the class. One was undoubtedly Hao Jue, who had covertly taken Wang Tiantian's watercolor brushes in hopes of embarrassing her. Instead, she had inadvertently allowed Wang Tiantian to shine. Watching the teacher hold the drawing, Hao Jue seethed with jealousy. The other was Li Qing, the consistently top-performing student, excelling in all areas, morality, intellect, physical fitness, and aesthetics, always outpacing her classmates. Now, however, a new contender had emerged in Wang Tiantian, boldly proclaiming her intent to seize the top spot, and now even eclipsing her meticulously crafted landscape. How could someone so accustomed to being the favored one reconcile such a disheartening shift? In the realm of artistic competition, Wang Tiantian's painting was selected, a departure from her usual role as an observer of her own creations. Today, however, the teacher had yet to utter a word in her favor, leaving each student to harbor their own thoughts. Wang Tiantian dismissed the teacher's praise from her mind. After all, their souls resided on different planes, and succumbing to pride over such matters would indeed be a source of embarrassment. A competition in the arts? Such an event had never been mentioned before. Indeed, I had never heard of such a contest either. Murmurs rippled through the audience. The art teacher rapped the desk with her hand, silencing the chatter. Each year, the city hosts a youth art exhibition, yet with countless elementary schools, the slots available are limited. Previously, there was only one spot for our school. With 6 grades vying for that singular opportunity, how could it possibly be easy for any of you to secure it? Today, having seen Wang Tiantian's painting, I believe it could indeed represent our school, hence my words. Li Qing bit her lip, feeling a swell of indignation. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantian was preoccupied with another matter. Teacher, what rewards accompany this competition? The art teacher's gaze flickered slightly. If you place, you may receive a certificate. Instantly, Wang Tiantian's interest waned. Then I shall not participate. The teacher, flustered, insisted, you have already created your piece. You should enter it. Achieving a notable position would benefit you in the future. Wang Tiantian smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I do not require such accolades. I prefer to give this opportunity to my classmates. The art teacher felt a surge of frustration. If other students produced commendable works, would they still need hers? The other submissions appeared rather mediocre, while Wang Tiantian's painting was exceptional, and the teacher was certain it would earn recognition. How about this? If you achieve a commendable position, I shall reward you with a fine pen. What do you say? Wang Tiantian raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of ulterior motive in the teacher's tone but chose not to decline this time, nodding in agreement. After class, Hao Jue hesitated in his seat for a moment before mustering the courage to say to Wang Tiantian, "Congratulations on participating in the city's youth art competition." As he began to say more, he noticed she had already risen, striding purposefully toward Hao Jue. Wang Tiantian approached him and coldly commanded, "Hand it over." Hao Jue looked at her with haughty disdain. What are you talking about? I do not understand. Do you not comprehend human speech? Are you perhaps a beast transformed from the mountain? The words ignited Hao Jue's anger, causing him to spring to his feet. Wang Tiantian, do not think that escaping last time's punishment grants you the liberty to act recklessly. None of your concern. Wang Tiantian replied, her tone laced with impatience. She truly wished to avoid engaging in petty squabbles with these intellectually challenged children. Return my watercolor pens. Hao Jue's eyes flickered, and he lifted his chin defiantly. What watercolor pens? Did you not claim yours were empty? Why come to me for them? His implication was clear. Had she chosen to provoke him, she would face the consequences. Hao Jue, however, found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend her retort. 186. Can we not cause more trouble? Seeing her unresponsive, Wang Tiantian assumed that she was determined to confront her. Nodding, she thought, well, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Hao Jue's eyes widened. Fearing that she would strike her again, she instinctively leaned back, hastily covering her face with her hands. Wang Tiantian, if you dare to hit me, I'll have the principal expel you. Even if you skip a grade, it won't matter. However, this threat was met with a chorus of laughter. She moved her hands slightly to peek, only to find that Wang Tiantian was nowhere in sight. The laughter came from her classmates nearby, and realizing she had been played, Hao Jue's face flushed with anger. What are you all laughing at? What's so funny? Where is Wang Tiantian? Smiling furrowed her brow and replied, she left the classroom. Upon hearing this, Hao Jue's face lit up with a smug smile. See, even if she has become smarter or her artwork has been praised by the teacher, so what? She was still scared off by just one of my words. Kaoyun, known for his bullying, could easily see through Hao Jue's thoughts. His chubby face darkened. Are you stupid? Do you really think she's afraid of you? She's gone to find the teacher. Hao Jue's expression changed, panic flickering in her eyes. Did you take Wang Tiantian's watercolor pens? Hao Jue asked. Chao Jinhua's demeanor shifted again, quickly returning to normal. Why would I take her watercolor pens? I have my own. Chao Jinhua had always been displeased with the closeness between Chao Jun and Wang Tiantian. But now, seeing him defend her, she exploded. Chao Jun, what is your problem? Didn't you used to dislike her? Why are you always defending her now? I'm her cousin, and you choose to help her instead of me? Chao Jun remained unfazed by her accusations. Their families were not particularly close, and he had never cared much for this distant cousin. Otherwise, he would have intervened when Wang Tiantian dealt with her previously. Frowning, he asked, "It's really not you?" Chao Jinhua suddenly turned to him, a mocking look on her face. "You used to bully her every day, and now you're her lackey. Chao Jun, you're really pathetic." Chao Jun shot her a cold glance, scoffed, and turned to leave. He too wanted to shout, "Can we not have any peace?" Just the day before, things had settled down, and now chaos erupted again. He was growing impatient, hence his sullen expression as he walked over. Upon entering the classroom, he approached the lectern and tapped it. "Quiet, everyone."
First, I need to discuss something.
He continued, "Wang Tiantian has come to me saying her watercolor pens are missing. Has anyone seen them?" The entire class exchanged glances, then looked at Wang Tiantian, who was calmly staring at the podium. "Can she also steal?" She shook her head in response, claiming ignorance. Zhou Zheng remarked, "I am aware that there are individuals among us who lack integrity, unable to resist the temptation of others' belongings. However, our teachers have instilled in you the principle that one must not take what does not belong to them. To take without asking is to steal. We are the exemplary youth of the new era, committed to honesty and integrity. Now, since you all assert that you have not seen Wang Tiantian's watercolor pens, it follows that they have been stolen. If anyone has taken them, I urge you to come forward voluntarily, and I shall refrain from holding it against you. We will not ostracize you. After all, to err is human, and recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is commendable. By admitting your fault, you demonstrate your willingness to change, and we shall all forgive you." As he spoke, Zhou Zheng scanned the faces of his classmates. "Is anyone going to step forward? This is your final opportunity. You have 3 minutes. If no one confesses, I shall begin searching the desks. Should I find the missing items during the search, I will have no choice but to involve your parents." Listening to Zhou Zheng, Wang Tiantian felt the weight of his words, as she nearly forgot her own past transgressions. In her previous school life, she had never stolen anything from her classmates. Her offenses were limited to pilfering from the small shop adjacent to the school. It all began quite innocently, as the shop offered snacks that attracted students with disposable income. One classmate, perpetually in possession of delectable treats, became her companion. Eventually, she accompanied this friend to the shop, where the proprietor was engaged in conversation with others. As they leaned over the counter, engrossed in the chatter, she was oblivious to the notion of theft. But then, her arm was nudged, and she turned to find her friend signaling her. Following the direction of her gaze, she noticed several lollipops had been discreetly tucked into her sleeve. Wang Tiantian was taken aback, shocked to discover that her seemingly generous friend was, in fact, a thief, pilfering snacks from the shop. Her classmate gestured for her to join in the theft. After the initial shock, excitement surged within her. "Could I also steal?" she pondered. Encouraged by her companion, she hesitantly extended her hand for the first time, feeling a mix of panic, exhilaration, and fear. "Nobody has stepped forward, have they? Very well. I have given you ample opportunity." Zhou Zheng's gaze swept over the classroom once more. "We shall commence the search now. Everyone, place your hands on the desks and remain still. Wang Tiantian, Li Qing, Wang Li, Luo Hao, and Shi Kun, you 5 will each be responsible for one group, including your own seats. Ensure a thorough inspection, including desks and bags. Hurry, as class is about to begin." The 5 of them responded promptly. Wang Tiantian glanced at the individual who had stood up, their eyes meeting briefly before they turned away. She lowered her gaze, then looked at Chao Jinhua, offering a cold smile as she approached. However, instead of showing fear, Chao Jinhua returned her with a defiant grin, stirring a flicker of doubt within Wang Tiantian. Her demeanor suggested she had nothing to fear from the search. Could it be that her watercolor pens were not in her possession after all? In a composed manner, Wang Tiantian bypassed her adversary and approached the front of the group to commence her search, instinctively aware that no significant discoveries awaited her. Upon reaching Chao Jinhua, she cast a frosty glance in her direction and peered into her desk, finding merely a box of watercolor pens. Without needing to inspect further, she recognized them as her own. Subsequently, she retrieved Chao Jinhua's backpack, which lay casually on the chair, and opened it, only to find it devoid of any incriminating items. Wang Tiantian narrowed her eyes, pondering whether it could truly be that Chao Jinhua was innocent. Earlier that day, her own watercolor pens had been present. She had left the room only twice, once to use the restroom and once to partake in a meal. The only opportunity for someone to pilfer her belongings had been during lunch, when everyone had vacated for food. Was this why Chao Jinhua felt unperturbed by the prospect of her reporting the matter to the teacher? Well, found nothing, I presume? Wang Tiantian remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on Chao Jinhua. Stand up. Chao Jinhua let out a disdainful huff and lazily complied. Wang Tiantian, maintaining a professional demeanor, glanced into Shirt Saihua's desk, only to encounter yet another box of watercolor pens, which similarly did not belong to her. Disheartened, she opened Shirt Saihua's backpack and was taken aback by what she discovered. Turning to glance at Chao Jinhua, she slowly reached into Shirt Saihua's bag and retrieved an extra box of watercolor pens. Chao Jinhua's expression shifted slightly before returning to its previous indifference, as if the box of watercolor pens bore no significance to her. In contrast, Shirt Kaihua stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom how an additional box of watercolor pens had mysteriously appeared in her possession. How could this be? Wang Tiantian, uninterested in the intricacies of the situation, simply stated, I found it. Zhou Zheng, who had been observing the entire scene, glanced at the bewildered Shirt Kaihua and then inquired of Wang Tiantian, Are those watercolor pens yours? Wang Tiantian nodded, for the exterior of the box was battered and bore the name Wang inscribed in bold blue ink by its original owner. She nodded once more, shot another glance at Chao Jinhua, and made her way back to her seat. It seemed that Chao Jinhua had not taken into account the implications of hiding the watercolor pens within Shirt Saihua's backpack. Her sole intention had been to ensure that Wang Tiantian could not locate them there. Shirt Kaihua, however, could not reconcile herself with the outcome. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out to the teacher, I did not steal Wang Tiantian's pens. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Yet, Zhou Zheng believed he had already afforded the students ample opportunity for clarification. With the school bell ringing, he chose not to prolong the matter. Casting one last glance at Shirt Kaihua before departing, faced with the peculiar stares of her classmates, Shirt Kaihua could no longer endure the pressure and collapsed onto her desk in tears, wailing, Who is framing me? I did not steal. Wang Tiantian remained indifferent, unconcerned with the turmoil unfolding nearby. After all, the antics of this particular pair of desk mates held no relevance to her. As for Shirt Kaihua, she felt no sympathy whatsoever, considering her to be a bully who often wielded her influence against others. Had there been any evidence to substantiate the claims, perhaps she might have engaged further. However, in the absence of proof, she found no reason to invest her energy, as the fates of these two individuals mattered little to her. On the summit of Moon Mountain, Hao sat beneath the shade of a tree, nibbling on his delicate pie made from the precious rhizome, having gathered a meager amount of cordyceps after an entire morning's search. Despite receiving guidance from Wang Tiantian regarding the locations and appearances of these coveted fungi, his findings felt utterly insufficient. Although he had yielded to her suggestions, his resolve remained steadfast. He intended to pursue his original plan without wasting a moment. Once he finished his meal, he rose and ventured deeper into the woods. The trees stood lush and verdant, while dappled sunlight cascaded through the leaves above. Hao's shadow flickered as he crouched low, scanning the ground for any signs of his quarry. Yet he found nothing. Reluctant to concede defeat, he pressed further into the forest. The need for wealth consumed him. He yearned for vast riches and immense power. For his adversaries were formidable. As the afternoon waned and the sun began its descent, the vibrant forest transformed, revealing a stark contrast between light and shadow. Even with keen eyesight, locating the diminutive black fungi in the encroaching gloom proved challenging. Fortunately, Hao had prepared well, affixing a headlamp to his forehead. The bright beam pierced the darkness, illuminating his surroundings. He continued to search meticulously, Yet after traversing several meters, he had not encountered a single cordyceps. Instead, he found an abundance of mushrooms. He paid little heed to other herbs, fixated solely on his pursuit. Suddenly, a peculiar plant caught his eye. It was thick at the base, tapering to a slender tip, crowned with a small, oval leaf that resembled a tail. Intrigued, he uprooted the curious specimen and tossed it into his backpack. With no further discoveries, he pressed onward, undeterred. Fortune favored the diligent. After an hour, he emerged from the dim forest to behold a towering mountain peak. To his delight, he spotted a vast expanse of cordyceps. Wang Tiantian had mentioned that these fungi thrived at high altitudes, and although this mountain was the tallest in the region, it still fell short of the optimal conditions for their growth, hence her caution against harboring excessive hopes. Yet, finding them here suggested that they might be plentiful elsewhere. Having scoured numerous locations with little success, he was astounded to encounter such a sight upon exiting the forest. As he gazed down, a sea of clouds enveloped the valley below, obscuring any view of the village beneath. However, he had no time to linger on such thoughts. His heart raced with excitement as he cautiously ascended. Not long into his climb, he spotted a considerable number of the small black fungi depicted in Wang Tiantian's illustrations. Eagerly, Hao reached down to harvest one, only to confirm that it was indeed cordyceps. In that moment, a sense of loss washed over him, as he felt he had underestimated the bounty awaiting him. The transformation of the spatial ring was remarkable. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of loss. Such a vast expanse of cordyceps could fetch a considerable sum. Wang Tiantian might not even manage to find this place herself. Wasn't the portion of money she received essentially a gift? With no time for further contemplation, Hao hastily crouched down and began to collect the precious fungi. Amidst his relentless efforts, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his left thumb. Frowning, he looked down to discover that the once emerald ring had turned a vivid red. He immediately ceased his actions, scrutinizing the ring with curiosity. This was only the second time he had witnessed the ring change color. The first occurrence had been when it first appeared. Unsure of the cause, Hao closed his eyes and delved inward. To his astonishment, he found that the space within the ring had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, it had merely been a mundane storage room filled with various antiques, gold, and rare treasures. However, it had now expanded considerably, replaced by a luxurious glass structure, a pentagonal prism with edges adorned in gold, capped with an enormous elongated hexagonal diamond. Inside, one could glimpse the outside world, yet the exterior revealed nothing of the interior, reflecting only one's own visage. The overall appearance of this space was opulent. Yet, this dwelling was merely a portion of the entirety. Before it lay an expansive area, shrouded by dense mists that obscured the path ahead. This scene bore a striking resemblance to his own home, save for the fact that his own abode could not compare to its grandeur. Although both featured a stretch of land before them, Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden and drastic change. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. His consciousness abruptly withdrew from the space, and he turned to behold the shocking sight. The steep slope and the abundant cordyceps he had previously seen had vanished. In that moment, the truth became clear. The ring had devoured the very cordyceps base he had toiled to uncover, and not a single strand remained. Damn it! Spit out the cordyceps, quickly. Give them back. Hao was furious. The cordyceps he had painstakingly gathered, his money. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He reached to remove the ring from his thumb. What good was it, other than serving as a mere decoration? It refused to allow him access to the treasures within, and now it had even taken what he had found himself. However, the ring seemed to have fused with his thumb, making it impossible to remove. This only fueled his frustration. Hao glanced around, and in a sudden burst of determination, he clenched his fist, exposing the thumb adorned with the ring. He strode to a nearby stone and slammed his thumb against it. If you want to let me take you off, what can I do? You useless thing. Let us see if I can smash you. With that, he forcefully struck his fist against the stone. A sharp sound resonated. One was his own as the ring. Though on his hand, felt as if it were non-existent during his strike, he ended up smashing his own thumb against the stone, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, he did not overlook the other sound, glancing around but finding no one in sight. In a moment of palpable tension, Hao's irritation reached its zenith as he bellowed into the depths of the forest, demanding the presence of an unseen entity who lurks in the shadows. Show yourself. Do not presume that hiding will absolve you. I shall scour this entire mountain range to unearth you. His voice reverberated with fury, a desperate attempt to expel the pent-up rage within him, regardless of whether he possessed the capability to locate the elusive figure. His words, however, bore no fruit, and in a fit of rage, he struck his fist against a nearby tree. At that very instant, the voice reemerged, admonishing him, "Do not strike. You may shatter my frail bones."
Who are you?
"Where are you? Reveal yourself." Hao demanded, his inquiries rapid fire. "I wish to emerge as well, but I lack the strength." The voice, frail and ancient, resonated as if it belonged to a venerable elder. Hao was taken aback. How could such an aged individual be present in these lofty mountains? The implications of the voice's words stirred his curiosity. "Who exactly are you?" he pressed. "I am merely a steward," came the reply. "A steward?" Hao attempted to discern the source of the voice, but to no avail. It seemed to emanate from the very void, echoing throughout the air. "Do not search any further. I reside within the ring upon your left hand." With sudden realization, Hao glanced at his ring, flicking it with the other hand. "You are in there?"
Do not flick.
"My frail ears are at risk of being deafened." Ceasing his actions, Hao allowed his consciousness to delve into the spatial realm. Upon entry, he found himself before an opulent pentagonal glass structure, where stood an elderly man garbed in the attire of a Qing dynasty servant, complete with a melon-shaped cap and a long, snow-white braid, his form slightly hunched. "Was it you who spoke earlier?" Hao inquired, approaching the figure. After a prolonged silence, the old man smoothed his sleeves and bowed deeply, addressing Hao with reverence. "Old servant Bai Gong pays his respects to the young master." Taken aback by this display, Hao maintained his composure and responded with a calm tone, "Please rise." As Bai Gong stood, he scrutinized Hao, then sighed and nodded. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance." Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued by whom the old man was referring to, yet chose to remain silent. "It appears that all things are governed by fate," Bai Gong mused. Hao, however, was disinclined to engage in philosophical discourse, instead asking, "Why have I not encountered you before?" With a gentle smile, Bai Gong responded, "I have only just awakened. Previously, you could not have seen me." So, it seems that his substantial harvest of cordyceps had yielded not only this expansive space, but also an elderly steward. "Your timing is indeed fortuitous," Hao remarked with a sardonic grin. Had Bai Gong awoken earlier or later, the bounty of cordyceps would not have vanished so effortlessly. Bai Gong, sensing the implication, sheepishly rubbed his nose. "Well, one cannot entirely blame the old servant. It is the nature of this space. The spatial ring can still be upgraded." How can this statement persuade him? "Do not tell me that your awakening has no relation to my cordyceps." Bai Gong coughed awkwardly, his expression somewhat unnatural. "Are you not going to explain this to me?" In truth, the young master is unaware that this space is not as it appears to you now. Hao nodded, indeed. "For I also had no idea it could be so treacherous." Bai Gong found himself at a loss for words. "Speak then, how much do you know about this space? And why has it come into my possession?" Bai Gong replied, "This is a long story." "Then make it brief." Bai Gong nodded. "This ring originates from the Qing dynasty, initially used for storage, capable of upgrading, ultimately creating its own realm. As for why it is in your hands, it is simple. It has been passed down as a family heirloom, traditionally held by each family head." Hao furrowed his brow. "But I am not the family head." Bai Gong smiled. "That is a different matter. To possess this ring, one must forge a blood pact with it. Although this ring is meant for the family head if someone else's blood, possessing a pure lineage, were to touch it, the ring would change hands." Hao, recalling that individual from his past life, proudly watching him while seated with this ring, it seemed he had spat blood at that very moment, landing precisely on the jade ring.
"So,
I have picked up a fickle ally, have I?" Bai Gong's expression twitched slightly. Well, not exactly." Hao scoffed. "Is that not what you said? Whose bloodline is stronger, that is who it will align with. I cannot accept such a spatial ring. If someone with a higher bloodline comes along one day, would it not abandon me? That is not too concerning, but if I were to place precious items within it, would I not then be left with nothing? Well. Is there a way to resolve the pact? Bai Gong hastily replied, Young master, do not be anxious. This is not insurmountable. Hao raised an eyebrow, indicating him to continue. Intrigued, Hao asked, Oh, do tell me more. Hao gazed at the land he was amidst and inquired, Is the nurturing you speak of referring to this land? Bai Gong nodded, Precisely, anything can be planted on this land, indistinguishable from the outside. What are the conditions for upgrading? Coughing. Noticing Hao's displeased expression, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Young master, it seems you understand that the spatial ring is indeed a rare artifact. Naturally, to upgrade it, one needs the most precious treasures. Hao's expression darkened. So in your eyes, those cordyceps are the most precious treasures?
Ah.
Bai Gong was momentarily taken aback by his words. In fact, cordyceps are indeed quite valuable, but the ring's upgrade is not solely due to them. Hao lifted his chin, signaling him to continue. For the ring to upgrade, it requires materials infused with immense spiritual energy, which cordyceps do not possess. The reason for the ring's upgrade is actually due to the land that nurtures the cordyceps. Negotiating with the steward on that steep mountain peak? The White House nodded, affirmatively, yet requested further specificity, clarifying that it was, in fact, the crystalline essence located beneath that very peak. Crystalline essence? Such a term sounds utterly fantastical. Indeed, it is a manifestation of the accumulated quintessence of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, forged over millennia. Hao Yan's forehead was marked by a dark line of concern. He was bewildered by such matters, but yearned to understand one thing. If that is the case, then why has my cordyceps also vanished without a trace? That is my capital, the very foundation of my business. Clearly, his urgency and sorrow were emotions the White House could not truly comprehend. After all, having just awoken from a profound slumber, he was unaware of Hao Yan's current predicament. The cordyceps had not truly disappeared. Rather, it had entered the spatial realm along with the essence. Hao Yan's eyes gleamed with hope. Within the spatial realm? Where? How come I cannot see it? He exclaimed, immediately glancing around, yet found nothing. Aside from that piece of land and the glass house, there was naught else. And the glass house remained precisely as he had previously observed, devoid of any other presence. As for the cordyceps, not even a shadow remained.
Haha.
The White House could still manage a chuckle, stroking his pale beard that hung straight down his chest. Do not fret, young master. The cordyceps are undoubtedly within the spatial realm, but at your current level, you are unable to perceive its existence. When will I be able to see it? Hao Yan's chest swelled with indignation, his tone sharp and confrontational. The White House, at last, perceived Hao Yan's displeasure and tentatively inquired, Young master, is the cordyceps of great significance to you? Hao Yan shot him an exasperated glare. Did you just now realize this? The White House finally felt a twinge of embarrassment. I cannot see it, but as the steward of the spatial realm, you must be able to perceive it. Hao Yan suddenly posed a question. For reasons unknown. A seemingly innocuous inquiry from Hao Yan, devoid of any emotional weight, struck the White House with a foreboding sense of unease. He cautiously glanced at Hao Yan, eager to respond that he could not see it. However, as a being within the spatial realm, he was bound by the obligation of truth to the steward, and so, despite his reluctance, he nodded. Indeed, I can see it. Hao Yan's gaze sharpened. Then you can procure it as well. This. The White House hesitated, stammering. Do not beat around the bush. Simply tell me whether you can or cannot. According to the rules, it is not permissible. Hao Yan seized upon the inconsistency in his words. Theoretically, it is feasible, is it not? The White House's expression grew troubled, as the steward of the spatial realm. He could indeed manipulate any object within it. I wonder why the young master poses such questions? I believe you have already surmised my intentions, or else you would not be behaving in such a manner. However, the rules of the spatial realm cannot be breached, the White House replied. Hao Yan scoffed coldly. What rules? If the destined individual cannot be found, does that mean I am rendered incapable of utilizing the items within this space? Yet the rules stand firm. Whether one is the owner or guardian of the space, We are powerless to contravene them. Hao Yan inhaled deeply, pondering the absurdity of the rules. In his previous life, he had remained single until death. In this life, where might he find a destined individual? However, recognizing that he was currently in need of assistance, he refrained from displaying further disdain towards the elder and mustered a smile that was more akin to a grimace than genuine cheer. In a moment of frustration, the White House paused its actions, inadvertently pulling out a few strands of its beard due to Hao Gan's words, causing a sharp sting on its face. However, the pain was of little concern at that moment, as it gazed uneasily at the young boy who had recently claimed the ring as his own. It was undeniable that it had been a long time since it encountered an heir of such pure lineage. Yet, despite this, it could not contravene the rules to grant him special privileges. Young master, it is not that this old servant is unwilling to assist you, but the rules are immutable. After centuries, I am unable to break this precedent for your sake. Hao Gan squinted, his eyes glinting dangerously, his tone ominous. Am I not allowed to use my own possessions? Do not forget who is responsible for our current predicament. The White House felt a jolt of anxiety, as it had refrained from revealing that the reason for the space's advancement and its own awakening was the profound essence of spiritual energy it sensed during its slumber. In that instant, it had absorbed a vast expanse of the mountain peak into the ring's space. Yet, to its surprise, Hao Gan managed to deduce this, placing it in an awkward position. Young master, please do not make this old servant's task more difficult. I truly cannot violate the established rules. With a cold laugh, Hao Gan's demeanor radiated an imposing force. So, despite the ring acknowledging me as its master, it is of no use to me? If I place something within it, I can retrieve it only if it permits. Otherwise, I am powerless? The old servant bowed his head in shame. I can only strive to help you find your destined companion. Before the sentence could conclude, Hao Gan interrupted sharply. Spare me your formalities. Though the ring recognizes me, its efficacy lies beyond my control. While you refer to me as young master, there is little respect in your tone. I, Hao Gan, forged my own path even before the ring's recognition, and I can certainly do so again. Such a trifling object is of no value to me. Seek another master for it. With indignation, Hao Gan continued to tug at the ring, but it remained steadfast. He fixed a cold stare upon the housekeeper. Either let it release its hold on me, or I shall destroy it by any means necessary. The disruption caused by the ring was aggravating enough, compounded by the presence of the housekeeper, which felt like an unwelcome burden. Seeing the determination in Hao Gan's countenance, the White House panicked, rushing to intervene. You cannot do that, my master. What is it that I cannot do? One I cannot utilize, and the other does not heed my commands. Why should I keep it to vex myself? As he spoke, Hao Gan raised his fist high, ready to bring it down with force.
I concede.
Please, do not act rashly. Just as his fist was about to descend upon the stone, the White House finally relented, its expression resembling that of a defeated soul. Hao Gan abruptly halted, his expression calming, though he could not suppress a cold snort to express his dissatisfaction. In truth, they were engaged in a gamble. Hao Gan wagered that the housekeeper would acquiesce to his demands, while the housekeeper gambled on Hao Gan's reluctance to destroy the ring. The outcome was clear. Hao Gan had emerged victorious. In the year 195, possessing 2 pounds of cordyceps, he had no intention of destroying the ring. Although he felt anger towards the fact that the cordyceps he had laboriously gathered was consumed by it, the ability of this space to store items was something he valued greatly. After all, he would rely on this ring for future procurements. Moreover, he exhibited a greater sense of audacity than the White Palace. A person who had long been ensconced in this space could not be compared to one who had endured bloody chaos and treachery. The adage of knowing when to retreat applied here, and Hao Jue displayed a smile. As I mentioned earlier, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. I will not compel you to violate the rules to retrieve the items originally within the space for me. However, this cordyceps was discovered by me outside and forcibly drawn into the space. Thus, it rightfully belongs to me and should be retrievable. The White Palace, wiping sweat from his brow, grimaced and said, Master, since this space has already acknowledged you as its master and has been elevated to the 2nd tier, it will be yours for as long as you live. As long as you meet its requirements, you may claim any item within. The current restriction on withdrawing items is for your own good. I hope you understand. Hao Jue merely nodded indifferently, appearing unconcerned. Observing this, the White Palace sighed silently. The mountain peak that had been absorbed into the space had, in essence, become a part of it, and thus the items upon it belonged to the space. This time, I shall make an exception, but only this once. I trust the master will be understanding. Hao Jue waved his hand. That is acceptable. As long as next time you do not take my belongings without warning, I shall not cause you any trouble. The White Palace, aware of his prior wrongdoing, felt a flush of embarrassment and smiled awkwardly, acknowledging, this time it was indeed my fault. Without the master's command, I will not take liberties again. Yes.
Please wait a moment, master.
The White Palace bowed to Hao Jue before vanishing from sight. In a brief moment, he reappeared before Hao Jue, carrying a paper bag. Here is your cordyceps, master. After receiving the cordyceps, Hao Jue expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The White Palace quickly took a few steps back, repeatedly saying, I dare not. Hao Jue smiled gently. Next time, should you discover something that could elevate the space, do inform me in advance. The old servant understands. This time, the quantity of cordyceps was substantial, amounting to 2 full pounds, a considerable sum indeed, alleviating Hao Jue's immediate financial concerns. Unbeknownst to him, an entire afternoon had slipped by. Initially, before discovering the cordyceps, he had intended to continue searching for them under the cover of darkness that evening. However, now there was no need for him to impose such hardships upon himself. Noticing that the day was waning, he turned and began his descent down the mountain, pausing to collect dry twigs along the way. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 5, and the courtyard was quiet. He took a few steps into the kitchen to unload the dry twigs from his shoulders, then tidied himself up before heading towards Gu Jianjun's room to greet him. Who permitted you to enter my room? The vagabond cheerfully approached and patted Hao Chen's shoulder, his vacant eyes suddenly shimmering with a glimmer of light. Hao Chen returned a smile and nodded. You must be hungry too. I will prepare dinner shortly. No hurry, Hao Jianjun interjected. Tian has arrived. She mentioned returning a book, but ended up borrowing another. She's currently sitting in your room reading. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen's brow furrowed, and without uttering a word, he turned and walked towards his room. As expected, at the small desk Hao Jianjun had made, that unreserved girl was indeed seated, engrossed in her book. Hao Chen refrained from calling her immediately, instead leaning against the doorframe, tilting his head to scrutinize her closely. The 10-year-old Wang Tiantian still retained some baby fat, and as she looked down at her book, a subtle double chin emerged. Her small mouth was slightly pursed, and her large, round eyes were fixed intently on the pages. One hand supported her chin while the other held the edge of the book, her expression exceedingly earnest. The evening sun streamed through the thin glass of the window, casting a gentle, warm orange hue across the desk, the book, and the profile of Wang Tiantian. Her thick, curled eyelashes trembled in the warm light, resembling butterflies poised to take flight, softening her serious demeanor. Yet, despite this, her back remained remarkably straight, and her lower body sat upright in the chair, distinctly unlike ordinary children, and even more so from the Wang Tiantian of her past life. Hao Chen squinted at the scene before him, his expression inscrutable. Noticing that she had yet to realize his arrival, he boldly stepped inside and halted behind her. Glancing at the book she was reading, it was indeed a Chinese language textbook which, according to his recollection, should belong to the 5th grade 2nd semester. Beside the desk lay another Chinese textbook, the very one he had lent out just yesterday. Confusion and astonishment coursed through Hao Chen. He was puzzled as to why Wang Tiantian had transformed so significantly since his rebirth. Not only was she more intelligent than before, but she also possessed knowledge she had never exhibited previously, and for some inexplicable reason, she had developed a passion for learning. His astonishment stemmed from her attitude and pace of study. Attending the same school where each grade had only one class, he was aware that Wang Tiantian had consistently ranked at the bottom of her class. Remarkably, she had begun to self-study 5th grade material, and judging by her demeanor, it was evident that she was not merely playing around but was instead profoundly dedicated. Why are you acting crazy? She is running out of time. Hao Yen sneered. Is it you who has lost your mind, or is it I? If you have money, Go buy yourself a comic book. My language textbook is not meant for your amusement. Wang Tiantian, feeling quite impatient, understood that it was someone else's book, and as a borrower, she could not be overly assertive. Suppressing her anger, she calmly replied, "You misunderstand. I did not borrow your book for leisure." Hao Yan remained skeptical. He had seen her flip through the pages without even glancing at them. "Don't tell me you are actually studying with my book," he retorted. Wang Tiantian, propping her forehead with one hand, weakly explained, "I thought you were reading it clearly." "I can see clearly," he replied, "but you are merely flipping through the pages, only paying attention to what you wish to see and skipping over what does not interest you. Don't tell me you have already mastered that page." Hao Yan narrowed his eyes. "Mastered it?" Wang Tiantian nodded with composure. "If you don't believe me, I can recite it for you." Before he could respond, she began to recite, "Victory and defeat are matters of the military. Enduring shame and humiliation is a man's duty. The talented youths of Jiangdong are many. It is uncertain if they will return." This poem was written by Du Mu of the Tang dynasty, and its meaning is... Hao Yan refrained from turning to that page. After all, he had once been a diligent student and was well acquainted with the poem. In fact, it had often inspired him in later years. Initially, he had been displeased with Wang Tiantian for using his textbook under the guise of studying. But now he felt a weight of seriousness. "Where did you learn this poem?" He had seen her merely glance at it before flipping the page. Yet here she was, not only reciting the poem, but also recalling its meaning with clarity. Wang Tiantian, naturally, had her own way of resolving this. "Is it strange? I have 2 older brothers at home. I watched them memorize it while they were studying, and even if I was reluctant to learn, listening to them daily made it impossible not to remember." Hao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief and inquired, "If that is the case, why don't you study with your cousin directly? This way, you can read and have him explain any difficult parts. By the way, how many caterpillars did you collect today?" It was only during this lull that Wang Tiantian remembered this matter. "Not many, far fewer than what you collected."
Hao Yan lied effortlessly.
Wang Tiantian glanced at him. "Aren't you going to show me what you have?" Hearing this, Wang Tiantian decided not to press further. After all, if he truly intended to keep some for himself, he would have hidden them by now. Even if she were to see them, they would not be the same as before. She needed to wait outside for him to return. It was better to use her time to read more. Having turned another page, Wang Tiantian suddenly recalled something important, halting her actions and turning to face Hao Yan. He was also looking at her, and their gazes unexpectedly collided. 199. Proposal. Wang Tiantian's gaze lost its previous shrewdness and arrogance. In the twilight, only a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Hao Yan's demeanor, too, no longer bore the hostility and vigilance of before, appearing much more serene, as if they shared a tranquil camaraderie rather than being adversaries burdened by past grievances. However, this exchange of glances lasted no more than 3 seconds before they quickly averted their eyes. "Oh, I forgot to ask, have you finished your proposal?" Hao Yan's eyes brightened with understanding as he rose and retrieved a book from a shelf, which happened to be a 6th-grade English textbook. He opened it to reveal a slip of paper tucked inside. "Take a look for yourself." Wang Tiantian grasped the paper, and her initial impression was one of astonishment. In her memory, Hao Yan had performed admirably in school prior to dropping out. Seeing his written words now, she was convinced. The handwriting was truly remarkable, far beyond what one would expect from an elementary student. The characters were bold and exhibited a flowing style, akin to a dragon gliding gracefully, yet retaining its strength. In Wang Tiantian's eyes, such penmanship could not be achieved without dedicated instruction and diligent practice. What left Wang Tiantian feeling somewhat disheartened was her own long-standing familiarity with cursive script due to her medical studies. The work she produced for assignments paled in comparison to the paper before her. Before even reading the content, she sincerely expressed to Hao Yan, honestly, with such exquisite handwriting, "It would be a shame for you to drop out. Have you truly considered continuing your education?" Wang Tiantian was still mesmerized by the beauty of his script. Having yet to examine the actual proposal, the investment project proposal. With the encouragement of national economic development, individual businesses have flourished increasingly. The market for new goods is gradually replacing supply and marketing cooperatives and the ticket market. Engaging in business has become an inevitable trend. Company. To be determined. Goods to be traded include televisions, air conditioners, color televisions, and various other appliances. Investment cost, 20,000. Business model, low profit, high turnover. Profit margin, 20 to 50. Note, the investor, Party B, and the invested party, Party A, are to collaborate for mutual benefit, shared success, and shared losses. Once invested, the agreed terms must not be breached, or a penalty of tenfold damages will be incurred. Investment amount, 1,300 yuan. Cooperation duration, April 24th, 1990 to May 24th, 1990. Party A signature, Hao Yen. Party B signature. Wang Tiantian's mouth twitched. She hadn't anticipated that this fellow would genuinely draft a proposal, and one so straightforward at that. Yet even in its simplicity, he ensured that he would not be at a disadvantage. However, as she had already committed, she found it difficult to retract her agreement and thus prepared to sign. Just before putting pen to paper, she suddenly straightened up. Did you not mention using the funds from selling cordyceps as well? Hao Yan's eyes darted momentarily. It's not time to sell yet. And I don't know how much it will yield, so I won't include it for now. We can add it later. Wang Tiantian pondered, stroking her chin as she assessed Hao Yan. After a long pause, she said, that could work, but I want to accompany you when you go to sell. Hao Yan smirked. Aren't you skipping class? I'll go on Labor Day, she retorted. Otherwise, how will anyone know how much cordyceps you've harvested or how much you've sold? It would be better if I went with you. 200, a long-term vision. Wang Tiantian's words instantly sparked an epiphany in him. The old gentleman at the pharmacy had mentioned that cordyceps sold for a higher price outside. He could certainly sell them there and make a significant profit. Noticing his silence, Wang Tiantian squinted. You're not seriously thinking of going alone, are you? Hao Yan, concealing his true feelings, replied, of course not. I need to find a companion. However, Wang Tiantian seemed unconvinced, scrutinizing him for a while. You better not be lying to me, or I'll tell your dad immediately. Hao Yan forced a smile. Just focus on your studies and stop meddling so much. Wang Tiantian scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that you're my business partner, I wouldn't bother with you. After a brief pause, she inquired, where do you plan to source your goods? Hao Yan refrained from revealing his plans, stating only, I'll take a look around or ask others. I recommend you try heading south. The prices in Guangdong province are quite reasonable, though the journey might be a bit long. Considering her stake in the matter, Wang Tiantian offered her guidance earnestly. The quality of goods there can be hit or miss, but they are often much cheaper. Plus, it's a developed area with plenty of new and interesting items, making it a prime sourcing location. Hao Yan looked up suddenly. You know about that area? Realizing she had been questioned, Wang Tiantian quickly covered her tracks. Well, that's only natural. My two uncles live there, so I know more about it than you do. Hao Yan mulled it over and decided to set aside his doubts. Seeing her take the initiative, he conceded, I'm actually planning to check it out. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiantian's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she seemed to be formulating a scheme, which filled Hao Yan with an uneasy premonition. As anticipated, she smiled brightly, akin to someone besotted with wealth. Then don't sell the cordyceps here. Wait until you get there to sell them. You're bound to make a lot more money. Hao Yan forced a laugh, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Damn it, I was so excited for nothing. This girl is far too shrewd. How could she have been played for a fool in her past life? If she had been as clever then, she wouldn't have ended up dying before me. Yet Wang Tiantian appeared blissfully unaware of his discontent, leaning closer with a triumphant grin.
So, what do you think of my idea?
It's bound to profit us both. Hao Yan chuckled softly. Yes, good. Very clever. Observing Wang Tiantian in this moment, Hao Yan's expression darkened. Although he harbored disdain and animosity towards her, witnessing her exuberance now, clearing his throat, he said with a hint of irritation, hurry up and sign, so we can finalize this. Wang Tiantian, no longer hesitating, picked up her pen and signed her name. However, when it came time to hand over the money, she hesitated again, for it represented nearly all her savings. Holding it close, still warm, she found it difficult to part with it all at once. 201. The fingerprint. Hao Yan watched her with an air of amusement. Reluctantly, She retrieved the neatly rolled money from her pocket and, with utmost seriousness, counted out 300 yuan to give to Hao Yan. He accepted it casually, feeling the warmth of the notes, which sent a tingling sensation through his fingertips. Hao Yan tugged at the bundle again, but found it still firmly in her grasp. Observing the expression on Wang Tiantian's face, one of desperation, as if clinging to a lifeline, her teeth gritted and her brows furrowed, he reached out and patted her hand reassuringly. With a broad smile, he gently pried her fingers open one by one, watching her expression shift to one of despair as he briefly displayed the money before her eyes. He then lightly blew on it, folded it, and tucked it away into his own pocket. One must have a long-term vision. Wang Tiantian watched her hard-earned money vanish before her eyes, pouting in dissatisfaction as she shot him an annoyed glance. Suddenly, she had a thought and glanced at the signature on the plan, exclaiming, "This is still insufficient."
Ha!
Hao Jue looked at her in confusion. "You must impress your fingerprint next to your name. In this society, relying solely on handwriting is inadequate. A fingerprint is the most secure." Hao Jue chuckled lightly. "You are quite cautious." Wang Tiantian graciously accepted his compliment. "Thank you. This is largely due to your illustrious achievements. Otherwise, I would have no need to take this step." Hao Jue's expression stiffened as he applied ink to his finger and subsequently pressed his fingerprint next to his name. Wang Tiantian promptly followed suit. Consequently, both signatures on the document bore their respective blue-black thumbprints. After completing this task, the two found themselves at a loss for words. Soon, Wang Tiantian regarded Hao Jue as inconsequential, engrossed in her own book. Thus, Hao Jue sat idly by, observing, while time gradually slipped away in their silence. As the hour grew late, Hao Jue quietly stood up to leave. It was time for him to prepare dinner. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Tiantian had already read a significant portion of her book, and the last sliver of daylight had vanished from the horizon. While the lights in the room had been turned on without her noticing, sensing a faint aroma of food, Wang Tiantian lost her focus on reading, carefully set her book aside, and selected a science book from another stack before stepping out of the room. Passing by Hao Jianjun's bedroom, she noticed two individuals seated at the table. However, their demeanor was not warm but rather awkwardly unfamiliar, piquing Wang Tiantian's curiosity. Nevertheless, she refrained from staring too long. Standing outside the door to call Uncle Hao, Hao Jianjun looked up, smiled, and said, "Tiantian, have you finished your book?" After waving his hand, he headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Hao Jue was busy at the stove. Although he was already 12, the height of the rural stove required him to occasionally tiptoe, a somewhat clumsy action that made Wang Tiantian chuckle inwardly, stirring a feeling of sympathy within her. "Uncle Hao's legs of hope," she mused. "It truly smells delightful." Hao Jue chewed his food nonchalantly, avoiding Wang Tiantian's gaze. Yet internally, he was anything but calm. What foolishness had he just engaged in? He had unwittingly considered allowing this girl to taste his cooking. His dishes were not meant for her consumption. After thoroughly scolding himself, Hao Jue's demeanor shifted unfavorably as he bluntly stated, "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to stay for dinner?" Wang Tiantian thought, "This person is unwell, diagnosis complete." She had no desire to converse further and turned to leave.
Wait!
Just as Wang Tiantian reached the door, Hao Jue suddenly spoke up. She halted, turning back to regard him with an air of nonchalance as he served the food from the pot. "Is there something else?" Hao Jue remained silent, swiftly dishing up the food before retrieving his basket from the restroom and presenting it to Wang Tiantian. "I found quite a few mushrooms today. Help me identify which are poisonous and which are not." Upon seeing the half-filled basket of mushrooms, her eyes widened in surprise. Wang Tiantian reached in, discovering a variety of mushrooms mixed together, both toxic and non-toxic. "Not bad. Quite a bountiful harvest," she remarked. But then her attention was captured by a distinct black-green plant among the mushrooms. "Oh, you actually found this herb?" Wang Tiantian smiled. "I believe your greatest gain today is this." Hao Jue raised an eyebrow, intrigued, waiting for her to elaborate. However, Wang Tiantian remained silent, simply gazing at him. Realizing her penchant for mischief, Hao Jue asked, "Why do you say that? Do you know its name?" Hao Jue gestured for her to continue. "It's called cow tail grass." Hao Jue shook his head, He had never heard this name and was puzzled as to why it was considered his greatest find. But I believe you would be more interested in its benefits rather than its name. Hao Jue regarded Wang Tiantian with a steady gaze, aware of her tendency to speak nonsense. How could he be concerned with the efficacy of something he did not even recognize? Yet, the next moment, he realized he had misjudged. As Wang Tiantian explained, this is a medicinal herb, and it has tremendous benefits for the muscles and bones. Hao Jue's heart raced at her words. Are you suggesting this herb can heal my father's leg injury? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tiantian replied, let's put it this way. As long as it is not completely severed, this could aid in his recovery. A surge of excitement coursed through Hao Jue. His father, Hao Jianjun, had injured his leg while working in the fields after the new year. Initially, they consulted the village doctor, but due to the family's limited finances, Hao Jianjun believed a simple examination would suffice, thus he did not seek treatment at the town hospital. At that time, he was unsure of what to do. And when he eventually went to the hospital, it was discovered that he had missed the optimal time for treatment. A part of the tendon in his foot had torn, and due to the delay in diagnosis and care, it could not be healed, leaving him unable to use that leg effectively. Now, Hao Jue was genuinely worried, but understood that the medical conditions in their locality were insufficient. All he could do was earn money quickly to take his father to a better hospital in the city. Hearing Wang Tiantian's words caught him off guard, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Are you sure? Hao Jue stared at Wang Tiantian with wide eyes. I am not fully aware of Uncle Hao's leg condition. It requires examination to ascertain. Wang Tiantian's gaze returned to the cow-tail grass. The most beneficial part of this herb lies in its roots, but as you can see, you harvested it too carelessly, leaving barely any roots. You will likely need to search again, and it would be best to uproot it entirely. Hao Jue pursed his lips, nodding earnestly. Then you must help him examine it. I will go back to the mountains tomorrow to search again. I'll return tomorrow to assist him. As for this herb, you should try to find it in its original location. Such herbs are rare. If one grows in an area, typically there shouldn't be another within a 10-mile radius. Hao Jue reflected, finding a single herb is manageable, but locating one without roots proves rather challenging, even though I have already visited there. Contemplating that he had yet to enjoy a meal of mushrooms, Wang Tiantian did not decline, taking the basket with her as she departed. The soft, cold moonlight cascaded down from above, casting her shadow prominently on the ground. She looked up at the sky, squinting at the dazzling starlight that filled the expanse above. The Milky Way, a comforting embrace of warmth, contrasted against the cold, solitary twinkling of scattered stars, along with a few inconspicuous glimmers that seemed to float like wandering souls in search of something. Even the bright moonlight could not obscure the brilliance of the stars, creating an enchanting spectacle in the night sky. With the moonlight beneath her feet and starlight draped around her, Wang Tiantian made her way home. With this thought, she felt less urgency. After all, there would be leftover food waiting for her. Thus, she leisurely admired the beautiful nocturnal scenery, a sight she had seldom encountered in over a decade. From the kitchen of her uncle's house, a delightful aroma wafted out, yet their home remained dim, with cold pots and stoves. It seemed that such moments were not rare. There were often 2 or 3 days a week that unfolded in this manner. Reflecting on this, Wang Tiantian dismissed her worries, suspecting that someone must have invited her father for drinks. Not wanting to go hungry, she called for Tang Wanxin, and together they ventured into the kitchen. Due to her medication, Tang Wanxin's emotions had calmed significantly over the past few days. Although she was still somewhat uncommunicative, she no longer lashed out as she had before. The ingredients in the kitchen were exceedingly simple. Apart from rice and flour, there was little else. Tired of the monotonous oil-braised rice, Wang Tiantian bypassed the rice and approached the jar of flour. Although her current physique lacked strength, she still possessed the skill of kneading dough, albeit taking a bit longer than before. She kneaded the dough, rolled it out, and cut it into strips. Once done, she proceeded to light the fire behind the stove. Selecting some non-toxic mushrooms from her basket, she cleaned and diced them, then sautéed them in oil until fragrant before adding water. After bringing it to a boil and incorporating various seasonings, she divided the mixture into 2 bowls. Subsequently, she boiled water again, tossed in the noodles, and after several rounds of boiling, she ladled the cooked noodles into the two soup bowls. A simple yet aromatic bowl of noodle soup was ready, and with a spoonful of spicy oil added, the scent intensified. The mother and daughter sat quietly at the table, savoring their humble noodles. Despite their poverty, Wang Tiantian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, one she had never experienced in her previous life, as nothing could compare to the joy of sharing a meal with family. "Did you eat the noodles tonight?" Wang Tiantian asked. "I made plenty. If you haven't eaten, I can prepare more." Wang Xingpei's expression subtly shifted, hinting at a tinge of guilt. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need, I've already eaten." Wang Tiantian observed him, still dressed in his work clothes, which were soiled from a day of labor, particularly marked by heavy stains on his shoulders. His hair was thinning considerably, leaving patches of baldness. Though she had never intended to reproach him, witnessing this scene dampened any inclination to do so. Over the past few days, her father had repeatedly disappointed her, yet she had to acknowledge his relentless efforts for their family's sake. Wang Tiantian had never felt a father's love before. Yet on her very first day here, she encountered this man who had indeed shown her paternal affection. What had gone awry? Perhaps it all began with the arrival of Liang Jufang. It seemed every quarrel and discord between them was somehow linked to her. Wang Tiantian pursed her lips. She did not yearn for paternal love, nor did she harbor expectations of Wang Xingpei. However, she recognized her inability to detach from this family. A degree of reconciliation was indeed necessary, and she was determined to uncover the reasons behind Wang Xingpei's erratic behavior. "Did you eat at the construction site?" Upon asking this question, Wang Tiantian noticed a fleeting moment of embarrassment on Wang Xingpei's face, though it quickly vanished. Previously, she had assumed he had gone to a friend's house for drinks. However, since he hadn't changed his clothes, it seemed more plausible that he had dined with fellow workers at the site. The boss treated us to a meal, and I had a little to drink." Before Wang Tiantian could ponder further, Wang Xingpei quickly affirmed this. He then sat down at the table, observing the mother and daughter contentedly slurping their noodles, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Tiantian, however, had more inquiries. "Dad, don't we have a vegetable patch?" Since arriving, she had only eaten vegetables once, apart from the wild herbs she had gathered herself. Wang Xingpei looked at her, a mix of amusement and reproach on his face. "Now you understand how good I am to you? What rural child doesn't he know where their own vegetable patch is? When I was working in the fields, you never even came along. Most days you weren't seen, or you were cooped up indoors." Wang Tiantian did not wish to delve into old grievances. Instead, she pressed him again. "Where is our vegetable patch?" "It's just below the slope near the village entrance." Since she passed that slope daily on her way to school, Wang Tiantian quickly recalled its location after some thought and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Currently, she had 60 yuan, an amount she found unnecessary in the countryside, and she had yet to spend a single cent, having only given 4 yuan and 50 cents to Wang Chengkai for his schooling. At that time, he had stared at her in shock, repeatedly asking where she had gotten the money. It was no wonder he was astonished. Their family was not well off, relying solely on Wang Xingpei's meager earnings. Wang Chengkai, studying in town, received a small allowance of only 2 yuan a week. Yet Wang Tiantian had produced an amount more than double that, raising concerns about the source of her funds, given her past. She did not harbor grand ambitions. All she desired was to own a herbal cuisine restaurant, much like in her previous life, where her work would be neither overwhelming nor sparse, perfectly balanced. However, before that, she needed to secure her own establishment. Currently, her funds were far from sufficient. Preoccupied with preparing for her upcoming entrance exams, she had to set aside thoughts of earning money. After the May Day holiday, she would resume her quest to accumulate capital. Having made her plans in her mind, Wang Tiantian finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. One ridge is planted with green beans and cowpeas, tall yellow poles firmly inserted into the ground, adorned with velvety green leaves. Long cowpeas and short green beans dangle gracefully from above. Another ridge is cultivated with tender lettuce, its vibrant green leaves flourishing delightfully. The final ridge is devoted to beets, specifically grown to feed pigs. Wang Tiantian went directly to pick some green beans, and then pulled up 3 stalks of lettuce. She needed to check on Uncle Hao's leg and finish the incomplete Chinese textbook. Though the tasks were few, none were simple. As for the cordyceps, she felt no anxiety. Wang Tiantian had already resolved that, regardless of whether Hao Jue could find a companion or the condition of Hao Jianjun's leg, he would not be venturing out in the short term. She planned to take a few days off after her exams to accompany Hao Jue south for a visit. With this plan in mind, Wang Tiantian felt a sense of calm. Upon arriving at Hao Jue's home, she found him already there, standing in the yard, bare-chested, chopping wood. Her gaze instinctively drifted below his shoulders. The youth was still quite slender, lacking any significant muscle, making his bare torso rather unremarkable. However, the muscles in his arms, defined from swinging the axe, were quite evident, showcasing that his not-so-mighty physique still possessed considerable strength. Wang Tiantian's attention then shifted to the elderly man beside Hao Jue, clad in ill-fitting clothes. Compared to the day before, he appeared significantly more spirited today, his graying hair neatly combed, a balance of casualness and formality. He stood beside Hao Jue with a serious expression, still maintaining an upright posture despite his age. To Wang Tiantian's eyes, this elder seemed somewhat out of place in their village, and this humble courtyard, as if he were a general commanding on the battlefield rather than a man lost in confusion. Of course, he did not remain in confusion for long. Whenever Hao Jue finished chopping one section of wood and went for another, the elder would promptly bend down to gather the chopped pieces, tossing them onto another pile in a haphazard manner, forming a small mound. As Hao Jue lifted another log, he glanced sideways, standing up to greet Wang Tiantian while wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm. "You've come," he said. Wang Tiantian took a few steps closer, stating, "I'm here to check on Uncle Hao." Hao Jue paused, momentarily taken aback. In his excitement the previous day, he had focused solely on the possibility of treating Hao Jianjun's leg, overlooking Wang Tiantian's medical skills. Or rather, he had momentarily been captivated by the belief that her words held truth, that she truly possessed a solution. Yet, throughout their interactions, he was well aware of her capabilities. Even if she had displayed some proficiency before, it was ultimately attributed to the master behind her. Hearing her mention it now, Hao Jue felt a twinge of skepticism. Nevertheless, he concealed his doubts, reasoning that they could assess the situation and determine its validity later. He gestured toward Hao Jianjun's room and set down his axe, leading the way inside. At that moment, Hao Jianjun was seated on the floor, mending a broken chair leg. Upon noticing their entrance, he looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, Tiantian has arrived." Given that his father had repeatedly only acknowledged the person he found displeasing, Hao Jue merely rolled his eyes in silence and stepped over to take the task from Hao Jianjun's hands. "I can manage myself," Hao Jianjun insisted, shifting aside. "My leg may be out of commission, but my hands are fine. You should just sit tight." He had been feeling stifled for too long, as Hao Jue had not allowed him to do anything at home, rendering him feeling useless. Hao Jue, resigned, replied, "Just set it down for now. I need to discuss something with you." Hao Jianjun looked at him curiously. "What is it? Do you need her help too?" Hao Jue was uncertain how to respond, so he turned his gaze toward Wang Tiantian, urging her to speak first. Wang Tiantian deliberated briefly before asking, "Uncle, may I take a look at your old injury?" She refrained from mentioning a potential remedy initially, as she had yet to examine the wound. If it turned out that she could not treat it, she would not mind being embarrassed, but to suddenly instill hope only to let that hope fall into despair would be the greatest harm. Hao Jianjun paused, glancing between Wang Tiantian and Hao Jue, seeing that they were serious, and nodded. He rolled up his pant leg, revealing his ankle. Wang Tiantian noticed a large, gruesome wound about 2 inches above his heel, nearly 3 inches in length, with protruding flesh and an uneven surface, clearly a result of inadequate treatment. Having seen many gruesome injuries before, she was unfazed by Hao Jianjun's wound. She gently pressed around the wound while continuously asking, "Uncle, do you feel anything here?" Hao Jianjun shook his head. "Not much sensation. Since the injury, my leg below the knee has had little feeling." "Do you remember what the village doctor said at the time?" Wang Tiantian probed further. "Later?" She continued. "Afterward, we went to the hospital for an examination and discovered that the tendon in my foot was severed. Because we were late, even after stitching it up, I could hardly use it again," he recounted. Wang Tiantian nodded, avoiding further inquiries. She pressed down on his ankle, observing his expression, then lightly pressed on the taut tendon behind his foot. At that moment, Hao Jianjun winced in pain. Does that hurt? Wang Tiantian immediately inquired. Hao Jianjun nodded. It's a tearing pain. Wang Tiantian applied pressure to the wound in that position, and predictably, she heard him stifle a groan. Sensing she had gathered enough information, she released Hao Jianjun's foot and stood up. If I'm not mistaken, uncle, your tendon must not have been completely severed at the time, she concluded. Hao Jianjun nodded. It was half severed, and it was the inner part that was affected. It's quite peculiar. Fortunately, your tendon was only partially severed, otherwise, your leg would truly be beyond saving. Hao Jian frowned. Why do you say that? Hao Jianjun looked at Wang Tiantian in surprise. I always thought it was due to my weakness. Isn't that the case? It can be viewed that way. After all, the tendons are part of your body, and their weakness equates to your own frailty, she explained. Weak tendons? Hao Jian asked, incredulously. Indeed, Wang Tiantian affirmed, healthy tendons possess strong elasticity, supporting various movements of the body. Weak tendons are easily injured and significantly limit mobility. Such individuals often find it challenging to engage in strenuous or agile activities. Observing Hao Jianjun's expression, it was evident that Wang Tiantian's words had struck a chord. Although the rural populace is predominantly impoverished, it is generally presumed that the families of bachelors do not face such predicaments. Unless they are devoid of ambition, any semblance of optimism can significantly enhance their quality of life. However, the financial responsibility of supporting Hao Jianjun's son, Hao Jian, cannot be overlooked. More importantly, Hao Jianjun's physical limitations render him less capable than other men, leading to a prolonged period of financial strain for his family, relying primarily on the meager savings left by his father. These savings, combined with his own earnings, could only sustain them for a limited duration. Initially, he managed to conceal their financial hardships from Hao Jian, allowing him to focus on his studies. However, it wasn't long before Hao Jian discovered their dire situation and chose to drop out of school, shouldering the family's burdens at a tender age. The reason for your immobility post-surgery is not solely due to the delayed medical intervention. Rather, your tendons have become fragile, and this injury has exacerbated their lack of resilience, resulting in your current inability to exert pressure on that foot. Hao Jianjun sighed helplessly, lamenting, My foot is beyond repair, and I no longer hope for its recovery. It is merely a pity for my son, who must bear such immense pressure at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Tiantian, silently questioning her about the possibility of treatment. Wang Tiantian, is there truly a chance for recovery?
Let's give it a try, she replied.
When Hao Jianjun heard the word recover, his heart skipped a beat, though he dismissed it, thinking that if even the doctors were unable to help, how could this young girl succeed? He chuckled, My leg is not so easily treated. Even the hospital doctors are at a loss. Wang Tiantian, undeterred by his skepticism, inquired of Hao Jian, Have you found what I requested? Hao Jian re-entered, holding a handful of white roots. I found these. He had searched tirelessly in accordance with Wang Tiantian's instructions before finally locating them. She then looked earnestly at Hao Jianjun and asked, Uncle Hao, do you wish to walk normally again? Having observed their interaction, Hao Jianjun felt a pang of hope upon hearing Wang Tiantian's question. He struggled to muster a smile. Of course, I wish for that. But the doctors say it is no longer possible. Hao Jianjun's eyes widened slightly. Are you suggesting that you can help me recover? Wang Tiantian nodded. But where did you acquire such medical knowledge? Having shared drinks with Wang Xingpei, he was somewhat aware of the Wang family's capabilities and knew that this young girl was not particularly adept at her studies, let alone possessing medical expertise. Faced with his doubt, Wang Tiantian resorted to her previous claims. The treatment methods for this ailment are documented in my notebook. I was hesitant to attempt it before, but now I feel confident. She glanced at Hao Jian, their eyes meeting. Perhaps this life truly held such remarkable changes. Without dwelling on Hao Jian's internal musings, she pressed on, Uncle Hao, are you willing to give it a try? Hao Jian also looked at his father, biting his lip. Dad, let us give it a shot. It can end worse than it is now. With both children urging him, Hao Jianjun pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. A sense of relief washed over Hao Jue, and he turned to Wang Tiantian, his tone softening. What must I do? You need to boil these roots in water until they dissolve, then soak your foot in the concoction for an hour, ensuring it reaches the wound. Hao Jue noted her instructions and asked, and then? The herbal remedy is potent. Once a month is sufficient, as excess could harm Uncle Hao's tendons. After soaking, rest for a night, and the following day, you must begin to move your leg. After school, I will come to massage your leg, and in 3 months, it should return to normal. Hao Jue, contemplative, leaned closer to Wang Tiantian and whispered, How confident are you? Wang Tiantian raised an eyebrow. I assumed you understood my confidence well. Hao Jue narrowed his eyes. You had better not play tricks. Feigning hurt, Wang Tiantian replied. I thought our current partnership was built on some degree of trust. The grinding of Hao Jue's teeth was audible, and Wang Tiantian grinned. Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about where to find more cowtail grass, as one piece is only sufficient for one soak. Well done. Wang Tiantian successfully banished his gratitude. For the past few days, Wang Tiantian had not waited for Wang Qingye to accompany her to school, as she needed to prepare for exams. Leaving early each morning and not waiting for him after school. Suddenly, she was called by Chao Jun. Wang Tiantian halted and turned to him, signaling for him to speak quickly. She regarded him with curiosity. Isn't this obvious? His awkward demeanor only heightened her intrigue. His recent behavior had been peculiar, markedly different from his usual self, even appearing somewhat daft. She began to wonder if he had been dazed from their earlier encounter. Are you not going with your brother? Wang Tiantian merely acknowledged him with a sound and turned to leave. Upon exiting the classroom, she encountered Wang Qingye, who approached with a troubled expression, seemingly lost in thought. Oblivious to her presence, Wang Tiantian chose not to greet him and followed quietly behind. Wang Qingye, are you all right? Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the air beside her. Looking up, she saw a boy standing next to Wang Qingye, one hand resting on his shoulder, concern etched on his face. Wang Qingye glanced at him and shook his head. I'm fine. The boy lowered his voice. Did you offend teacher Du? Wang Qingye paused, shaking his head. Where did you hear that? The boy sighed. Does it matter where? We all noticed it. Wang Qingye's tone grew somber as he admitted. Being reprimanded for not answering questions is normal. But it wasn't that harsh before. He used to admire you, the boy said. Recently, I've seen him look at you with a dark expression, as if he is ready to punish you at any moment. Wang Qingye's mood seemed to darken further. But he merely replied, Enough, don't say more. If he hears you, you'll be in trouble too. Isn't it just playful banter? Ah! ISNT that your sister? Wang Qingye turned at the sound of a slap on his back, only to find Wang Tiantian standing behind him with an indifferent gaze. Realizing that their previous conversation might have reached her ears, Wang Qingye felt a bit embarrassed. Tiantian, you haven't left yet? And you haven't either. Wang Tiantian sighed lightly. Has teacher Du started to give you a hard time? Wang Qingye managed a forced smile, feeling utterly embarrassed that his sister was aware of his reprimand. However, it was nothing of great consequence. It was merely a matter of not answering a question. You know how Mr. Du is. It has nothing to do with you, so do not dwell on it. Observing his stubbornness, Wang Tiantian refrained from saying much. Softly reassuring him, You have been under considerable strain these past few days. I will take care of this matter. She feared that Mr. Du might unjustly direct his ire towards Wang Qingye due to her involvement, especially after he had defended her in the office, and she worried that Mr. Du would harbor even greater resentment toward him. Wang Qingye was uncertain about the resolution Wang Tiantian mentioned, but he did not dwell on it, knowing that the coming year would be arduous for him. Nonetheless, he resolved to endure it. His primary concern was Wang Tiantian's advancement to a higher grade. Wang Tiantian nodded naturally. Of course, why would I mention it otherwise? A faint worry crossed Wang Qingye's brow. But you haven't even studied the 5th grade curriculum. Will you be able to pass? Since I've spoken of it, I will surely accomplish it. How about you come to me for some extra tutoring in the evening? Wang Qingye had always been aware of her academic prowess, and the sudden notion of her skipping a grade struck him as somewhat absurd. Yet, she did not appear to jest, and given the promise made to the principal, her ability to advance was intricately tied to her future education. He certainly did not wish to see his sister expelled from school. Although time was short, His assistance would be far more beneficial than leaving her to navigate this alone. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tiantian replied, "No need. If you still have last semester's and this semester's test papers, I would appreciate the chance to review them." A boy who had previously conversed with Wang Qingye stared at Wang Tiantian in astonishment. "Are you truly planning to skip a grade?" Wang Tiantian thought. Did he not hear what she had just said? "When I heard someone mention your plans to advance, I assumed it was merely gossip," the boy said again. Wang Tiantian simply smiled faintly. Wang Qingye quickly introduced her. "This is my best friend, Wang Ji. And this is my sister, Wang Tiantian." Wang Ji grinned widely. "Hello, sister." Wang Tiantian nodded politely. "Hello." Wang Ji, feeling quite familiar, exclaimed, "Wow, this is my first time meeting someone who intends to skip a grade. It seems that before long, we will be classmates." Wang Tiantian replied politely, "Indeed, classmates, albeit only temporarily." Wang Ji beamed even brighter. "Well then, I will be waiting for you in 5th grade. Once you arrive, I'll be sure to look after you."